We are going into flu season without the flu vaccine this year. It is usually hard for the elderly, young children, and those already ill, but this year could be even worse with the lack of proper nutrition and the stress everyone is under," Beth said as she sat down beside Maddie on the bench seat. Beth looked across the table to Ryan. Maddie didn't like the concerned look on both of their faces. They had enough trouble without having to deal with a deadly flu outbreak. She turned her attention back to Zach. He looked as gloomy as Beth and Ryan. "Why did they need Jacob?" Maddie asked. "I'm not sure. But with things the way they are at the prison right now, it must have been pretty important for Jacob to leave like that, even if he was close to the judge. How are things at the prison?" "Is there a problem?" Zach rolled his eyes and threw up his hands. "Problem?" he asked, his voice filled with sarcasm. Zach turned to Beth, then back to Maddie. "There is the problem of too little food. The porta potties are overflowing and, half of the volunteers have contracted some stomach bug." "Shit," Maddie said. "Everywhere." "Literally," Zach replied. She wrinkled her nose at the image of it in her mind. "But the prison is still secure, right? No escapes? Have they challenged the fences?" Maddie asked in quick succession. "It's secure for now. They got rowdy when their evening meal didn't arrive yesterday. They threw things at the guards at the gate that FEMA uses to deliver the meals and water. Roger took care of it. They calmed down and went back into their buildings. Only a few have ventured out close to the fence, mostly to complain about their inhumane treatment and wanting to see their lawyers." "Yeah, we'll get right on that," Maddie said. "Jacob is concerned that the food will run out before the governor sends the buses. If those men get hungry and desperate, rifles might not stop them from charging the fence. There's 600 of them. The math doesn't add up for success at keeping them inside the fence at that point," Zach said. "Well, we will just have to get more food and make sure that doesn't happen," Beth said. Maddie and Zach both turned to her. "Where would we find enough food to feed 600 men? I doubt we'd find enough for even a day," Maddie said. "Fort Leonard would," Beth replied. Maddie furrowed her brow. "How do you suppose we would convince the base commander to give up their food to feed inmates? We'll send Maria and Roger. They can explain about the danger to everyone if the prisoners escape." Maddie rubbed her forehead and sighed. She knew there was no way Fort Leonard Wood would give up such a precious, irreplaceable resource, not unless there was something more in it for them. "They may not have food, but they may be willing to loan us some more effective weapons. I'm sure that the units that pulled out didn't take everything. There's likely some old stuff they'd part with. I can go with Roger and Maria. I used to know a civilian that operated one of the training ranges. If I can locate him, I bet he'd help," Ryan said. Jack rose from Ryan's lap and looked over the top of the table. Ryan ruffled the fur at the back of his neck and swiped the fur from his good eye. Jack turned, licked Ryan's hand, then settled back down onto his lap. Maddie shook her head. "That dog needs a bath." She looked around the table. "We could all use one." She imagined how bad the prisoners must smell by now. "Wait, why didn't Rank, Roger, and Maria come back with you?" Maddie asked. "When people heard about the judge, they just started walking off. Rank said he'd stay and help, but for me to head back here quick and help secure the cabin," Zach said. Maddie thought about what the death of the judge would mean for the community. She didn't know how they would replace the sick volunteers and keep the ones they had now, with the judge not there to force them to stay. The whole thing was quickly spiraling out of control. "We just need more people. People are the most valuable commodity right now," Maddie said. Maddie stood and grabbed her pack. "Where are you going?" Beth asked. Maddie turned the doorknob and pushed open the screen door. She knew her mom was not going to be happy. "I need to get back to the prison. I'll send Rank back," Maddie said as she shut the door. "If all hell hasn't broken out by the time I get there." Chapter 18, South Central Correctional Licking Missouri event, plus 23 days. Roger slapped Rank on the back. "It's genius. I should have thought of that." "What is genius?" Maddie asked as she stuffed extra magazines into the side pockets of her tactical pants. She straightened and tucked loose strands of blonde hair into her ponytail. After the 20-mile ride to the prison on the ATV, she felt quite disheveled and sore. "Rank has the brilliant idea of providing the inmates with liquor instead of food," Maria said, her voice full of sarcasm. Maddie turned toward a group of inmates huddled in the prison yard. "How will you find their leader?" Maddie asked. "Don't have to find him. It is evident. He is the one there, in the white T-shirt," Roger said. Maddie moved closer to the fence. The man turned toward her. Maddie's gaze went from the tall, muscular man to his companions. None of them looked like they'd missed any meals without taking her eyes off the inmates, Maddie said. "I think it is a great idea. We'll let him do the work for us." This is crazy. You think a bunch of drunk inmates are less dangerous than hungry ones? Maria asked. I think that man there knows how to control those inmates. We provide him with the food, liquor, and drugs if we can find any, and we let him know that as long as he keeps the others under control, we'll keep him and his crew supplied. If not, we let them all starve and shoot anyone who approaches the fence, Maddie said. I think it's a crazy, stupid plan, Maria said. He's already in charge. We aren't. The only reason they haven't flooded the yard and charged the gates is because someone on the inside is keeping them under control. We need to give them a reason to continue to do so. We can't feed them all. Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But we can supply him and his crew, Maddie said, pointing to the muscled man. The man continued to stare at Maddie as he ran his hand down the length of his long black ponytail. You, in the white shirt, stepped forward. We have a little proposal for you, Roger yelled. The guy looked to his companions, then shrugged. When his crew started to follow, Maddie yelled, Just you, the inmate in the white shirt turned and held up a hand. His companions turned and went back to where they'd been standing. White shirt guy stopped 50 feet from the fence. The smirk on his face made Maddie want to change the plan. She didn't like giving this man anything. He was a violent felon serving time in a maximum security prison, likely for some unspeakable crime. The way he looked at her made Maddie's skin crawl, but they needed to make this work. It was the only way to stop the inevitable disaster she knew would come, should all their volunteer guards walk off. Okay, Rank, it was your plan, Maddie said as she turned to leave. Come on, Maria. Let's go sweet-talk some volunteers, Maddie said. Maddie took one side of the prison, and Maria took the other. Walking the fence line, Maddie and Maria each did their best to convince Houston's residents that they should stay the course a little longer. They even lied and said they'd received word from the governor's office that the buses would come for the prisoners in a day or two. I have food on its way to Houston now to provide for your families. I know you'd like to leave and go pay your respects to the judge, but right now the way to honor him is to fulfill the mission he gave you. Maddie said to each of the volunteer residents from Houston. In all, they retained 15 men and women to guard 600 hardened inmates. What happens when they find out we lied, when they discover there is no food headed to their families, and the buses don't arrive here for the inmates? Maria asked, as the two made their way into the living quarters to make their final pitch to the last few guards. I'm not lying about the food for the families. We are going to send whatever FEMA has left. They will be given only to the families of the ones who stayed today. We will tell the others that if they want their families to continue receiving food, they need to get back here. After we finish here, I'm going to go check in with the FEMA guy and see how much they have left. Jacob did that yesterday. He said they only had about 2,000 MREs left, Maria said. Shit, we'll break them open. That will make it look like there's a lot more food left. Maddie placed her hand on the door, then stopped. You and Roger need to pay Fort Leonard Wood a visit. We need their help. I'm sure they're sitting on supplies. Ryan suggested they'd still have weapons we could use. Old ones maybe, but anything would help. Even big old stuff that doesn't work. You mean like a decoy, Maria asked. Anything that will put fear into the inmates. The MPs threatened to light the place up and said we had to put the fear of God into them. We need something like that. I'll go find Roger, and we'll go see what we can find, Maria said. Oh, and see if they have heard anything from the governor's office about moving these bastards, Maddie said as she turned the knob and pushed open the door. The stench in the building was overwhelming. She doubted any of the volunteers had bathed in a long time. She made a mental note to ask the FEMA guy about portable showers for the volunteers. She didn't give a shit if the inmates bathed. She didn't ever intend to get close enough for their body odor to offend her. I should find out where they are getting their water, Maddie said out loud to herself. From the river, a voice spoke in the dark. What? Maddie asked, turning to see who had said it. The water. They'd been getting it from the river for over a week now. They were purifying it, but they ran out of whatever purification substance they were using. That's why everyone is sick. Bad water. I wouldn't drink it if I were you, the man said, moving into the light. Does Jacob know? Maddie asked. I didn't tell him, the man said. He was in his late 60s, early 70s. He looked fit for his age. He wore blue jean overalls and a white T-shirt. He looked clean. How long have you been here? Maddie asked. Oh, just a few days. Long enough to see that this is a powder keg ready to explode at any minute. You see, I used to work at this prison. I retired about 3 years ago. Those bastards you got left in there, they have all day and all night to sit around and think of ways to escape and what fun they'll have when they do. I came, you see, to make sure one individual in particular doesn't leave this prison. Maddie furrowed her brow and stared into the man's eyes. She couldn't read him. It wasn't exactly hate she saw there. Maybe a mix of hate and fear. I ain't living every day watching over my shoulder for the sons of bitches to stalk up on and kill me and my family. I ain't letting that happen. Did he threaten you? Of course, they all do that. But that fucker, he'll do it. We have a history, one that predates his stay here. I intend to be the one left standing when shit goes down between us. Have you seen him? Since you've been on watch, I mean? Not yet. Well, I don't know your name, Maddie said. I'm Jasper McKinney, the man said, walking over and extending his hand. Jasper. I'm Maddie Langston, she said as she took hold of his hand. And I'm the one that will put you down if you shoot a prisoner who hasn't approached the fence. Understood? Understood. We have an agreement with the inmates. They don't approach the fence, and we don't shoot them. If we break that agreement, all bets are off, and we don't have enough guns or bullets to put them all down. Got it. I gotcha. I won't do anything to jeopardize security. I have a family to protect. But if that bastard gets out, I won't hesitate. If any of them get out, do not hesitate, Maddie said as she released his hand. Roger that, the man said as Maddie turned to go. Maddie hoped he kept his word. If he didn't, they could have a disaster on their hands. The sleeping quarters smelled even more wretched than the lobby. Maddie checked each cell to make sure she didn't miss anyone. She regretted having to wake them. She knew they were getting very little sleep, but she had to make sure that they retained every volunteer still on the grounds. Most of the groggy men took the news of the judges passing reasonably well. The last volunteer's reaction, however, startled Maddie. I have to go. I have to get my family out of there today, the man said as he threw his legs over the bunk and hopped down. He was grabbing up clothes and stuffing them into a trash bag as Maddie tried to explain that there was food on the way to his family. That food ain't gonna reach nobody's family. I assure you I will make sure that your family receives the food, Maddie said, putting a hand out to stop the man from leaving. You don't get it, Missy? With the judge gone, Guffey and his family will take over. They have probably already moved into City Hall or even taken over the judge's chambers. The judge ran things because he had the respect of the community. He'd done so for decades. You cross the judge and everyone in town would be against you. Edgar Guffey has been on the edge of trying to unseat the judge for years. He'll succeed now. The bullies will rule by force and coercion. He's the biggest bully of them all. Now, move out of my way. I have to get my family out of that town while I still can, the man said, pushing past Maddie and rushing out of the door. Fuck, Maddie cursed. She hadn't seen that coming. That is why Jacob left. He was there right now in the thick of small-town post-apocalyptic politics at its worst. Maddie fought the urge to run down to Houston and check it out herself, but she was needed right there. She hoped that Jacob could get a handle on it and get back to the prison, and hopefully bring more volunteers with him. Maddie met Rank on the walkway to the North Guard Tower. The tall man standing next to him wore a FEMA logo on his shirt. She didn't recognize him. How did it go with our friend? Maddie asked as she approached. All taken care of. He's all in. I'm heading back now to get his first payment, Rank said. Maddie turned to the man in the FEMA shirt. I'm Maddie Langston. I don't believe we've met. Aaron Edgar, the tall man said. Did Rank fill you in on our plan? He did. I have to say, I'm not comfortable leaving the food distribution up to one inmate. I noted, Maddie said. I need to see your food stores. What? I want you to take me to where you've stored the MREs, Maddie said, nice and slow. Why? Because she asked you to, Rank said, stepping between them. Rank's broad shoulders blocked her view of the man, so she couldn't see his reaction. Okay, I just meant right behind you, Rank said, pointing toward the front of the prison. Maddie and Rank followed the FEMA guy around to the front parking lot of the prison, where the three of them boarded a golf cart and drove a mile to the parking lot of a hardware store in town. The man drove through a gate and past a series of metal buildings housing lumber and various tools. 2 box trucks were parked next to the door of the farthest building. The golf cart stopped next to the door where 2 men with rifles stood. They greeted them with a nod as they entered. Maddie turned to Rank. I only see 4 pallets, she whispered. A pallet holds 48 cases. How many are in a case? 12, Rank said as he approached the pallets. This pallet has over 500 MREs. How many do we need for our prison trustee? Trustee, Rank asked. The ponytail guy. Oh, he said he had 20 lieutenants. If we take care of them with full meals, he'll distribute enough food to keep everyone in line. I'd say 8 cases will be enough if we break them open. Maddie turned to the man in the FEMA shirt. I want 10 cases broken up, Maddie said. Do those trucks still run? Yeah. Why? Maddie turned her back on the man and sized up the trucks. Load them in one of the trucks. Where are you taking them? Maddie whipped around to face him. She stepped in close. I'm going to use them to buy some time for the do-nothing governor to get those damn buses here and pick up the fucking prisoners." The man stepped back and looked around for his staff. Rank walked over to a hand truck and pushed it up beside the pallet. When he started throwing cases onto it, the man waved his hand around and 2 men came to help Rank. "You see, food is the new currency. We need guards to keep the inmates behind that fence. The men and women of the town of Houston need food for their families. Without food, the volunteer guards are going to leave, just like the residents of this town did. They are going to head off to Rolla, where they will be greeted by an overcrowded Red Cross shelter, where I'm sure most of the supplies that were meant for the prison have been relocated." "Aye." The man began to protest that statement, but Maddie cut him off. "I get it. That would be my first choice, too. I certainly would rather feed hungry children than murderers and rapists, but food is what is keeping them from fanning out over the countryside and making their way to that shelter in Rolla and points beyond. So, you see, we have to have what is left to bribe them and hire volunteers." The man was quiet for a long moment. "I understand," he finally replied. "Good," Maddie said, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. "James," the man yelled, "load them all up. Take them over to the prison. These folks will be handling the distribution from here on out." Maddie blinked hard and furrowed her brow. "Let's load up and head back to Rolla," he continued. "What? You're leaving? There's nothing more we can do here. We were here to distribute food and water. It looks like you guys can accomplish that mission without us. We are heading where we are more needed." Maddie shrugged her shoulders. "What about the water trucks?" "We'll leave those as well. Only one of them has a pump. We've been going to the river twice a day," the man said, turning to go. "I've been told that the water you've been giving us is untreated. Is that true?" The man stopped and looked over his shoulder. "We ran out of our supply of water treatment chemicals about a week ago." "Damn," Maddie said under her breath. "Rank, we're going to need to bring water from the cabin to the volunteers," she said. "We could bring the Berkey high-capacity filter unit from the farmhouse," Rank said. She thought for a moment. "That would work. We'll need to pre-filter the water from the river, though. We don't have that many replacement filters for the Berkey. And those filters won't do as much volume as the LifeStraw high-volume purification filter at the cabin. But it will work for now," Maddie said. Maddie and Rank followed the FEMA workers out to the truck. After it was loaded, one of the men reached out to hand the keys for the truck to Rank. Maddie intercepted them and walked around to the driver's door. The man shrugged and walked off. "You walking?" Maddie asked as she climbed into the truck. "Hell no. My feet hurt from trying to track down your Bigfoot this morning." "Bigfoot?" Maddie asked as she put the truck into gear. Chapter 19, Houston, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. After a stop at the prison to unload most of the MREs, Maddie and Rank drove down Highway 63 to Houston, Missouri. When they reached the checkpoint on the outskirts of town, no one was manning it. Maddie weaved through the cars and drove toward downtown. The streets were deserted. Maddie was unsure where to start looking for Jacob. She drove to the only place she knew to ask, the courthouse. Margaret would know. As they pulled into the parking space in front of the courthouse, a man ducked inside the building. "Will you be okay in there on your own?" Rank asked. "I think I should stay with the truck." "Yeah," Maddie replied as she opened the driver's door. "Radio check?" Rank asked. "Yep." Just inside the door, Maddie pressed the mic on her handheld radio. "I'm in. How copy?" "Loud and clear. Over." Rank's voice said through the radio. At the top of the steps, Maddie again pressed the mic. At the top of the stairs. "How copy?" When she didn't hear a response, Maddie stopped and waited. After a long pause, she heard the crackle of the radio, loud and clear. "Might want to make it snappy in there. The truck has attracted attention. Over." "Roger," Maddie said as she rounded the corner approaching Margaret's office. The door was open. A young woman stood in the doorway. When Maddie reached the office, the woman stepped back and let her inside. Margaret was on her knees, loading books into a box. "Hello, Margaret," Maddie said, looking down at the woman. "Hello, dear." She tried to get up and was having difficulty. Maddie and the young woman rushed over and each grabbed her by the arm, back on her feet. Margaret used both hands to brush strands of gray hair from her face. She patted the oversized bun on the back of her head and tugged on the bottom of her flower print blouse. "You heard?" Margaret asked. "Yes, ma'am." "I'm sorry for your loss. The whole community lost a great man today," Margaret said, lowering herself into her office chair. "Margaret, unfortunately, I don't have much time to talk. I'm looking for Jacob," Maddie said. "Prison business?" Margaret asked. Maddie nodded. "He's over at the Justice Center. He is trying to rally as many of the city police as he can to stop Ole Edgar Guffey from taking over the town, now that the judge isn't here to stop him." "Thank you, Margaret." Maddie said as she turned to go. Margaret, you've lived here all your life, right? Maddie asked, turning back to face her. I sure have, all 73 years of it. Why? Well, my family has been considering opening our place up to folks who may want to get out of the city. I'd like your input on who to invite so we can avoid troublemakers. Oh, honey, I'll tell you all about the troublemakers. There's those Allens over on Chestnut Street. Laziest bunch of sons of bitches. I have to go find Jacob right now, but hold that thought. Do you think I could come by a little later and have you point out a few folks you think would be okay to invite? Maddie asked. Sure, dear. If I'm not here, I'll be at my home. I live just over on Hawthorne. It's the big blue and white house on the corner. Great, thanks, Margaret, Maddie said as she headed for the door. Rank pulled the truck into a spot in the center of the parking lot of the Texas County Justice Center. Maddie felt a quiver in her stomach as she exited the vehicle. As hard as she tried, she was unable to stop herself from looking at the 3 ropes dangling from the trees where the 2 Jewell sisters and their brother, Mark Jewell, were hanged. She tightened the grip she held on her rifle and headed toward a set of double doors. I'm heading in. How copy over, Maddie said into her radio. Lima Charlie over, Rank replied. Once inside, Maddie didn't have to guess where to find Jacob. The loud voices down the hall leading to the sheriff's office were all she needed. I found him heading into the sheriff's department. How copy over. Still loud and clear. Over. Maddie was unable to see inside the office door. It was blocked by several rather large men. At first she questioned if she should wait for Jacob to finish and come out or just barge on in. But time didn't allow for waiting. They were running out of time at the prison, and with people stalking the cabin. She didn't want to wait around there listening to bickering about town politics. Excuse me, Maddie said, lightly touching an older gentleman on his shoulder. He turned, looked Maddie up and down, then returned his gaze to the men arguing in the office beyond. Excuse me, I need to pass, Maddie said, pushing her way between the man and a taller, younger guy. She continued to weave her way through the throng of men blocking the doorway until she stood just inside Jacob's new office. She couldn't see him, but guessed he was seated behind the desk, as that was the direction all the people were looking. Maddie sidestepped and hugged the wall as she made her way closer. She hit her shoulder on the corner of a bookshelf, looking down. She could see that no one had cleared Sheriff Stoddard's belongings from the office. A framed photo of the man wearing a fishing hat and holding up large bass still sat on the top shelf. When Maddie looked back up, she saw a middle-aged man in slacks and loafers wagging a finger in Jacob's direction. Maddie's hand dropped to her holster. I don't think it will come to that, a short teenage boy said. Maddie turned to her right and looked down at him. They's just ranting and raving. He'll get them calmed down, you'll see. Maddie hoped so. She wasn't in the mood to kill anyone today. Jacob raised his voice as he stood. We have to pull together. If Guffey takes over, we all know what life will be like around here, Jacob said. He glanced over and acknowledged Maddie's presence with a nod. Now, if you will all return to your posts and continue to do what you can to keep our community safe, I assure you we can resist this attempted takeover by Guffey and his people. Jacob stepped out from behind his desk and weaved his way over to Maddie as the rest of the men exited the office. Is something wrong? Was there an escape? Jacob asked. No, not yet anyway. I came to give you an update and see if we could get those volunteers back on the job at the prison. Jacob ran his hands through his dark brown hair and wiped sweat from his brow. He shook his head as he turned toward the door. When the last of the residents had exited the office, Jacob shut the door. I'm not sure what the hell we're going to do now, Maddie. I don't know if you heard, but I know that Guffey is trying to assert dominance with the judge gone. I'm sure you need all your people here to withstand his attempts, but frankly, if that prison falls, it won't much matter who is in charge here because the inmates will be. Jacob turned and walked over to the window. He thought for a moment before responding. Maddie tapped her fingers on her legs. She wanted to be patient and let him have time to process the fact that the town was screwed, but they didn't have time. Time was their enemy. Jacob turned back to face her. The thing is, I'm in over my head here, Maddie. I don't think there's anything I could say or do now that would convince those people to go back to guard the prison. I know. That is why Rank and I brought a bribe. Jacob wrinkled his brow and looked sideways at Maddie. We brought food for the families of the men and women who decided to stay at the prison. It's not much. We broke open some MREs hoping it will look like more than it is. I want to make a show of it for the ones who walked away. Then I want to announce that there will be no more food deliveries except to the families of the people guarding the prison. Why would they believe you? They know that the FEMA truck comes once a week. I mean, the Guffeys took control of the Senior Citizen Center where the judge had stored what was left of the community's food rations. But I mean, FEMA pulled out this morning. They only had enough MREs to feed the inmates for 2 more days at most. There was never going to be another delivery to the town. Shit, Jacob said, closing his eyes and tipping his head back. He ran his hand through his hair again and shook his head. What the hell are we going to do now? He asked. We have to make them think that we now control the food. If they don't want to be ruled by Guffey and his men, they need to stand up to them and then get their asses over to the prison. I think we have bought ourselves a day or two, but we can't hold that place by ourselves much longer than that. How? What did you do? We bribed one of the prison gang leaders with food and liquor. You remember all that moonshine rank and lugnut found at the Grayson farm after the raid on the convicts? Jacob winced. Maddie had forgotten what a sensitive topic that was for Jacob. He still felt responsible for the death of all his deputies. Anyway, Rank had the idea to offer the moonshine in exchange for the gang leader keeping the inmates under control. Maddie continued. Smart. I think that could work, until you run out. I was wondering, Sheriff Stoddard had provided Ryan with some seized weed for pain control while he was recovering. It got me thinking. If you still had some in your evidence lockers? Right. I see where you're going. We keep them fed and high and they won't want to escape, Jacob said as he inserted a key into his bottom desk drawer and pulled out a larger set of keys. Wait here. A moment later, Jacob returned with a black duffel bag over his shoulder. Maddie tipped her head back and threw her arms up over her head. Whoop, whoop, she called. She wanted to do a little happy dance, but refrained. Jacob turned back to his desk, picked up a bullhorn, and followed Maddie to the truck. Rank drove around to the Sheriff Department's motor pool building behind the Justice Center and dropped Jacob off beside an ATV. Maddie and Rank followed Jacob back around the building. As they sat in the parking lot in front of the Justice Center, they could hear Jacob as he drove up and down the residential streets. Jacob used the bullhorn to inform the town that in 30 minutes an important message about food distribution would be given at the Justice Center parking lot. 30 minutes later, Jacob and Maddie stood on the hood of the FEMA food distribution truck that the town had come to rely on to feed their families. Rank stood off to the side, his rifle in the ready position, no doubt still aware of what had occurred the last time things got out of control in that parking lot. Although there were rumblings and groanings from the townspeople, there wasn't a repeat of the lynching. We can work together and overcome all these obstacles. We can set up a trade center here in town where farmers and people in surrounding communities can bring food and items to trade. We can help one another discover skills, valuable skills that can be used to trade for food and necessary supplies. But we can only do that if we are free. Free from the threat of the prison inmates and from wannabe dictators. Maddie yelled into the bullhorn. She looked out over the crowd. They didn't know her. They had no reason to listen to her, except that she offered them a solution. She wanted to offer them hope. Maddie handed the bullhorn back to Jacob and stepped down as he called the names of the family members that were to receive their rations in exchange for their loved ones' service at the prison. There were a few groans and mumbles from those not called. Whether the visual worked to gain them more workers for the prison was yet to be seen. First, they needed to deal with the pressing issue of small-town politics. Maddie wasn't sure how that would turn out, but she hoped, for all their sakes, that enough of the residents grew a pair and stood up to the town bullies this time. She hoped they knew that no one was going to do it for them anymore. Chapter 20, Henson Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Jacob didn't wait to find out if the town's residents would indeed prevail over Edgar Guffey and his men. He loaded up his father and grandmother and moved them to the Henson's farm down the road from the Langston cabin. Maddie believed Austin wouldn't have minded. What was left of Austin's family had left the farm in such a hurry, fleeing the terror of the wrath from the rest of the Jewels' kinfolk, that they'd left a whole basement full of food. Food Austin had offered to contribute to Maddie's group after she'd invited him to join them. Maddie looked up and down the shelves lined with cans and boxes and mentally inventoried the contents. If they rationed, it could be enough to get them through the immediate crisis. Maddie climbed the stairs and walked out onto the back deck, overlooking a vastly overgrown pasture. Maddie counted at least 6 houses and mobile homes on the property. She doubted that the Hensons would return. Jacob appeared beside her, startling her from her thoughts. How many people used to live here? Maddie asked. I don't know, 15 maybe. It's a lot of land, she said, nodding to the fields. Yep, it is. Maddie turned to face Jacob. Do you know where we could find travel trailers? Jacob looked at her wide-eyed. We'd probably need one of those big pickups to pull them out here, but you're thinking of moving people from town out here, aren't you? Maddie smiled and turned to go inside. Jacob grabbed her arm and started to pull her close when his grandmother slid the glass door open and called his name. "Jacob, sweetie, would you mind getting some water?" "This place needs a good cleaning." Maddie let out the breath she held as she slowly slid free of Jacob's grasp. He slid his fingers down her arm and intertwined his fingers in hers. She didn't want to look up. Her heart raced. She didn't want this. She didn't want to feel. She didn't want to love and lose. She pulled her hand free and quickly walked to the door. "I have to get back to the prison. I'll let Jacob fill you in on our plan," Maddie said as she brushed past Jacob's grandmother. "Okay, Maddie. I hope you and your kin will stop by for dinner soon." "I'd love to meet your parents," Mrs. Rawlings said. "I'll get your water, Grand, and then we have to get back. I'll check in on you guys when I can," Jacob said as he followed Maddie out of the front door. Maddie waited in the FEMA truck with Rank while Jacob fetched the water. "We need to find a pickup truck that can haul a travel trailer," Maddie said as she climbed into the cab of the vehicle. "It's Bubba Land." "I'm sure there are hundreds of pickups out here." "Yeah, but what about fuel? We are nearly out at the cabin, and there isn't much left at Ron's." "What about there?" Rank said, pointing to the enormous barn to their left. Attached to the barn was a shed, at least 50 feet long, filled with huge farm equipment. It was all modern stuff controlled by computers, and likely none of it still ran. I mean, it is a working farm. "Don't they keep diesel and gasoline for those things?" he said, pointing to the big green machines. Maddie climbed back down out of the truck and walked toward the barn. "I doubt they'll run," a male voice called behind her. Maddie looked over her shoulder. "We need fuel. Farmers like this usually keep a lot of it around, right?" Maddie asked as she turned to face Jacob's father. "They'd have to, I'd think." "It wouldn't be very convenient to drive one of those big boys into town every time you needed to fill up," Jacob's father said. That made sense. "We have to get back to town, but would you mind looking around and seeing if you can find where they'd keep the fuel?" Maddie asked. "Sure," he said. Jacob came around the corner of the house and stood next to his dad. "You ready?" Maddie asked. "I think so. I'll see you later, Dad," Jacob said, turning to hug his father. Maddie thought that was sweet of him. She thought about it for a moment. She regretted not hugging her mom and brother. Life was so fragile now. You never know when a hug will be your last. She pushed those thoughts from her mind as she followed Jacob and Rank back to the truck. "You guys stay safe out there," Jacob's father said. It appeared to be all falling into place. Jacob moving his family to the Henson's farm opened up all new possibilities. In addition to the Henson farm, there was the Grayson's farm that sat empty, as well as Ron's place between them. They could house a significant number of Houston's residents, specifically those who volunteered at the prison. They'd be the first to be offered the opportunity. After dropping Jacob off at the Justice Center, Rank drove Maddie back to the prison. "I'm not at all comfortable leaving you here alone, Maddie," Rank said. "I'm not alone. There are a dozen people with guns right there," Maddie said, pointing toward the volunteer guards. "Besides, it's a 40-minute drive there and back. A lot can happen in 40 minutes. "I guess you should hurry then," Maddie said as she walked off toward the Southern Guard Tower. From the guard tower, Maddie watched the truck pull out of the parking lot, make the right-hand turn, and disappear. She had put on a brave face for Rank, but honestly, she was scared shitless. "I'll relieve you, Barb. Go get some rest and grab a bite to eat." The petite woman in her mid-30s nodded and slung her rifle over her shoulder. "How would you feel about moving your family out of town?" "At least until things settle down and the lights come back on," Maddie asked. Barb stopped in the doorway. She turned and looked over her shoulder to Maddie. "The lights are never coming back on. All the more reason to get your family out of the city, don't you think?" Maddie asked. Barb appeared to think it over. "Where?" "This morning, Jacob moved his family to the Henson's farm. There's room there. There are empty houses and food," Maddie said. Barb looked out of the door, then looked back. "How soon can I move them?" "If you stay put and help us secure the prison, Jacob can have them moved tomorrow," Maddie said. "Deal," Barb said, without hesitation. "Awesome," Maddie said. She wanted to pump her fist up and down and do a little happy dance, but it didn't seem appropriate. She waited until Barb shut the door before giving in and shuffling her feet in a little celebratory dance. An hour later, Maddie spotted the FEMA truck pull in and make its way around to the building that housed the volunteers. Maddie watched as Rank grabbed a couple of guys and they unloaded the cardboard boxes containing the mason jars filled with homemade liquor. 20 minutes later, Rank's head appeared in the doorway of the guard tower. "All done. I wanted you to have the key to keep the volunteers from getting thirsty," he said, handing her the key. "I'm on my way to make our first payment to the white-shirt guy," Rank said. "How much are you giving him?" "1 case of Shine and 3 cases of MREs. We broke the MREs down already, though. It looks like more. What about the drugs? Maddie asked. Not yet. We'll save that in case this doesn't work. Good idea. I hope it works. You doubt my genius? Rank asked. No, it's not that. Rank reached out and grabbed her around the neck. After he rubbed his knuckles across the top of her head, he shoved her away, then headed for the door. Lord Rank, I'm not 10 anymore, Maddie blurted out. She hadn't meant it to sound so harsh, but she was frustrated with the kid-sister routine. Rank looked back. His eyes lingered on her long enough to make her uncomfortable. I know, he finally said, then turned and walked out of the door. Maddie watched through the windows of the guard tower as Rank and 2 men carried the cases to the north gate. The prison was surrounded by a double row of fence topped with razor wire. A concrete walkway separated the 2 fences. On the other side stood their new prison leader and his crew. One man used a key to unlock the first gate, while the other trained his rifle on the inmates. Rank and the first man stepped inside the gate and placed the boxes in front of the second gate. The man with Rank stuck the key in the second lock and hurried back outside the fence. Rank nodded. He and the 2 men backed away. Once they were far enough away, the inmates opened the gate and retrieved the boxes. They disappeared into the buildings, followed by other men from the prison yard. So far, so good, Maddie said out loud. Maddie heard footsteps on the stairs of the guard tower. She pulled her rifle tighter against her shoulder and flung open the door. A wide-eyed African-American man in his early 20s stared up at her. She recognized him from one of her rounds. Sorry, Maddie said, lowering the rifle. It's fine, I'd do the same, the man said. Rank sent me. I'm your relief. Maddie nodded and grabbed her pack. After reaching into a pouch on the front of her rucksack, she pitched the man an energy bar and a pack of jerky. Thanks, the man said, genuinely happy for the food. I'll have someone bring you some dinner in a bit, but that should hold you for now. Thanks, ma'am, the man said. Thanks for everything. Maddie nodded slightly, then descended the steps. I hope he still wants to thank me after this is all over. Maddie walked the fence around the prison and spoke with each of the 6 guards on duty. She couldn't believe they were down to so few volunteers. She hoped that the ones who left due to the stomach issues caused by the bad drinking water had recovered enough to return soon. She was just crossing the parking lot to return to the guard building when she heard the sound of a loud vehicle. She turned in time to see an old military truck pull into the parking lot. Roger was behind the wheel. Maria jumped out of the truck with a huge smile on her face. She pointed in the direction of the road. More trucks pulled in. One was pulling a trailer. On the trailer were several ammunition crates and 2 weapons racks with some interesting large crew-served weapons. On top was a scary-looking gun with several barrels that evidently spun around as it fired. Maddie's face lit up. That should do the trick. Now they had both the carrot and the stick to persuade the inmates to behave. Things were looking better and better as the day progressed. You guys are awesome, Maddie said as Roger hopped out of the truck. They said these damn things still work too, Roger said. Are those guys here to stay and operate these guns? Maddie asked, pointing to the truck drivers dismounting from their vehicles. Yep. We may have to pay them a little something, but they're here to stay, Roger said. They agreed to join us. I know you were looking to add people to the group. Well, we brought you some badass dudes, Maria said, waving her hand from top to bottom like a game show model. Come on down. The price is right, Maddie said, leaning in close so they wouldn't hear her. And they've got some damned fine merchandise, Maria said, licking her lips. Like those big guns, Maddie said with a smile. Those aren't guns, they're saws, squad automatic weapons, and the big gun is a minigun, Maria said. No, I mean that guy's armed. I've seen guns, but those are cannons right there. I know, right? I handpicked him. Keep your paws off him. He's mine, Maria said, giving him a little wave. Big guns guy strode over. Oh my God, he's headed this way, Maddie said, grabbing Maria's arm and hiding behind her. Don't you have guards to supervise or inventorying to do or some shit? Maria said, never taking her eyes off the man. Okay, I get the point. I'm not wanted. Maddie started to turn, then pivoted and leaned in. Afraid of some competition? Girl, please, Maria said, giving Maddie a little shove. You know you are, Maddie said over her shoulder as she walked away. Despite their rocky start, Maddie really liked Maria, and she was glad to have someone close to her age to kid around with. It was nice to add hot guys to the group, but she hoped to find other girls her age. She missed girl time. Maddie was visiting with one of the female guards in hopes of convincing her to move her family out near the cabin when Jacob returned. The ear-to-ear grin on his face said that he was as pleased with the way things were going as she was. Now that we have the prison under control, for now, I think we should discuss securing our neck of the woods. Lugnut and Rank are scouting out the location of what is left of those damn jewels. But we need to find a way to make it safer for all the families around Paddy Creek, Maddie said as they walked the fence. Maddie shifted her rifle and let it hang from its sling. She rolled her shoulders and attempted to crack her neck. The stress of the last few days had her shoulders in knots. She desperately wanted some downtime, but there was just too much to do. I have an idea, but after convincing folks to leave their homes in town, they are going to have to be taught how to survive without grocery stores or FEMA food distributions, Jacob said. I know, as busy as we've been, I don't know how any of us would find the time. Ryan can teach them gun safety and work on their firing skills. Harmony could show them how to cook over a wood stove, but the rest I just don't know. I'm not sure any of us really know enough to survive ourselves. I want you to go with me to visit a friend of mine. He comes from an Amish family. They usually shun modern technology, but they did trade for the use of a phone or a car ride to Springfield or St. Louis, now and again in the past. I did some work alongside John, and I think if we could find something to trade them, they might share some of their knowledge and skills with us. We could have classes to teach the town folks, Jacob said. Maddie stopped and turned to face him. She felt that flutter in her stomach again. He reached down and took her hand in his. We can pull this community together and survive this thing, Jacob said. Maddie slowly pulled her hand free and continued walking. They were silent until they reached the volunteer building. Jacob held the door open for her. As she walked through the doorway, she said, Let's head over there to see your Amish friend while Roger and Maria are here to supervise. Jacob's eyes lit up and a broad smile crossed his face. Chapter 21. South Central Correctional, Licking, Missouri event plus 23 days. Jacob was standing beside the Humvee as Maddie approached. As Maria opened the right rear door, Jacob glanced over to her, then back at Maddie. Maria seems to think we need a chaperone, Maddie said, staring at Maria through the driver's side window. I said you need someone to watch your backs, Maria said. Roger and Rank insisted, Maddie said as she threw her pack into the back of the Humvee and snapped the barrel of her rifle into the barrel clamp by the steering wheel. Maddie slid in behind the wheel while Jacob shoved his pack onto the floor and climbed into the passenger seat. Maddie waved at one of the guards on foot patrol as she drove toward the highway. At Highway 32, she stopped. Which way? Maddie asked. Take a left here, then another left at Highway 63. You'll make a left onto Schaefer Road. I'll direct you from there, Jacob said. They pulled off the roadway onto a private drive blocked by a green pipe gate. A man stood by a corral pitching hay over a fence to black and white calves. He looked up from his pitchfork, and Jacob waved. Hello, Jacob called. I'm a friend of John's. I wanted to stop by and see if he'd be interested in doing some trading. The man leaned his pitchfork against the fence and turned to face them. What's your name? I'm Jacob Rawlings. John and I used to work together building sheds over at Long's Construction. The man removed a white handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his brow as he approached them. The man looked much like Maddie had expected. He was dressed in a plain-looking white shirt, black pants, and a black jacket. Gray tufts of hair stuck out from under his straw hat. His beard was nearly as long as Rank's, but his upper lip was cleanly shaven. John ain't here. He left for a job about 3 weeks ago and hasn't come back, the man said. Jacob turned to Maddie. He never made it home, Jacob whispered. Shit, Maddie said, clenching her fist. Everything had been going so well. Thank you, Jacob said, turning to leave before he could reach the Humvee. The man asked, What do you have to trade? Jacob stopped and walked back to the gate. He waited for the man to reach him before responding. We are trying to set up a new community over by Paddy Creek. We're pulling together to help the residents of Houston during this crisis, Jacob said. What's that got to do with John? Well, you see, city folks don't really have the skills to farm and raise livestock without modern technology. We were hoping to trade goods for some farming instruction. We need someone to show us how to raise crops, especially crops to feed livestock. Also, how to cut and bale hay, raise cattle, and the other hundreds of things we need to learn to feed ourselves. What do you have to trade for this training? Jacob turned to Maddie. Maddie put her hand on the door handle, but Maria stopped her. I wouldn't. I'm not really familiar with the Amish customs, but I'd bet one of them is that men don't negotiate with women. I could be wrong, but I'd let Jacob handle this one. Maria said over Maddie's shoulder. We have, Jacob turned back to Maddie. We have sugar, peaches, and shotgun shells to start, he said, not taking his eyes off Maddie. Just you, the man said as he turned and walked away. What? Jacob yelled after him. You show up with those things, and I'll show you you can teach the others. Jacob didn't respond at first. Tell him yes, Maddie whispered out of the driver's side window. Yes, I'll do that. I can come tomorrow, if that's okay, Jacob said. Be here before the rooster crows, the man said. Yes, sir, I'll be here. Jacob looked queasy as he got back into the Humvee. That went well, Maddie said, a huge smile on her face. Jacob turned his head and offered her a forced smile. She wasn't sure which part of the agreement had elicited his reaction. Was it the work or the being up before the chickens? She wanted to laugh but thought better of it. He didn't say much on the drive back to the prison. Maddie was anxious to get home and tell her mom that they would be learning skills from a real Amish person. Although she was thrilled that they would be learning skills they'd need to grow their own food, and likely other things that would make life a little easier around the home. She was upset that sugar was on the bartering list. Lugnut would likely protest shotgun shells being on there as well. But they needed to learn those skills. It was a necessity to survive long term. They'd no more than pulled into the parking lot of the prison when Roger and Rank stopped them. Took you long enough. We need to get back to the cabin, Rank said. Maddie reached down and opened the driver's door and started to step out. You too, Roger said. I need to stay here, and Todd's back. He and the two guys Maria and I brought back from Fort Leonard Wood can oversee things while we run home and make sure things are okay at the cabin. We can check in on Jacob's family on the way, Rank said, as he tossed his pack into the back, opening the back door and climbing in. I want to talk to Todd. I need to know if he's heard when the governor will be sending those damn buses, Maddie said. You aren't going to like his response to that question, Rank said. Maddie glared at him and headed toward the volunteers' building. Last I saw him, he was over by the South Guard Tower. But don't kill the messenger, Maddie, Rank said. She pivoted on her right foot, turned, and headed toward the South Tower. She gritted her teeth so hard that by the time she reached Todd, her jaw hurt. Todd threw up a hand. The grin on his face slowly faded as Maddie approached him. What's wrong, little bit? Todd asked. Maddie's stomach clenched. That had been the nickname Ron had given her when she was little. She drew in a deep breath, exhaled, and pushed the images of Ron's last moments from her mind. Rank says you have bad news for me. Please tell me that our good-for-nothing governor hasn't reneged on sending the buses and moving these inmates. Todd's frown confirmed her fears. They've been delayed. For now, they're using all available transportation to ferry refugees from Illinois to shelters across the state. What the hell is going on in Illinois? How the hell is the governor going to feed all those people? He's doing a piss-poor job of feeding his own residents. Seems that there's some army general up in Illinois being heavy-handed and forcing people off their land. He's got work camps set up. That's what I heard anyway. I wasn't in the meeting with the governor's representatives. I have friends in Illinois, up around Peoria. Any news about that area? No, sorry. A guy said he heard something on his radio about that region's National Guard and Reserve units fighting DHS and other National Guard units. Really, I need to talk to that guy. Is he still on base? Maddie asked. Nope, he lives just outside the South Gate over off Evening Shade Road. I ran into him on my way here. I can't tell you exactly what house, but I bet you could ask at the Evening Shade store. I've seen him hanging out there before the lights went out anyway, Todd said. A man in dirty jeans and what looked like it had once been a white T-shirt ran up behind Todd. Maddie's hand dropped to her pistol. The man's eyes grew huge. He skidded to a stop before reaching them. Todd, the man said, his chest heaving. Gabbard wants to speak to you, he finally said between breaths. What the hell for? Todd asked, his tone harsh. He said he needs more liquor, the man said hesitantly. Liquor? Todd blurted out. What the hell? That would be Rank's doing. It's worked so far, Maddie said, filling him in on the plan. Rank had hatched. She knew that providing alcohol and drugs to inmates went against all of Todd's training and instincts. But it was working, at least so far. It must be a free-for-all inside those walls by now. You say the MPs just unlocked all the cells and left? Todd asked. That is what they said. They felt it was inhumane to leave them locked in without access to food, water, and working plumbing. Maddie scrunched her nose at the thought of the stench inside the prison. When the wind blew the wrong direction, she could smell it outside the fence. There is no way we can regain control and get them back in their cells now. No way. I know. All we can do at this point is to make sure none of them get near the fence. That is all that the volunteer guards have been instructed to do. We do not intervene on anything going on inside that fence, Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder. Todd shook his head. I knew it would be bad when the MPs pulled out. That is why I moved my family over onto the military base, but seeing it up close. We have to make this work. We just have to, Maddie said. Roger wants to run home and check on our place. We've had a little trouble out our way. Do you think you and the soldiers that Roger and Maria brought back with them can hold things down here until we get back? It may be until the morning. None of us have slept or eaten." She felt her stomach growl at the thought of food. "Sure, just introduce me to the soldiers and show me where you are storing the liquor. I'll introduce myself to the volunteers and we'll hold down the fort so you guys can get some rack time," Todd said, gesturing for her to lead the way. After squaring Todd away on their scheme to pacify the prisoners, Maddie went looking for her group. She was ready to get home. She saw a shower in her future. "I hope the water barrel has lots of warm water in it." She looked up at the sky. The sun was still high. The temperature had reached into the high 70s that day. She tried to recall their shower schedule. Surely someone will let me cut in line. She lifted her arm to get a whiff of herself. Everyone was still gathered around the Humvee waiting for her to return. Rank slid into the driver's seat and Maria hopped in the back. Maddie climbed into the front passenger seat and looked up at Jacob. "You have to see the Amish guy in the morning." "You should go home and get some rest," Maddie said. Jacob nodded, then climbed in behind Rank. Roger opened the right rear door and motioned for Maria to scoot over. "Hell nah, I ain't riding on no hump. Ain't fucking happening, Miller. You can walk home," Maria said, refusing to budge. Jacob climbed out. "I'll ride in the back. I can lie down. I need the rest, right?" Jacob said as he walked around to the back and climbed into the wide middle area of the vehicle through the back hatch, then slammed the big hatch door, shutting himself inside. Roger shrugged and climbed into the back behind the driver's seat. He waved at one of the men they'd brought with them from the base as Maddie put the Humvee in gear, and they pulled away. Their first stop was Jacob's new home at the Henson farm. His grandmother was seated in a rocking chair on the front porch. She rose when they pulled down the driveway. Maddie waved at the woman as Jacob got out. "Wait, how are you getting over to the Amish guy's farm in the morning?" Maddie asked. Jacob pointed to the barn. "Did you see that side-by-side in there? That is what I'm taking." He didn't look pleased about having to take the side-by-side, but he was being a good sport. She appreciated that he wasn't whining about it. She tried not to stare at him as he walked away. She didn't need the ribbing from Maria. She caught movement from the corner of her eye and turned. Jacob's father was approaching from the passenger side. He leaned in and said, "You were right. There's probably 150 gallons of diesel in a tank out back of the barn." "Awesome. That will help a lot, I'm sure." "Thanks," Maddie said. Jacob's father backed away and waved as Rank put the Humvee in gear and backed out of the driveway. Maddie looked over her shoulder as they backed out. She thought she saw someone moving in the tree line across the road. Rank stomped on the brake, which threw Maddie forward. The seat belt dug into her shoulder. "What the—" Rank said. Rank threw the Humvee into park and grabbed his rifle. "I saw someone in the woods," Maddie said as she shoved open the door. Rank was out of the vehicle before she was— "Where? Which direction?" Roger asked, already scanning the woods with his scope as he moved around to the opposite side of the Humvee. Maddie joined him as Roger and Maria got out and took up positions behind the front of the Humvee. "There!" Roger yelled, and off he ran across the road, his rifle in the ready position. Maria took off after him. When Maddie stepped around the front of the Humvee to follow, Rank grabbed her shoulder. "No, we stay with the vehicle." "They've got this," Rank said, crouching beside the front passenger tire. Maddie and Rank scanned the tree line and waited for what seemed like an eternity before they heard a familiar voice yelling from the woods. "Pepperoni," Roger called. "Pineapple," Rank called back. "What did you find?" Maddie asked before their feet even hit the pavement. "Damn little son of a bitch was fast," Roger said, walking past them to the passenger door. Maddie looked at Maria. It was a kid, probably 10 or 12 years old. "They've got kids watching us now?" Maddie asked. "Could just have been a kid out hunting or exploring." "Doesn't mean he was watching us necessarily," Maria said as she climbed back into the Humvee. Maddie scanned the tree line for people hiding in the woods as they drove the rest of the way to the farmhouse. As they neared the cabin, Maddie waved to whoever was on watch along the road. She couldn't see if they waved back. The tree blinds were well hidden. Rank pulled onto Ron's gravel drive and drove around to the machine shed. Zach poked his head out from under the hood of Ron's old truck with the wood-burning contraption in the bed. "Still working on that thing?" Roger asked as they pulled in beside him. "I think I almost have it figured out. I'm just missing a few parts," Zach said. "We should make another trip over to Gene's place. I bet he has everything you'd need. I'm not sure we can spare any more of the moonshine. We have to have it for the prisoners," Maddie said. "We'll just have to take something else he'd want." Roger pointed to the 2 steers corralled next to the barn. "I'm not sure we can spare much beef either. We lost 2 this week," Zach said. "Lost, as in died or stolen?" Maria asked as she slung her pack over her shoulder and approached them. "If they died, we didn't find any bones or hide. They are just missing." We should check those tracks we found and see if the people who were watching the farm led them off somewhere and butchered them, Rank said. We need to be watching this place instead of the prison, Maria said. I agree, but until the issue with the inmates is resolved, what choice do we have? Rank said. Rank threw his pack over his shoulder, hopped into the air as he pulled on the straps, and strode off down the driveway toward the cabin. Is Mom here, Zach? Maddie asked. Yep, she's in the barn with Krista. How are Lugnut and Harmony doing? Are they still down sick? Nah, they are both up and about today. Lugnut is on watch at the road with Jason. Harmony was in our barn doing something when I left. That's good. Everyone else feeling okay as far as I know. Maddie waved over her shoulder as she walked around the corner to the barn. Beth and Krista were crouched over something in one of the barn stalls. Hey, Mom. Just wanted to let you know we were back, Maddie said. Beth straightened and looked her way. Good. You should go get something good to eat and rest up before you head out again. Beth raised her right hand to wipe her brow with her sleeve. Flimsy plastic gloves reached all the way to her shoulder and were covered in something slimy and red. Maddie shook her head. She didn't want to know where her mother's hands had been. A moment later, she heard the bleats of a newborn kid goat and had her answer. Krista stood and stepped back. A broad smile crossed her face. We did it. It was stuck, but we got it delivered finally, Krista said, her eyes lighting up as she spoke. Great job. I'm sure that Mama Goat appreciates the assistance, Maddie said. Krista laughed. She might now, but she wasn't too happy about it a minute ago, Krista said. Maddie chuckled. I'm heading to the cabin. I'll fill you guys in on things over dinner, Maddie said. Yep, get some rest, sweetheart, Beth said. Maddie grabbed her pack from the back of the Humvee and walked over to Roger, who was leaning over the fender of the gasifier truck with his head under the hood. Where's Maria and Rank? They headed to the cabin already. They just left. You can catch them, Roger said. You're not coming? Nah, think I'll crash here for a few hours. We should keep a better eye on this place when we can. Okay, Maddie said. Maddie sprinted across Slabtown Road and hit the trail to the cabin. She scanned the woods on each side, nervous about coming up on someone while she was alone. Within a minute, she had caught up with Maria and Rank. She first spotted them through the woods as she came around a bend in the trail. They didn't see or hear her. They were distracted. Maddie slowed, not wanting to let them know she'd seen them kissing. She stepped back a few paces and shuffled her feet. She was intentionally stepping on every branch in the trail to alert them to her presence. It worked. Cinnamon, Rank said in a loud whisper. Latte, Maddie whispered back, as she picked up her pace. As she approached them, she was surprised to find that she no longer felt the green-eyed monster of jealousy. She was actually happy for them. Now that she'd had a chance to get to know Maria, she liked her. She and Rank were a good fit. She was glad they'd found each other in the apocalypse. As they sat around the table drinking lemonade and eating slices of Harmony's homemade bread, Maria filled them all in on her and Roger's trip to Fort Leonard Wood. Those two mayors have just about worn out their welcome with the new post commander and his staff. I don't see that situation ending well. While we were talking to a courier from the governor's office who was holding an envelope, those guys walked up and demanded to be briefed first. What? How'd the commander handle that? Ryan asked. He told them they could use his office and had one of his staff members escort them there. As they walked away, the commander took the envelope and the courier left, Maria said. I bet they were steamed about that, Ryan said. Probably, Maria said. Did the governor happen to say anything about the prison? Like when he would be sending buses to take the rest of the prisoners to Farmington? Ryan asked. Maria scrunched her face. What? Tell me he hasn't changed the plan, Ryan said. Not exactly. Apparently, there are some issues with another state or region, some kind of territorial spat. Refugees from Illinois are spilling over the border, and some army general is flexing his muscle in the area, Maria said. Crap. That's all we need, Ryan said. So no idea when he will deal with the prisoners? Maddie asked. I don't know specifically about the prison, but he was sending some guys from Illinois who have emergency planning and response experience to help free up FEMA folks here. The commander was not happy that they'd be bringing a bunch more civilian refugees with them, though. Why is the governor sending civilians to Fort Leonard Wood? They don't have any resources left to support more people, do they? Ryan asked. Supposedly, they are part of the refugees fleeing Illinois and have people they know down this way. I don't think they plan on staying on post long, Maria said. Maddie couldn't fathom it. Americans as refugees on U.S. soil. It was unimaginable. The door opened and Maddie jumped and turned in her seat. Hey, Harmony. You're back in the land of the living, Maria said. standing and rushing over to help her with the load of firewood in her arms. "Yeah, I'm glad to be back on my feet." Buster rushed past Harmony, followed closely by Mugsby. Jack raised his head above the table, then laid it back on Ryan's knee. They'd become buddies, likely because Ryan always had a lap available. As the least active member of the group, Maddie still felt claustrophobic with so many people living at the cabin. She thought about how the refugees from Illinois must feel fleeing their homes to go and live in shelters. She was grateful for the cabin and their little group of survivors. Chapter 22. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. "Hey, Mom," Zach yelled into the barn. "Roger and I are going to ride back over to visit that guy who makes biodiesel. He made a wood gasifier for his own truck. Roger thinks he might have the parts I need." "You're not taking your motorcycle, right?" Beth asked. "No. We're going to take the four-wheeler so we can each haul the parts back if he trades." Beth walked to the door of the barn. Her knees were caked with something and straw was stuck in her hair. "I want you to be on guard out there. Do what Roger tells you, okay?" After assuring his mother that he'd be a good boy, Zach attached the trailer to the back of one of the wheelers. Roger disappeared inside the house and reappeared moments later carrying 2 boxes, one stacked on top of the other. "What's in the boxes?" Zach asked. "If I don't tell you, you can plead ignorance when your mom asks," Roger said. Zach cocked his head to the side and squinted. Okay, his curiosity was piqued. All the way to Gene Mather's place, Zach tried to figure out what could be in the box that his mom would care about. As Roger turned into Gene's driveway, Zach pulled alongside him, and they stopped in front of the roll-up door to Gene's shop. A man door next to it opened, and Gene stepped out. At first, Zach didn't recognize the man. His face was fatter than he remembered. When they dismounted the ATVs and walked over, Zach realized why. "I hope the other guy looks worse than you do," Roger said as he shook Gene's hand. "Well, likely so by now. He's fertilizing my pine trees out back," Gene said, reaching a hand out toward Zach. Zach shook Gene's hand. Zach didn't get it at first. He was walking through the doorway to the shop when it dawned on him what Gene had meant. Zach looked around. Nuts, bolts, and screws littered the floor. It looked like the entire contents of the floor-to-ceiling shelves had been thrown on the ground. "What the hell happened in here?" Roger asked. "Some fellas thought they needed my stuff more than me. I had to convince them they were wrong. That one fella took more convincing than the others," Gene said. "Did they just walk in and demand your shit, or what?" Roger asked. "Nope, damn cowards hit me at night." Duke there alerted me. Gene tilted his head, motioning toward the beagle lying in the corner. "You confronted them by yourself?" Zach asked. "Nah, I had Roscoe with me," Gene said, patting his pocket. Roger and Zach just stared at each other. Gene pulled out a tiny, pearl-handled single-shot Derringer. "Oh," they both said. Zach looked over and saw a Glock 19 lying on the workbench. "Better keep that one close," Zach said, pointing to the Glock. Gene nodded. "We've had some sketchy people stalking our place." "I wonder if it could be the same group?" Zach asked. "I don't know. These guys appeared to be on foot." "That's a far piece for them to travel on foot," Gene said. "You're probably right." "I imagine there's a lot of sketchy shit going on now," Roger said. "Looks like you went a few rounds with them before they decided to leave," Roger said, pointing to Gene's battered face. Gene nodded. "What can I do for you boys?" Gene asked. He scooted nuts and bolts out of his way with his boot as he walked over to a stool near his bench. "Well, Zach here has taken an interest getting a gasifier-powered truck running," Roger said. Gene turned to Zach and nodded. "My friend Ron, he was in the process of building one. It will turn over but won't catch." "Roger thought you'd have the parts I need to get it running." Gene looked around at the parts strewn about the floor. "I probably do," but Zach looked around the mess that was Gene's shop, then back at Roger. "I'll tell you what, after I get this mess cleaned up, I'll gather up some of the parts you might need and bring them over. I can take a look at what you've got and see if we can't get you on the road." "That would be great," Zach said, his eyes lighting up. "I just love that your first truck will be gasifier-powered," Gene said, a broad smile filling his bruised face. Zach was surprised the old guy could smile with his face all messed up like that. "All right, then, I'll just leave these here with you. No sense in me having to cart them back." "We'll look forward to your visit," Roger said. Setting the boxes on the bench, Gene walked over, lifted the lid, and grinned ear to ear. Zach saw that in addition to the black eyes, busted lips, and obviously broken nose, the man was missing a couple of his front teeth. Zach winced at the thought of the beating the man must have taken. He'd love to catch the people responsible and give them some of the same treatment. "Thank you," Gene said, slapping Roger on the back. Zach followed Roger to the door. As he exited, he asked, Now what was in those boxes? I won't tell Mom, just some entertainment, Roger said. What, like puzzles and books? Male entertainment, Roger said, throwing a leg over the seat of his wheeler. Zach looked at him, wide-eyed. I'm definitely not telling Mom that. He was just hopping on his own wheeler when a metallic ting sounded behind him. The concussive sound made by a rifle followed, causing him to jump. Get down, Roger yelled. A round slammed into the trailer attached to Zach's ATV. Zach, get back inside. I'll cover you, Roger yelled, scrambling to put the motor of the four-wheeler between himself and the shooter. I can't leave. Zach, just do it. The door to the shop opened, and Zach ran toward it while Roger sent rounds in the direction of the shooter. We have to help him, Zach yelled as Gene brought a pistol up and fired off several rounds before they both got inside. The window, Gene yelled as he ran over and opened it. Gene pushed a screen out and sent 2 more rounds in the direction of the shooter. Do you see them? Zach asked as he slid in beside Gene. Zach rested his rifle on the windowsill and peered through his scope. After a moment, he let all the noise fade away. He found the shooter and put the crosshairs on him, then exhaled slowly as he squeezed the trigger. When his rifle fired, he quickly reacquired the man in his scope, and the fine mist he saw as the man's body fell was proof enough that he had hit his target. But the shooting didn't stop. A second shooter. Zach yelled over his shoulder. Gene was now at the door. He opened it, stuck his hand out, and fired without looking. Zach returned his attention to searching for the second shooter. He heard Roger returning fire. At a lull in Roger's shooting, a figure moved behind an old tractor about 300 yards to the left of the first shooter. As Zach waited for a clear shot, the shooter began firing on Roger. Zach's heart raced. When he didn't hear Roger resume firing, he nearly panicked. But a moment later, a round pinged off the big green and yellow tractor the man was hiding behind. The shooter moved back. Zach could see boots shuffling between the tires. The shooter stayed concealed behind the tire. Zach waited. When the shooter eased forward to take his next shot, Zach froze. He recognized the kid. He'd played with him while their parents talked at community picnics on Sundays after church. They had sleepovers in tents in the backyard of the cabin every summer before his dad had died. Why the hell is he shooting at us? Zach inhaled, then let it out slowly as he squeezed the trigger. When he heard the kid yelp, Zach bolted for the door. A moment later, he stood over his old friend. Roger ran up beside him. Good shot, Zach, Roger said as he kicked a Winchester .30-30 rifle out of the boy's reach. Why, Brandon? Zach asked, shaking his head. Brandon said nothing. You don't remember me, Zach asked. Brandon looked up at Zach. It ain't personal, bro. But why? What do you have to gain? The boy tried to sit up, but Roger put his boot in the middle of the boy's chest. Zach looked down. There should have been blood. Gene bent down and ripped open the boy's shirt. Brandon wore a plate carrier, a good one. Roger looked around, scanning for other shooters. Let's get this piece of shit inside, Roger said, grabbing the boy by his hair and dragging him. Zach turned and scanned behind them as they made their way back to Gene's shop. Who sent you? Roger asked as he pressed the knife against Brandon's bare thigh. The kid gripped the arms of the old wooden chair Gene had zip-tied him to and glared at Roger. Brandon was hard. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Roger slowly ran the blade across Brandon's leg just above the knee. He jerked forward against his restraints and cried out. Zach couldn't bear to watch. He stepped outside the door and leaned against the building. He scanned the woods across the road through his scope. The screams from the shop told him that Brandon wasn't giving Roger any useful information. A few moments later, the screaming stopped, and Roger opened the door. Zach, we need to get home now. Chapter 23, Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Maddie heard the four-wheeler coming down the trail at the same time she heard Harmony on the radio. It's Jacob, Harmony said. Maddie turned the handle of the spigot on the bottom of the large white plastic tote that collected rainwater for the cabin to the off position after checking it for water. It had been empty when they'd first arrived. They'd had to haul all their water from the creek. But nightly rains had evidently filled up the 300-gallon container. Hey, Maddie, I came by to see if you want to join me. I'm going to visit with the Presley and Baker families on your end of the road, Jacob said as he climbed off the ATV. Jacob had cleaned up. He'd gotten a haircut and shaved in the hours since she'd last seen him. He looked good. Her heart sped up. She looked down at her dirty flannel shirt and tan tactical pants she'd borrowed from Ron's basement. She turned her hands over and looked at her palms. She still hadn't had time for that shower. She ran her fingers through the length of her long blonde hair. They caught in the tangles. She sighed as she pulled the hair tie from her wrist and twisted her greasy hair back into its messy bun. "Why are you going to visit them?" Maddie asked. "Dad suggested I go see if we can get more people watching the road. Maybe set up some checkpoints to keep an eye on who is traveling the highway. I called on the Spears family already. They've been hit twice by chicken thieves, and so have the Browns down closer to Highway 32. They had their chainsaw and gas can stolen, as well as a half-dozen of their meat rabbits," Jacob said. "You really think it's necessary to set up roadblocks? Who has time to man a checkpoint on a road that maybe 2 people each day use? I just thought we could see if we could all come together and work something out. I'm sure folks around here know who the thieves are. They're likely the same people who were breaking into people's homes before the lights went out. We have to do something to secure the area. This isn't working. I guess it doesn't hurt to talk to them. Maybe we could figure out a way to have each other's back. But I don't know about checkpoints," Maddie said. Jacob shrugged. "Can't hurt to talk to folks about it," Maddie said. Maddie found Rank stretched out in a recliner in the living room with his feet up and eyes shut. He dismissed the idea without even opening his eyes. "I'll ride along with you," Ryan said. "You're up for that?" Maddie asked. "Yeah. I can take the side-by-side and you 2 can ride horseback," Ryan said. Maddie hesitated. They didn't have much fuel left, but the side-by-side should have enough left in the tank for a short trip up the road. Maddie and Jacob looked at each other and shrugged. 30 minutes later, they were headed to John and Linda Presley's farm about a half-mile north of the cabin. Their house was close to the road. No doubt they saw everyone who traveled this section of the highway. "Hey, in the house!" Ryan yelled as he shut off the engine to the old red chuck wagon. They waited. Maddie turned in the saddle and looked around. She didn't hear anything. She gently pulled on Blue Jeans' reins and turned him to face the field across the road from the Presley's house. She raised her rifle and peered through the scope, scanning the tree line and looking for any movement in the underbrush. She felt too exposed. It made her nervous. She was sure that they'd made a huge mistake when she heard the racking of a shotgun behind her. She instinctually dropped out of the saddle and landed on the ground, putting Blue Jeans between her and the direction of the sound. "Whoa, whoa there," Ryan called out. "Hey, John, Linda, it's Ryan Masters here, with Sheriff Rawlings and Maddie Langston. Just a friendly visit to check in and see how folks are doing." "Greg's Maddie?" Linda asked, stepping into the doorway of her 2-story home. "Yes, ma'am," Maddie said, stepping out from behind Blue Jeans. "You've grown," Linda said, lowering her shotgun. "I hear that a lot these days," Maddie said, taking a step closer. "Maybe come up." "Oh, sure, Maddie, you too, Ryan. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the new sheriff, but I've heard good things," Linda said, placing her weapon on a small table beside the door. She took a seat on one of the 2 wooden benches on the wide porch that ran the width of her home. "It's good to see you made it down here from Illinois, Ryan. I hear it's pretty bad up that way." Maddie glanced over to Ryan. "It was getting bad when we left. What have you heard?" Ryan asked as he eased himself down onto the bench opposite Linda. "John's friend is a ham operator. He's been scaring the bejesus out of John with tales of war and invasion by the Russians and Chinese. But what has me concerned most is the trouble with some general up there trying to set up his own little country and putting people in work camps." Jacob's eyes widened. Although Maddie had filled everyone at the cabin in on her discussion with Todd, this was the first Jacob had heard about the trouble up north. Jacob leaned against the large white porch column while Maddie took a seat on the bench beside Ryan. "I heard something about that. Seems our governor is quite concerned about that dipshit as well. He's been sending resources to our border with Illinois to help people fleeing the general's heavy hand," Ryan said. "We need to go visit this ham operator. I want to check on Emma. Their community has come under attack by DHS before," Maddie said, a knot forming in her stomach. She'd left Emma there, thinking it would be safer than what they'd face on their trip south from Peoria. Now, she was questioning her judgment on the matter. Could she convince the guys to go rescue Emma? She'd have to deal with her mom, but she had to know that Emma was safe. She still felt responsible for the little girl. "John should be back from his hunt here shortly. I bet he'd ride over there with you, Ole Quincy. Is a little jumpy these days. You know how it is?" Ryan nodded. "I'd appreciate that, Mrs. Presley," Maddie said, Linda, "and it'd give John something to do. Having him underfoot all day is getting on my very last nerve. I can't get nothing done with him moping around and spouting off about every conspiracy theory out there." "You want to go with us, Jacob?" Maddie asked, not wanting to assume he was willing to abandon his mission of visiting all the neighbors up this way. "I'd be interested to learn what's happening in the rest of the country. I'm with John in being concerned about an invasion by the Russians. I worried about that. But with all we've had to deal with in our own backyard, I put those concerns on the back burner, Jacob said, his expression serious. Maddie stared at Jacob. He looked more concerned than she'd ever seen him. She hadn't really given much thought to an enemy invasion. He was right, just trying to survive each day with its immediate threats, overrode concerns about possible dangerous, distant scenarios. Was that another thing they needed to prepare for? If so, how long did they have? Maddie, Jacob, and Ryan sipped lukewarm tea while they waited on Linda's husband to return from his hunting trip. When Maddie saw the loaf of freshly baked bread in Linda's hands, she wanted to leap from her seat and devour it. But she waited patiently for Linda to set the dish on the wicker and glass table in front of them. Maddie opened and closed her fists, trying not to look like a starved, crazy person. From its tan color and heavenly aroma, Maddie knew it was Ezekiel bread. They had several buckets filled with the grain mix in their basement. She was surprised her mom hadn't made any of the bread yet. It did take a while to grind the grain. That was likely why. She imagined when the white flour ran out, she would be eating a lot of Ezekiel bread. Maddie patiently waited as Linda served Ryan first, then Jacob. Jacob's eyes rolled back in his head as he tasted his first bite. "This," he said with his mouth full. "This is a slice of heaven, and good for you. No GMOs, no preservatives. Just a tad of honey and a pinch of salt on the crust there. I wish I had butter, but it's amazing," Ryan agreed. Out of the corner of her eye, Maddie saw a flash of something brown and furry. She had forgotten the Presleys' love of basset hounds. Its ears flopped in the wind as the dog bounded up the steps and ran over to Linda. "John must be back. I'll go out to the barn and let him know y'all are here," Linda said as she rose to her feet. Maddie watched in horror as the dog snatched the last of the bread off the plate and ran back down the stairs with it. "Damn it, Elvis, that was for company," Linda yelled at the dog. Elvis dropped it in the tall grass on the front lawn. Maddie stuck her lip out and slumped her shoulders. She had been so close to getting some. She looked over at the brown lump on the front lawn and frowned. "Sorry, dear, how about some lemon cookies?" Linda asked. Maddie's eyes lit up like a kid at Christmas. Linda had all her favorites. She wanted to move in with the woman. That would be nice, Maddie said with a smile. Maddie followed Linda into the house. Linda stopped just inside the door and slid off her rhinestone-studded sandals. The hem of her summer dress flowed back and forth as she walked down a short hall to the kitchen. Maddie looked back at the sandals by the door. She missed cute shoes. She looked down at her tan boots. She couldn't imagine a time in the near future where she'd feel safe in sandals. The memory of Emma's mother's bloody feet after walking miles through the streets of Chicago made Maddie queasy. "I'll make you a to-go bag, Maddie. I've got some molasses cookies I made yesterday, if you'd like to take some to share with the guys." "I'm sure they would love some," Maddie said. The mention of cookies had her mouth salivating. With 2 baggies of cookies in her hand, Maddie followed Linda out the back door to their barn. John was busy cleaning squirrels when they arrived. The barn was nearly empty. All the normal things she'd expect to see were missing. There were no animals, feed bags, or garden tools. "We were in the process of moving when the lights went out. Half of our things are in Oklahoma where the kids are," Linda said. "I'm sorry, you must miss them," Maddie said. "We were thinking of heading that way when things calm down some," John said, wiping bloody palms on a towel hanging from a hook. "Ryan and Maddie wanted to see if you'd take them over to see Quincy. They were interested in seeing if they could find out about a group of friends up in Illinois," Linda said, quickly changing the subject. "Illinois ain't good up there, I hear," John said. John handed Linda the white tote filled with butchered squirrels and headed for the door. "Let me wash up a bit and I'll take you over there." Maddie and Jacob led the way on horseback as Ryan and John followed on the side-by-side. "Take the next drive on your right there," John called out. Maddie could barely see the turn. The drive was narrow and overgrown. All she could see from the road was a mix of pine and oak trees. She hesitated, but Jacob proceeded down the drive. Against her better judgment, she nudged Blue Jeans and caught up with him. In a small clearing was a tiny cabin under a huge steel antenna tower. 2 rows of solar panels were mounted on the ground in the front yard of the cabin. John jumped out of the side-by-side and ran up beside Maddie. He placed a hand on Blue Jean's neck and yelled, "You decent, Quincy. You got a lady visitor. Go put some pants on." A moment later, a short, balding man in old, dirty overalls stuck his head out of the cabin door. "What the hell are you yelling about, Big John?" Quincy said as he smoothed his unruly white hair back with both hands. "You got visitors." "I see that. I ain't blind," he said. His voice was gruff, but Maddie was used to that. She'd met lots of people out this way while visiting neighbors with her dad. Some would come off hard and rough but were big teddy bears after they got to know you. She hoped Quincy was one such person. This here is Greg Langston's little girl, and this here is Greg's friend, Ryan Masters, John said. Who's that fellow with him? This is Jacob Rawlings from over at Houston. His family just moved out here by us. Maddie wondered why he failed to mention that Jacob was the new Texas County Sheriff. I hear that Houston is in chaos ever since Judge Farley died. Well, you guys can come on in, I guess. What can I do you for? Quincy asked after everyone had stuffed themselves inside his tiny front room. Ryan, Jacob, and John stood as there was nowhere to sit. Quincy motioned for Maddie to take a seat in the room's only chair. The room looked a lot like Earl Knapp's radio room, had 2 fans blew air toward a wall of radio equipment, stacked floor to ceiling. A bank of 4 large computer monitors suggested that Quincy used to use the internet, but it was the radio in the corner that had Maddie's interest. Ryan and I have friends in Peoria, Illinois. When we last saw them, they were in the middle of a standoff with DHS and FEMA over the port of Peoria, with its supplies on its barges and in warehouses. I was hoping you might have heard something about them, Maddie said as Quincy overturned a crate and took a seat beside her. Quincy looked back at Ryan before responding. They bugged out a week ago, is what I heard. The governor of Illinois ordered all the National Guard units to seize control of the port. They fought it out for several days before a group of them escaped downriver. Maddie sat up straight and leaned forward. Do you know which group? Who specifically escaped? Said some of the county council members and a group out of LaRose, Quincy said, poking a plug of chewing tobacco between his cheek and tongue. Maddie turned to Ryan. That's Larry's group. Do you know where they fled to? Ryan asked. Not sure about the group from LaRose, but those county officials were in Jeff City, appealing for our governor to send troops up to Illinois to help folks fight. Maddie's breaths came in quick bursts. She began to feel dizzy. You okay, kid? You're looking pale, John said. Quincy left the room and returned with a plastic glass filled with water. Maddie gulped it down and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Ryan walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. My God, Ryan, we have to find out about Emma. Is there any way to contact those folks to see if they can tell us where the LaRose group is? John looked to the ceiling and pursed his lips. The LaRose group, he said, as if saying it out loud would help him recall some forgotten detail. Isn't that the Eden group, Larry? Something or other was the leader, right? Yes, Maddie said as she shot to her feet. Eden group, I heard from someone just the other day. He was sent down this way. What did you say your name was again? Quincy asked. Masters, Ryan Masters. Quincy appeared deep in thought. Maddie wanted to shake the information out of the man, but she bit her lip. She clenched her fists tight against her legs. I seem to recall someone from that group looking for someone named Masters, now that I think about it. Maddie's eyes lit up. Do you know where they are now? Ryan asked, taking hold of Maddie's fist and uncurling her fingers. Said, he was sending someone this way to look you up. That was maybe 2 days ago, Quincy said. You think they are still near a radio? Could you get a transmission to them? Maddie asked. I could try, Quincy said, taking a seat in front of the microphone. He turned dials and spoke into the mic. The voice that spoke through the radio confirmed that members of Larry's group were in Missouri. They had joined others from Illinois at refugee centers set up by the Red Cross. The man could not specifically confirm that Emma was with them, but did confirm that the group contained many children. And one absolutely hilarious old tugboat driver. That old guy has some stories to tell, the voice on the radio said. Ryan and Maddie smiled at each other. Fred, they both said at the same time. Chapter 24, Trail to the Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Beth and Dawn walked behind the 2 teenagers. Listening to them talk, you wouldn't know that less than a month ago their biggest worries were whether they would get an A on their next test, or which boy they liked. They've both matured so much in such a short time, Dawn said, almost reading Beth's thoughts. I know. So have Maddie and Zach. They all seem to have adjusted to this new way of life. Better than I have for sure, Beth said. The sound of a branch snapping behind her caused Beth to spin around and raise her rifle to her shoulder as she scrambled for cover behind a nearby tree. Girls, get down! Dawn yelled, rushing to conceal herself behind the trunk of a tree on the opposite side of the trail. Beth scanned the woods and waited for someone to appear. A second later, she heard the rustling of leaves. It was growing louder, like the person wasn't aware that they sounded like a herd of elephants coming through the woods. Dawn saw it first. Beth, she said, pointing to where a wet weather creek bed crossed the trail. Beth stepped back onto the trail. What the hell? Beth and Dawn stared down at the prehistoric-looking creature. The armadillo walked up the trail with its long nose to the ground. Dawn bit her lip and giggled as the thing scurried across her shoe. Beth shook her head and turned back toward the farmhouse. "It's okay, girls. It was only an armadillo," Beth said, waving for them to continue their hike to the farm. Just before they reached Slabtown Road, Beth jogged ahead of the girls, leaving Dawn to cover the rear. They performed their usual scan of the area and the farm they could see from the road. Beth motioned for them to cross the road. The driveway was flanked on both sides by open fields. Beth felt exposed without sufficient cover or concealment to duck behind. After clearing the barn and the house, Beth and the girls went about their chores. Dawn stood watch at the open barn door as Harmony and Krista milked the goats and their one milk cow. Beth went around to the side of the barn to gather the eggs. She slowly opened the door to the first nesting box. She was grateful that Ron had thought to build the hens' nesting boxes on the back wall of the coop with individual doors so that you didn't have to go inside the coop to gather eggs. When she opened the second-to-last door, she squealed and jumped back. Dawn and Krista ran around the side of the barn and stopped beside her. "Damn, he's a big one," Dawn said as they all stood staring down at the large black chicken snake. "He's eating an egg. What do we do?" Krista asked. Beth put her index finger to her forehead. She recalled a conversation about that once rat snakes had been the reason Ron had built the nesting boxes on the outside. He was afraid of snakes. In the barn, there should be a bucket of golf balls. I recall him saying he put those in the nesting boxes to get rid of snakes. How would a golf ball get rid of snakes? I have no idea, but we should put the whole bucket in there and hope it works, Beth said as she backed away from the coop. Dawn pulled her knife from its sheath and used it to ease the door closed, leaving the snake to finish its lunch. Beth handed the egg basket to Krista. "Dawn, would you mind helping pitch hay, too?" Beth began to ask when a shrill scream interrupted her. A shrill scream from the barn interrupted her. "Dawn, take that corner. Krista, you're on me," Beth said. "It's probably a snake or those damn mice again," Dawn said as she sprinted to the opposite corner of the barn. "Maybe," Beth said. Beth tripped and hit the back of the barn with her left shoulder as she scrambled to conceal herself at the corner opposite Dawn. From her vantage point, she could see the west side of the barn, and Dawn would be able to see the east side. "Harmony?" Beth yelled. No answer. "Harmony?" Beth called louder. Beth unclipped the radio from her belt and keyed the mic. She disregarded proper radio protocols and yelled into the radio. "Lugnut, Rank, Maria, get over to the farm." A hand reached around her face at the same time she felt the cold, hard steel of a gun against her back. She lowered her hand but didn't release the radio transmit button. "What do you want? Where is Harmony?" Beth said in a loud enough voice she hoped the radio would pick it up. A hand gripped hers and slid the radio out of her grasp. Her heart sank. "Drop the rifle," a rough male voice behind her said. She unclipped the clasp on the sling and let the AR-15 drop to the ground. She felt a hand undo the snap on her holster and the pistol being removed. As the man slid the knife free from the sheath attached to her right leg, Beth's training finally kicked in. She landed a backward kick to the man's knee, spun around and pushed him off balance. A second man rushed toward her. She looked down. She didn't have time to scoop up her rifle. She planted a kick to the man's skull and took off running around the chicken coop, scrambled over the pipe gate of the hog pen, and ran. She expected bullets to whiz by her, but none came. She didn't stop to see why. She just ran zigzagging to make herself a harder target until she reached woods on the west side of the pasture. Her ankle hurt so bad by the time she reached the tree line, she felt nauseated and dizzy. She dropped down behind a large stump and scanned the field to see if she'd been followed. She couldn't see the barn from her position. She needed to move south along the fence line to get a look at the attackers. She hadn't heard any gunfire. She assumed that was a good sign. She hoped Rank, Lugnut, and Maria had to have heard her transmission. They'd be coming any minute. If the girls could hold on just a little while, help would come. When she tried to stand, her ankle gave way. She wanted to scream out in pain, but bit her lip instead. Beth looked around for a stick to help her up. After finding one she thought was suitable, she was just pushing herself up when she heard the sound of an engine. Beth tried to recall if the four-wheelers were at the house. She couldn't recall seeing them there when they'd left. As far as she knew, they were all there at the farm. What vehicle are Lugnut and Rank using? As the sound grew louder, Beth remembered where they were. Zach. Beth screamed as she jumped over the fence. Beth heard gunfire coming from the direction of the barn. Her feet just would not run fast enough. Chapter 25, Duke, Missouri event, plus 23 days. Lugnut, this is Roger, over, Roger said into his radio as he and Zach bolted toward the ATVs. Zach heard no response. They're going to hit the farm. They plan to take the girls and hold them hostage as bargaining chips, Roger told Lugnut and the others listening back at the cabin. Still no response. The hills and valleys along the river prevented having a good radio signal, not knowing if anyone at the cabin or farm had heard their transmission. Zach and Roger pushed the all-terrain vehicles to the maximum speed. Roger nearly wrecked making the turn onto Slabtown Road. The four-wheelers slid from side to side in the dirt and gravel. Roger stopped the ATV at the end of the driveway to Ron's farm, and Zach pulled up alongside him, shutting his engine off. They were concealed behind the forsythia bushes that lined the road in front of the farmhouse. Zach had planned to remove them for the very reason that it prevented people at the house from seeing someone stalking them from the road. But he hadn't found the time yet. "See anything?" Zach asked, as he pulled his rifle out of the sheath attached to the four-wheeler. Roger had his eye to his monocular, scanning the front of the house. "There," Roger said, pointing toward the front of the barn. Only the northwest corner of the old wooden structure was visible from their position. "You recognize them?" "No." "Must be the jewels, though," Zach said, looking through the scope. "Shit," Roger said. Then Zach saw what Roger saw. "Harmony!" Zach yelled out loud. He pulled the rifle tighter against his shoulder, lined up his sights with the man's chest, and squeezed the trigger. He'd been breathing so hard that his shot had been wide. The man ducked and pulled Harmony back toward the doorway. He lost sight of them. Zach jumped off the wheeler and ran up the driveway toward the barn. Roger was hot on his heels. "Zach, wait!" Roger yelled. But Zach ignored him. An armed man had Harmony. Others could have his mom. He wasn't waiting for them to do God knows what to them. Zach screeched to a stop at the back corner of the house. His back hit the side of the house hard, as he attempted to flatten himself against the building, wanting to make himself as hard of a target as possible. Roger fell in beside him and did the same. Zach peered around the corner. "See anything?" Roger asked. No, he listened. Nothing. No voices. No shuffling of feet. Most of all, no crying. Zach pulled his rifle to the ready position and sprinted to the west side of the barn. "Zach," Roger whispered too late. Roger ran past him and stopped at the back corner of the barn. "Zach," Roger whispered, waving him over there in the woods. Roger said, pointing to their right. Zach leaned around him and looked in the direction he was pointing. A flash of yellow disappeared behind a tree. "Harmony?" Zach said. He'd never been so glad that yellow was Harmony's favorite color. Her yellow, smiley-faced T-shirt would make her easier to spot in the woods. Roger unclipped the radio from his belt and keyed the mic. "Lugnut, this is Roger, over." A moment later, Zach heard a voice come through Roger's radio. "Roger, this is Lugnut, over." He sounded as if he were running. "One or more men at the farmhouse. They have Harmony, have not confirmed the whereabouts of Beth or the other girls. Roger, that we are on our way to your location. Lugnut out." "Where's Beth?" Jason asked over the radio. "Jason, stay where you are. Watch the cabin. More could be headed that way. We will find her," Roger said before returning the radio to his belt. Roger made a chopping motion toward a large tree about 30 yards from the barn, and Zach sprinted to that location. He dropped down into a crouch behind the tree and prepared to cover Roger as he ran over to join him. "Did you see my mom with them?" Zach asked. "No, I think I saw Dawn or maybe Krista, someone with long brown hair." Zach stepped out from behind the tree and started to go after them, but Roger grabbed his shoulder. "You wait here for Lugnut. There may be others. Your mom may still be in the barn or house. You and Lug look for Beth." "I'll follow Harmony." Zach opened his mouth to protest, but Roger grabbed both of his shoulders. "Zach, you and Lugnut have to find your mom. If she is not here, then follow after me." Zach didn't respond. He was trying to make sense of what was happening. Roger was right. There could be others still in the house or the barn. His mom could be injured and needing help, or she could have been taken with Harmony. He didn't know what to do. "Charlie Delta," Lugnut said. "Ice cream," Roger yelled back. Lugnut peeked around the corner, then ran to their position in the woodline. "Take Zach and clear the house and barn. Find Beth. I'm going after Harmony and whoever else they took." Roger didn't wait for Lugnut's response. He ran off toward the spot they'd last seen Harmony. Lugnut and Zach cleared the barn. Zach was grateful that they found no blood anywhere. A search of the house confirmed Beth was not there either. Zach tightened the straps on his pack and adjusted his grip on his rifle. "Let's go," he said, heading for the door. "Wait, Zach. Let me check something first," Lugnut said, heading for the back door. Zach stood on the gravel path watching as Lugnut followed the tracks left in the dirt around the barn. A moment later, Lugnut looked up and said, "Your mom isn't with them." Zach walked over and stood next to him. "What? How can you tell? Your mom wears boots? None of the other girls wear those. These here, that is Harmony. This is Krista," Lugnut said, pointing to the smallest set of footprints. "And these are Dawn's? Can you tell how many people took them?" Zach asked, bending over and staring at the jumble of tracks left behind in the dirt. "2 are likely women or kids. See this?" Lugnut pointed to a set of small prints separate from the others. Zach nodded. They looked like they were made by a kid, to him. There hadn't been any children at the farm since the last rain, for sure. It had to have been someone with the people who took the girls. But where is Mom? Lugnut sidestepped the footprints in front of the barn and walked around the side, then around the back to the chicken coop. "There, those are your mom's prints," Lugnut said, pointing to boot prints in the dirt behind the chicken coop. Lugnut followed the path of the prints to the back of the barn. When Zach saw Lugnut stiffen, he froze. "What? What do you see?" She struggled with someone. Lugnut turned and began walking back toward the front of the chicken coop, then on to the pipe gate of the hog pen. He climbed over the gate and followed the tracks as they zigzagged across the field. "Good girl, Beth," Lugnut whispered. "What?" Zach asked, anxious for any news about the fate of his mother. "See there and there?" She knew not to run in a straight line. They reached the barbed wire fence and Lugnut climbed over. He walked back and forth, then south along the fence. "Shit, Beth, damn it. Why didn't you just stay put? What? Where is she?" Zach asked. His voice shrill. "She went after them," Lugnut answered, pointing across the field to the place Zach had seen the man taking Harmony. Zach turned and ran as fast as he could across the uneven field. His right boot landed in the middle of a cow patty, but he didn't care. He reached the path the man had taken Harmony and looked back to see if Lugnut was following. He wasn't. He was bent over inspecting something on the ground. "Are you coming?" She turned and went that way. Lugnut pointed toward the creek just on the other side of the field. "Let's go then," Zach said as he headed that direction. Lugnut, being closer, reached the fence line first and had already jumped over. He unclipped the radio from his belt as Zach climbed over the fence. "Roger, this is Lugnut, over." Lugnut turned and started down a small hill. "Lugnut, this is Roger." Over. Zach heard from Lugnut's radio. "Beth isn't with them. She's heading west along the creek." "Over," Lugnut said into the radio. Lugnut stopped and bent over. He inspected some leaves on the ground before continuing. "Roger that. It looks like they took the girls north to the creek, then turned and headed west. They are trying to cover their tracks, but they don't know what they're doing." Over. Roger said. "What is your location?" Over. Lugnut asked. "About a quarter-mile west of the barn. I should be hitting the forestry trail any minute. They likely already have. If they have vehicles stashed there," Zach could hear the sound of engines start as Roger spoke it. "Shit," Lugnut said before keying the mic. "Maria, this is Lugnut. Over. Lugnut, this is Maria. Over. Get to Slaptown Road, grab the four-wheeler, and meet me at the forestry road behind the farm. Over." "Roger, where's Beth?" Jason's voice came from the radio. Lugnut turned to Zach and pointed in the direction of the farm. "Zach, run and get the Humvee. Pick up Maria and follow down this trail. Roger is going to keep going and catch up with your mom. I'll go to follow their trail." Zach hurtled himself over the fence and yelled, "Okay," over his shoulder as he landed on the other side. He ran across the field as fast as he could. By the time he reached the Humvee, he was gasping for air. He threw his bag and rifle into the back of the Hummer and jumped into the driver's seat, then backed out and tore down the driveway. He made a wide circle around the one remaining four-wheeler in the road where they'd left it. He hoped Maria had been the one to take the other, and that Lugnut was hot on the kidnapper's trail by now. Zach made the turn onto the forestry road a little too fast and almost skidded off into the ditch. Maria stood in the middle of the road, waving her arms over her head. Zach pulled up beside her and stopped. Maria pulled on the driver's side handle and opened the door. "Hurry, Zach," she said, motioning for him to get out. He climbed out, and she jumped in behind the wheel. He stood there staring at her. "Zach, get in! Hurry up!" Maria barked. Zach ran around to the passenger side, and Maria took off before he'd even shut the door. They raced down the narrow dirt road and slipped around a tight curve. There, in the middle of the road, was Roger and his mom. Zach let out a sigh of relief as Roger and Beth stopped and turned to look at the Humvee. Maria pulled up beside them, and Roger and Beth got in. Maria followed the tracks left by a truck and an ATV. The road was rutted and washed out in places. Zack held on to avoid being tossed around the front of the Humvee as it bumped along. "There," Beth yelled, pointing to a fork in the road. Maria took the turn. About a mile down the narrow one-lane dirt trail, they spotted the ATV parked in the middle of the road. Lugnut wasn't on it. Maria pulled in behind it and stopped the Humvee, leaving the engine idling. Roger stepped out and keyed his radio. "Lugnut, this is Roger. Over. Roger, this is Lugnut. Over. We are at the Wheeler. Where are you? Over." They turned down a trail about a quarter of a mile from the ATV. "The one on the left. I'm about half a mile from that turnoff." "Over?" Lugnut said. "Roger that. We have Beth and are heading your way. Over." Roger, Maria, Zack, and Beth drove to the trail on the left, then hiked the half mile to where Lugnut was staked out and watching a group of people through the trees. "How many are there?" Roger asked as he crouched down beside Lugnut near a large fallen tree. Zack, Maria, and Beth crouched down behind another, each with their rifles up, scanning the surrounding forest. "I've seen 8 so far, 5 men, 2 women, and a small girl," Lugnut replied. "Have you seen the girls?" Beth whispered. "They have them in a tent in the center of the camp over there," Lugnut said, pointing. Zack scanned the area where Lugnut pointed. Below them, in a clearing, was a small camp with 4 or 5 tents. Laundry hung from ropes strung between trees, and it looked as if something was cooking over a campfire. Standing in front of the opening to the tent in the middle of the area was a tall, heavy-set older man, not the one who had been in Zack's crosshairs back at the farm. Zack scanned the camp, looking for the other man. To his left, crouching over what looked like a half-butchered deer, was the man he'd seen. "When the hell did they have time for hunting?" Zack asked, no one in particular. "What's the plan?" Maria asked, crawling over and crouching beside Roger. "I would really like to know for sure if all 3 girls are in that tent, and who else is in there with them," Lugnut said. "I agree, but the longer we wait, the more time they have to harm them," Beth said, scrambling over and kneeling beside Lugnut. "I don't think they will hurt them, at least not yet," Roger said. "Why not? Why take them if they didn't have bad intentions?" Beth asked. "Zack and I ran into one of their group when we visited the guy with the gasifier. I interrogated him, and he said they were interested in using them to trade." "Trade for what?" Beth asked. "Food? Weapons? What do they want?" "Jacob. And that asshole Guffey," Roger said, lowering the rifle scope from his eye to face her. "They want revenge for the lynching of their kin. What? And they think we'd just hand them over. Why do they think we could deliver Guffey? We have no connection to him and his gang down there in Houston." "No, but Jacob does," Zack said, sliding in beside his mom. "None of this makes any sense. Why us? Why not go directly after Guffey, or Jacob for that matter? The kid we talked to said they thought we could convince Jacob to turn Guffey over to them, or force him to, if necessary." "That is crazy," Beth said. "Well, I don't believe they are thinking straight. It seems that the parents of the kids who were lynched are the ones leading this 3-ringed circus. According to the kid, they won't listen to anyone. They are set on revenge, even if it gets them all killed. Gosh, family loyalties sure run deep in these parts," Maria said, shaking her head. "None of this answers the question as to what we're going to do to get those girls back," Beth said, her voice quivering. Lugnut turned and looked at her. He pursed his lips and looked to the sky, obviously deep in thought. Everyone waited. "We need to get them to show us the girls." "You know, proof of life shit," Lugnut said. He turned back to his rifle scope before continuing. "We only need to know which tent they are in after dark. I'll go in and bring them out," Lugnut said. "How are we going to get them to do that?" Zack asked. "We go over there and ask nicely," Roger said as he stood. They all moved closer to the camp as Roger ran from tree to tree. A moment later, Roger's arm wrapped around the neck of the sentry. As he held the teenaged boy, he whispered something in the kid's ear. "Mama, Daddy, they're here," the kid yelled, before Roger put his huge hand over the boy's mouth. Zack looked through his scope and could see everyone grabbing weapons and crouching behind whatever cover they could find. "You in the camp. Now I have 2 of your boys. How many of them are you willing to sacrifice here today to satisfy your need for revenge?" Roger called out. A middle-aged woman stepped out of the middle tent, a rifle laying across her arms. Zack gasped. Blood soaked the front of her grimy white shirt. Her hair was disheveled and dirty. Her wrinkled face was hard and expressionless. "You got my boys, but I got 3 of your girls. Looks to me like we have ourselves a Mexican standoff, maybe. So why don't you just let our girls go and we'll release your boys and we'll call it a day? Ain't going down like that, soldier boy. It ain't gonna be that easy. I want that Rawlings boy and his pal Guffey. I want them brought here to me, and then I'll let your girls go." Roger tightened his grip on the boy and he cried out, "Don't you hurt my boys, you do!" And I swear the woman disappeared inside the tent. A moment later, Harmony appeared in the doorway. She exited, followed by Dawn, and finally Krista. The woman grabbed Krista by the hair and pressed the muzzle of her shotgun against Krista's temple. When she did, Dawn lowered her shoulder and rammed the woman hard in the back, knocking the woman sideways. As Dawn and the woman struggled for control of the gun, Krista took off running toward the woods, but away from Zach and his group. The older man ran over to assist the woman in her battle for control of Dawn and the weapon. Zach saw him go down at the same time he heard the sound from Lugnut's rifle. Maria took down the man closest to Dawn. Harmony just stood there with her mouth open wide. "Run, Harmony!" Zach screamed as he stood and sprinted toward her. He fired at the two men who pursued her, only dropping one. A shot from behind him took out the other. Zach didn't take the time to look back to see who was following him. Zach met Harmony at the edge of the clearing. She flung herself into his arms as he brought his rifle up to return fire at a teenaged girl who was running toward them, a knife raised over her head. The crazed look on her face gave Zach the shivers. He hesitated. A shot rang out behind him, and he turned away. He didn't want to see this pretty young girl's face as she died. Beth stepped in front of him. "Get Harmony back to the Humvee, Zach," she yelled as she fired into the camp. Zach grabbed Harmony by the shoulders. "Are you hurt? Can you run?" "Yes, I'm okay. But what about Dawn and Krista?" Harmony asked, looking back over her shoulder. "The others will get them. Stay with me. I'll get you out of here." She didn't move. She turned and stared down at the camp. "Harmony," Zach yelled as he turned. He saw what had her attention. Dawn lay crumpled on the ground outside the tent. The older woman's body lay across her torso. Dawn's eyes stared off as if she were deep in thought, but she wasn't. She no longer had thoughts. She was gone. "Zach, get Harmony to the Humvee," Roger yelled as he reloaded his AR. Zach grabbed Harmony's hand and gently pulled her to his chest. "I'm sorry. We have to go," he whispered in her ear. He could feel her nodding against his shoulder. He released her and gently tugged her toward the trail. "Dawn," Harmony said softly. Chapter 26, The Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. Maddie knew when she turned in the driveway to the farmhouse that something was wrong. One of the ATVs was parked by the door of the barn. An old quilt was draped over the trailer hitched to it. As they approached, Maddie could see that nearly everyone was standing near the barn. In Zach's hand was a shovel. Maddie nudged Blue Jeans forward. Jacob followed on Spirit. Ryan stopped at the entrance to the trail that led to the cabin. "Something's wrong, Ryan," Maddie said. A moment later, she heard the side-by-side rumble up behind them. They all stopped behind the ATV. Ryan shut off the engine to the chuck wagon and approached Beth, who was nearest to them. "What happened?" Ryan asked. "The Jewels hit the farm and took the girls hostage," Lugnut said, walking over and standing beside Beth. Beth looked down at the lump under the quilt. Tears streamed down her face. Maddie looked around to those gathered in a desperate attempt to determine who was under that quilt. An intense wave of relief washed over her at the sight of her brother's sweaty, dirty face. She glanced from person to person, trying to determine who was missing. "Dawn saved my life," Krista said, sobbing as she stepped from behind Maria. Relief, then guilt, washed over Maddie. She hadn't known Dawn long, but she liked her. Although she didn't have survival skills, she'd been tough and determined to learn and survive. Maddie thought Dawn had what it took to survive, but obviously mental strength and determination hadn't been enough. That was the second time she had risked her life putting others first, Beth said, turning and putting her arms around Krista. "Did you get them all?" Ryan asked, stepping forward. "We think so. We're going to keep a watch on their camp and see if they had scouts or hunters out." "I don't want to be watching over my shoulder for any more of those motherfuckers," Rank said. "I'm going back to guard the cabin. I'll send Jason over. I'm sure he is chewing nails worrying about how you're doing." "Thank you, Rank," Beth said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, thank you for coming for us," Harmony said. "I just wish I'd gotten there sooner," Rank said as he walked past her. Harmony burst into tears and buried her head in Zach's chest. "How did they?" Ryan was in the middle of asking when the sound of a motorcycle interrupted his thought. Everyone pulled their rifles up to the ready position and headed for concealment as the rider approached. The thing about living in the country, and especially in an apocalypse without man-made noises, was that sound traveled long distances. Maddie shifted uncomfortably as she crouched behind the big back tire of the green and yellow tractor where she and Jacob had gone for cover. Roger, Lugnut, and Zach ran to the end of the driveway and had concealed themselves on either side behind bushes. As the noise of the motor grew closer, Roger and Lugnut stepped into the road. Their rifles pointed at someone Maddie couldn't see. "Turn it off," Roger yelled at the driver. The engine turned off. A second later, Roger was escorting a teenage boy up the drive. His greasy, long brown hair stuck out of his helmet. The face shield had been pulled up, and Maddie could tell the kid was petrified. Jacob rose and stepped out away from the tractor. "Russ, is that you?" Jacob asked as he approached the kid. "Jacob," the kid croaked before breaking into a sob. "He's fine, guys. He's my cousin," Jacob said, walking over and placing an arm around the boy. "Daddy sent me. They need you back at the prison. Everything's gone to shit," the kid said, looking up at Jacob. Maddie jumped to her feet. "What's happened?" she asked as she hurried over to join Jacob. Guffey and his crew stormed in and demanded all the remaining food and supplies. Maddie's stomach clenched. Her mind raced through all the possible scenarios. "Are the prisoners still secure behind the fence?" Maddie asked, taking the kid by the shoulders. His brown eyes grew wide, and he turned to Jacob. Jacob placed a gentle hand on Maddie's arm. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you, kid," Maddie said, taking a step back. "That Todd dude had to threaten to shoot them all if they didn't leave." "Damn it," Maddie said. "I didn't want to get involved in the town politics in Houston. Why couldn't he just sit there in town? I thought the police chief was going to arrest him. Sooner or later, we'd have to deal with him, Maddie. He ain't going to be satisfied with what little he can take from that town. Eventually, he will try to branch out and control more territory. That is what they do," Ryan said as he walked up behind her. "What's going on?" Beth asked as she approached. "We have to go, Mom. I'm sorry, but we won't be able to stay for Dawn's." Maddie wasn't sure what to even call it these days. Putting people in the ground, standing over the grave, and saying a few words was a luxury they couldn't afford today. Would that amount to what they used to refer to as a service? There sure wouldn't be a visitation where all of Dawn's friends and family would gather to console one another. There would be no obituary saying, "Services for the departed will be held at 2 p.m. Sunday. The family asks for charitable donations to be made in the departed's name in lieu of flowers." "It's just too dangerous, Maddie," Beth said. Maddie glared at her mom. "Is there anything I can say to make you stay?" Beth asked. "I have to go. I have to make sure those animals do not get out of their cages." Maddie turned to Jacob. "Let's go." Zach had walked to the barn and was searching around for over 20 minutes when he came walking out with a mount to attach the 50 cal to the turret of the Humvee. He used the front brush guard as a step to get on the hood, then stepped on top of the Humvee to the turret and dropped the mount into its attach point. He hopped down onto the hood, then to the ground, and backed away from the vehicle with his hands stuffed in his pockets. "Holy F! Where did you find that, Zach?" Lugnut yelled. "I don't know. It was like when your mind solves problems for you when you're asleep. I was standing there looking at the quilt lying over Dawn, and I just saw it, the mount in my mind, and realized that I had seen it in the barn and didn't know what it was until just that second when my mind put it all together." Lugnut silently put a hand on Zach's shoulder, then calmly grabbed a can of 50 cal ammunition and set it on the hood. He stepped on the tire and swung his body up onto the hood and then on top of the vehicle and attached the can to the mount. "Zach, go tell Rank to grab the 50 and the goggles, then beat feet back here," Lugnut said. The look on her mom's face as the Humvee backed out of the shed with Lugnut in the turret, with his hand on the 50 cal, sent a pang of guilt through Maddie's heart. Her mother had been through a harrowing ordeal. She was about to bury a friend, and now Maddie was running off to war. Maddie had never been so keenly aware that every goodbye could be the last they shared. Her mother could have been the one they were burying today. It could have been Zach or any of the other members of their group. At this point, they all felt like family. Maddie swallowed hard and fought back tears as she turned the steering wheel and pulled onto the gravel drive at the road. Maddie took a deep breath as she looked in the rearview mirror. Would any of them make it back? If they did, would those they left behind still be alive? Loosening the white-knuckled grip she held on the steering wheel, Maddie turned left out of the driveway and headed toward the prison, as Lugnut's head and the 50 spun around in the turret to point forward. Jacob was in front of the Humvee on Zach's motorcycle, riding beside his cousin. Russ, Zach had been furious that he had to remain behind. A look of relief had washed over Beth's face when Ryan, Rank, and Lugnut all agreed that Zach should stay and guard the cabin. Outnumbered, Zach had taken up a position in the newly installed deer stand overlooking the pond, and Ron's grave after Dawn was laid to rest. They would all be on guard duty at the cabin until the rest of the group returned. Despite Ryan's limited mobility from the gunshot wound he received to his leg on their trip from Illinois, he was still an excellent marksman. He would stay with the group at the cabin and man the post in the barn loft. The 2 doors on the barn loft faced north and south. Krista would take the south. As Maddie made the turn onto the highway, she checked her side mirrors and noticed how foreign it looked for Lugnut to be sitting in the strap that hung from the inside of the turret. Cool air circulated throughout the cabin with the hatch open. They never opened the hatch. They never had a reason to without the weapon mount. Rank's head was back against the headrest. His eyes were closed. Maddie knew the big guy wasn't sleeping. He was likely running scenarios through his mind, preparing for battle. Suddenly, Rank began rummaging through the pack at his feet, likely inventorying his ammo. They were getting low on ammunition. They'd gone through 3 times as much as Maddie ever thought they would. "How many men does Guffey have?" Maria asked from the front passenger seat. "I'm not sure at this point. When he incited the mob to lynch Mark Jewell and his 2 sisters, he only had maybe 6 or 7. That was before the judge died. Now who knows," Maddie said. No one spoke for the rest of the trip, each in their own thoughts about what they could face at the prison, the air sending a cold chill through the cabin. Maddie was pushing the Humvee as fast as she could. Flashes of when she'd run the Humvee off the road the day they had arrived in the area ran through her mind as she sped around tight curves and took dips in the road too fast, causing the vehicle to bounce up and down at times. She shivered at the memory of being yanked from the vehicle by the convicts after she'd run the Humvee off the road. She didn't dare slow. She kept pace with Jacob and Russ, who were going as fast as they dared on their motorcycles. Turning onto Highway 32, Maddie's stomach clenched. Her heart was beating so loud it almost drowned out the noise of the Humvee's engine. One last curve, and then the straightaway before the entrance to the prison, and they'd know what they were facing. But until they pulled up, all the worst scenes ran through her mind. Would there be a sea of inmates spilling out of the gates? Would all the guards be lying on the ground, murdered by Guffey and his men? Or the prisoners, would they be walking into a gunfight in progress? None of those scenarios would end well, she feared. An old truck sped past them in the opposite lane, followed by a second, and then a third, each one filled with men. The trucks didn't stop to engage Maddie's group. They didn't even slow down. Maddie didn't recognize any of them. Not that she knew many of the area's residents. Rank had his window down and had turned in his seat to watch them as they passed, his rifle protruding from the opening. "Should we follow them?" Maddie asked, unsure why she'd said it. She didn't even know if they were Guffey's men. "No, let's just get to the prison. They aren't our main concern right now," Rank said. Maria's eyes remained on the road, her rifle resting across her arm, ready to jump out and fire. Maddie slid her hand down and unsnapped the guard on her holster. Her rifle was secured in the driver's rifle rack to the left of the steering wheel, but she hadn't practiced retrieving it from there enough to feel confident in a rolling gun battle. Not that she could fire and drive at the same time anyway. When they came out of the last curve into the straightaway before their turn into the prison, 2 more pickups passed them. "If they are Guffey and his men, wouldn't they have taken Highway 63? Maddie asked. "It's much shorter." "Not with the hordes of people traveling through, heading to the Red Cross shelter in Rolla," Lugnut reminded her. Maddie's heart sank when she made the turn into the prison. From that vantage point, it looked as if every inmate was out on the yard. She scanned the fence line looking for any openings. She sped up and drove past the first guard tower. She couldn't see anyone inside. Jacob and Russ were already stopped and off their bikes when Maddie pulled into the parking space in front of the volunteers' quarters. "Where is everyone?" Maddie yelled as she exited the Humvee. "Maddie, shut off the engine," Rank called as he too exited the rear and ran around the passenger side. Maddie leaned in and killed the engine. When she raised her head, Rank had disappeared, and Lugnut was turning around in the turret looking for targets. Maddie jumped out and ran up beside Jacob, who was staring up at the North Guard tower. A man's body lay half out of the doorway. Maddie couldn't tell if he was one of their guards or one of Guffey's men. Jacob ran toward him. Maria sprinted ahead of him. "Hold on, Jacob! There could be men inside!" she yelled as she ran toward the tower. Maddie scanned the area to their right and left. She didn't see anyone. Maria bent over the body in the doorway of the tower and lifted the man's bloody head. Prisoners were chanting something behind the fence. Even from a distance, Maddie recognized the man. He'd been the one who had thanked her for bringing him food, and now he was dead. Maria disappeared up the stairs of the tower, followed by Jacob. Maddie stood guard at the door. She looked around for Jacob's cousin. "Jacob, where did your cousin go?" "His dad was on the east tower. He probably ran that way." "Clear," Maria yelled, then appeared on the stairwell. Maddie sprinted off down the walkway toward the east tower, followed by Jacob. Maria guarded the rear. Prisoners yelled at them from behind the fence, but didn't approach. Maddie heard something splash behind her, but didn't dare look. She knew all too well what happened when you look back as you run. She still had the scars on her chin from when she'd fallen on the trail near Darlene and Ray Jr.'s as proof. The image of their lifeless bodies spread out on their kitchen floor made her head spin. She took a deep breath and pushed the memory away. "Motherfuck!" Jacob yelled. "They're throwing piss!" Maria yelled as she ran past Maddie. Maddie ran as fast as she could to reach the East Guard tower to put something solid between her and the reach of the inmates' piss bombs. Maddie, Maria, and Jacob each dove behind the concrete structure of the East Guard tower, landing hard against the building. Maddie flattened herself as tight as she could against the tower and eased herself toward the open door. "Cover me," Maria said as she passed Maddie and disappeared up the stairs. This time, Maddie followed Maria up. Jacob stood guard outside. Maria opened the door at the top of the stairs and stared down. She looked back to Maddie and shook her head. Maddie needed to see. She needed to know who was on the floor just inside the door. She slowly ascended the remaining 5 steps, not taking her eyes off Maria. "It's clear, one down," Maria said as she held her rifle at the ready, scanning the small room at the top of the stairs. Maria stepped inside the doorway to allow Maddie her first view of the body. Maddie gasped and closed her eyes. She slowly released the breath she held. She looked away and turned to run back down the stairs, but she swallowed and took a deep breath instead. As she bent down to check Todd's pulse, she felt queasy. The pounding of her own pulse in her ears made it difficult to tell if Todd had one. Maria bent down and placed 2 fingers to his neck. A moment later, she shook her head. "He's gone, Maddie." A tear slid down Maddie's face. She thought about Todd's little girls waiting back on Fort Leonard Wood for their daddy to return. She imagined the grief and anguish that his wife would feel at the news of her husband's death. Would the people on post allow them to stay? Who would look after them? He'd moved them there to be safe from the danger the prison posed. He was safe there with his family. He didn't have to return. He'd done so out of a sense of loyalty and duty. Todd was a hero. He died a hero's death. "We have to go, Maddie. We have to check on the others," Maria said, placing a hand on Maddie's shoulder. Maddie wiped tears away with the back of her hands and stood. She stepped over Todd's battered body and approached the observation windows. She looked out onto the crowded prison yard. "How the hell are we going to get them back under control now?" Maddie asked. "First things first. Let's make sure the attackers have all left," Maria said, standing in the doorway. Maddie stepped back over Todd and wiped another tear before climbing back down the stairs. Jacob put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry," he whispered. She wanted to melt into his arms and pretend all this was just a bad dream, but she resisted and pushed past him. They moved outside of the second fence, away from the reach of the piss bombs. As they made their way to the next guard tower on the ground, in the walkway between the fences was another body. This one was a female. Maddie recognized her from Houston, but could not remember if she was one of the first batches of volunteer guards, or one of their family members. They picked up their pace. When they got closer to the tower, Maddie could see Rank duck inside the doorway and bend down over a body on the ground. Russ was lying over the top of the man. Jacob gasped as he ran to his cousin. "Here, put pressure on this," Rank said, placing both the boy's hands on the man's chest. Rank threw off his pack and grabbed his medical kit from it. He pulled out the quick-clot combat gauze after ripping open the man's shirt. Lugnut stuffed the pads into the man's wound. Grabbing one end of the dressing, he stuffed the wad over top of the man's chest wound and pressed Russ's hands down over it. Gunshots rang out on the far side of the prison. "Where did they come from?" Rank asked as he ran toward the sound. "The southwest side, I believe," Maria said, already heading off in that direction with him in tow. She zigzagged, trying to avoid the inmates' piss bombs, the plastic cups landing dangerously close. Rank struggled to catch up to her. "Go," Jacob said to Maddie as he placed his hands on top of his cousin's, helping to staunch the flow of blood from his uncle's chest wound. Maddie just stared at him. "You've got to go, Maddie," Jacob said, looking up into her eyes. Maddie narrowly dodged the foul liquid the inmates were tossing over the inner fence as she caught up with Rank and Maria near the south tower. One of the soldiers Rank had brought with him from Fort Leonard Wood stood over a man with his rifle pressed against the man's skull. "Don't shoot!" Maddie screamed. "We need information from him." Rank ran up and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. He whispered something in the man's ear, and the man lowered the rifle. He slowly backed away and allowed Rank to take over. When Maddie caught up with him, Rank was already dragging the man inside the stairway of the tower, out of reach of the inmates. Maddie, Maria, and Lugnut continued on to the southwest tower. Huddled on the south side of the tower was the second soldier from the fort. Maddie glanced in the direction in which the man was staring, on the ground, in between the 2 fences, was an inmate who must have attempted to scale the fence. If the soldier hadn't been there, the convict would have escaped for sure. The other inmates had scattered, most huddled near the buildings. "Anyone in there?" Maddie asked, pointing up to the tower. One of the soldiers nodded. Maddie stepped around them, followed by Rank and Maria. The door was shut and locked. Maddie banged on the door, then yelled again. "Anyone in the tower?" She waited for a response. She didn't know if she would be able to hear them over the inmates yelling. Hello in the tower. Is anyone up there?" "This is Maddie Langston." "The countersign is," Maddie yelled. She didn't know what the countersign of the day was. She hadn't been briefed the day before. "If you're an authorized guard, I wasn't here to receive the countersign yesterday, but the day before it was Krispy Kreme. We all talked about the food and drinks we missed. I said Pepsi, which set off a big debate with that really skinny kid who wore that Dr. Pepper shirt." Maddie put her ear against the cold steel door. A moment later, she heard 2 knocks. "Okay, can you tell me the response?" she yelled. "Cardinals," the voice called through the door. "Cardinals baseball." "Is that you, Richie?" Rank asked. "It's me." "That you, Rank?" the kid asked. Maddie saw the doorknob turn. "Yep, it's me, buddy. It's safe to come out now," Rank replied. The door cracked open. A teenaged boy with a pockmarked face poked his head through. Maddie smiled as big and friendly as she could. The kid looked terrified. Relief washed over him as Rank stepped in front of Maddie. Rank gently pushed open the door and put an arm around the kid. "Anyone else up there?" Maria asked. "Yes," the kid said as he stepped back to reveal 2 more teens behind the door. "It's all right. You can come out," Maria said, waving for them to exit the stairway. "Maddie, get these kids to the volunteer quarters while we clear the West Tower and Administration Building. Maria, you take point," Rank barked as he turned toward the West Tower. "But Rank, Maddie, just go. Get those kids inside, away from the inmates. I'll meet you back at the building and we'll go get Jacob and his cousin." Maddie was going to continue to contest, but Rank and Maria were too far away to hear her over the yells and chants of the angry inmates. She ran through the open gate and outside the second fence with the teens following her. When they reached the northeast tower, Maddie stopped outside the fence. Jacob, they were gone. Only a bloody spot on the walkway and discarded gauze were left behind. They must have moved him to the volunteer billet. At the volunteer billet, Maddie hit the side of the building with a thud, then yanked open the door and rushed in, calling Jacob's name. "Don't shoot." "It's Maddie coming in with 3 guards." "In here," a voice called from down the long, dark hall. The light from their rifles bounced off the floor and walls as they made their way to the back bunk room. Jacob's uncle was on a bottom bunk. His son, Russ, was kneeling on the floor at his side. Jacob stood beside them with his rifle raised to the ready position. Relief flooded his face when Maddie stepped through the door. He raced over and flung his arms around her. She slowly raised her hands and returned his embrace. "Where are Rank and Maria?" Jacob asked. "Clearing the West Tower," Maddie said as she bent over the wounded man. She placed her index and middle fingers on the man's wrist. A smile crept across her face. "He has a pretty good pulse." Then Maddie furrowed her brow and turned toward the door. "Where are you going?" Jacob said. "To see if they got all the supplies," she said over her shoulder. "You guards, stay here." "I'll go with you, Maddie," Jacob said. Chapter 27. South Central Correctional, Licking, Missouri. Event plus 23 days. "Wait, Maddie, we can't just go riding up into town to retrieve the supplies," Jacob said to her back. "The hell we can't," Maddie said, marching out of the empty storeroom. "Those bastards rode up in here, killed Todd, shot your uncle, and stole the supplies that are the only thing maintaining control over this prison." Maddie hurried into the break room and grabbed the bullhorn off a side table. She turned and Jacob ran right into her. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm going to try to get this prison back under control." Maddie ran outside. She stopped at the Humvee, where Lug was still maintaining security with the 50 mounted on the vehicle. She opened the back door and grabbed her rucksack. After pulling a whistle from a side pouch, she hopped onto the hood of the FEMA truck and blew the whistle into the bullhorn. Some of the inmates turned to see what had made the noise, but most continued yelling and chanting. Maddie blew the whistle again, long and hard. A few more turned. One more blast of the whistle, and she had the attention of most of the inmates. "If you'll quiet down a moment, we can explain what has happened here today and what we intend to do about it," Maddie said into the bullhorn. The gang leader, who they'd previously had an alliance with, stepped forward. He held a hand in the air. The rest of the prison yard fell silent. Maddie surveyed the yard. If she'd had to guess, only half of the 600 prisoners were present in the yard. She wondered if the other 300 were even still alive or if they had been victims of prison violence or starvation. "As you know, the guards were attacked by bandits today," Maddie continued. Not just the guards, those motherfuckers shot at us too, an inmate yelled back. Maddie hadn't seen it at the time. But there were bodies on the ground all over the prison yard inside the fence. What were they thinking? Did they honestly think they could shoot all the inmates? She'd thought of that herself in the beginning, but if they started firing on the inmates, they would just run inside the prison. They would be forced to go in where the prisoners would have the advantage, and that would never work. The people who attacked were not part of our group. They came for the supplies. They got what they came for, so they likely won't be back. You're safe now. We are like sitting ducks in here, one inmate yelled. If they took all the food, what are we going to eat now? Another yelled. We have more food on the way. The governor has a convoy of supplies coming from Fort Leonard Wood as we speak. It should be here in a couple of hours. You will have your evening meal as scheduled, Maddie lied. She needed them to believe her and go back inside. She needed time. What about the booze and dope? The prison leader yelled. We have more booze. The dope, well, that may take a little longer to get. We have contacted the medical marijuana dispensary in Rolla to see if we could trade for some weed. That may take a day or so. But I can assure you we are going to make this work. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I know it is bad in there, really bad, but we are going to do our best to provide for you until the governor can move you to Farmington or release you, Maddie said. Mumbling from the crowd of inmates rose in volume. The prison leader held up a hand and silenced them. You have 12 hours. If morning comes and we still have no food or booze, we're going to do what's necessary to take care of ourselves. Maddie shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if they hadn't arrived in time. A mere matter of minutes had stood between them and assured disaster. Hundreds of murderers, rapists, and child molesters would have been roaming the Texas County countryside. She had 12 hours. She'd have to either get the supplies back from Guffey or bring in some of their own food and make a show of it somehow to fool them into thinking they had enough for everyone. Maddie clenched her teeth. She looked down at Jacob as Maria and Rank walked up. Each of them stared off at the crowded prison yard. She imagined they all thought the same thing she did. They were screwed. "O ye of little faith," Maddie said under her breath. Jacob reached a hand up and helped Maddie down from the hood of the truck. He held on to her hand until Maddie slowly slid it free from his grasp. "So, now what?" Maria asked, not taking her eyes off the inmates. "Hell if I know," Maddie said, turning to go back inside the building. Maddie stopped and ran her hands over her face. They needed a plan. They needed more people. We need to round up our neighbors and anyone we can find. We have to go pay Guffey and his men a visit, Lugnut said from the turret. Jacob and I can go round up as many people as he can, while you and Maria go get Ryan, Zach, Harmony, and Krista. We'll take Zach with us, put the others in the towers, and lock the doors. All of you can stand guard while we all go visit Houston, Rank said, pointing to Lugnut and Roger. I should. Maddie started to protest. You have to stay here and make it look like we have things under control, Lugnut said, holding a hand up to ward off her protests. Maddie turned to Jacob. I agree. Maddie was torn. She wanted to see Guffey and his men pay for killing Todd and putting them in this mess. But part of her knew Lug was right. She needed to be here to make it appear like everything was business as usual and to take care of business if things went sideways. All right, but you guys need to hurry. We have 12 hours. I'm going to the cabin to load up as many supplies as I can and bring them back here for show. I'm going to grab every empty crate, box and bag we can find to make it look like we have more than we do. I hope it will buy us time. You have to be very convincing with our neighbors and get them to join you in confronting Guffey, Maddie said. Jacob and his cousin carried his uncle and placed him in the back of the truck. Maddie couldn't watch as Lugnut and Rank laid Todd's body in the back. Her heart hurt for his family. She made a vow to go and invite them to join them after this whole thing with the prison was over. She'd make sure they were safe. That was all she could do for Todd now. As soon as you and Maria get back with the others, Jacob, Rank, Zach, and I will go round up folks and head to Houston, Lugnut said, climbing down from the turret and placing a hand on Maddie's shoulder. We will make this work. It will be all right. Thanks, Lug, Maddie said, reaching over to give the big guy a hug. You know, I love you, right? I know a little bit. Don't worry, we'll be back, all of us, Lugnut said into her ear. As soon as they were in radio distance of the cabin, Maddie unclipped the radio from her hip, Camp Langston. This is Maddie, over. She waited for a response. Ryan's voice came through her radio, Camp Langston. Okay, over. I don't have time to explain. I need everyone to gather every box, bag, and barrel we can find. I need the crate of MREs from Ron's basement. We are about 15 minutes out. We will meet you at the farm. Maddie, over and out. Roger that. I'll gather the others and get started. Ryan, over and out. By the time she and Maria pulled into the driveway at the farm, Beth, Jason, and Harmony had already begun stacking boxes, crates, and metal barrels outside the barn. Maddie made a beeline to Ron's basement. She needed to decide how much of their supplies she could take with her. As she passed through the kitchen, Beth and Jason were tending to Jacob's uncle's wound. After assuring that they had the supplies they needed, she headed back outside. When she reached the truck, Todd's body had been removed. Zach was loading the truck with ammunition and guns. The others began loading the MREs from Ron's basement. Maddie stood back and took a look into the open cargo area of the truck. She thought it looked convincing. She hoped it worked. Ryan and Harmony joined Maddie and Maria on the trip back to the prison. Krista was still too upset from her ordeal with the jewels to be of any use. It wasn't ideal leaving the cabin and farm so unguarded, especially the same day that members of their group had been taken hostage and one killed. But they didn't have much of a choice. If the inmates escaped, there would be no way for them to secure both anyway. As they made their way around to the volunteers' building, Maddie drove the FEMA truck slowly past the inmates. They'd left the door up, putting the supplies on full display. When they reached the volunteer building, the group quickly unloaded the boxes, crates, and barrels in plain view of all the prisoners. They set everything on the walkway in front of the building. Maddie, Maria, and Harmony would cart everything in using the hand truck, while Ryan stood guard. As the last of the boxes were handed down from the truck, Maddie reached over and wrapped her arms around her brother. "You stay safe out there, little brother. I need you to come back in one piece." Her voice cracked as she finished her sentence. "You too, Maddie," Zach said, squeezing her tight. "I love you, Zach. I love you too, sis." Maddie felt a hand on her back. Rank held his arms out wide. Maddie turned and embraced him. She thought for sure that his dark brown eyes glistened with the hint of tears. "We'll take care of him. Don't worry," Rank whispered in her ear. "I know you will, but who is going to watch out for you?" Maddie gave a little chuckle. She wanted to ease the tension. After losing 2 friends that day, they all knew the risks they each faced. She forced a smile, but her heart was filled with apprehension. She hugged Lugnut and Roger as Rank climbed up into the driver's seat of the truck. When Zach opened the passenger door and put his foot on the step, all sorts of thoughts ran through her head. We could just leave. We could drive off and let whatever is going to happen here happen. Or we could all just pack up and leave. We could all go south or west, but she knew that danger existed everywhere now. This far into the apocalypse, the world had become about the survival of the fittest. They would have to stay and fight. There were just so few of them. Did they really stand a chance? Chapter 28, South Central Correctional Licking, Missouri event plus 23 days. Zach bent forward and looked into the side mirror as Rank pulled the box truck onto the highway. There seemed to be fewer inmates on the yard. At least that is what he told himself. Their first stop was about a quarter mile from the prison. Abraham Lincoln Welsh was the patriarch of a large family and a veteran of both the Korean and Vietnam Wars. He was no stranger to war, but in his late 70s, he was just too old. His 2 sons lived hundreds of miles away, but his daughter lived on the property with him, along with her daughter and 2 grown grandsons. Up until the moment that Zach and his group pulled down their drive, the Welsh family had been determined to keep to themselves and survive the best they could. Abe Welsh's 2 20-something great-grandchildren were standing in the driveway, with shotguns lying across their arms. No doubt they thought they were prepared if someone came to take from them. "If Guffey and his men don't scare you, 600 violent criminals a half-mile away should," Jacob warned them. "But I thought the governor was moving them to another prison," Abe's daughter said, a quiver in her voice. She'd been genuinely shocked when Jacob explained the dire situation at South Central Correctional. They somehow believed that the government was still in control of things. Abe's mouth hung open when Lugnut told him that FEMA had pulled out days ago, and now Guffey had stolen the last of the supplies meant to appease the prisoners. The governor has his hands full with refugees coming over the border from Illinois. He's not sending any buses for the prisoners. They're our problem now. If they get over that fence, they'll be your problem before they're ours," Rank said, pointing to each of them. Zach thought for sure that at least some of Abe's family would join them. He was shocked when they decided instead to pack up and move rather than stay and fight. But that was their decision. They received similar reactions from 4 other families along their route. Zach was getting truly discouraged by the time they reached the Gundersons. Harvey Gunderson didn't bat an eyelash before saying he'd help. He's had a beef with Guffey for years. "Something about a used car," Jacob whispered in Zach's ear. Harvey Gunderson turned out to be a gold mine. Not only did he, his daughters, and 1 grandson join them, but he directed them to others who were no fans of Guffey. Most had no idea that Guffey had set up his own little kingdom in Houston, and even fewer were aware of how dire the situation had become at the prison. "How long before he and his men come knocking on your door and want your children's food?" Lugnut asked each family. It seemed that Guffey's reputation for bullying had earned him plenty of enemies. Zach hoped he had as many enemies in Houston. If not, they could be going up against the entire town. In all, Zach, Jacob, Rank, Lugnut, and Roger rounded up 15 men, 4 women, 2 teenage girls, and 3 teen boys. Everyone else they'd spoken to that day were too old or too ill, either from the flu that was making its way through the community or from starvation. From the sight of some of their neighbors, they wouldn't make it much longer. Zach wished they'd called on them sooner. Zach took a notepad and pencil from his pack and wrote the names and addresses of those too sick to join them. After this crisis was over with the Guffeys, he intended to see if he could bring them food and medicine. He was sure his mom and Jason would want to join him and help with their medical needs. After loading everyone into the FEMA truck, they drove south to Houston, Missouri. No one guarded the checkpoint on Highway 17 or the one on Highway 32. Rank weaved the big truck in and out of the cars, blocking the road, and drove into town unmolested. That unnerved Zach. "Where is everyone? Turn there," Jacob said, pointing to a street on their left. "We'll go try to get some more folks here to join us before we confront Guffey and his men." Not many folks liked Guffey before he turned all dictator on us. Rank took the turn a little too sharp, tossing Jacob into Zach. Zach could hear groans from their passengers in the back of the FEMA truck. It was a tight squeeze in the cab, but he was glad he hadn't been made to ride in the back like the others. "Stop here," Jacob said, pointing to a tiny park. The sign said Emmett Kelly Park. "If people see a FEMA truck, they may get the wrong idea and think we're here to do a food distribution. We don't want to get swamped with people." Rank pulled around behind a park maintenance building and killed the engine. He was scanning the nearby neighborhood when Harvey and another man jumped down from the back of the truck. "You guys wait here. We'll go round some people up. Give us 30 minutes and I'll have you an army," Harvey said, his bushy mustache twitching as he spoke. Rank, Jacob, and Zach exited the box truck and scanned for signs of trouble. The others either leaned against the truck or sat on the curb. Jacob walked over and nudged Zach. "You have admirers," he said, using his thumb to gesture behind them. Zach resisted the urge to turn and look. He didn't really need to. He could hear the 2 girls giggling behind him. Jacob raised and lowered his eyebrows twice and grinned. "You know, if this thing with Harmony doesn't work out..." Zach sighed, adjusted the strap on his rifle, and walked off toward a row of shrubs that divided the park from a nearby subdivision. He didn't have time for silly, teenage flirting. Besides, things had never been better between him and Harmony. She'd leaned on him for comfort after her ordeal with the Jewell family. He was sure that the giggling girls sitting on the curb were not his type anyway. They seemed way too immature. These days, that shit would get you killed. Zach was so distracted worrying about his mom back at the cabin and his sister and Harmony at the prison that the sound of the engine didn't register at first. By the time he recognized the noise and that a running vehicle was likely trouble, it was only a block away. Zach dropped down behind the bushes and grabbed his radio. After letting Rank and the others know about the approaching vehicle, Zach brought his rifle up and looked through the scope. He didn't recognize the driver, not that he really expected to. He didn't even know what Guffey looked like. He imagined him as an old, fat, white guy. The truck turned the corner. As it passed, Zach counted 6 men in the back, none of them old or white. "I have 3 in the cab and 6 in the bed, all armed with rifles, over," Zach said into his radio. "Roger. 3 in the cab and 6 in the bed. Stay put and observe." Rank radioed back. As the truck slowed to a stop, Zach stood. One of the men who had come with Harvey walked out to greet the occupants of the truck. They waved Rank over, and a second later everyone piled out of the vehicle and shook hands with members of their group. Zach counted out loud. 33. 33 wasn't a bad number, but he still had no idea how many men Guffey had. It would be very helpful to know. A few minutes later, Harvey strode down the middle of the street. With him were 3 men and a woman, likely all in their 20s. Zach stayed put and let them join the others. "Let's roll, Zach." A voice crackled through his radio. Zach sprinted across the park and fell in beside Rank. "So Guffey and his men are headquartered at his store on Grand Avenue. He has around 20 men. He calls them his deputies. He claims he is the new law. They've been going house to house demanding payment for security. So far, if anyone resists, they've left them alone. But there have been rumors that they've returned to some of the houses. The occupants are now missing. Guffey claims they just left town to go to one of the Red Cross shelters. No one believes him, Harvey said as he adjusted his grip on the AR slung over his shoulder. Zack surveyed their army. They were all dirty and thin. They looked like they hadn't slept in weeks, probably because they hadn't. But he still saw a fire in each person's eyes, that spark of something that propelled people forward, the same something that had, so far, kept them all alive when so many had fallen. He looked at the two girls his age. He hoped they were up to this challenge. The way they were standing with their heads together, whispering like silly middle schoolers, made him doubt it, though. "Anyone know for sure if the supplies from the prison are at this guy's store?" Lugnut asked. "That's where all of it is, all the food left over from the FEMA distribution that the judge was distributing, and everything they've taken from residents since the judge passed. It's all in there," a Hispanic man in his mid-30s replied. "Let me ask you this. If the rest of the town sees that we have a chance of taking back the city, do you think they'll join us?" Rank asked. There were some nods. Others shrugged their shoulders. Zack stepped forward. "Who's going to take their place as leader of the town?" Everyone turned to look at him. They looked around, but no one spoke. "We would need to have an election," Jacob said. "We haven't had much luck with that in the past. Look at where our elected officials are now." A tall, dark-haired man wearing a gray hoodie and camouflage pants said. "I think you should do it, Jacob," Harvey's daughter said. When everyone turned to her, she ran a hand down the length of her brown ponytail and turned her eyes down to her feet. Zack could see that the woman was overdue for a trip to the hairdresser. Her gray roots nearly crowned her head. That's all something that can be worked out after we oust the dictator who has taken over the city. Right now, we need to focus on removing him from power," Lugnut said, bringing everyone's focus back to the task at hand. "Do you think that Guffey and his men will just leave if they see how many we have with us?" Harvey's other daughter asked as she wrapped her pudgy fingers tightly around the grip of her rifle. She reminded Zack of his English teacher, Ms. Wyman, with her short hair and full round face. "That would be the best outcome, but we need to be prepared to remove him by force. If not," Roger said. Roger eyed each one, sizing them up. "Okay, then. Let's go do this thing," Rank said, making a chopping motion with his hand. Chapter 29, South Central Correctional, Licking, Missouri. Event plus 23 days before hauling the supplies to the storeroom. Maddie instructed the 3 teen boys and Jacob's cousin to show Ryan the location of each of the guard towers. Maria had taken up a position at the south tower. From that vantage point, she could see not only the prisoners but anyone entering or leaving the prison by vehicle. Maddie was concerned that Guffey and his men might double back to try to finish what they'd started, with Ryan manning the 50 cal, which was still mounted on the vehicle and pointed down the middle of the prison yard, and the 4 teenaged guards and the 2 soldiers manning the guard towers. Maddie and Harmony set about dragging the supplies inside. It wasn't hard work. Most of the boxes were empty. The half pallet of MREs were the only heavy items. It took 15 minutes to load them individually onto the hand truck and haul them all inside. After carrying the last box inside and locking the storeroom door, Maddie told Harmony to follow her. "Where are we going?" Harmony asked. "To check out the water buffalo. We need to see how low we are on water," Maddie said. The 400-gallon M149 water buffalo trailer attached to the big green army truck was only half full. It looked like it had been a day or two since anyone had made a water run to the river. Maddie climbed up into the cab of the old deuce and a half, made sure it was not in gear, turned on the ignition switch, and pressed the start button. Nothing. It wouldn't start. She looked down at the fuel gauge. Empty. The vehicle was going nowhere. Maddie wasn't sure how they would deliver water to the inmates without being able to back the trailer with the water container into the gate. How did they even wind up running out of fuel just parked here? "Shit," Maddie sighed. "Maybe they have enough for today. We can get fuel from Jacob and bring it back after the guys get back," Harmony said, trying to console her. It wasn't working. Maddie knew that the inmate's water container was nearly empty. She'd seen the trail of water running from it when she passed it on her way to the south tower. It had likely been hit by a stray bullet. Her mind raced. How long would they be willing to go without water? Should she send someone after fuel? She received her answer when she stepped around to the back of the vehicle. The large puddle of greasy fluid trailing behind the back tire was all she needed to know. Either a bullet had hit the fuel tank, or more likely, Guffey or one of his men had punctured the tank and stolen the diesel fuel. "Maybe we can hold them off on the water. When the guys return, we can use the box truck and fill the empty barrels with water." Harmony offered. Maddie bit her lip. She was so furious with Guffey for putting them in this situation. She wished she could have gone with the guys. Maddie wanted to be the one to make him pay for putting them all in danger like this. Maddie looked up to the sky. The sun was creeping its way to the west. Maddie extended her arms slightly above her head and stacked one hand on top of the other, lining up the top edge of her right index finger with the bottom of the sun. She counted the number of hands and fingers from the horizon to the sun. They had about 3 hours to sunset. She puffed out her cheeks and blew. "Okay, we'll just have to wait until morning to provide them water. No way am I risking opening that gate in the dark," Maddie said. "Let's start our patrols and hope the guys make quick work convincing Guffey to give us back our supplies." Harmony bit her lip. Maddie could see tears forming in her eyes. "They'll be fine. Guffey won't know what hit him. Rank, Lugnut, and Roger are battle-hardened. They know what they're doing." Harmony nodded, but her face said she was unconvinced. Although most of the inmates had retreated inside, enough remained in the yard to concern Maddie, and they were watching everything she and the other guards were doing. At least this time, when Maddie passed by, she wasn't having piss bombs thrown at her. She shuddered at the memory. She was sure that particular memory would stay with her a long while. On their second trip around the fence line, Maddie and Harmony stopped to check on Russ and his friend Richie in the northwest tower. "I really wish I could call and check on my dad," Russ said, his face filled with concern. "I know, but my mom is a nurse, and my stepdad has medical training. They'll take really good care of him." "Why don't you go get a bite to eat? When you're done, bring your friend here. Something. We might not be getting many breaks. I need everyone on their toes come sunset. If the inmates are going to make a move, I bet it will be after dark," Maddie said, backing away from the stairwell door. Maddie waited at the bottom of the guard tower until Russ reached the volunteer building, then continued down the walkway between the fences. She tried to look away as she passed near the dead men inside the fence, their fellow inmates having left them where they lay. Maddie looked down at her feet as she passed the tower where Todd had been killed. On the other side of the fence were 4 bodies. She wondered how they were going to handle the dead inside the prison. The bodies would no doubt smell by morning, and the flies and disease they would bring worried her. The sun was getting low on the horizon by the time she made it back around to the west tower. She climbed the steps and banged on the door with the meaty side of her fist. "This is Maddie. I just wanted to check on you and see if I could get you anything." "It ain't locked," a muffled voice called back. Maddie turned the knob and opened the door. As she climbed the stairs, she was forced to pinch her nose due to the combination of body odor and urine wafting down from the tiny space. She let go of her nose and opened the door. The observation area looked out over the expanse of the west side of the prison yard. Several men still milled about. Some sat on benches, while others leaned against the interior fences. "Hi, we met when you got here with Roger and Maria, but I've forgotten your name already." "Sorry," Maddie said. The man didn't turn. He didn't take his eyes off the yard below. "I'm Jackson." Jackson was dressed in BDUs. From the noxious aroma, he probably hadn't changed them since the lights went out. Maddie walked over and stared down at the M249 saw lying across the man's arms. "Wow, nice saw," Maddie said. "You ever shoot one?" Jackson asked. "Once, at a range with my dad," Maddie said. "Cool. I can't believe the military let you take that thing. They didn't know I had it." Maddie nodded. An awkward silence settled over the room. It appeared that Jackson wasn't much of a talker. She was just about to leave and return to her patrol when Jackson broke his silence. "Thanks for letting me and Dustin join your group. I'd had enough of the shit over on base. I hate motherfucking politicians." Maddie pivoted and faced him. "I hear that the 2 mayors of those little towns outside the front gate are putting on quite the show." "Yeah, you could call it that. They sure turned it into a circus fast. As soon as the last units pulled out, those 2 came sniffing around like a dog following a bitch in heat. Fuckers came in with all these suggestions on how we should serve the community and shit. They didn't want to help nobody but themselves. Then the 2 of them got to bickering about whose name should go first on the sign at the gate. Sign? Welcoming people to the Waynesville St. Robert shelter. I can't believe that the post commander is just letting them take over." "Why not?" "He doesn't have but a handful of soldiers to control the whole base. He knows they can't keep them from waltzing in and taking whatever they want anyway." "Damn," Maddie said. There was another long pause. "Well, I'm glad you joined. What the fuck?" Jackson yelled, jumping to his feet and pulling the saw to his shoulder. What is it?" "Those motherfuckers are back," Jackson said, turning toward the road. Maddie pulled her rifle to her shoulder and looked through the scope. A bright red pickup stopped on Highway 32 just before the entrance to the prison. She didn't recall seeing a red truck pass them earlier. An older motorhome pulled in behind it. She scanned the cab of the vehicle. She gasped. Don't fire! Don't fire! They're friendlies! Maddie yelled as she turned and ran down the stairs. As she descended the stairs 2 by 2, Maddie grabbed her radio from her belt. Everyone hold your fire! I repeat, do not fire! Friendlies are coming in from the highway. Red truck and motorhome. I repeat, they are friendlies. Maddie pushed open the outer gate and ran as fast as she could toward Highway 32. At the southwest guard tower, she stopped. Ryan, Maddie said into the radio. This is Ryan. Ryan. I think it's... Her breaths were coming in gasps, more from excitement than exertion. I think Larry is in that motorhome. What? Don't move. I'm coming to you. It felt like an eternity waiting for Ryan. The vehicles on the road didn't move. No one exited their vehicles, and no one tried to approach the prison. Maddie heard Ryan's footfalls behind her, but she didn't take her eyes off the vehicles on the road. It sounded like Ryan was hopping on one foot. He was gasping for breath by the time he reached her. The end of his rifle bobbed up and down as he tried to look through his scope. He let out a deep breath and placed the barrel of this rifle across his forearm to steady it. I'll be damned. I think you're right, Maddie. That sure as shit looks like Larry, and his son-in-law is seated next to him, Ryan said without removing his eye from his scope. How can we be sure? I mean, we can't just approach them. What if we're wrong and they just look like them? You said they were in a refugee camp in Missouri, and he'd sent a scout down here to find me. It has to be him, Ryan said. How would he know to find you here, though? Your mom, Ryan said, finally turning to look at Maddie. On his face was the widest smile Maddie had ever seen from him. Wait here, Maddie said, running back to the volunteer building. She hadn't run that fast, or that far for that matter, since they'd arrived in Missouri. She stepped up on the curb and nearly tripped, righted herself, and reached for the handle. She threw back the door, ran down the hall to the storeroom, and grabbed the bullhorn. Here, Maddie said, shoving the bullhorn into Ryan's hands. She thought it should be his voice that Larry heard. They were friends. He was familiar with Ryan's voice. She was winded and wouldn't have been able to speak anyway. You in the motorhome, this is Ryan Masters. Step out of the vehicle with your hands up and identify yourself, Ryan said into the bullhorn. Maddie and Ryan waited. Maddie had her rifle trained on the vehicles, ready to fire if need be. Ryan was just pulling the bullhorn back to his mouth when Maddie spotted the door to the motorhome opening. He's getting out. The man slowly exited the driver's side of the motorhome. He held both hands in the air as he had been instructed. He yelled something, but Maddie couldn't hear him clearly. I can't hear him. Can you? After 20 years in the Corp, I can't hear worth a shit. We are going to need to move closer, Ryan said. Ryan pointed to the small shed on the opposite side of the driveway. Maddie ran to the corner and peered through the scope. She was sure it was Larry. They just needed to hear him speak. They couldn't afford to take any chances. Maddie covered Ryan as he hopped across the road and joined her by the shed. Say your name and where you're from, Ryan said into the bullhorn. Maddie couldn't make out his name, but she heard Illinois clearly. I heard Illinois. It's him, Maddie said. Maddie sprinted toward the tree line that stood between her and the road. Crouching behind a large tree, Maddie looked through the sights of her rifle. Ryan, it's Larry, I'm sure of it, Maddie said into her radio. Everyone hold your fire. We have friendlies at the road. Maddie stood and stepped out from behind the tree. Larry, it's Maddie Langston. I left something with you in Illinois. Can you tell me what that was? Maddie yelled. She had to be 100% sure. You left me one big, old, ornery white dog and the cutest little redhead, Larry said, stepping away from the truck. Maddie's heart leapt in her chest. She was in shock. How did you find us? Maddie asked as she took a step closer. Your mom and dad said you might need some help. Larry turned and motioned to the 3 men in the vehicle with him. Larry's son-in-law slid out of the pickup and waved. Ryan stepped out onto the drive and waved back. Pull on around, Maddie yelled, following a grand, albeit brief, reunion with Larry, his 2 sons, and a son-in-law. Maddie gave their new volunteer guards a tour of the facility. These gates, Maddie said, pointing to the gate on the inner perimeter fence. We never open them. The outer gates are left open for our safety, in case we need to get out quickly. How do you get food and water to the prisoners? Larry's son-in-law, Chris, asked. By this guard tower are a set of 3 gates. We back the truck to the interior gate, drop the trailer, and pull out, locking the 2 outer gates. The person manning the guard tower signals the prison trustees when they are clear to retrieve the supplies. The water is a little riskier. The water trailer is left inside the inner gate. That is only done every other day and not until the yard is clear. They know that if they don't stay inside, we won't deliver the water. It all sounds risky to me, said Larry's oldest son, Brad. That's because it is, Ryan replied. Maddie smiled. Speaking of that, We should get to delivering the evening meal now that we have extra guards, Maddie said. I'll man the tower, Ryan said, turning to head that way. It will take me as long to climb those stairs as it will for you guys to load the trailer. Maddie watched Ryan limp away. She knew that he must be hurting. This was the most active he'd been since he'd been shot a little over 2 weeks prior. But she was pleased to see him making an effort. She'd been growing concerned with his self-medicating and lack of effort to get back on his feet. It had been so unlike the Ryan she knew. Maddie turned toward the volunteers building. All right, let's get this over with. As usual, Maddie broke open the MREs and poured the contents into the cardboard boxes. But this time, she didn't fill the boxes very full. In addition to the contents of the MREs, Maddie placed the last of Ron's deer jerky, dried fruit, and 2 bags of butterscotch candy into the boxes. It wasn't near enough to feed the number of inmates inside those walls, but she hoped it would satisfy them until they could come up with more. Larry backed his truck up to the trailer, and he and his sons loaded the boxes. Maddie waited at the second gate as Larry unhooked the loaded trailer, pulled forward, hooked up the empty trailer, and pulled it back to the parking lot beside the building. Maddie shut the second gate and then the third before Ryan gave the inmates the all-clear to retrieve their food. The men grumbled and complained as they rummaged through the boxes, but each man grabbed a box and disappeared inside without incident. No one challenged them or charged the gate. Maddie let out an audible sigh of relief as the last man turned to go. He looked back over his shoulder, their eyes locked for a moment. Maddie saw nothing but pure black hatred on the man's face. Surprisingly, she didn't really blame him. She would have felt the exact same way, the only difference being she hadn't killed or raped anyone to get herself in the man's position. The man finally broke eye contact and strode off around the building. That was intense, Brad said, walking up behind Maddie. Maddie jumped. She spun around on her left heel and pointed her rifle at the man before realizing he was a friendly. Maddie took a double take. He looked like a younger version of Larry. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Yeah, it's all really intense these days, Maddie said, walking past the man. Maddie looked up to Ryan in the guard tower and gave him a thumbs up. The sun was now low on the horizon, and it reflected off the window of the tower. She couldn't see if he gave a response. Maddie glanced back to Brad. It's getting dark soon. You'd better have a good flashlight. It's even more intense out here in the dark. Brad fished around in his pack and retrieved a headlamp. You're going to want more light than that, Maddie said as she walked away. None of them had enough flashlights. She hated walking the perimeter at night. When they'd had more people, they'd done so in teams of 3. Even 3 flashlight beams weren't enough to light the walkway between the fences sufficiently for Maddie. She, of course, felt much safer up in the guard towers, but tonight she knew she needed to be one of the ones on the ground. The towers weren't that useful without the massive floodlights that lit up the prison yard. Maddie introduced Larry, his 2 sons, Brad and Elijah, along with his son-in-law, Chris, to the soldiers, Jackson and Dustin, before giving out the new night patrol assignments. She was under no illusion that 12 people would be sufficient to cover the area they were patrolling, but she did feel better about it with 4 extra guns and flashlights to aid in the job. All the gates were locked at night, and patrols were performed around the outer perimeter fence. Larry and his sons would patrol the outside north perimeter fence. Dustin, Harmony, and one of the teen boys patrolled the west side while Jackson took the 2 other teens with him on the east perimeter. Maddie, Russ, and Chris took the south. As the last light faded, Maddie's stomach clenched. She panned the flashlight beam across the prison yard. In the distance it could penetrate into the darkness, she saw no inmates. The night was still. She had become accustomed to the lack of man-made noise, but this night, the quietness unnerved her. Maddie, Russ, and Chris walked 3 abreast along the outer fence, panning their lights into the perimeter and scanning the yard beyond the fence. Nothing moved. They walked on to the southwest corner, turned and marched back, repeatedly scanning for signs of trouble and listening intensely for the rattling of chain link and razor wire. They stopped at the outer gate. Maddie reached out and tugged on it. It rattled but did not pop open. All was secure. She placed the flashlight between her knees and pulled a bottle of water from her pack, unscrewed the lid and downed about half of it. As her head tilted back, she saw a glint of light. She turned her head to her right. A single beam of light bounced back and forth. Maddie thought for a moment, trying to recall who had the east perimeter, Jackson or Dustin. She brought her left hand up, trying to stifle a yawn. She was operating on such little sleep that she couldn't remember. She heard Russ yawn behind her, followed by Chris. Maddie chuckled. She'd never understood why yawns were contagious. I so miss caffeine, Maddie said, placing the water bottle back in her pack. Something tugged at the back of her mind. She turned her whole body to the left and stared off in the direction she'd seen the beam of light. "Follow," gunfire interrupted her sentence. Maddie dropped to the ground, pulling her rifle up with one hand and shining the light with the other. "Which direction?" Maddie yelled. "There," Russ yelled, pointing to the east. "Shit," Maddie yelled. "More gunfire! Short bursts! The saw! Let's go!" Maddie yelled. As she ran toward the sound of the commotion, she cursed the dark as she ran. Her headlamp barely illuminated far enough ahead to keep her on the path. Over the footfalls of her fellow guards, she heard more gunfire, 2 short bursts followed by 2 more. Then came the unmistakable report of the .5 decal. Maddie prayed the men had just gotten jumpy and fired at their own shadow or a raccoon, anything but what she feared most. Unfortunately, the sound of the .5D spoke of much more trouble. At the southeast corner, she saw her first glimpse of hell. Men streamed from the open gate 200 yards away. Maddie couldn't see where the friendlies were. She was afraid to start firing for fear of hitting one of them, but the prisoners were flooding out. She had to stop them. "Let's go," Maddie yelled as she ran toward the herd of inmates. Chris ran ahead of her, firing wildly. Maddie caught up to him and yelled, "Wait until we are closer. Conserve your ammo." She looked over her shoulder. She couldn't see Russ, but she didn't have time to stop and look for him. She had to push forward. Gunfire erupted to their right. The soldier and his team were firing from the field to her right. She couldn't get closer without fear of catching a stray round. She held out an arm. "Stop." Chris took 2 steps forward, and a round caught him in the chest, knocking him backward. He yelped. Maddie wanted to stop and help him, but she needed to prevent the prisoners from getting away. She turned her back on Chris and began firing at the open gate. Men dropped and others stepped over them and continued to stream out of the gate. Maddie heard gunfire behind her, but she didn't turn to see who it was or what they were firing at. With her first magazine empty, she dropped the empty mag, reloaded a fresh one, hit the bolt release to chamber the first round, and continued firing at the steady stream of men. Why did they keep coming? She couldn't understand why they would risk a bullet to get out. Gunfire to her left startled her. It was coming from inside the fence. Someone with a weapon was inside the fence? Was it Larry's team come to help? Or Jackson's? Were the inmates fleeing gunfire within the prison yard? She couldn't see. Again, she cursed the darkness. The flow of men rushing out of the gate trickled to a stop, and Maddie took the opportunity to check on Larry's son-in-law. "Where are you hit?" Maddie asked as she bent down. She never took her eyes off the gate, so she hadn't seen him remove his plate carrier. "Thank God for armor," Chris said, getting to his feet. "I think I may have busted some ribs. It's hard to breathe." "Well, you might want to put that back on," Maddie said as the 5 T-cal hammered to their north. "Fuck," Chris said as he pulled the plate carrier back over his head. Maddie and Russ ran toward the dead and wounded prisoners at the gate. Some still moaned, crushed under the weight of their fellow inmates. Maddie and Russ shot each prisoner who moved or made a sound until the moaning and movement all stopped. Maddie climbed over the bodies and pulled the interior gate closed, listening for the clang of the locking mechanism. Her stomach wanted to roll over and heave as she climbed back down the heap of dead flesh blocking the outer gate. "Where is the patrol for that gate?" Chris asked. "I think they took chase after the ones who got away." "Shouldn't we go help round them up?" "No. We can't see shit out here. All we do is get ourselves killed. We have to get to the other gate," Maddie said as she sprinted off toward the northeast corner of the fence. Maddie heard something slamming into the chain-link fence. She turned her light in the direction of the noise as she continued to run. An inmate was trying to scale the fence. 2 bursts of gunfire came from her left, and the inmate dangled from the razor wire by his shirt. Maddie was just about to turn and continue on when she heard what sounded like gunfire inside the building. More gunfire, and screaming men confirmed her suspicion. Someone was inside. As she lifted her right foot to continue running, an intense flash of light erupted from a door in the back of one of the units. Flames shot high into the sky. "What the hell?" Maddie yelled as more inmates flung themselves at the fence. Chris didn't hesitate. He had taken up a good prone firing position and was putting rounds in every man on the fence. But more and more just kept coming. There were just too many of them. Maddie began firing as Chris and Russ reloaded. She quickly emptied her magazine and had to stop to reload. The inmates just kept coming. A round ricocheted off the concrete walk 10 feet to Maddie's right. Some damn idiot was on the inside, firing in their direction. "Get down," Maddie yelled a second, too late. A round struck Chris in the neck. Maddie watched him grab his throat with both his hands. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. All sound faded away. There was so much blood oozing between his fingers. He wore a look of utter shock on his face. Another round slammed into him, and Maddie hit the ground, crawling quickly along the path toward the west, trying to distance herself from the shooting. "Damn you, what the hell are you thinking?" Maddie yelled. Maddie caught a glimpse of a dark figure running toward her. She jumped to her feet, rifle at the ready. Just before pulling the trigger, Larry appeared in her flashlight beam. "Damn it, Larry, what the hell is happening?" Maddie yelled at the man. "Someone is on the inside." They started shooting, and prisoners started storming the gates. "How the hell did they get a fucking gun?" "I don't know. Let's go," Larry said, turning and firing at the men scaling the fence 50 feet away. "Chris is hit. Neck wound," Maddie said as she caught up with Larry. Larry slowed but didn't stop. At the volunteer building, Larry jumped in his truck, backed it out of its parking space, and turned on the headlights. The sight lit by the headlight beams sickened Maddie to the point she thought she'd throw up. Men hung from razor wire all along the fence. Others were clawing and trying their best to climb over them. Ryan, Harmony, and Larry's 2 sons were shooting into the yard. Maddie wanted to cover her ears and look away. "Get in," Larry yelled as he flung the passenger door open for her. Maddie jumped in. Larry took off before she'd even shut the door. He made a left out of the parking lot, sped along the fence, and past his son-in-law's lifeless body. Making a sharp turn at the northeast corner, he floored the accelerator and aimed for the field between the prison and the adjacent lumber mill. As they got closer, 2 figures with rifles appeared in the truck's high beams. Jackson stood in the middle of the field, mowing down running escapees. Maddie's stomach lurched. It seemed so wrong. It all seemed so wrong. But she knew it was their duty to make sure that not even one of these dangerous men got away. Larry veered to his left and barreled for the fence that divided the prison property line and the lumber mill. Sliding to a halt in the loose dirt, Larry slammed the vehicle into park and jumped out. Maddie never knew the old guy could move so fast. She was out and joined him in a flash. She didn't bother taking aim. She just shot in the direction of the men climbing the short fence. It didn't take long before they were all down. Maddie and Larry climbed back in the truck and drove up and down the property line looking for escapees, when they were satisfied that they'd stopped them all. Larry turned the truck to the south, and they joined Jackson and his 2 teammates in the middle of the field. "I think we got all of them," the tall, skinny kid said, a huge smile covering his face. "We need to check the south gate," Larry said. "Jump in." Jackson and the boys jumped in the bed of the pickup. Larry weaved in and out of bodies before reaching the southeast corner. More bodies hung from the razor wire on both the interior and exterior fences. Heaps of bodies were lying on the ground. Fire danced in Maddie's peripheral vision. Heavy smoke choked the air now, making it difficult to breathe. At least 2 of the units that Maddie could see were ablaze. A strange sense of relief washed over her. Could it all be over now? Could they be free of the danger from the prison? She couldn't imagine it. It had been her constant worry since they arrived at the cabin. The thought of all those inmates escaping had kept her wrapped up in fear all this time. More gunfire erupted in front of them, loud, thunderous, and continual bursts of gunfire from a saw. Maddie turned in the seat to check on their passengers. In the darkness, she could not tell if there was even anyone still in the bed of the truck. 2 of the teen boys and Dustin appeared in the headlights. The 2 boys were standing near the south gate with their rifles pointed at a heap of former inmates on the ground between the fences. The interior gate was missing. Dustin turned and pointed his saw at the truck. Larry slammed on the brakes and Maddie flew forward, her outstretched hand the only thing stopping her from crashing into the dash. Maddie tensed, sure that she was about to die. Jackson yelled from the bed of the truck, and Dustin lowered his weapon. A second wave of relief, even greater than the first, rushed through Maddie's body. "We need to light this place up. We have to round up any who made it out alive," Jackson yelled. "No one made it out of this gate alive. I can guarantee that," Dustin said. Maddie turned to Larry. "We can't go stumbling around in the dark looking for them. That is just too dangerous. We have to wait for Lugnut and Rank. They can track them." "I agree." "We need to stay here and make sure no more get out," Larry said. Jackson and his 2 teammates hopped out of the truck. "I'm going back to patrol the perimeter from here, back to the east. You 2 stay here and guard this gate," Jackson said, pointing to the 2 teens with him. "Dustin, you and your team take from here to the northwest corner," Jackson barked. "We'll drive the other way around to the north and meet up with Ryan and my boys," Larry said, putting the pickup into gear. "I'll meet you at the northeast corner," Jackson said, heading east along the southern perimeter fence, panning the light from his rifle side to side. Larry turned the corner, and Maddie could see headlights at the northwest corner. As they got closer, she could make out a figure in the turret of the Humvee, Ryan was manning the .50 cal. Larry's two sons stood facing the prison, rifles at the ready. Larry pulled the truck up beside them. "You good here?" Larry yelled over the noise of the truck's engine. Ryan waved, and Larry proceeded forward to the northeast corner. He backed the truck up and shined the headlights on the back of the closest housing unit. Maddie turned her head and looked away, the nightmarish scene causing a new wave of nausea. "I think we're good now. I don't see anyone approaching the fence," Larry said. The smoke was thick on this side of the prison. All of the housing units were on fire. The air was filled with the putrid smell of burned plastic and whatever else was in the buildings. She gripped her rifle in her right hand and covered her mouth and nose with her left. "Do you think there's anyone still alive inside there?" Maddie asked. "I don't think so. That smoke is pretty thick." "I don't see anyone outside. No one living, that is," Maddie said. Her voice cracked. The scene reminded her of the Civil War movies her history teacher had made them watch in 8th grade. A glint of light shined in her left peripheral vision. Two beams of light bobbed up and down as they approached Maddie's position. Larry opened the door to the pickup and stepped out. Maddie opened the passenger door and placed the barrel of her rifle on the hood of the truck. "Jackson, is that you? Roger that. I have Russ with me. He's injured." "Who's Russ?" Larry asked. "A local kid," Maddie said, running over to assist Jackson. Jackson held Russ upright with one arm and the saw in the other. "I caught a ricochet," Russ said. "Where are you injured?" Larry asked, grabbing him around the waist. My ass." Maddie stifled a laugh. "See anyone?" Maddie asked as Larry carried Russ to the truck. "No? You?" "Not a living soul." She turned and followed Larry and Russ to the truck. Jackson fell in behind them. "Think they're all dead?" Maddie asked, "or escaped into town?" "I'm sure some of them did get out before we got around to that southeast gate. It was just too dark to see. We will likely never know how many got away." "What the hell happened? Who shot first?" Maddie asked, through her fingers. She pulled the collar of her t-shirt up to cover her mouth and nose. Dustin said the first shot came from inside the prison building. He heard shots, then inmates flooded out of the building. The next thing he knew, the buildings were on fire, and so many prisoners were pushing against the gates that the whole thing caved under their weight. "How long before daylight, do you think?" Maddie asked. Jackson raised his hand up in front of his face. Maddie shined her light on his watch. "About 2 hours, I'd say." "Lord, those will be the longest 2 hours of my life," Maddie said. Chapter 30, Houston, Missouri, event plus 23 days. The last time Zach had visited the city of Houston, Missouri, he'd been 9 years old. He vaguely recalled playing at the Emmett Kelly Park. His dad had brought him to Houston to visit a Civil War reenactment. Zach had been captivated by the cannons and long guns. He'd drunk root beer from a bottle with a cork in it. It had been a great day, not like today. They were going up against a tyrannical group who'd killed his friend Todd and shot Jacob's uncle. They'd stolen supplies from the prison, supplies that were likely the only thing keeping the thugs from storming the gates and flooding into the countryside. Zach gritted his teeth as he tightened the strap on his rifle sling. The low red sun shone on his sweaty face as Harvey pointed toward the west. Guffey's hardware store is 3 blocks west on Grand. "I think we should head back south to Chestnut Street, cross over Grand, and then go north on 1st Street. There's an alley that runs between the buildings from Mill Street to Guffey's store. We'd be pretty concealed and can recon the place before going in." "Won't he have guards posted?" Zach asked. "Only 1 or 2, the tall man in the gray hoodie said. "We can distract them," a tall, sandy blonde woman dressed in hunter's camouflage said, nodding toward a shorter, redhead girl. The taller of the two unzipped her jacket, revealing a white tank top. Zach's eyes widened. His face turned bright red. He was confident that she did, indeed, have all the right equipment needed to distract Guffey's guards. Rank broke their larger group up into squads of 5. Harvey led his 2 daughters, a man in his late 40s and a teenage boy. The 2 females were flanked by a tall, broad man in his 30s, an older woman, and a teenage girl. They all held their weapons and carried themselves like they knew what they were doing. Zach, Rank, Roger, and Lugnut brought up the rear. They were strangers in the town. They didn't know the territory or the people. Each team ran south to Chestnut Street before turning west and running down the middle of the streets. There weren't many houses in that section of town. 1 whole block was empty. Where Chestnut intersected with Grand Avenue, Harvey held his fist in the air. He stopped, dropped to a knee, and raised a set of binoculars to his face. Making a circular motion with his arm, he stood and ran across Grand Avenue at 1st Street. Harvey repeated the maneuver before turning right and heading north down a narrow alley. One of the teams broke off and headed north down another street. At the next street, Harvey stopped, held up a fist, and flattened himself against the side of a concrete block building. He leaned forward and peered around the corner to his right. He held up 2 fingers. His team crouched down beside the building. Harvey motioned, and the 2 women who had volunteered to distract the guards ran forward. After a moment, the 2 women stripped off their jackets and casually walked around the corner out of Zach's sight. Harvey motioned for everyone to proceed, then darted across the road to another alley. Gunfire rang out. Zach was aware of Roger moving parallel to him on his right. On his left, Rank and Lugnut moved in a crouch, their rifles at the ready fire position. Zach hugged the wall of the building as he inched forward toward the street. He made eye contact with Harvey, who had made it to the alley on the other side. A broad smile spread across the man's weathered face. He looked like he was enjoying this a little too much. In Zach's humble opinion, a man popped up from behind a large green dumpster. Zach put the hollow sight's red, floating reticle on the center of the man's face and squeezed the trigger. Bile rose in his throat as he watched the man fall forward. Harvey looked behind him, then back at Zach, the smile gone from his face. Zach didn't have time to think about the fact that he'd just taken the man's life because a second man, and then a third man, jumped out and began returning fire. Zach sensed movement to his left. In a tenth of a second, he recognized Rank had stepped around him. "Run, Zach!" Rank yelled, pointing to a purple compact car parked about 30 feet away. Rank stepped forward and began returning fire as Zach sprinted to the vehicle, slamming his shoulder against the fender as he dove for cover. Rising slowly to look over the hood, Zach saw 3 more men crouched behind a truck parked along the road to his right. Before he could duck, a round whizzed past, kicking up a chunk of concrete that flew up and struck Zach in the ankle. He cried out at the same time that a second round struck the hood of the vehicle. Zach raised his rifle and found the shooter crouched beside an ATV about 50 yards away. He placed his dot on the man's chest, squeezed, and the man slumped over, clutching his chest. The red bloom on his shirt was all the proof Zach needed that the man was out of the fight. "Zach, move left," Rank yelled over a cacophony of rifle fire. Zach rose into a crouch and ran across the street to the alley where he'd last seen Harvey. His shoulder hugged the building as he ran down the alley, passing the 3 dead men by the dumpster. A trailer, still full of supplies, sat just outside an open garage door. More gunfire erupted to his left, and Zach saw the tall man in the gray hoodie hit the ground. It was one of the men with the decoy girls. He wondered what had happened to the women. Zach heard footfalls on concrete and shifted, bringing his rifle up. He was just about to squeeze the trigger when a young woman appeared at the corner across the street. Their eyes met. For a moment, Zach thought it was the women from his group, but the hate and rage contorting this woman's face dispelled that notion. He watched as she raised a revolver, pointing it directly at him. Zach hesitated a moment before turning his dot on her. The woman roared and fired her revolver. A bullet whizzed past Zach's left ear and slammed into the woman, striking her in the face just above the bridge of her nose. She fell in slow motion. Zach stood frozen, watching as she hit the ground. A hand on his shoulder jolted him from his trance. "Move," Roger yelled, pointing toward the next cover location. Zach's legs didn't want to cooperate. They felt like wet noodles as he attempted to run to the corner of the next building. They'd made it. They'd run the gauntlet of Guffey's defenses and made it to his store. As Zach crouched behind an air conditioning unit, breathing in gasps, successive bursts of gunfire drowned out all other noise. Roger dropped his pack and retrieved a concussion grenade. A second later, Rank sprinted across the street and fell in behind them, followed closely by Lugnut and then Harvey. Rank took up a position on one side of a wide wooden door, while Harvey jumped a small stoop and pushed himself against the wall on the opposite side. Lugnut slammed his boot into the door and it flew open. He dropped down into a crouch at the same time Roger lobbed the grenade into the building. Lugnut dove to his left, nearly knocking Zach to the ground as the concussive blast erupted inside the building. Rank and Harvey were the first inside, followed by Roger. Lugnut scanned the alley before motioning for Zach. "Watch for Guffey's men," Lugnut said before disappearing inside. Zach placed his back to the wall and scanned right then, left up and down the alley. Gunfire still rang out close by. Zach wondered where the rest of their team was. Where were Harvey's daughters? Where were all the men from the pickup? More importantly, where were all of Guffey's men? He'd expected more resistance. In a town this size, why hadn't the people refused to be bullied by the man? It didn't make sense to Zach. Had they become so accustomed to the judge keeping everyone in line that no one knew how to think for themselves any longer? Short bursts of gunfire from inside the building jostled Zach from his thoughts. Screams followed. More gunfire came from the street in front of the building. A figure appeared in the doorway. At first, Zach thought it was Harvey, but the terrified look on the man's face told Zach he was mistaken. The man held his hands in the air. "I don't want no trouble. I didn't want no part of any of this shit," the man said. Zach raised his rifle. "I ain't got no beef with any of you. I just want to go home to my little girls, that's all. I ain't armed." Zach motioned for the man to step forward. After seeing that the man didn't have a weapon on him, Zach motioned down the alley. "Get then." "Thank you," the man yelled over his shoulder as he sprinted down the alley and around the next building. Zach didn't want to kill anyone. He didn't have to. He hoped he wouldn't regret it. A movement behind him, followed by a burst of gunfire, sent Zach diving for cover behind the air conditioning units. He landed hard on his right knee. Intense pain shot through him. His vision went black for a moment. A wave of nausea threatened to cause his stomach to evict his breakfast. Harvey's daughter dropped beside him. Her head hit the edge of the AC unit. More rounds kicked up gravel a few feet away before Zach could roll over and bring his rifle up. Just as he managed to sit up enough to free his rifle and bring it up, a shadow fell over the lifeless woman's torso. Zach looked up in time to see a large figure with a shotgun in his hands. Zach rolled over onto his back, brought his knees up, and leveled the rifle in front of him. He didn't hesitate this time. He fired as the man swung the shotgun toward his position. The man fell next to Harvey's daughter. Zach scrambled to his feet and ran to the corner of the building to see who else might be coming. The street was filled with people. They carried baseball bats and tire irons. An elderly man held a small hammer above his head. They were chasing a man. From the rage on the people's faces, the man they were chasing had to be one of Guffey's crew. Zach put his back against the wall and let them pass by. He heard an engine turn over. A second later, a truck sped past, 3 men in the cab and 2 in the back. Zach considered whether he should fire on them. But he'd never seen Guffey or his men. How could he be sure those men weren't just regular citizens in the wrong place at the wrong time? Voices shouted to the right and drew his attention away. A crowd of people turned and ran down the middle of the street, chasing and shouting at the occupants of the truck. Rank, Lugnut, and Roger appeared at his side. A moment later, Harvey appeared. He ran down the street for a block chasing the men, but they sped away too fast for him to get a shot off. "Motherfucking cowards," Harvey yelled as he sprinted back. Zach looked down as Harvey approached. The pained look on Zach's face aroused Harvey's suspicions. "What?" Harvey looked from Zach to Rank, then to Roger. Zach looked up. "I'm sorry, Harvey. What?" Harvey said, a plea in his voice. Zach pointed. The wail Harvey released was bone-chilling. Zach had heard that type of anguish before. It had come from his sister's mouth the day their mother had informed them that their dad had been killed by the drunk driver. As he did now, Zach had stood as a stoic observer as his mother and sister had released their grief into the world. Harvey cradled his daughter in his arms, sobbing and rocking her as her sister emerged around the corner of the building opposite them. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw her father and sister on the ground. A hand flew up to her mouth, and she dropped to her knees. Another woman ran around the corner and stopped, looked to Harvey, then back to the woman on her knees, then slowly walked over to her. 2 men appeared behind them, followed by what was left of their group. Shots rang out. The noise reverberated between the buildings. "Where is that coming from?" Zach asked as they all crouched. "Up there," Roger said, pointing to a rooftop to Zach's left. A round whizzed by and slammed into the air conditioner. "Go, go, go!" Lugnut yelled. As Zach scrambled for cover, Lugnut, Rank, and Roger ran into the building across the alley. Harvey had pulled his daughter's lifeless body over to the dumpster. Zach was hiding behind. He cradled her head in his lap as he attempted to reload his rifle. Zach took the rifle from him, ejected the magazine, and slapped a new one in after handing the rifle to Harvey. Zach shifted his position to watch the north end of the alley. The sound of additional gunfire on the roof was followed by silence. "All clear up top," Rank yelled from the top of the building. A moment later, Lugnut, Rank, and Roger all stood beside the dumpster. "Zach, let's go get the truck. We'll load up and get the hell out of here," Rank said, stretching out his hand to help Zach to his feet. After backtracking a second time, Zach was sure that Rank was lost. Zach had not paid attention to the streets Harvey had led them down to get to Guffey's store either, so he was no help guiding them back to the park to retrieve the truck. Somehow, likely by accident, they came out on a familiar road. A right turn and Zach could see the park. They only needed to cross an empty lot and walk south another block. They hugged the side of a large, older white home as they scanned the area of the vacant lot. Rank went first, crouching low, rifle at the ready fire position. When Rank reached a row of hedges along the road, he stopped and crouched. Crack. Zack registered the noise 2 seconds too late. Zack pivoted on his right heel and came face to face with a middle-aged man holding a baseball bat over his head. Zack ducked just in time. The bat struck him across the shoulder. He lunged for the man, and the two of them tumbled to the ground. They rolled around in the grass, Zack trying desperately to get control of the bat and wrench it away from the man. Zack rolled and felt a boot under his left shoulder. He raised up and caught an elbow to the eye. Pain shot through his head. Zack saw light flick at the corners of his vision. The boot belonged to Rank, who had his rifle in the man's back. He let go of the bat. "Get to your knees, nice and slow. Do it now," Rank barked in the most authoritative voice Zack had ever heard. If he'd been the aggressor, he would have complied. This man didn't, Rank's patience having run out. He bent down and seized the man by his shirt. He hauled him to his feet, yanked the bat from his grasp, and tossed the man to the ground. The man skidded back away from Zack. "Let's go, Zack," Rank said, extending a hand to help him to his feet. Blood ran down Zack's cheek as he bent over to stand. He rubbed the blood from his eye with the back of his hand. It smeared everywhere. He felt his head. His hair was soaked in blood. He could hardly see as they ran the final block to the truck. Zack was winded and lightheaded as he reached for the door handle. He piled into the seat and laid his head back. "That looks like it hurts," Rank said as he shoved the key into the ignition. "No, not at all," Zack laughed. As Harvey loaded his daughter's body into the back of a pickup, the town's residents helped Rank, Lugnut, Roger, and Zack load the supplies that Guffey had stolen into the FEMA truck. Rank walked over and placed his hand on Harvey's shoulder, said something in his ear, and turned to go. Harvey's other daughter stepped forward and extended her hand. After shaking it, Rank helped her up into the bed of the truck. "I cannot tell you how grateful we are that you came and ran that asshat out of town," a middle-aged woman wearing black leggings and a dirty pink t-shirt said as she handed up the last box. "You all need to elect someone to run things before someone else steps in who is twice as bad as Guffey," Jacob said as he walked up behind the woman. She spun around to face him. "What we need is a sheriff, she said, placing chubby hands on her round hips. "You should hold an election and hire one then," Lugnut said as he hopped down from the back of the truck. "And what exactly do you think we would be able to pay one with?" she asked. "I'll tell you what, Wanda, in a day or two after things calm down at the prison, I'll come over, and we can have a town hall meeting and discuss all this. But I can tell you one thing, folks around here are going to need to step up and do their share, or no one is going to make it," Jacob said. Jacob didn't wait for her reply. He hiked his leg up on the bumper and climbed into the back of the truck. Zack watched the group leave as Lugnut put their truck into gear. They rolled through the alley and turned onto Grand Avenue. People lined both sides of the street. Some held bats and others held shotguns and pistols. They smiled and waved as the truck passed them. At the first intersection, an older man held the arms of a younger man. Blood poured from wounds in the both of their foreheads. All they needed was a little encouragement, Lugnut said. Zack looked in the side mirror. A little girl, maybe 5 years old, waved from the sidewalk. Zack saw Roger's huge forearm extend and toss an MRE at the little girl's feet. Her mother bent down and picked it up. The gratitude on the woman's face was overwhelming. Zack wondered how any of the residents were going to make it. They were starving. There was no food in town. Soon they would have to leave the city to find food or die. Zack recalled the statistics he'd read in his dad's books. 90% of the population would die from disease, violence, or starvation in the first few months. It seemed unreal, but it was real. It was very real. As red and yellow light of dawn spread across the sky, Zack and his group drove back toward the prison. Rank and Zack rode in the cab while Jacob, Lugnut, and Roger watched their six from the open door in the back of the truck. At the top of a ridge near the prison, Zack saw smoke in the distance. He worried it could be a forest fire. A forest fire was a huge concern when you lived in the Mark Twain National Forest. He nudged Rank. Look. Chapter 31, South Central Correctional Event, plus 24 days. Maddie's mouth opened wide into a yawn as the sun appeared over the horizon. She'd spent the last 2 hours worrying about her brother and the others, who had set off to take back their supplies from the dirty dictator, Edgar Guffey. Her emotions bounced back and forth between fear for Zack and the others, and anticipation and joy that she would soon see Emma again. Maddie still couldn't believe that Larry's group had made it all the way from Peoria, Illinois. She was anxious to hear the tale of how they too had escaped the wrath of DHS. Maddie looked down from the southwest tower. Jackson was making his second trip around the perimeter in the last 30 minutes. Dustin, his fellow soldier, was in the southeast tower watching for any movement in the yard of the lumber mill next door. Maddie thought she heard a vehicle and opened the south-facing window. She listened intently, hoping and praying that it was Zach and the rest of their group. They should have been back hours ago. She'd expected them back long before now. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Jackson heard it too. He turned, ran over, and concealed himself behind the tower. It was still dark enough that she could see the vehicle's headlights from a distance. She gripped her rifle tight as she pointed it out the window of the guard tower. When she saw the big, white box truck, she ran for the stairwell. She took the steps 2 at a time and jumped hard onto the ground. "It's them," she yelled. "Wait, Maddie." "It could be that other group. They could have taken the truck," Jackson said, catching her by the arm and nearly pulling her off her feet. In her excitement, she hadn't thought of that. She pulled the stock of the rifle to her cheek and followed the truck's movement in her scope. It wasn't until it pulled into the drive that she was sure it was them. She wanted to jump up and down like a kid waiting for the ice cream truck. She broke out into uncontrollable laughter. Jackson turned and stared at her. As the truck grew closer, Maddie ran out toward the road. Rank pulled up beside her and Maddie gasped. Zach, dried blood was caked all over his face. His hair was matted with it. "I'm fine, just a little gash. It bled like Where's Jacob?" Maddie asked, cutting him off in the back with Lugnut and Roger. Maddie let out the breath she'd held and ran a hand across her forehead. "What the hell happened here?" Rank asked, stepping down from the truck and walking around to the front. Maddie heard boots hit the ground, and Lugnut appeared from around the back, followed by Roger, and finally Jacob. Maddie whispered, "Thank God! What happened? Is it over with Guffey?" she asked. "Yep. What the hell happened here?" Lugnut said, joining Rank at the front of the truck. Both of them stared at the prison yard filled with bodies and the burned-out buildings that once housed 600 inmates. Someone on the inside fired off a few rounds, then set the buildings on fire, forcing all the inmates into the yard. The prisoners charged the gates and attempted to scale the fences, Jackson explained. "Did any? We were waiting for daylight to start looking for escapees." "It was too dangerous in the dark," Jackson continued. "Some made it as far as the fence that sets the boundary between the prison and the lumber mill. We can't be sure how many made it before we caught up with them," Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder with her thumb. Maddie heard the engine of Larry's pickup start. Then, a moment later, he and Ryan stopped in front of the box truck. "Larry, what the hell, man? Did you bring this shit with you, dude?" Lugnut said, approaching Larry. They hugged and Larry shook hands with Rank before Ryan introduced him to Jacob. Larry poked his head into the box truck. "Looks like you're going to have one hell of a shiner," Larry said, pointing to Zach's swollen eye. Maddie looked to the east. The sun was rising. Soon there would be sufficient light to start assessing the situation inside the fence. "Let's fan out and search for convicts. I need to get home. I want to see Emma." Lugnut was limping. Rank looked like he'd fought 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. Maddie, Jacob, and Ryan stood guard outside the fence as Lugnut, Rank, Jackson, and Dustin climbed over the pile of bodies and entered the prison yard through the southwest gate. They nudged and rolled over bodies before making their way to the burned-out buildings. It wasn't but a few minutes before they returned, declaring that there were no survivors within the fence. Larry and the others fanned out along the fence line with the lumber mill searching for any sign of living escapees among the piles of logs. After 2 hours of searching the grounds, they were sure none were hiding there. Lugnut, Rank, Roger, Jackson, and Dustin then left to explore the lumber yard while the rest of the group loaded the supplies from the farm back into the box truck, adding to it the things that were retrieved from Guffey and his men. By noon, with everything loaded, and Lugnut and Rank reasonably confident that no prison escapees were hiding in the vicinity, they loaded the body of Larry's son-in-law into the vehicle, and everyone headed toward the cabin. Maddie rode in the box truck with Zach. She wanted to see for herself whether he was truly fine or not. "I can't believe they made it here," Zach said, pointing to the truck Larry drove. "I know. I can't believe that. In a few minutes, I'll get to see Emma." "And Cooper," Zach said, a big smile on his face. Chapter 32. The farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 24 days. Maddie wanted to leap out of her skin when they made the turn onto Slabtown Road. Her pulse quickened. Her palms were sweaty. It had only been a few weeks since she'd left the little redhead at Larry's, but they had been the longest weeks of her life. She had wrestled over and over with the guilt of leaving her behind. She'd regretted it almost immediately. As they approached Ron's farm, a knot formed in Maddie's stomach. When the roof of the farmhouse came into view, Maddie's face lit up with excitement. And then she saw her. There, on the front lawn, was Emma. She and Larry's grandchildren were chasing Cooper around the yard. When Emma heard the truck, she stopped and turned. When Maddie saw her little freckled face, her heart melted. She truly was the cutest kid Maddie had ever seen. Emma pushed a mop of red curls from her face and stared at the truck. Their eyes locked. The corners of Emma's lips curled into an enormous grin. She took off running toward the truck. Rank stopped halfway up the drive. It seemed like everything went in slow motion until the minute Emma flung herself into Maddie's waiting arms. Maddie and Emma rolled around in the tall flea and tick-filled grass. Maddie didn't even care if they bit her. She was too caught up in a reunion with Emma. That was until Cooper jumped on them, followed by Buster. Maddie looked up. Mugsby was lying motionless in his usual spot on the front porch. Cooper danced around her before jumping up and licking her face. "Ew, gross, Coop," Maddie said as she ruffled the dog's white fur. "I missed you too, boy." Emma's laughter warmed Maddie's heart. After what she'd just gone through, she thought it was the most wonderful sound in the world. "We're going to live with you, Maddie. We get to stay, right?" Emma said, looking around for Larry. Larry hadn't gotten out of the truck yet. Rank pulled the truck around to the barn out of their sight, and all the other vehicles in their little convoy followed. "Is Larry?" Emma asked. Her head hung low. No, Larry's fine. He just needs to tend to some things right now," Maddie said, wiping wayward curls from Emma's face. "It's okay, though. You're staying. You're all staying." Maddie scooped Emma up and swung her around. She placed Emma back on the ground and took both her hands. Maddie looked her over from head to toe. It was so amazing to see her again. "I'm starving. How about you come in and tell me all about your trip while I grab some breakfast?" Emma smiled and nodded. As they turned toward the house, Emma pushed up the sleeves of her purple sweater. The temperature had climbed into the 60s. A little boy ran by, and Emma took off after him. The two ran off around the side of the house. Beth greeted Maddie on the bottom steps of the front porch. After a long hug, Maddie looked at her mother. She looked as if she hadn't slept in weeks. "I'm so glad that nightmare with the prison is over." "Me too," Maddie said. "I'm sorry about Todd too," Beth said. "We should send someone to get his family and bring them here. I don't trust those folks at Fort Leonard Wood to take care of them," Maddie said as she ascended the steps. "I'll ask Roger and Maria to do it," Beth said, following Maddie up the steps to the porch. "I think Maria would prefer to go with Rank," Maddie said, and smiled. "Really? I had no idea." "All righty, then," Beth said, her lips curling into a wide grin. Emma and two little boys ran past chasing an older girl. The girl ran right into Zach and Harmony, who were huddled under a shade tree in the front yard. "Look at the smile on his face," Maddie said, nodding toward her brother. Beth turned toward them and smiled. "See, Maddie, life goes on, and people carve out happiness where they can find it." "Oh, Mom, don't start with that again." "Jacob is a fine young man," Beth said. "Yes, he is," Maddie said as Jackson, Dustin, and Rank walked past, heading down the driveway toward the cabin. Beth raised one eyebrow as she looked back and forth between Maddie and the guys on the driveway. "Who are they?" she asked. "Soldiers," Maddie said, a wide grin across her face. "I can see that from their uniforms." Emma ran up the steps and threw her arms around Maddie's waist. "Your mom said we could have some bread and jam with lunch?" "That sounds amazing, Em," Maddie said. As Maddie placed the last bite of her peanut butter sandwich into her mouth, Emma laid her head onto the table. "She wore herself out running around today," Ella said, as she walked up behind Maddie. Larry's wife, held a Bible in her hands. "I'm sorry for your loss," Maddie said as she stood and pushed her chair back under the table. She left Emma sleeping at the table and followed Beth and Ella out the back door. She found Fred, the tugboat captain, asleep in the swing out back. Maddie chuckled under her breath as she passed him. Maddie, Beth, and Ella joined the others, who gathered around the pond behind the barn, following the service for Larry's son-in-law. And while the others headed back to the house, Maddie looked down on the two freshly dug graves. One belonged to Dawn, who had been killed by the deranged Jewell family, and the other belonged to Larry's son-in-law. Grass had already begun to grow over Ron's grave. Maddie bent over and placed a wilted sprig of mint on Ron's grave. An early frost had taken out most of the flowers he had planted around the flagpole in the front lawn, so she'd pulled some mint from the garden. Ron had liked mint tea. Lucky for him, it spread like wildfire. Her mom had sprigs drying on racks in the greenhouse. They'd have plenty for their warm tea this winter. "I wish you could have met Larry and his family. You would have really liked them. You would have adored little Emma." Maddie wiped a tear from her cheek. "Cooper will be a great addition to the farm. He guarded Darlene and Ray Jr.'s goats back in Illinois." Ray Jr. said he had never lost one to predators with Cooper around. He'll make a great livestock guardian for your animals. Maddie had lost so many friends. You'd think it would get easier. Meal times were interesting and loud, but filled with so much life. They were already low on food and had cut back to 2 meals per day. Maddie knew many people had already died of illness and starvation. The flu had killed Judge Farley and his clerk, Margaret. In all, 10 elderly people and 3 children had died from the flu already. Emma rarely left Maddie's side, but Jacob didn't seem to mind her presence much. Maddie had to admit that he was great with her. "Emma, Jacob and I have to go visit with the Robersons today. You said you'd help Ella and my mom in the greenhouse," Maddie said. Emma's face grew long, and she began to pout. Maddie took her by the hand. "I'll only be gone a couple of hours. We can exercise blue jeans when I get back." Emma tried to resist the smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Maddie rolled Emma's hands over. She cocked her head to the side and looked down at the red blotches on Emma's palms. Maddie turned Emma's hands over and ran her palm the length of Emma's arm. "We need to see if Mom has something for all these bug bites," Maddie said, pointing to the red spots up and down Emma's arm. "They're not itchy," Emma said. "Hey, Mom, you should take a look at Emma. She's been eaten up with bug bites." Beth stopped in the middle of the path between the barn and the greenhouse. "Okay, after lunch I'll see what we have for those itchy bumps." "They're not itchy," Emma said. "Okay, but after lunch I'll still need to take a look at them. It might be an allergic reaction to something. You could need some Benadryl," Beth said, holding a basket against her hip. After lunch and a dose of Benadryl, Emma was ready for a nap. Not willing to be apart from Maddie, she protested, having to lie down in one of the bedrooms, so Maddie sat with her on the sofa until Emma drifted off. "We're heading out now. She can have another dose of Benadryl in about 3 hours," Beth said as she, Zach, and Jason headed toward the door. Zach had made it his mission to bring aid to their close neighbors. He, Beth, and Jason had visited each one, trying to do whatever they could. Aside from handing out Tylenol and instructing the families to keep everything clean and drink plenty of fluids, there wasn't much they could do. On what would have been the official first day of deer season, Zach had used his Darrell Dixon crossbow to bag his first deer. With everyone in the group's blessings, he planned to distribute the fresh meat to their neighbors who were too ill or elderly to hunt. As Maddie watched her little brother load the trailer of the ATV with the butchered deer, she was caught off guard at how much he looked like her father. "Dad would have been so proud, you know," Maddie said as she placed a hand on Zach's shoulder. He turned and with bloody outstretched hands offered to give Maddie a hug. She squealed and backed away, prompting him to chase her all around the barnyard. Maddie ran around the corner of the barn and nearly knocked her mother over. "Save me, Mom. He's going to eat my brains," Maddie squealed. "Thank you for reading Uprising Days of Want series, Book 4. Keep scrolling to continue the story in upheaval. Days of Want series, Book 5. Don't forget to sign up for my preferred readers club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story, Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out, and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 5, Upheaval, Nectar 1, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Maddie Langston stared at the guard duty roster posted to the corkboard by the back door of her cabin, located deep in the woods near the tiny town of Evening Shade, Missouri. She poked a wayward strand of her long blonde hair back into the tie that held her ponytail and ran her right index finger down the list of names. "I barely recognize any of them." After reaching the bottom of the paper and not finding her name, Maddie ripped the duty roster from the board and walked into the kitchen. "Hey, Mom, why is my name not on the guard duty roster?" "Lugnut thought you needed a break," Beth said as she plunged her gloved hands into a washtub full of dirty breakfast dishes. She did need a break. They could all use a break after their ordeal with the prison. And then there was the crazed Jewell family and the murderous dictator who'd taken over the city of Houston, Missouri, and that was just what they'd faced that week. There hadn't been any downtime since the lights had gone out, and they had lost a lot of people. Too many people. Maddie hardly recognized herself when she looked in the mirror these days. Not that she did that much. What was the point? It wasn't like how she looked mattered anymore. The bad guys trying to kill them didn't care if she wore makeup or not. She thought of Jacob, and that day in the barn. She'd looked rough, no doubt. Maddie looked down at her feet. Her brown 5.11 tactical pants were tucked into her desert tan army combat boots. All 8 pockets were filled with her everyday carry items, ammo, and survival gear. She wore her Glock 19 on her tan tactical belt, along with 2 spare pistol magazines, a rifle magazine pouch that held 2 spare mags, a battle dressing in a small pouch, her Cold Steel SRK standard issue, Navy SEAL buds, basic underwater demolition, a tactical knife, and an empty drop pouch. Just weeks before, all she wore were overpriced designer jeans, t-shirts, and cute strappy sandals. All she carried was a handbag, car keys, and a cell phone. Life had changed in an instant the day of the EMP. She hadn't had a moment to even think about all she'd been through or what their future was going to look like without modern technology. She was too busy trying to keep herself and the ones she loved alive. Maddie looked around the cabin's kitchen. The long oak farm-style dining table took up most of the space. With its long bench seating, it had become the group's gathering place. It wasn't just where they ate. It had become their tactical operations center, known as a 2OE by the military. Before Larry's group had arrived, that was. Now there were too many of them to fit around the table. She'd gotten her wish more people to secure their property. They had added 13 to their group. The farm's long front porch was now their new talk, where the group discussed their next moves to secure the area and prepare for what came next, as if preparing and anticipating any dangers that could be coming was even possible. "Where's Harmony and Krista?" Maddie asked, turning back to face her mother. "Helping Ella and her daughter with their laundry," Beth said. "I bet that's a big chore with that many people." "I'm sure," Beth said, "the washer at the farm is smaller than ours." "I'm so glad your dad thought ahead and installed 2 wash machines here at the cabin." Maddie thought about the solar panels on stands in front of the cabin. How relieved she'd been when Ryan was finally able to stand long enough to hook their solar system up to power some of the cabin's appliances. It was still a chore hauling in enough water to wash clothes for that many people. It was a full-time job to do it, but it was so much better than hand-washing at the creek or just wearing dirty clothes. They still showered outside with rainwater collected from the barn's roof. The water wasn't as warm now in late autumn. The trees were mostly bare of leaves, and the nights were chilly. Maddie had traded places with her mom on the shower list. She could handle a cold shower. Her mother worked so hard all day, and Maddie thought she deserved the lukewarm shower. If only they could rig up something to have running water again. She doubted the hot water heater could keep up with this many people needing showers. But even if she got 1 hot shower a week, it would be worth all the work it would take. I wonder if Ron's Maddie caught herself. I mean, the farm's solar power system could power an extra washer? I bet we could find one pretty easily. There are so many empty houses now. That's a great idea. They need it even more than we do. They have twice as many people, and they have kids. That makes for a lot of dirty clothes, Beth said. Larry Conley and his wife Ella had fled their home in LaRose, Illinois after DHS and their hired posse raided their compound. Many of their group hadn't made it, but they still arrived at the Langston cabin with 9 adults, 3 children, and 1 hilarious old tugboat captain, and Cooper. Maddie glanced out the kitchen window. Ryan sat in an Adirondack chair on the back lawn with his favorite Marine Corps mug in his hand and one-eyed Jack in his lap. "I hope it's just coffee," Maddie said under her breath. Next to Ryan sat tugboat captain turned DHS fugitive Fred Allen, watching 2 preteen boys practice shooting their bows. "How's Ryan's leg after all that activity at the prison?" Maddie asked. "He's favoring it more today, but at least he is sober and off the sofa," Beth said. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Ryan had taken a bullet in his right leg at her dad's storage unit in St. Clair, Missouri. Since then, he'd self-medicated with moonshine and a stash of seized marijuana that Sheriff Stoddard had given him for the pain. Maddie had missed Ryan's company and guidance while he was non-weight-bearing and stoned on the sofa all that time. Maddie chuckled and turned away from the window. "That is an improvement," Maddie said. "Where is Lugnut? I want to ask him why he didn't talk to me before removing me from the guard rotation." "He said he thought you could use a break and would enjoy some downtime with Emma," Beth said. Maddie chuffed. "He should have at least checked with me. I don't even know half the people on this list," Maddie said, holding the paper in the air and waving it in a circle. "They're with Larry's group," Beth said, "but we don't know them. We don't know if we can trust them to do what's necessary if all hell breaks loose again." "You trust Larry, don't you?" "Of course I trust Larry. I wouldn't have left Emma with him if I hadn't." The memory of saying goodbye as they pulled out of Larry's driveway back in Illinois pricked her heart. She hadn't had much time to second-guess herself at the time. "I do trust Larry, but this is about trusting complete strangers with all our lives. We don't know whether these people are actually capable or if they'll do what's necessary. What if they fall asleep on watch?" "Well, you should talk to Larry and Lugnut about it. They can set your mind at rest, I'm sure." "I plan to," Maddie said as she slid her arms through the straps of her pack and headed for the back door. "If Emma wakes up before I get back, Will you let her know where I've gone and that I'll be back in a little while to check on her? Maddie asked. Emma's still in bed? I thought she was over with Ella. Is she still not feeling well? I think the Benadryl you gave her kicked her little butt. She was snoring when I got out of bed. Should I go wake her? Maddie asked, turning back into the kitchen. No, you go on and talk to Lugnut and Larry. I'll go in and check on her, Beth said. Are you thinking it's something serious? Something more than just the Benadryl and bug bites? It could be the Benadryl. I'm sure she's fine. She's been through a lot with all the running from DHS and winding up in the Red Cross shelter at the border. She likely just needs the extra sleep, Beth said. Maddie thought about her own journey down the Illinois River on Fred's big old houseboat when she, Lugnut, Rank, Ryan, and Zach were fleeing DHS and their posse. How frightening that must have been for Emma and the other children. You're probably right. She's probably exhausted from everything, and now that she feels safe again, she's able to rest better. I'll check on her. You go do what you need to do, and we'll see you at lunch, Beth said, laying a yellow rubber-gloved hand on Maddie's shoulder. Thanks, Mom, if you need me, Maddie said, patting the radio clipped to her left hip. I will, Beth said, as she peeled off her gloves. Is Jacob coming over today? Beth asked, as Maddie reached for the door handle. Maddie turned her head to face her mother. She bit her lip, then took a deep breath. He has stuff to do at his place. They've moved several residents from Houston into the vacant houses and mobile homes at the Henson's place. He said he was resuming his farming lessons with that Amish guy after he gets everyone settled in. Maddie had a hard time seeing Jacob wearing bib overalls and walking behind a plow, but the skills he was learning might just be the ones that would ensure their survival. Their cache of food would run out by spring, if not sooner, now that they had Larry's group to feed. If they weren't ready to plant and raise more animals by then, they wouldn't survive another winter. Maybe we could pay them a visit. We could take them some of Harmony's Ezekiel bread, Beth said. Harmony had taken up the challenge of making Ezekiel bread after Maddie had complained about Mrs. Presley's basset hound stealing the last slice before Maddie even had a chance to taste it. Maddie had immediately regretted bringing it up after Harmony went into one of her long chatterbox monologues, describing all she'd read about Ezekiel grain and its uses. Although Maddie was grateful that Harmony had taken an interest in cooking and thoroughly wanted to make dishes that the group would enjoy eating, Maddie didn't care to hear all the details that went into her creations. I think we have too much to do around here getting ready for winter to go visiting, Mom. We have to live too, Maddie. It can't be all work. If we don't get prepared for winter, we won't survive it, Maddie said as she turned the knob and opened the door. Her mother wore a disappointed expression. Maddie wondered if she was disappointed about not visiting Jacob's family or disappointed in her. Chapter 2. Morning, Miss Maddie, Fred said, throwing a wrinkled hand into the air. Maddie smiled. He reminded her of an older Forrest Gump. That was her dad's favorite movie. She'd watched the movie with him at least a dozen times. Good morning, Fred. It felt good to smile. She hadn't had much to smile about lately. But seeing Fred, who always seemed to not have a care in the world, even when being shot at by DHS and their posse, she was overcome with gratitude that the old man had made it this far. Good morning, Ryan, Maddie said as she walked up beside him. Ryan raised his mug into the air and looked down at his watch. Morning? It's 11:30. Maddie raised her eyebrows. She knew she'd slept past breakfast, but without a watch or clock, sometimes it was difficult to judge time. Maddie wondered where Ryan had found a watch that worked. She was going to ask, but was afraid of the answer. The sight of dead prisoners flooded her mind. She shook off the thought. Besides, they wouldn't have worn watches. Maddie stared into Ryan's eyes. The way the sun was shining on his face made it difficult for her to tell if he was sober. Ryan cocked his head to the side and lowered his mug. I'm not stoned, Ryan said, reading her mind. Good to hear. How's the pain? I'll manage without, Maddie said, looking over her shoulder to the young boys standing by their hay bale targets. Yes, Ryan said, his brow furrowed. Maddie smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Good, I'm out anyway, Ryan said under his breath. Maddie gave him a stern look. What's Jason and Mom say? You gonna live? Ryan shuddered. That stepdad of yours is trying to kill me. Maddie's eyes grew wide, then a broad smile spread across her face. Physical therapy? She asked, trying not to smile too big. Physical torture? Oh, stop whining. I thought Marines didn't cry. Ryan clutched his right hand into a fist and beat his chest. I ain't crying. If you say so, Maddie said as she tightened the straps on her pack and stepped onto the pea-gravel path leading to the trail between the cabin and the farm. See ya, Fred, she said as she turned. Fred threw up a hand and waved back in 62. I piloted a boat, Maddie heard Fred say as she passed the barn and headed for the trail. "Hey, Maddie," Zach called from the barn loft. "Morning, brother. Have you seen Lugnut and Rank?" Maddie asked. "Yep, they're over at the farm." Maddie stopped and looked up toward the loft. Zach's rifle rested on a square bale of hay with the barrel protruding out of the open loft door. The rim of his dingy, stained red Cardinals baseball hat was all she could see of her brother. Maddie waved the duty roster she still held in the air. "I need to talk to them about this. What about it?" Zach asked, poking his head out and looking down on Maddie. "We don't know these people. No one I know is on duty this morning." "I'm on duty," Zach said. "Except you." Maddie held the list up in front of her face. 3 people are watching the trail from here to the farm, and I know none of them. And the 3 at the road? Never heard of them," Maddie said, her voice growing louder. "They're Larry's people," Zach said dismissively. "It doesn't bother you that strangers are standing watch. They aren't strangers to Larry and Miss Ella. If they trust them with their lives, I trust them with mine," Zach said emphatically. "Well, I don't. I think we should at least know what their skill levels are. Lugnut said it was fine. Who died and made him king?" Maddie said under her breath. She suddenly had to fight back tears as she realized what she'd just said. If her dad was still alive, he'd be in charge. I bet he wouldn't have let strangers pull guard duty. "I'm headed to the farm. Hopefully our new guards won't shoot me. Alpha 1 to Alpha 2 over." Maddie heard Zach call into his radio. As she stepped onto the dirt trail, she heard Alpha 1, "This is Alpha 2 over." "Alpha 2, my sister is coming your way, heading to the farm. Don't shoot her over." Zach laughed into the radio. As Maddie approached the first guard post on the trail, she heard 2 clicks come from the radio, verifying the guard had heard Zach's transmission. As Maddie approached the next guard position, Maddie spoke the challenge word, Zulu, toward the location of the hidden guard. "Swordfish," came the response. The challenge and password for the day was posted with the duty roster. Lugnut and Rank had made the list the night before while she was caring for Emma. At least she knew this guard had remembered the proper protocol. When she neared each of the next 2 guard posts, each guard halted her properly when she was a long way off, then told her to advance to be recognized. They each halted her again when she was close enough to exchange the challenge and password without having to compromise their security by speaking the secret words too loudly. The guard at the post along Slabtown Road passed muster as well. She looked back at the trail as she stepped onto the gravel drive leading to the farm. The sentry was well hidden in his or her tree stand. Maddie looked down at the list. Her. It was a woman. Maddie didn't recognize her name either. As Maddie approached the farm, she recognized Lugnut, Rank, Roger, and Maria on the front porch, along with Jackson and Dustin, the 2 soldiers they'd brought back from Fort Leonard Wood. Larry and others from his group were seated on benches flanking both sides of the door. Lugnut looked up, waved Maddie over, and returned to his conversation with Roger and another man. "I got the parts to get that Ford running. It'll pull a mobile home, no problem," the man said. His face was puffy and bruised. It looked like he'd been in one hell of a fight. It was a look she'd seen all too often these days. The man had to be in his mid to late 60s. His gray hair stuck out from under a baseball cap. His clothes were clean. He didn't look grungy and dirty like the rest of them. Maddie was impressed that a man his age was able to take the beating he'd obviously received and still be up on his feet. Roger was seated on the steps of the porch. He looked up to where Larry was seated 2 steps above him. "If Jean can get the tractor running, can you have the blocks stacked and ready to put a mobile home on by this afternoon?" Larry looked over to a group of 20-something guys seated on the bench at the end of the porch. "Do we have enough blocks?" Larry asked. The guys nodded in unison. "If not, we'll have enough to get it in, and then use the ones it comes with to level it up," said a greasy guy in ragged work pants and button-up shirt. "We could pull some folks off the perimeter defense teams to help if need be," Larry said. "No, we need those defenses finished before we have any more intruders," Lugnut said as Maddie approached them. Maddie slid in beside Maria on the last step and nudged her with her shoulder. "What's up?" "We're discussing the plan to move in additional housing today," Maria whispered. Maddie nodded. "So, Jean and I will go to Jacobs and see if we can get that old Alice Chalmers tractor running while you and your crew get the site ready for the trailer. If we get it running, we'll hook up and tow one of the mobile homes through the pasture there," Lugnut said, pointing to the east pasture. "We'll be ready," Larry said, nodding. "After you guys finish with the mobile homes blocks, go over and help Levi with the perimeter defenses. Once we get those up, we can cut back on the number of guard posts. We need to get a crew on cutting firewood, too," Lugnut said. "That appears like a sound plan to me," Larry said, motioning for his crew to stand and follow him. Everyone stood. Maria and Maddie stepped back into the grass, allowing Jackson and Dustin to pass. Yum, Maria whispered, leaning close to Maddie. Maddie raised both eyebrows, grinning back at Maria. What's the secret? Rank asked as he stepped off the last step and approached them. Girl stuff, Tampax and underwire bra trouble, Maria said, a wry smile crossing her face. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, just say so, sheesh, Rank said as he passed her. Lug, can I have a minute? Maddie said, approaching Lugnut, who now stood on the porch with Roger and the guy they called Gene. Sure, Maddie, but we need to get going. You guys go ahead and load up the truck with all the tools you'll need, and I'll meet you at the barn, Lugnut said as he turned toward her. I don't want to hold you up. I just wanted to talk to you about this. Maddie waved the guard duty roster in front of him. Lugnut took it, glanced down for a moment, and handed it back to her. What about it? What about it? We don't know these people. The ones you don't know are from Larry's group. Maddie placed her hands on her hips and cocked her head to the side. She pursed her lips as she looked up at Lugnut. What's wrong, little bit? Roger said as he passed her. We don't know these people. Roger glanced at the list, then back to Maddie. He placed his right hand on her shoulder. Larry vouched for each person on that list, little bit. Every one of them fought hard to get here. They're battle-tested. Larry trusts them with his family's lives. I think we can too. I just don't feel. You trust me? Roger asked, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. Would I knowingly put you, Zach, or your mom in any danger? Maddie dropped her hands to her sides. No, we can't secure both places ourselves, Maddie. We have to accept help. Roger bent down and kissed the top of her head. In one sense, she resented the gesture, but she knew he didn't mean it in a condescending way. Take the day off. Get some rest, Maddie. Play with Emma. Everything is going to be okay, Lugnut said, stepping past her and descending the steps. Maddie huffed and turned toward the door, shaking her head as she pulled on the handle. As soon as she opened it, two small boys burst through and ran down the steps. Sorry. They are balls of energy, especially now that we aren't cooped up on the boat or in the shelter, a pretty woman in her late 20s said as she entered the living room. I bet, Maddie said, smiling. Maddie stepped inside. The heat hit her in the face. She looked to her left. A blazing fire roared in the fireplace. Riley got carried away with building a fire. His dad just taught him how, the woman said. Maddie nodded. They were going through firewood quickly. Even though they were surrounded by woods, seasoned firewood was in short supply. I'm Allison. I think we met at Larry's place, the woman said, stepping toward her, a basket of laundry balanced on one hip and a bald, blue-eyed baby on the other. I'm sorry, it was a difficult time, Maddie said. No, I perfectly understand. We had our own run-in with them. I bet the little ones were frightened. Allison set the basket down and switched the child to the opposite hip. They thought it was a game. Fred kept the older ones entertained with stories. I was petrified, though. And the shelter? Maddie asked, curious about the number of refugees along the Illinois-Missouri border. It was awful. I've never seen so many desperate, starving people. We had to sleep in shifts. It was so overcrowded. There wasn't enough food. The parents were giving their rations to their children. We were so grateful when Larry secured a ride south to Jefferson City, Allison said. The baby began fussing, and Allison stroked his tiny round face. Her hand worked its way around to his forehead, then dropped to his shirtless chest. Her expression grew grim as her gaze returned to Maddie. Is everything all right? Maddie asked, taking a step closer. When she saw the boy's legs, she stopped. He had the same spots up and down his body that Emma had. Maddie's heart skipped. Bug bites? She asked, pointing to the boy. Could be. The shelter was full of lice and bugs. Several of the kids woke up with them this morning. It must have been from sitting on the grass yesterday. We all had a picnic by the pond out back. Maddie pictured them seated on blankets near Ron, Austin, and Dawn's graves. That'll do it. I didn't think the bugs were still a problem this late in the year, but we've had a couple of warmer days. My mom gave Emma some Benadryl for hers. Knocked her little butt out like a light, Maddie said, walking toward the kitchen. I just wanted to stop and say hi to Ella. Is she out back? Yeah, they're hanging clothes on the line, Allison said, bending down and picking up her basket. Maddie proceeded through the kitchen and out the back door. She turned right on the path that led to the east side of the house, where Ron had strung a rope for a clothesline. She could hear Harmony as she approached. You grind the grain in a grinder, then add honey, salt, yeast, oil, and water. It is so good and really good for you, not like store-bought bread at all. I read that it has 4 grams of protein and 15 carbs per slice. I learned how to make birch bark flour last year at the Harvest Skills Festival. It wasn't too bad, a 20-something girl in a long blue skirt and white blouse said as Maddie walked up. Oh, hey, Maddie, I was just telling Lindsay about all that Ezekiel grain we've got stored in the basement at the cabin. We're set for bread for the winter, I think, Harmony said, reaching up and placing a clothespin on one side of a pair of overalls. Maybe, I hope so. I've tasted that birch bark bread. It wasn't my favorite, Maddie said, taking hold of the other side of the overalls and flopping it over the line as Harmony clipped a clothespin to it. Lindsay handed Harmony a pair of jeans from a basket on the ground as she stretched out her arm. Maddie's eyes went from Lindsay's arms to meet Ella's eyes.
What?
Lindsay said, stepping back and turning to face Maddie. What is it? Ella asked, dropping the clothing she held and looking scared and confused, her hand dropping to the holster on her hip. That rash. Did you get that after you got here? Maddie asked, pointing to the girl's arms. Ella stepped around the oak tree that the clothesline was strung from and approached them. She took Lindsay's hand and raised it. She pushed her sleeve up above her elbow and felt the welts. No, I got these at the shelter. I think they are mosquito bites or something. Ella pushed Lindsay's other sleeve up to reveal more small, round bumps. Is it just on your arms? Maddie asked. No, Lindsay said with a worried look. They're on my legs and stomach, too. Ella felt Lindsay's forehead. I think we better go in and take your temperature, Ella said. Ella Emma has it, too. And so does that little baby boy inside Allison's son, Maddie said, her eyes growing wide. Dee, go get Pop-Up, Ella said, turning to a preteen girl holding another basket. Dee ran off as Ella turned toward the back door. Krista emerged wide-eyed from behind a bedsheet. Maddie, what's going on? Chapter 3. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri event plus 25 days. You sure that's all you'll need? Lugnut asked. Jean Mather glanced over the hood of the old Ford pickup. It had only taken Jean 30 minutes to get the gasifier up and running on Ron's old truck, which was running but with more of a chugging sound like a locomotive. Jean had graciously agreed to stay and work on the truck even after Jason had stuck a gun in his face earlier. Seemed Zach and Roger had forgotten to mention to anyone that they'd asked Jean to come take a look at the old Ford. When he showed up unannounced and no one was at the farm, Jean had rambled around to the back and went to work. Thank goodness Zach arrived shortly after Jason, or Roscoe might have claimed a new victim. Why Jean carried a one-shot Derringer, Lugnut didn't get. Yep, might have to replace some injectors, clean the nozzle seats, and other things of that nature. Might need a new battery, should be able to find one pretty easily. If that old boy was as particular as you say he was about his equipment maintenance, then it ought to start right up. You don't have to replace parts or anything to run it on your biodiesel. Nope, Jean said, and it'll pull a mobile home. Might need to extend the hitch on the trailer house some to make the tight turn onto Slabtown Road, but she'll pull her just fine, Jean said. Lugnut was eager to see Jean's biodiesel processing system for himself. He'd made plans to escort Jean back home after he got the tractor running so he could get an understanding of what making biodiesel might entail. Zach had been working hard all morning to convince Jean to join their group. Maybe getting additional housing units set up might work to convince him. Lugnut thought Jean would be a real asset to the group. How do we? Lugnut began, but he was cut off by a high-pitched little girl. Pop-Up, is my Pop-Pop in here? Ella's granddaughter asked, running into the machine shed. No, I think he went to check on the guys digging the trenches for the defenses out past the back pasture, Lugnut said. Okay, she said, as she turned and picked up the pace in that direction. Lugnut leaned around the corner. What's wrong? He yelled after her. Mimi said to fetch him. Lindsay and Caden are sick, Dee called back. A moment later, Larry and Dee rode by on the four-wheeler. Lugnut glanced up, then returned to his conversation with Jean. What Dee had said scratched at the back of his mind. He was still feeling the effects of the flu himself. He wondered if that was what Lindsay and Caden had. Will that thing run on biodiesel? Lugnut asked, pointing over his shoulder to the four-wheeler as it passed. They were completely out of gasoline and diesel after all the runs to town and to the prison. The supply that was supposed to last all winter had been depleted in a matter of weeks. They had no gas for the chainsaws. When the fuel in the four-wheelers was gone, they would be using real horsepower to get around. Jean walked around to the back of the pickup and placed a toolbox in the bed. I can rig that side by side up to a gasifier, Jean said, pointing to a bright red utility vehicle. Let's get over to Jacob's and see if the tractor will run. It'll probably take half the day just to hook it up to that old mobile home. I want to have it in place by dark, Lugnut said, pulling open the passenger door on the old Ford. Jean pulled a lever under the steering wheel and put the truck into reverse. To Lugnut's surprise, the truck responded, and Jean backed it out of the shed. Roger placed one of the spare tires that they were bringing to replace the rotted tires on the old mobile home at Linda and John Presley's farm into the bed of the truck. Lugnut knew nothing about moving mobile homes. He knew nothing about tractors or biodiesel. He was out of his element. Roger and Zach were confident that Gene Mather would be a valuable asset to their group with his knowledge of powering machinery with alternative fuels. As Lugnut looked out upon the expanse of fields that lined the driveway, he hoped they were right, and they'd be able to use tractor power to grow crops. The prospect of walking behind a plow horse like Jacob had described didn't appeal to Lugnut at all. Gene Mather was right. He had that old red tractor running within 30 minutes of pulling down Jacob's driveway. Lugnut walked along the length of the 50-foot-long machine shed that housed farm equipment, stopping at the large square opening in the wall created when Gene had rolled the tall metal door open. Huge machines sat idle, machines that could make their group's efforts to feed themselves much easier. "Will these ever run again, you think?" Lugnut asked. Gene stopped beside him and appeared lost in thought. "Maybe, if we can round up the right parts. I'll have to take a good look and see what they'll need. That tractor dealer in Rolla might have what we need. Might be worth a trip." Lugnut turned to face him. "Will they run on your biodiesel?" Lugnut asked. "We'd need extra filters, hoses, and fittings likely. You'd have to change things out more often, but I think they'll run on bio just fine. Now, making enough bio to run them will be the issue. I've only made small batches for my own consumption. Could you make more?" Lugnut asked, running a hand down the length of his long beard. "Could, if I have enough vegetable oil and a few more parts. If we can run all of those," Lugnut said, waving his hand like a game show model, "we can feed a lot of people." Gene nodded and continued walking into the machine shed. Lugnut followed, continuing to examine the huge foreign food-making machines, so different from the machines of war that he was familiar with. "Part of what we'll need to plant is corn to make more biodiesel. Looks like that fella had the equipment. We'll just need to seed, right?" Lugnut asked. "You're asking the wrong person. I ain't no farmer, but I'm sure there are enough of them around that we could find out," Gene said. "Well, for now, we need to get that tractor over to the Presleys and get that trailer house hooked up," Lugnut said, turning and heading back to the truck. He fought back a memory, something he hadn't thought about in years. He'd been 18 and dressed in his Marine recruit uniform. He'd just finished boot camp when his grandmother had called him. She had a confession to make. His grandmother's confession led to him pulling into a rundown trailer park on the outskirts of Gary, Indiana. A little before sundown, he could still recall the pit in his stomach as he shut off the engine of his 1965 Mustang. He hadn't known what to expect. It wasn't every day that one got to meet their mother for the first time. He'd not been unlike a lot of his friends raised by grandparents. His grandparents were doting. He'd been spoiled and never wanted for anything. Nothing except his mother, that was. His father had been too busy to notice that he even existed except at Christmas and on his birthday. Sitting in the quiet stillness of his Mustang in the driveway of the rundown trailer, he exhaled, pulled his keys out of the ignition, and got out. He walked up to the trailer's door and knocked. Eventually, the door opened, and a petite woman in her late 30s stood before him, a shell of a woman, really. She looked beaten down by life and drugs. Her hair was ratted. She wore a dirty T-shirt over leggings. Black makeup was smeared below her eyes. "Are you Irene?" Lugnut had asked. "Who's asking?" "I'm Christian," Lugnut said. Her eyes grew wide. She took a step back and stared at him. After a moment, she slowly opened the screen door and let him in. The room smelled of marijuana and booze. Trash overflowed in the trash can, and the kitchen counters were lined with dirty dishes. "So, she finally told you?" the woman asked. "Yes," Lugnut had said. "And you've come to ask me why I don't come around," the woman said in a tone that suggested it was more of a statement than a question. He'd left there that day knowing there were no answers to be found at that place. He came away realizing that she'd done him a favor by giving him up. He'd been blessed to have grandparents who loved and raised him. In that moment, he knew the void that had been there all his life would never be filled by his mother. Lugnut bent forward and looked into the side mirror attached to the right front door and watched as Gene pulled the tractor onto the highway behind the truck. It was such a relief to see the machine running. It would make such a difference in the many chores they had to do. The moment he pulled the truck back onto the driveway of the farm, Lugnut knew something was wrong. "The pad's not ready," Roger said, walking up to the truck. Lugnut left the truck running and walked up the driveway. The concrete blocks for the mobile home still sat on a trailer. No one was around. What happened? "Where is everyone?" Lugnut asked, looking toward the house. A second later, the front door opened. "Don't come in!" We might be contagious, Larry called from the porch. What is it? Lugnut asked. Ella isn't sure, likely something we picked up at one of those overcrowded Red Cross shelters. Chapter 4, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Maddie had heard Ron's old truck fire up as she crossed Slabtown Road and hit the trail to the cabin. She'd radioed ahead to let Zach and the other guards know she was coming. Her heart raced as she ran. All she could think about were the spots up and down Emma's arms. She needed to tell her mom about the others. Maddie yanked open the screen door and ran into the kitchen. No one was home. That was odd. Food preparation and cleanup for that many people was a full-time job, and someone was always hovering over the stove or a tub of dirty dishes. Mom, Maddie called out as she hurried toward the girls' bunk room. Her mom's voice came from down the hall. In here, Maddie. Maddie stepped into the room and stiffened in her tracks. Emma was draped with wet towels. A washcloth lay across her forehead. Beth looked up. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to send word. She suddenly spiked a high fever. We've got it down some now, Beth said, standing and handing a small basin to Jason. Is she going to be okay? Maddie asked, her voice quivering. It's probably just viral. When I woke her up, she was complaining of stomach pain. Maddie took a hold of her mom's arm and leaned in close so Emma couldn't hear her. There are people at the farm with the same thing. Ella looked frightened. She sent for Larry and told him to quarantine the house. Beth removed her medical gloves and tossed them in the waste bin by Emma's bed. She turned and stared down at Emma. Beth ran a hand through her long ponytail and turned back to face Maddie. Jason and I need to talk to Ella. You stay here with Emma, Mom. She's gonna be okay, right? Maddie whispered. Beth nodded. Yeah, it is likely just something viral that has to run its course, Beth said. She didn't sound all that convincing. Jason, could you give me a hand in the kitchen? Jason handed the water basin to Maddie and followed Beth out of the room, shutting the door behind them. Maddie sat on the edge of the bed. She took Emma's little freckled hand in hers. I had a hard time keeping Cooper from following me back here this morning. He wanted to come say hi, but his job is to protect the goats and baby chicks, so I told him we'd try to come see him this afternoon. Emma swallowed hard and tried to speak. She winced. Maddie picked up a glass of water from the side table and offered it to Emma. She took a sip, then pushed it away. It hurts, Emma whispered. I'm sorry, Em, but you need to drink. Water helps flush the sickness out. Remember when Zach was sick and we had to force him to drink a lot? Emma nodded. It made him better, didn't it? Maddie said, forcing a smile. Emma nodded. She looked so tired and weak. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the rash had spread to her neck. Maddie removed the washcloth from Emma's head and dipped it into the basin of water. She wrung out the excess liquid and placed the cloth back on Emma's head. Did you know that Zach has a girlfriend? Maddie asked. A broad smile spread across her face as she pictured Zach and Harmony holding hands under the shade of the oak tree out back. Emma shook her head. We met this girl, Harmony, on our way here from Larry's, after Fred drove us downriver on his houseboat and dropped us off in St. Louis. We hiked south through Wentzville. We camped near Harmony's house. We met her because Buster tried to eat me. Maddie laughed. Emma chuckled, then grabbed her throat with both hands. Try to drink something, Em, Maddie urged her. I can make you some mint tea. We have tons of mint. There's a huge patch of mint in the garden at the farm. Would you at least try to drink some if I make you a cup? I'll put extra honey in it. Emma nodded, and Maddie patted her hand before standing and walking to the door. I bet Jack would like to come keep you company. Should I bring him back with me? A smile crossed Emma's face as she nodded. Okay. I'll be right back, Maddie said before shutting the bedroom door. Maddie found Maria in the kitchen drying a dish. Your mom said Emma was ill, Maria said. Yeah, she's got a rash and fever. She's complaining that her throat hurts too, so I'm going to make her some mint tea. Maria put the dish away, flung the dish towel over her shoulder, and took a seat at the table. That should help, Maria said. You off guard duty? Yeah. Aggie or Ally, I don't know, some chick relieved me about an hour ago, so I took a walk down the river. Zach had mentioned he wanted to do some hunting. I saw a lot of deer tracks in the mud down by the log jam. That used to be our bridge. It got washed away in the 1,000-year flood, Maddie said, filling the tea kettle and sitting it on the stove. 1,000-year flood? Maria asked, her eyebrows raised. They say a flood like that only happens every 1,000 years, but I think that was the second time it happened here since we've owned this place, so I don't know. How high did it get? Almost to the cabin this last time. Dad and some guys from our group came out and filled sandbags. It stopped the water from reaching the cabin, but the barn had water in it. The back pasture of Ron's, the farm, flooded down by the river. Ron had to rescue some cows that got out when the water took out the fence. The cows got stuck in the mud, Maddie said. The kettle whistled, startling Maddie. She'd been jumpy lately, her face turned red. She was embarrassed that she wasn't as in control as Maria appeared to be. They'd all been through so much, and Maria seemed to come through it all unfazed. Want some? Maddie asked, holding the kettle in the air. Sure, Maria said, holding her cup out. What does your mom think is wrong with Emma and the others? She said. It's likely just something viral that will run its course. Probably, Maria said before looking away. Something in her voice and the look on her face told Maddie that Maria was worried. She'd not seen that look on her before. Maddie returned the tea kettle to the stove and picked up Emma's cup of mint tea. She started toward the bedroom, then stopped. She turned to face Maria. What do you think? Maddie asked. Oh, I don't know. I'm not the doctor or nurse around here. If your mom says it's viral, she's probably right, Maria said, still looking into her tea. But it could be something else, right? Tell me, Maria. I need to know the truth. Don't sugarcoat it for my sake. It'll probably run its course just like your mom said, but I saw some nasty shit overseas. But they don't have proper sanitation or medicines over there. They've got all kinds of nasty infectious diseases because of bad water or food. We rarely see any of that shit here in the States, except for overcrowded refugee centers in the apocalypse, Maddie said, watching Maria for a reaction. Maria stood, placed her cup in the wash basin, and turned toward the door. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Let's wait until your mom, Jason, and Ella have a chance to check it out and come to a conclusion, Maria said. Where are you going? To see if they need anything, Maria said as she grabbed her pack and slung her rifle over her shoulder. After coaxing Emma to drink about half of the warm tea, Maddie kept her word and brought Jack in to lay with her. Krista had tied a red ribbon around the hair on his head, and he could now see out of his one good eye. His little tail wagged as Maddie produced a piece of jerky from her pocket and held it out to him. Do you feel like you could eat some soup? Maddie asked. Harmony made some rabber, some good soup yesterday. I could go down to the spring house and see if there's any left. Emma shook her head and reached out to pet Jack. Maddie settled back down onto the bed beside her. Maddie's leg bounced as she sat there waiting for news from her mom and Jason. The image of Zach in the horse trough at Larry's farm just weeks ago had really frightened her then, but it made her smile now, thinking about the antics that followed as he began to recover. He'd been so sick, but now he was back to normal, and as annoying as ever, Emma will be fine too. Chapter 5, The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Lugnut sat quietly on the porch swing, stroking his long black beard and watching the others level the ground and placing the blocks for the mobile home. Jean, who'd been enormously helpful in first getting the truck running on wood, then getting a tractor from the Henson's place to run on his biodiesel, was supervising the operation. The plan had been to move as many manufactured homes and travel trailers as would fit on the farm's front lawn, leaving the pasture clear for planting. Lugnut thought it would have been better if they could have moved them to the area around the cabin, but Jean assured him that there was no way to get them down the trail. Lugnut's mind kept returning to the health issues Larry and the others were having. He was too anxious to hear news from inside the house to think about logistical issues with house trailers. He'd seen infectious disease outbreaks before. He'd been part of a mission to bring life-saving medicine to an Afghan village after an outbreak of cholera, fighting their way through Taliban forces to get there. The sight of all those little children with their sunken eyes and dry, shriveled skin had disturbed him. The door to the house opened, and Lugnut shot to his feet. Jason and Beth were followed out by Larry and Ella. Lugnut stared at each face, hoping to see some sign that it was all just something minor, but their expressions gave him no comfort. Well? Lugnut asked, too impatient to wait any longer. Without medical tests, we just can't be sure what it is, Beth said, motioning for Lugnut to return to his seat on the swing. Beth sat down beside him while the others sat on the bench. There are several things that can cause fever, rash, and stomach issues. If this happened before the lights went out, we wouldn't be concerned at all. But Beth's voice trailed off. She looked off toward the workers on the front lawn. The conditions at the Red Cross shelters were as bad as any I've seen in third world countries. There was no clean drinking water. People were just trusting the water they were given was potable. Who knows where the authorities got the water they gave the refugees and used to prepare the food they served them. Ella shuddered at the thought. Rats had gotten into whatever food supplies they had. Some people were so hungry they were trapping and eating the rodents, Larry said, causing Ella to visibly shudder again. Rank walked up the steps and leaned against a post. So, you're concerned that it could be a serious infectious disease picked up from the camps? He asked. It could be. If it is, it could be very serious. That is why we've quarantined everyone inside. What about little Emma? Lugnut asked. I think we should bring her over here for now, Ella said. Maddie is not going to like that, Jason said, taking Beth's hand. I know, but it is in everyone's best interest, especially since we don't know how contagious this thing is. It could just be foodborne and confined to the ones ill right now, or it could be something highly contagious, and Beth said. Deadly, Lugnut finished for her. Beth's eyes dropped to her lap. Damn, Lugnut whispered. Lugnut's thoughts ran wild. He'd seen disease run through a village in Africa. Even with all the modern medical resources of the U.S. military, they'd been powerless to stop the plague once it started to spread. His unit was ordered to evacuate, and the village was left to die. The pleading eyes of young mothers holding their lifeless children as the soldiers boarded the helicopters still haunted him. What do we need to do? Lugnut asked as he stood. We need more antibiotics. With the amount of gunshot wounds we've been treating, we just don't have enough if this spreads to the rest of the group, Beth said, and intravenous supplies. We need to be giving IV fluids. The antibiotic needs to be intravenous as well, Ella added. The Red Cross shelters ran out of the most effective meds weeks ago. They didn't even have Tylenol at the first one we were at, Larry said. We'll just have to find some then, Rank said, glancing at Lugnut. Lugnut nodded and looked toward the group getting ready to set up the mobile home on Ron's front lawn. How life had changed in such a short period of time. What about all those fish antibiotics that Ron had stockpiled? Lugnut asked. That is what we've been using. I've lost count of how many people we've given antibiotics to just this week alone, Jason said, rubbing Beth's hand. And we've given a lot of our meds to the community as well. Lugnut knew that Beth, Jason, and Zach had been visiting their neighbors. They'd been taking them food and medicine. Many of the area's residents would likely have died already if they hadn't received those supplies. Lugnut could tell by the looks on their faces that they felt guilty for giving away medical supplies that their group now desperately needed. We should ride over to the military base and see if they left any medical supplies at the hospital, Rank said. That's a long shot, even if they did. Do you think those two good-for-nothing mayors will let us have any of them? Lugnut said, turning to face him. It was a rhetorical question. He knew they wouldn't give them anything they would need themselves. But if the tables were turned, he wouldn't either, at this point. Probably not, but I want to talk to those two FEMA guys from Illinois, if they are still there. Why? Lugnut asked. They won't have medical supplies. They are refugees themselves. Harding wasn't just a FEMA employee. He was a regional director. He knows how FEMA aid works. He might be able to tell us something to help us locate stockpiles of medical supplies, Rank said. I don't know. That sounds like a long shot, too. He wasn't even a director for this region. I don't know how much help he'd be, Lugnut said. Rank's right, Beth said. A FEMA regional director might know of sources we'd never think of. I think it's worth asking him. Beth looked to Ella and back to Lugnut. Ella stood and turned toward the door. She stopped with her hand on the handle, then slowly turned toward Lugnut. I think it's the best plan we have at the moment. We know all the pharmacies, hospitals, and clinics will have been stripped bare by now. We have to find a source that no one else has thought of or had access to. Larry stood and walked over beside Rank. I'll go with you. We traveled down here from the capital with those boys. They may open up to me. Beth looked to Lugnut, eyes pleading. Lugnut's gaze returned to the work crew on the lawn. He pointed to Roger and Maria. Let's get those two to go with us. You expecting trouble? Beth asked. Always, Lugnut replied as he descended the steps. Chapter 6. The Langston Cabin Evening Shade, Missouri event, plus 25 days. Why? Maddie asked. Beth clutched the quilt she was holding to her chest and turned to face Maddie. We need to quarantine everyone with symptoms in case it's contagious, Beth said. If Emma is contagious, then I've already been exposed. I'll go with her, Maddie said. No, Beth replied, her voice shrill. You aren't sick. We need everyone who is able to work to stay here and help with guard duty and take care of things while Larry and Ella's group is quarantined. But no buts about it, Maddie. We need you here. Lugnut, Rank, Roger, and Maria are leaving for Fort Leonard Wood. That leaves us short-handed, as usual, Maddie mumbled. Beth placed the quilt around Emma and picked her up. Emma moaned and wiggled in Beth's arms. Although Emma was small for her age, she was still too heavy for Beth to carry all the way to the farm. Jason stepped over and slid her from Beth's arms into his. Maddie reached out and stroked Emma's hair. I'll be by to check in on you when I get all my chores done, okay? Maddie said. Emma nodded as Jason carried her out of the bedroom. Maddie started to follow, but Beth held out her arm and stopped her. Maddie? Maddie tilted her head back and stared at the ceiling, willing the tears not to flow. Is she going to be all right? Do you really think it could be some nasty thing they picked up at the shelter? It could be. We just can't be sure. We would need blood tests to know for sure. Maddie looked into her mother's eyes. The concern she saw there broke her heart. Maddie grabbed her boots from the floor by the bed. Maybe I should go with Lugnut and Rank. No, Maddie. If it's contagious, you should stay close to home until we know. I can't just do nothing. Beth reached out and touched Maddie's shoulder. You're helping. You will help bring them food, water, and get firewood. You'll watch over the farm and make sure they stay safe while they get well. That isn't nothing. Maddie shook her head. Do you believe they'll find meds on post? Beth hesitated before answering. No, but I'm hopeful that if that FEMA director is still there, he might tell them where to look. That means a trip to Jefferson City, or maybe even Kansas City, right? I should go with them. They'll need all the fighters they can get. They have Jackson and Dustin. Emma needs you here. What if she gets better and you aren't here? Maddie ran a hand across her forehead and down the length of her greasy hair. She didn't think she would ever get used to not being able to shower and wash her hair daily. With so many people in the cabin, it was impossible. Even living by the river, they couldn't keep the water barrels full enough. They needed an easier way to get the water from the river to the cabin. Promise me you won't run off, Maddie. I couldn't bear it, and I can't do all of this without your help. I need you here, Maddie, Beth said, tears now streaming down her face. Maddie didn't want to make that promise. She needed to go on the mission with Lugnut and the others. She needed to make sure they didn't come back without antibiotics for Emma. She knew they were capable of doing it without her, but it was the waiting for their return that she couldn't bear. Maddie placed a hand on her mother's arm and forced her lips into a smile. All right, Mom, I promise. Beth's shoulders relaxed and relief spread across her face. Where is Zach? We should make sure things are squared away over at the farm before we take over guard duty on the road. He is still on watch in the barn. I'm going to grab him and follow Jason over to the farm, Maddie said, slipping her feet into her boots. She didn't even bother lacing them before running out the back door calling Zach's name. Come help me with chores at the farm, Maddie yelled. Just a sec, Zach yelled back, holding a hand out of the barn loft. Red team leader, this is Zach. Over, Jason had started the side-by-side, and she couldn't hear the red team leader's response over the engine. I'll hold her while you drive, Maddie said, sliding into the seat next to Jason. She pulled Emma into her lap and cradled her head in the crook of her arm. A moment later, Zach hopped into the back and off they went down the trail toward the farm. Maddie looked back to the cabin and gave her mom a wave. She looked like she'd aged a decade in the last few weeks. They all looked haggard and weary, but her mom looked bone-tired. And now, with a possible plague in their group, she wasn't likely to get a break any time soon. Maddie pushed a strand of Emma's fiery red hair from her pale face. Maddie found herself looking at Emma, wanting to memorize every little freckle. Stop that. She's going to be fine. Maddie looked up and locked eyes with Jason. He forced a smile. Neither one of her parents were very good liars. She could tell they were much more concerned than they would admit. She swallowed hard and smiled back. She wanted more than anything to believe. This could just be a virus or something minor. But they'd been saying for days that disease was going to be a major issue for all the survivors of the EMP attack. Zach's words still rang in her ears. The EMP Commission report said 90% of the population would die from violence, starvation, or disease. They'd already seen more than their share of violence. They'd lost people. They weren't starving, but they didn't have enough to feed their group through the winter. They had so far survived the flu epidemic that had killed so many people in Houston, Missouri, including the judge and his sweet assistant, Margaret. Maddie, Lugnut, and Harmony were barely over the virus themselves. But even if Emma and the others only had a virus, it too could prove deadly. How are any of us going to survive without modern medicine? At least people in the 1800s had knowledge of medicinal plants and things, Maddie thought. Even though there were books on medicinal plants at the cabin, and her mom had studied herbal remedies, they didn't have any stored up for winter. Their group was likely better off than most. They had 2 nurses and a dentist. Jason had been reading Ron's Army medic books to refresh his memory on basic field medical practices, and he'd been receiving a lot of practice lately. He may have been one of very few people left with medical training. Maddie's gaze fell to Jason's hands gripping the steering wheel. She pictured his hands holding a dental drill shoved inside someone's mouth. She wondered if he'd ever get to return to being just a dentist. In her heart, she knew that none of them would ever return to their old lives. She just hoped they all survived long enough to establish stable, new ones. Chapter 7. Southgate. Fort Leonard Wood, Pulaski County, Missouri event plus 25 days. Jackson and Dustin weren't eager to return to Fort Leonard Wood. As they approached the south gate, the two of them hopped out of the back of the FEMA truck and took a position in the trees near the road. "It looks deserted," Rank said as they approached the gate. Concrete barriers blocked both lanes and extended into the tree line on each side of the building that once housed the gate guards. Lugnut inched the truck forward until he could see that no one was inside. After putting the truck in park and shutting off the ignition, he pocketed the keys and exited the vehicle. Rank had already gotten out and was clearing the building. Larry, Roger, and Maria appeared from the back of the truck and fanned out along the barrier. "Jackson, Dustin, move up. The guard shack is empty," Lugnut called behind him. "Why would they leave the gate unmanned?" Dustin asked as he walked up beside Lugnut. "Do not enter. Fort Leonard Wood is permanently closed. Go back to Evening Shade and take Highway 17 to I-44 to go around this installation. Trespassers will be shot on sight," Lugnut said, reading the notice that was handwritten on a piece of printer paper and taped to the inside of the guard shack's door window. "My ass," Dustin said. "Civilians are not going to shoot us on sight. Hell, they have no way of knowing whether we're part of a remaining skeleton crew tasked to secure their unit's equipment." "True dat," Lugnut said. "We're good. It's a pretty long walk to the cantonment area," Jackson said. He held his rifle up and peered down the road into the installation through its scope. Rank brushed past Jackson and approached the truck. He opened the door and grabbed his pack. "They just don't want to guard this gate, so they just shut it down," Rank said. "Let's get a move on," Lugnut said, going around to the back and grabbing his own pack. He slid his arms through the straps and slung his rifle sling over his neck. "Someone needs to stay with the truck," Lugnut said. "Dustin and I will stay. I'm not too keen to see that asshole mayor again. I might just take his fool head off this time," Jackson said as he walked toward the woods. "Yeah, I don't want to have to explain where the saws and ammo went," Dustin said, heading toward the trees on the opposite side of the road from Jackson. "Here, hold on to these," Lugnut said, tossing the truck keys to Dustin. "You two get the vehicle off the road and camouflaged." Dustin caught them and nodded before placing them into a side pocket of his tactical pants. Larry jumped up and pulled down hard on his pack's shoulder pad adjustment straps. He reconfigured his 2-point sling into a 1-point sling, then took a deep breath before climbing over the concrete barrier blocking the road. "You ready, Larry?" Lugnut asked, trying not to let his reservations about the man's abilities show in his voice. "Yep, all right." "You're on point, Rank," Lugnut said as he swung one leg over and straddled the barrier. He swung the other leg over and shoved his body forward, pushing off from the barrier with his butt. Rank took the lead, and Maria fell in behind him. "I'll take the rear," Roger said, dropping behind Lugnut. Even though they hadn't served together in quite a few years, they all knew what to do. Roger outranked them all, but since he'd arrived from California, he hadn't really seemed interested in taking a leadership role. Lugnut had wondered if Roger planned to stick around. He had a brother out on the East Coast. Lugnut guessed Roger likely planned to head that way when things settled down. If he'd planned to stay, Lugnut thought Roger would have stepped up and taken on more responsibilities in running things from the beginning. Greg Langston had really been the glue that held their little survival prepping group together. He'd been their leader in the Marines, and everyone expected he'd lead the group if the shit hit the fan. Since they all arrived at the cabin, they had just done what needed doing. They hadn't had a discussion about who was officially in charge of the group. To be honest, he'd been reluctant to bring it up for fear of upsetting Maddie, Zach, and Beth. Any such discussion would no doubt highlight the fact that Greg wasn't there. He feared, though, that failing to broach the subject had left Maddie and Zach with the impression that the responsibility somehow fell upon them. Lugnut could see it in some of their decision-making. It needed to be dealt with, eventually. Each of them had trained together under a clear command structure. He hoped that Maddie and Zach would see the need to get back to that. The walk from the south gate to Fort Leonard Wood's cantonment area was nearly 5 miles. They passed several training areas and live-fire ranges before seeing anyone. 2 preteen boys stood on the access road to Bloodland Lake, fishing poles in hand, watching them pass. Just past the airport, they passed tall, deserted military police barracks buildings known as starships. Soldiers had trained and held formations outside under the buildings, which were suspended in the air on pillars. There were 4 starships, a battalion administrative building, and a dining facility arranged around a common running track and physical training area. At South Dakota Avenue, they turned right and cut across a field to Constitution Avenue. It wasn't until just past North Dakota Avenue that the group reached any roadblocks on Missouri Avenue. Just before the turn into General Leonard Wood Army Community Hospital was the first they'd seen of anyone guarding the base. Two army trucks blocked all 3 lanes of the road. The guards just stood there, calmly watching the group approach. Rank held up a hand and the team stopped. Roger ran up from the rear and approached the guards on duty. A moment later, he waved the team forward and the guards stepped back, allowing them to pass. Under a large overhang under the wagon wheel, 2 circular arrangements of windows that bound the hump of skylight windows over the entrance to the Maneuvers Support Center of Excellence headquarters building. They were greeted by 2 guards in civilian clothes. Gone was the 2-star flag that stood outside, indicating the presence of the Army Major General assigned as post commander. They were told to leave their weapons behind the desk in the foyer before proceeding to the 3rd floor. The team looked at each other, reluctantly complied, and headed to the stairs. "Trade? What do you have?" Evan Sanders, the civilian garrison commander, asked. Prior to the lights going out, Sanders had been the deputy garrison commander. His once brown hair was now mostly gray. He was clean-shaven, an increasingly rare thing these days. The top button of his white dress shirt was unbuttoned. Lugnut leaned against the door at the back of the office. He'd never been in a garrison commander's office. The decor sure was a step up from the typical military-grade office furnishings he'd seen during his time in the Marine Corps. A red tie sat on top of the black suit jacket draped over the arm of a dark brown leather sofa. The sofa and armchair looked inviting, but Lugnut didn't dare take a seat uninvited. He wasn't the only one to notice that they had not been offered to take a seat. Maria also eyed the sofa. She looked at Lugnut and shrugged. "We brought shelf-stable food items, including MREs," Roger said. Evan Sanders looked to his right. A short man in his mid to late 30s, dressed in a yellow polo shirt and khaki pants, stood next to him with a notepad and pen in his hand. The man had his head down. He wrote something on the pad, then looked up and nodded. "And what do you want in return?" "Any medical supplies that you can spare, specifically antibiotics and intravenous supplies," Roger said. Sanders again looked to his assistant. He waited until the man finished writing before speaking again. "Let me talk to my folks and see what we can do for you." Sanders stood and motioned toward the door. "Why don't you folks head down to the lobby and I'll call for you when I have an answer." Lugnut opened the door and allowed his team to exit, looking over his shoulder before closing the door behind him. The way Sanders slumped back into his chair concerned Lugnut. He hoped the man was just fatigued, but he feared the more likely scenario was that they didn't have medical supplies to trade. Rank and Maria took a seat on a sofa by an expansive window overlooking the once manicured parade field. MSCO had been the headquarters for the Army Engineer School, the Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear School, known as the Chem School, as well as home to the Army's Military Police School. Ever since its establishment in 1940, Fort Leonard Wood had been a major training facility, mostly for Army engineers, until 1999 when the Chem and MP schools moved to Fort Leonard Wood from Fort McClellan, Alabama. Lugnut recalled a plaque somewhere on post that touted more than 300,000 soldiers had trained there on their way to battle in World War III. In recent years, Fort Leonard Wood had expanded to train nearly 80,000 men and women a year, including being the host of the largest Marine Corps detachment on any Army installation. Marines, like fish out of water, stationed smack in the middle of the country. In fact, less than 10 miles south of Fort Leonard Wood was the population center of the United States. Greg Langston and Roger had both been stationed at Fort Leonard Wood at one time. That was when Greg had fallen in love with the area around Paddy Creek, and what led to him establishing a base there for their group. Lugnut and Rank, being several years younger, had come along after the group was well established, but they had stayed in contact with Beth and the kids after Greg's death. Lugnut wasn't sure where the others from the old group were, but he knew one thing: if any of them wanted to survive an apocalypse, the cabin and all of Greg Langston's planning and preps in Evening Shade offered them the best chance of survival. 30 minutes passed with no response from Sanders. Roger leaned against the wall near the double doors. Lugnut watched him pick at his fingernails, something he did when he was bored. None of them did the stand around and wait thing very well. Larry sat in a hard-back chair, tapping his fingers on his knee. He looked wound up tighter than a $2 watch. Lugnut caught movement from the corner of his eye and turned. An older man in an Army uniform opened a door off the lobby and stepped into the foyer. He nodded to Roger and proceeded to climb the 3 floors of the steps. When they reached the top, the commander's assistant appeared, and they followed him back to the commander's office again. The news was as Lugnut expected. They had very few supplies to offer. What they had would do nothing for the situation back at camp. Lugnut looked at Larry. His shoulders slumped, and he dropped his head. "I'm afraid that is all we can spare. As bad as we need the food, we cannot replace the antibiotics. We just cannot part with any of them, Sanders said after gathering their rifles, pistols, and knives from the guards. They left the EMSCO building. I'll meet you guys back at the truck, Roger said. What? Where are you going? Maria asked. I'm going to find Harding and Ames. Who? She asked, rushing up beside him. The FEMA director and his deputy, Roger said, sliding his .45 into its holster. We shouldn't separate, Maria said. Lug and Larry, you two come with me. Rank, you and Maria go back and guard the truck with Jackson and Dustin. These idiots know we brought food to trade. Now that we aren't able to make a deal, I wouldn't put it past them to try to take it, Roger said. Word had gotten out about their presence, and people were arriving from every direction. They looked hungry, I agree. I'm not sure how much food they have, but it cannot be enough to feed all these people, Lugnut said, motioning to the crowd growing in the parking lot. I still think we should stick together, Maria said as she holstered her own pistol and tightened the strap on her rifle sling. Roger's right. We may have to fight our way back to the truck as it is. He can slip away without being seen, Rank said. Reluctantly, Maria conceded and fell in behind Rank, her rifle at the low ready. Lugnut studied the civilians as his team passed them. It appeared that none of them carried a weapon. He saw no pistols or even a knife with which they could defend themselves, but it didn't make him feel any less cautious. Desperate people could find a way. Just past the end of the parking lot, Rank picked up the pace, and soon he and Maria left the crowds behind. Lugnut radioed Jackson and told him to have the truck turned around and ready to go. We have trouble? Jackson asked. We aren't sticking around to find out. Lugnut responded as he fell in behind Roger. Reginald Harding looked like he'd aged 10 years in the week since Lugnut had met him. Deputy Director Gerald Ames just looked defeated. Roger and Lugnut had found the men asleep in their barracks following an 8-hour shift on guard duty. It seemed Fort Leonard Wood was short on people that the garrison commander trusted to carry weapons. Harding threw his feet over the side of his bunk and sat up. He ran a hand across his stubbled face and wiped sleep from his eyes. I'm sorry to wake you guys. I know sleep is in short supply these days, Larry said, as he took a seat at the end of Harding's bunk. Ames pulled his covers back and put his feet on the floor. Lugnut's eyes grew wide. The man was fully dressed, including boots. He'd been that tired before. He'd slept in his uniform many times. There had been many days lately that he'd considered it. It's good to see you again, Larry. I see you found your friends, Ames said, extending a friendly hand to Larry. I did. This feels like more than just a friendly social call. What's up? Harding asked. Harding stood and stretched. His clothes were very loose-fitting. No doubt he'd dropped significant weight in the weeks since the lights had gone out. Stress and lack of food was hell on the body. Even with his dark complexion in the dim light, Lugnut could see deep bags under the man's eyes. At least he didn't have the hollow look like those poor souls who'd greeted them in the parking lot outside the MSCOE moments ago. We have a problem. We were hoping you might be able to help us find something, Roger said, easing down onto a bunk across from Larry. Harding grabbed a button-up shirt from the end of the bed and slid it on. We're new here. We can barely find our way around ourselves, he said. No, not here, Roger said. Harding and Ames listened as Roger filled them in on the illness at the farm and their belief that they may have picked up something contagious from one of the Red Cross shelters. Harding and Ames exchanged concerned glances. They had been in the same shelters. That was where they'd met Larry and his group. I was concerned about that, Harding said. Although the volunteers were doing their best, the conditions at those shelters were pretty bad. The lack of clean drinking water and sanitation facilities did have me concerned about the spread of disease, Ames said, taking a seat across from Harding. We came here hoping to trade for antibiotics and intravenous supplies, but Sanders said they couldn't spare any, Larry said with a pained look on his face. I doubt they have much in the way of medical supplies. The military took everything with them they could when they were preparing for battle, Harding said. What can we help you with? Ames said, cutting to the chase. He was likely anxious to return to his bunk and catch up on some much-needed sleep before his next watch shift. Well, I know as a FEMA regional director, you were privy to certain information. We were hoping that you might tell us where to find FEMA caches that might still be unmolested. Ones that maybe FEMA here in Missouri was unable to reach due to how quickly things went down, especially in St. Louis and Kansas City, Rogers said. Harding and Ames stared at each other. Neither spoke for a long moment. It's possible, Ames finally said, more to Harding than to Roger. If St. Louis fell as quickly as Chicago, there could very well be caches still intact. If the damn fool looters haven't burned the buildings down, Harding said. There's only one way to know for sure, Ames said, standing and pulling on his jacket. We can't go back to Jefferson City. Dempsey is still looking for us there, Harding said. I wasn't thinking about going back there, Ames replied. St. Louis, Dempsey's men will be all over that city by now, Harding said. But they don't know all the locations of our caches. Mitchell was never in on any of those meetings. Unless he's got to Hamilton, there's no way he'd know where to look, Ames said. Who is Hamilton? Lugnut asked. He is Region 7's FEMA director. Last I heard, though, he was headed back to Kansas City to move his family farther south, Harding said without taking his eyes off Ames. So you're thinking of taking them into St. Louis? It's the most likely place to find the things they need. The other locations are more exposed. Harding knit his brow. And St. Louis is less dangerous for us to go. I don't know about you, but I've about had enough of these idiots. Harding looked to the floor and shook his head. It's a crazy idea, Ames, but if you're in, so am I. It's about time we do something to make a difference, said Ames as an ear-to-ear grin formed on his face. We should go. Your friends and family need those drugs as soon as possible. Harding nodded and grabbed his boots as he slid his feet in and laced them. Ames removed his pack from under his bunk. Within minutes, the 5 of them were headed to the truck. Jackson and Dustin stood guard as Roger, Lugnut, Larry, Ames, and Harding climbed into the back of the truck. We need to stop by the farm and get ammo and supplies, Roger said. I didn't think we'd be back through there so soon, Harding said as he climbed in. How was it when you guys came through? Lugnut asked. We traveled at night, Ames said, looking at Larry. We saw a few small bands of people moving about, but mostly the westerly outskirts of the city were deserted. We did hear a lot of gunfire, though. I couldn't tell if it was the gangs just popping off rounds for fun or a street war. We didn't stick around to find out. We slept in some burned-out buildings during the day. Most of the buildings have been looted or burned, Larry said. Let's hope that the one we need is still standing, Roger said as the truck pulled onto the blacktop road. Ames and Harding nodded in agreement. Beth's eyes grew wide as Roger explained their plan to go into St. Louis to find the medical supplies they needed. Even though it had once been her home, she hadn't seen it since before the lights went out. But Jason had told her how bad it had been in those days before Lugnut and Rank had come to rescue him. Many of their neighbors hadn't made it home from their jobs in the city, but their houses had been looted, and some had been set on fire. Maddie rose from the table and grabbed her pack from the mudroom. Zach was right behind her. Oh, hell no. The 2 of you are staying right here, Beth said, pointing at her children. Lugnut knew to stay out of that fight, but if Beth couldn't convince them to stay behind, he'd let Roger be the bad guy on this one. Your mother is right. We need you here. If all of you go, who is going to protect the cabin and farm? Jason said. Maddie stammered and threw her hands into the air before stomping out the door. She'll get over it, Beth said, placing a hand on Jason's shoulder. Everyone stood and said their goodbyes to Harmony, Krista, Beth, and Jason. Lugnut wanted to go after Maddie. The last time he and Rank had separated from Maddie and Zach and went off into the city, he'd regretted not making it right with Maddie first. I'll be right there, Lugnut said as the others grabbed their gear and headed toward the trail. I'll come with you, Rank said, handing a box of ammo to Maria. Tell her it wasn't my idea, Maria said. Rank nodded and ran off to catch up with Lugnut. Just wait up, little bit, Lugnut called after Maddie. She ignored him and skipped across the creek. She nearly slipped climbing the bank on the other side, and Zach had to pull her up. I know you're concerned for Emma and the others and feel you should go. I'd agree if you weren't needed here to keep this place running while we're gone, Lugnut said. If you 2 go, who is going to make sure shit gets done properly around here, Jason? Rank asked. Come on, Maddie. Don't send me off with you all mad again. That was hell, Lugnut said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her shoulder slumped, and Lugnut took her into his arms. He kissed the top of her head and gave her a squeeze before releasing her. Lugnut extended a hand to Zach while Rank and Maddie hugged. Be good to your mom. She's under a great deal of stress, Rank said. I know, Maddie said, pushing Rank away. Go, you 2. Go get us those meds, but be careful, Maddie said. Chapter 8. Mather's Place. Spring Creek, Phelps County, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Gene Mather walked backward, pulling a 55-gallon drum full of biodiesel behind him on a hand truck. The hose on the hand pump attached to the drum flopped over and whacked Jackson's enormous right bicep when he relieved Gene to pull the drum the rest of the way to the old M35A2, the 2.5-ton truck, affectionately known as a deuce and a half. Jackson set the drum next to one of the deuce's fuel tanks, inserted the hose into the tank, and began pumping. When the tank was full, Jackson rolled the drum to the other side of the truck and filled the other tank. Then he and Lugnut hefted the half-full drum into the back of the deuce along with the hand truck and 2 bicycles. Take care of my bicycles, Gene said as Lugnut hopped up into the back of the deuce. You got it, sir. And thanks for the biodiesel, Lug said, throwing up a hand and waving as the truck pulled out of Jean's driveway. Jean waved back after gently placing a metal bin of parts from his shop onto a trailer attached to his pickup. Lugnut was relieved and a little surprised that Jean had agreed to move. Jean would have to set up his shop in the machine shed at the farm where they kept several of their vehicles. Lugnut had been concerned that Jean would be even more reluctant with the possibility of a contagious plague running through their camp. But all things considered, Jean had realized his days were numbered if he stayed where he was. The deuce lurched as Dustin let out the clutch and stepped on the gas. Jackson rode shotgun. The FEMA guys, Harding and Ames, were in the back of the truck with Lugnut, Maria, Rank, and Roger. Harding and Ames were going through their gear and adding items to their packs. They'd changed out of their grimy dress clothes in exchange for the borrowed tactical pants and long-sleeve shirts from Ron's stash of surplus clothing. Ron's basement reminded Lugnut of a military central issue facility with all the various military clothing and other issue items he had stashed there. Lugnut and Rank sat in opposite corners of the bed next to the tailgate, watching out the rear. Roger and Maria were busy loading rounds into empty magazines. They were all preparing for battle, each of them doing what they needed to do, lost in their own thoughts, but determined to work together to bring back the medical supplies their people needed. Larry stared off into space. He told his family that he had to make the trip into St. Louis with a grim expression after learning that another of his grandchildren was showing symptoms. After hearing the military had cleared Interstate 44, they decided to take that all the way into St. Louis. As they pulled onto the on-ramp heading east at Highway J and I-44 just west of Rolla, Lugnut could see vehicles had been shoved to the side and into the ditch along the interstate. Near Sullivan, an hour into the trip, Lugnut noticed a group of travelers in the westbound lanes pushing shopping carts. The group barely seemed to notice them as the truck lumbered east at its max speed of 50 miles per hour. Suddenly, the truck slowed rapidly and stopped. Everyone in the back was thrown forward after righting himself. Lugnut and Rank immediately jumped down from the back of the truck, rifles scanning for trouble. With his back against the truck, Lugnut looked around the passenger side as Jackson's door flew open. Lugnut's view of what might have obstructed the truck's path was blocked by Jackson's open door. Jackson had braced his rifle on his door's windowsill by the time Lugnut and Rank had come up behind him. "What is it?" Rank asked. "Civilians in the roadway. They're hiding behind those vehicles in the ditch," Jackson said, not taking his eyes off the threat. "Are they armed?" Lugnut asked, straining to get a view for himself. "Not that I can see," Jackson said as he scanned through his scope. Lugnut looked across the seat to Dustin, who was still sitting behind the wheel, scanning through his open driver's window. Roger's head popped up beside Dustin. "I see at least a dozen men with several women and children. They are hiding behind the vehicles in the ditch on both sides of our lanes." Lugnut lowered his rifle. The band of travelers had begun appearing from behind the disabled vehicles. They were a sorry sight, gaunt and weary. Even though there were half a dozen rifles trained on them, they continued moving slowly toward the truck. "Stop right there," Roger yelled. The group continued its pace. Most didn't even look up. They just continued walking with their heads down. Their clothes were dirty and ragged. No one spoke. "I said stop or we will have to shoot," Roger yelled again. A tall, thin man in what might have once been tan slacks and a light blue polo shirt stretched out an arm and most of the group stopped. The others appeared not to notice they'd left part of their group behind. "Joseph, stop," the man said. The rest of the travelers stopped about 15 feet behind the man. "Are you armed?" Roger asked. "No," the man said. "Okay, this is what is going to happen. You're all going to move off to the side of the road with your hands in the air. If any of you so much as lower your hands, you will be shot. Understand?" Some nodded. "Yes, we understand." A child began to cry. "Can I pick up my son?" a woman asked. "Can he walk?" Roger asked. "Yes." "Then no, not until we drive past you." Lugnut understood why Roger was being so stern. They both had seen women and children used as weapons in Afghanistan and Iraq. Those scenes still haunted his nightmares. He had never gotten over how barbaric it was to strap bombs to children and send them toward a U.S. military checkpoint, or, in his case, toward Marines on patrol. Those bastards had counted on Americans' compassion to pull off their cowardly acts. He was changed after witnessing such unspeakable things. One at a time, women and children first. Stay on the shoulders of the road. Keep your hands in the air. "Do it now," Roger barked in his sternest voice. A woman in her late 30s stepped forward with her left hand in the air, pulling a roll-around suitcase with her right. A younger woman stepped in behind her. "Not yet." "One at a time," Roger said. And the woman stopped. Roger tapped the barrel of Dustin's rifle. "Watch her." Dustin trained his rifle on the woman with the suitcase. "Keep going. Don't look back." Dustin called to her. Roger waved for the second woman to move forward while Dustin watched the first. "Maria," Roger said without taking his eyes off the group in front of the truck. "I'm on her," Lugnut heard Maria say. After all the women and children had passed, Roger pointed to a teenage boy. His long, greasy hair hung across his face. The kid hung his head and slowly walked to the shoulder of the highway with his elbow bent at his waist. The poor kid didn't look like he had enough energy left to even hold his hands up. Lugnut wanted to have compassion for the group. He wished he could offer some type of assistance, but they were on another life-saving mission. No doubt they would encounter many more people just as desperate as these before they reached their destination. A stocky man in jeans and a sweatshirt glared at Roger as he reached for the handles of his suitcases. I said, "Hands in the air." Roger barked. I, Roger, stepped from behind the door toward the man. The rifle's barrel pointed at the man's face. The man's hands shot into the air. "Is there something in that suitcase worth dying for?" Roger asked. The man shook his head and slowly inched his way to the shoulder. The other men released the grips on their bags and put their hands in the air. "Mister, my little brother's nebulizer is in my bag. He could die without it," an older boy said. Roger hesitated before answering. He looked toward Lugnut and Rank. "I'll watch him," Rank said. "Come on, kid, move to the shoulder of the road, but keep one hand in the air and the other tight on that suitcase," Rank said to the boy. The boy cautiously proceeded to the shoulder, straining to pull the wheels of the bag over the gravel. "You headed to the city?" a man asked. "Stop talking and move to the shoulder," Roger said. Lugnut wondered where these people planned to go, if they even had a plan. Most likely, they just wanted away from the city. He didn't blame them. If they didn't need the medical supplies so badly, there would be no way he'd go back into that city. Rank had taken a bullet on their way out last time, when the travelers were all standing on the shoulders of the road with their hands in the air. Lugnut's group all piled back into the truck and continued toward St. Louis. Lugnut watched the people lower their arms and turn away to continue their westward march. When they reached St. Louis, the Deuce slowed to a stop before proceeding left onto Interstate 270 north toward Chicago. On I-270, Lugnut spotted another group walking in the westbound lanes, pushing wheelbarrows and carts loaded down with belongings. He wondered how these last stragglers had survived this long in the city. They must be made of strong stock. Maybe there is a chance for some of them to survive, at least a while longer. Chapter 9, Interstate 270, Maryland Heights, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Lugnut shifted in his seat as the truck exited Interstate 270 onto Page Avenue in the suburb of Maryland Heights. The truck made wide turns, maneuvering around stalled cars before making a left turn onto Industrial Drive, pulling into an alley and slowing to a stop 4 blocks from the 10-story office building they were headed for. Roger jumped out first and held his rifle at the ready position. Lugnut and Rank followed close behind him, each scanning the area through their rifle scopes as they ran toward the right corner of the building. Maria followed Ames and Harding while Jackson and Dustin stayed behind to reposition and guard the truck. The 4 made their way to the target location using abandoned vehicles, trees, and other buildings as cover. Lugnut, Rank checked the doors. "I'd rather not bring attention to ourselves by having to break the glass," Roger said when they reached the corner of the building, ready to make their entry. Lugnut and Rank ran along the sidewalk to a set of glass double doors. Lugnut stood watch as Rank pulled on the handle. "It's locked up tight," Rank said before moving toward the back of the office building. At the rear of the building, Lugnut stopped and peered through the tall glass window. Not seeing anyone in the ground floor office, he pressed his back against the cold glass and peeked around the side toward the back parking lot. "Looks empty," Lugnut said over his shoulder. Lugnut covered Rank as he ran around him to another set of double doors. Rank pulled on the handle, shook his head, then proceeded to the opposite corner of the building. Rank covered Lugnut as Lugnut ran toward the next doorway. They repeated the maneuver until Rank ran to a set of doors that opened when he pulled the handle. Rank moved to the side and covered Lugnut as he approached. "West side doors are open," Lugnut said into his radio. A moment later, Roger appeared at the southwest side of the office building. When Roger, Harding, Ames, and Maria reached the doors, Lugnut and Rank proceeded inside to clear the first floor. The doors opened into a wide hallway with offices on each side. Lugnut and Rank began the tedious process of clearing each room. Moments later, they reached another hall running north and south along the length of the building. 2 large offices were to their left, and 1 larger office was to their right. They chose to clear the 2 on their left first. When they had cleared the large office, Lugnut radioed the all-clear for Roger and the others to enter the building. He could hear boots on the tile floor as he and Rank crouched and made their way around a reception desk in the center of the front lobby. "Front lobby clear," Lugnut said into his radio. The door they were searching for was at the end of a long hall on the east side of the building. After clearing each room along the way, Lugnut reached down to try the handle to the last door on his right. "It's locked," Lugnut whispered to Rank. "That's a good sign, I think," Rank said as he backed away. Rank changed direction and flung his huge frame into the door, and it flew open with a bang. "We're in," Lugnut radioed. Lugnut scanned the room clockwise as Rank immediately followed him in, scanning counterclockwise. Lugnut and Rank then stacked next to a door at the back of the room. Rank reached down and turned the knob. It opened. He pushed the door open, causing it to bang against the wall, and he and Lugnut ran through the door, scanning the area as before. The room contained a stairwell landing. The stairs descended to another landing before turning to the left. "Clear," Lugnut said. Roger appeared in the doorway, entered the room, and motioned for the others to follow him. Rank followed Lugnut down to the first landing, where Lugnut peered over the side of the railing. He could see nothing. He listened. He heard nothing. There was no sound, human or machine. Lugnut and Rank proceeded down the flight of stairs to another closed door. Rank reached down and slowly pulled on the handle. He nodded. The door opened out. He pulled the door open quickly, and at the same time Lugnut burst through the opening, slicing the pie clockwise. Rank immediately followed, scanning counterclockwise. "Clear," Lugnut said, his weapon light bouncing around the expanse of space. It was pitch black except for the tactical lights on their rifles. Lugnut reached up and flipped on his headlamp for more visibility. It was immediately apparent that they'd entered some type of lab. Long counters lined one wall where microscopes and other lab equipment sat. Rank proceeded down row after row of cubicles, walled off by glass. It was cold and smelled musty. It reminded him of the scene in World War Z where Brad Pitt was surprised by man-eating zombies wearing white lab coats. It took nearly 15 minutes to clear the cubicles and other lab rooms. After Lugnut and Rank were sure that no greasy, crazy, zombified lab personnel lurked in there, they made their way back to the entrance. "It's clear. It appears just as they left everything when the lights went out," Lugnut said as he held the door open for Roger and the others to enter. "You two come with me," Roger said, pointing to Ames and Harding. "Maria, you've got our 6 lug. You and Rank stay here and guard the door." Roger barked as he disappeared around a partitioned wall. When Roger, Harding, Ames, and Maria reappeared at the door, just moments later, Lugnut knew it was not a good sign. "Let's go," Roger said, brushing past Lugnut. "It's gone," Maria said as she exited the room. Rank fell in behind her. "What happened? I thought this was a secret cache," Rank said. "Someone beat us to it," Ames said from behind him. Lugnut's headlamp beam shined in Harding's eyes as he looked for some explanation from the man. Harding shielded his eyes. "Sorry," Lugnut said. "It was an inside job, had to be. They took everything. Random looters would have taken just the antibiotics and painkillers." "What now?" Rank asked. "We have to go farther into the city. We have 2 more locations to try. I just hope they haven't been there, too," Harding said, his dark eyes full of concern. Chapter 10. Maryland Heights, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. The second location was a rundown warehouse in North St. Louis. To reach it, they would no doubt have to cross gang-held territory and venture into neighborhoods that were unsafe for outsiders even prior to the lights going out. "I think we should stash the truck somewhere nearby and go in on foot. The sound of engine noise will echo off of every building. They could rain bullets down on top of us from rooftops before we could see them," Roger said. "I hate it, but I have to agree," Lugnut said. He did hate the thought. It felt too much like the foot patrols in Afghanistan. This time, they would not have the benefit of drones for reconnaissance or planes for air support if they got pinned down. They were on their own with who knew how many armed civilians in a city where they were unfamiliar with the layout. The gangs had every advantage but one. They weren't badass Marines. Maria took a deep breath and let it out in a huff as she climbed into the back of the truck. Rank patted his pockets as he climbed in behind her. "Let's do this," Roger said, motioning for Ames and Harding to get in. Lugnut looked at his watch. The trip from Evening Shade to St. Louis had taken twice as long as it should have. The sun was now high in the sky. They'd be lucky to even get to the warehouse by dark. If all went according to plan, they could make it back to the cabin by morning. But since when did anything ever go as planned, and especially in an apocalypse? The truck headed back toward I-270, then north to I-70. Jackson took the exit to head east toward downtown. Stalled cars were everywhere, but someone, likely the military, had cleared one lane. Lugnut worried that this would make for an easy ambush. To the right and left of the interstate, burned husks of houses and office buildings told the tale of the early days right after the lights went out. Lugnut and Rank had seen the flames rising from the city when they had rescued Jason from his and Beth's home in Clarkson Valley. Like the Great Fire in 1849 that destroyed a significant part of St. Louis, much of this part of the city was in ashes. St. Louis had still been reeling from a cholera epidemic that had killed thousands when a fire had started on a steamboat parked along the riverfront. A northeast wind swept the flames, catching fire to freight stacked on the landing. The flames blew through the business district and farther south through whole blocks of houses. In all, over 15 blocks of the city had burned. The truck exited the interstate at Jennings Station Road, and Jackson drove the truck around to the back of a church and parked behind a big yellow bus. "If we park alongside the bus, it might not be seen," Roger had said. Roger grabbed his gear and provided cover while the rest of the team exited the back of the truck. Jackson and Dustin were out and scanning the area in front of the vehicle when Lugnut came around the side. "Maria and Ames, you're guarding the vehicle," Roger said. "Roger, Roger," Ames said, raising a corner of his mouth. Roger glanced at Ames, shaking his head. "Everyone's gear tight?" Roger asked. "We don't want to sound like a marching band as we march through town." Jackson and Dustin immediately jumped up and down. No rattles. Lugnut didn't need to. He always made sure his shit was secure. He looked back to Maria and Rank. They were squared away. He looked past them to Harding. Harding and Ames looked at each other, then back to Roger. They didn't have any gear. All they carried were the pistols and 2 extra magazines that the group had provided them back at the cabin. "Jump," Lugnut told them. Ames and Harding looked at each other, then started hopping up and down. "That's enough," Lugnut said. "Gimme the 78 cents you have in your pocket," he said, looking at Harding. Harding raised an eyebrow, reached in his pocket, and produced 48 cents. "Damn it, I must be off my game," Lug said, smacking Harding's hand from underneath and sending the 48 cents into the grass. "Gather round," Roger said. Roger pulled a laminated map from the left side pocket of his pants and spread it out on the hood of an abandoned vehicle. He oriented the map, pointed out their location and the objective, and refreshed everyone with the mission. "Let's get this show on the road," Roger said. "Hooah!" Jackson and Dustin said in unison. Maria glanced over to Rank, and they both smiled. "Effing Army," Maria mouthed. Rank nodded. "Ames and Harding, any questions?" Roger asked. "No, sir," Harding said as Ames shook his head. "Let's get to it," Roger replied. "Ora," Maria said, looking at Jackson and Dustin and raising one eyebrow. "Copycats," Dustin said under his breath. "Wanna be soldiers," Jackson scoffed at Maria with a grin. Although Marine and Army rivalry had been a real thing with the group in some circumstances, in all situations they had worked side by side perfectly well. Joint missions had both branches training together on Fort Leonard Wood for decades, so while branch affiliation was always going to be strong, accomplishing the mission had naturally taken priority in every situation during that time. "Everyone do a radio check," Roger said. "Lima Charlie Hotel Mike," Ames said into his radio. "Lima Charlie," Lugnut responded, smiling. "Someone has been paying attention." "What's Lima Bean, Charlie Hold My?" Harding asked. "That's the phonetic alphabet for loud and clear how me," Ames said, dramatically puffing out his chest. Harding nodded and smiled. "We're going to get along just fine," Roger said to Ames, stuffing the map back into his pocket. Maria and Ames stayed behind as the rest of the group left the cover of the truck and made their way back to the interstate. Lugnut hadn't seen a living soul. The city was silent. Unlike the country where the lack of man-made noise was filled with the sounds of wildlife, the city was just quiet. Lugnut strained to listen. He couldn't believe that there wasn't even a dog barking. When they reached the road, Lugnut weaved in and out of stalled cars to reach the right shoulder of I-70. He pulled his rifle up and scanned the road ahead with his scope. He saw nothing moving and proceeded forward, keeping his head on a swivel, although each had made sure that none of their gear rattled or made any noise. Harding's boots squeaked loudly as he walked. Lugnut put his right fist in the air and turned to look over his shoulder. He couldn't see any of his team. "Roger, I need to attend to Harding's footwear before we proceed," Lugnut said into his radio. "Jackson, trade places with Lug," Roger responded. As Jackson Range walked to Lugnut's position, Lugnut removed his pack and pulled a clear baggie from a pocket. He removed about a foot of wool roving from the baggie as he walked toward Harding. Harding was still crouched beside the rear tire of a newer Land Rover. "Harding, take your boots off. We need to take care of that squeak, Lugnut said as he crouched beside the man. What is that? Harding asked. Sheep's wool. It provides a cushion for ill-fitted footwear. It may stop that squeak. Runners and hikers use it to prevent blisters. It absorbs moisture too, Lugnut said. Lugnut tugged on the white wool roving to create a piece about a half-inch wide and 3 inches long. Harding unlaced and removed his right boot, handing it to Lugnut. Lugnut stuffed the wool into the toe and handed it back to him. Try that. Harding slid his foot in and stood. He smiled and nodded. Lugnut did the same for the left boot and waited as Harding walked to Roger's location and back. Satisfied that Harding's boots no longer announced their arrival, Lugnut returned to the left shoulder of the interstate. Lugnut and Jackson fist-bumped each other as Jackson returned to his position behind Harding. They hadn't even walked a quarter mile before encountering people. On a side road, a kid pedaled his bike in the middle of the street heading west. Lugnut slid in between two stalled cars and keyed his radio mic twice. He watched as a boy turned into a parking lot and disappeared around a building. He waited a couple of minutes to make sure the kid didn't reemerge with others, satisfied the boy hadn't seen them. Lugnut keyed the mic once more and stepped out onto the shoulder of the road. They walked another quarter mile before Lugnut learned he'd probably been mistaken. The kid had probably seen them, because two men now followed them, parallel on the side road. Lugnut stepped around a car and kept walking. Roger, we have company at my 2 o'clock. I count 2 men paralleling our movement. Each has a pistol. Lugnut radioed. Jackson, Dustin, drop back to my position. Roger said into his radio. A moment later, Lugnut spotted Roger, Jackson, and Dustin moving down the embankment toward the side road behind the 2 men. They double-timed it across the road and disappeared around some parked cars. The 2 men walked up the interstate's exit ramp toward Lugnut and his team, although they paused when they reached a group of abandoned cars and appeared to be discussing something. Just as the taller of the 2 men turned away from the shorter man, Rank stepped out of his concealment right behind him. Before the man knew what had hit him, Rank had plunged a knife into him and twisted it, letting the man fall to the ground. The man called out and the shorter man turned. Roger, Jackson, and Dustin had taken off like a shot from their concealment and sprinted up the ramp. They were on top of the shorter man in seconds. Roger reached out, grabbed the man by the arm, and twisted, causing the man to fall to his knees. The man dropped his weapon when Jackson plunged a knife into his neck. The fight was over before Lugnut could walk the 50 feet to reach them. Roger was wiping his knife on the shorter man's hoodie as Lugnut approached. Let's get going. We don't want to wait around for their buddies to come looking for them, Roger said. Motioning down the road, Jackson and Dustin pulled the bodies between 2 abandoned cars and fell in behind Roger. 5 minutes after encountering the men at the exit ramp, Lugnut thought he heard a motor. He held his fist in the air and crouched beside a vehicle. He listened. I hear at least 2 vehicles southeast of our position. Hard to say how far away. Sound travels farther these days. Over, he said into his mic. Let's hold up here for a minute and see if we can tell if they are moving toward or away. Over, Roger replied. Lugnut moved to the driver's side of the vehicle he was crouched beside. From this position, he could see Harding crouched about 50 feet behind him, in the middle lane next to a vehicle. The sound of the engines slowly faded. They're moving away from our location, over. Lugnut radioed. Let's move out. Keep your heads on a swivel, folks. We ain't alone out here, Roger replied. Lugnut stood and moved back to the shoulder of the road while scanning the side roads along the interstate for signs of life. After 30 minutes passed without hearing any other man-made sounds, Lugnut was fairly sure that whoever it was had moved on. When he reached the exit ramp for Goodfellow Boulevard, his heart sank. He stood there in the middle of the road, staring at the charred remains of the industrial park. Only husks of buildings remained. As far as he could tell, every building and shipping container had burned. There must have been millions of tons of goods in the warehouses and the containers of the trucks that had come to take them to their destinations. He felt sick to his stomach. How much food had perished in this one location? Food that would have sustained countless lives for months. The target location is burned out, over. Lugnut radioed, his voice cracking. He swallowed hard and clenched his jaw. It wasn't only food that had burned. It was the secret cache of FEMA medical supplies that they needed for their group back in Texas County. He squeezed the grip of his rifle tighter. He wanted to bash something, break something, kill the bastards who set the city on fire. We need to check the building, we need to be sure. Over, he heard Roger say over his radio. Roger that. Jackson. Dustin, you're with me, Lugnut said. He heard boots thud on the pavement, then felt a tap on his left shoulder. Lugnut, Jackson, and Dustin moved to the left side of the exit ramp and crouched behind some bushes. Lugnut took a knee in the soft dirt. It appears that all the buildings are burned out. We need to make our way into the industrial park and locate the building Ames and Harding said the supplies were in. If we find it intact, we'll look for the supplies. If by some miracle the basement was spared, there's a chance that the medical supplies are undamaged. It's a long shot, I know, from what we're looking at here, Lugnut said, looking from Jackson to Dustin. Jackson tightened his grip on his rifle and stood. Let's do this. Dustin stood and stepped back onto the off-ramp. All right, heads on swivels, Lugnut said. Lugnut doubted the people driving the vehicles they'd heard earlier would be hanging around in a burned-out industrial park, but he wasn't taking chances. His friends back at the cabin were counting on them to bring back meds to cure whatever was making folks sick, and to stop it from spreading to the rest of them. Lugnut took point and Jackson brought up the rear. They crossed over Goodfellow Boulevard and passed through a break in the trees lining the road at the northwest corner of the industrial park. As soon as Lugnut stepped through, he saw how devastating the fire had been. There were nothing but shells of buildings left standing. The smell still lingered. Lugnut led his team past 4 burned-out buildings, then across a parking lot. The scene reminded him of a reconnaissance patrol he'd performed in Afghanistan after a shit-ton of bombs had been dropped on a village. His team had been sent in to find out if they'd killed their target. He turned right at a row of buildings with twisted metal siding, then left as they made their way to the end of the row. After crossing a narrow drive, the building they were searching for was to the left. The brick building looked like it might just have been spared. Lugnut smiled and picked up the pace. As they approached, the sound of gunfire in the distance sent them scrambling behind a nearby tractor-trailer. We have gunfire to our southeast, but the target looks intact. Over, Lugnut said into his radio. Lugnut, Dustin, and Jackson jogged to the northeast corner of a long brick building to their right. As they reached the building, Lugnut keyed his mic. The building looks like it was mostly spared from the fire. We're going to find a way in. Over, Lugnut heard a click on his radio acknowledging his transmission. As he motioned for Jackson and Dustin to follow him, they ran across the drive to the front of the building, scanning the area to their left as they dropped down beside the building's front entrance. Stack, Lugnut said as he stood and moved beside the door. He felt Jackson's hand on his shoulder. Lugnut reached down and tried the handle. It's locked. Dustin, Lugnut said, pointing to the door. Dustin moved from behind Jackson, took 5 steps back, then stepped toward the door, slamming his size 14 boot into it just under the knob. The door gave way and Lugnut hurried into the lobby of the Defense Contract Audit Agency's St. Louis office, moving to the right while slicing the pie clockwise. Jackson immediately followed him in, moving to the left and slicing counterclockwise. Dustin entered immediately after Jackson, scanning left and right while moving quickly toward a long hallway. Hold up, Dustin, Lugnut said. The DCAA was responsible for doing contract audits for the Department of Defense. Lugnut remembered some scandal involving the agency a while back, but couldn't recall the details. It had something to do with irregularities in their oversight of government contractors, such as Boeing. We're in. The lobby looks like it only received smoke damage. The ceiling is intact, proceeding to the stairwell. Over. Lugnut said into his mic. Roger that, over, came the reply. Dustin, secure this entrance. Jackson, follow me down to the basement, Lugnut said. There were boxes stacked in the hallway outside office doors down the long hallway. Lugnut and Jackson used a high-low method to clear the offices. Lug crouched as Jackson stood, and they entered each office almost simultaneously. Lugnut moved away from each door hinge to slice the pie in one direction to clear his side as Jackson moved around each door to slice his side of each office. They followed the walls around the room until their fields of fire intersected in the middle. They found overturned office chairs and computer monitors smashed on the floor. Papers were strewn everywhere. As they cleared each of the offices, each scene told the story of a panicked staff trying to pack up their belongings before fire consumed the building. From what he could tell, they'd all made it out. At the end of the hall and to his right was the door to the basement. They did their high-low stack, cleared the space, then peered down the stairs. A rush of musty air hit them in the face. Lugnut flicked on his headlamp and weapon light. The stairs were pitch black. Lugnut counted 14 steps before a landing. From there he turned left and descended another 14 stairs before reaching another door. Lugnut and Jackson stacked beside the door. Lugnut tried the knob. It was locked. Break it down, Lugnut said. Jackson stepped back as Lugnut shined his headlamp on the doorknob. It looked solid. Jackson stepped forward and kicked the door just under the handle, but it didn't budge. Once again, Jackson backed up and kicked again. The door gave, and Lugnut rushed in, slicing in one direction, as Jackson followed him in, slicing in the other. They were in an enormous warehouse filled with pallets of boxes and crates. Lugnut listened to the silence that followed their dramatic entrance. There were rows and rows of shelves lined with bankers' boxes along the entire length of the room against one wall. Lugnut flipped the lid on one of the boxes and pulled out a wad of paper contracts. It probably took half the country's forest to supply as much paper as filled the boxes in his basement. But he hadn't come for government contracts. He'd come for the cash of FEMA supplies. Jackson waited by the door, securing their entry point. Lugnut walked in and out of the rows of boxes before spotting a door in the back left corner of the space. He hurried over and gave the door a kick, not taking the time to try the handle first. The door led to a small storage room. He rushed in and cleared the room. The beam of his headlamp illuminated the boxes and shelves. Lugnut let his rifle dangle on its sling and retrieved his knife from its sheath on his belt. He slid the tip of the knife into the clear tape, securing the top. As soon as he pulled the flap back, he knew he was in the right place. It was filled with boxes of blue surgical gloves. He continued opening boxes until he found the one he'd come for. Wrapped in clear plastic were 20 small bottles of doxycycline. He pulled a second one out. That one box contained enough antibiotics for the entire group. He looked up and down the shelves. There must have been at least a dozen more boxes of antibiotics alone, intravenous supplies. Next, he needed to locate IV medication bags, catheters, tubing, glucose, saline, and syringes. He needed to be sure that there were needles small enough for the kids, too. He knew how life-saving fluids could be. He'd seen Corpsman hook up a Marine who'd fallen out due to heat exhaustion, and a couple of hours later the guy was up joking around. Lugnut went about opening boxes until he found the ones he needed. He stood back and looked at the supplies. He couldn't believe their luck. The stuff in this storeroom was more valuable than gold, most of it irreplaceable. Manufacturing antibiotics would be one of the first priorities of a rebuilding civilization, he imagined. He couldn't imagine going back to the days when people died from a paper cut. Grabbing a box of the doxycycline, Lugnut headed toward the stairs. He needed to radio the others and let them know the good news. They'd need the truck to haul all of it. The noise of the engine would no doubt get attention, but it was a risk worth taking. Chapter 11, Defense Contract Audit Agency, St. Louis, Missouri. Event plus 25 days. Lugnut ascended the stairs. At the top of the landing, he opened the door, stepped out into the hallway, and keyed his mic. Roger, this is Lugnut, over. Lugnut, this is Roger. What did you find? Over. It's all still here. We've hit the mother lode. Over. You found Ames and Harding's package? Over. Yes. Tell him to bring the truck over, Lugnut said as Jackson headed toward the stairs. I'll start humping boxes up here, Jackson said. Right behind you, Lugnut replied. Okay, we'll secure the building. Start making a pile of stuff over, Roger asked. Way ahead of you, Lug replied, heading back down the stairs behind Jackson. Lugnut heard Roger's transmission to Maria break up as he and Jackson descended the stairs. About 15 minutes later, Lugnut and Jackson had amassed a pile of boxes in the lobby that they figured would never all fit into the deuce. Lugnut's radio crackled as he admired their haul. It sounds like we have multiple vehicles coming our direction. Over. Roger. That, Lugnut replied. We have everything ready to go right inside the entrance. We're coming out and moving toward concealment near the southwest corner of the building to help if you need to engage. We don't want to tip them off that there is something valuable in here. Okay, guys, do it quickly, over, Roger said. Just as Lugnut and Jackson had taken cover in a drainage pipe, 3 mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles or MRAPs appeared 2 blocks over, then disappeared, one by one, between the buildings. The sound of the vehicles faded in the distance, but then slowly increased in volume again. 30 seconds later, they passed right over Lugnut and Jackson's drainage pipe. The sound faded again until they couldn't be heard at all. Approaching the exit at your location. Over, Lugnut heard over his radio. Roger, keep your eyes open. We just had visitors. 3 MRAPs passed right by our building about 3 minutes ago, but they're gone now. Roger that, Maria said. When Maria pulled into the parking lot of the industrial complex, she slowed and pulled into the alley beside the Defense Contract Audit Agency. The truck was hidden from the view of any passing vehicles on the main roads. Let's load those boxes, Roger said, running with Harding toward the DCAA's front doors. Here we come, Lugnut said into his radio as he rounded the corner of the building and locked eyes with Roger, who was just arriving at the entrance. It took only 15 minutes to carry the boxes from the FEMA medical supply cache to the truck. Maria and Ames had topped off the Deuce's fuel tanks, removed the barrel pump, and left the empty 55-gallon drum while they were waiting. Removing the drum left them with plenty of room for all of the supplies. Everyone wore huge grins as they piled back in for the trip home. Lugnut was thrilled with their haul. Beth and Jason would be ecstatic to receive so many more supplies than they were expecting. They might even be able to open a local clinic and begin treating members of the community. The supplies would most certainly save many lives. He wondered how many more caches like these were out there. Who else might know of their existence? Ames and Harding might not be sharing all they knew. It might pay to invite them into the group as an incentive for such information. He had no doubt that was why they'd agreed to come on such a dangerous mission in the first place. Lugnut had just heard Jackson shut the driver's side door to start the engine when the roar of fast-approaching vehicles caught his attention. Immediately, he dropped down from the back of the truck and took up a defensive position between the two buildings. Roger, Rank, Maria, and the two FEMA guys quickly followed. Jackson backed the truck onto the sidewalk between the buildings, further concealing it from the view of the parking lot beyond. The team spread out, each taking a corner of the nearby buildings. The cavernous, repeating echo of a rifle's report bounced off all the buildings as a bullet struck Roger's plate carrier, knocking him to the ground. Maria ran toward him, bullets kicking up dust beside her as she dove behind some bushes. More gunfire to their north told Lugnut that they'd been flanked. He ran, concealing himself behind a low wall near another building. Jackson exited the truck and sprinted south. Lugnut could hear incoming rounds, followed by his team returning fire. "Jackson, can you give me a distance and range?" Lugnut called over the sound of rifle fire. "There are at least 2 shooters at our 5 o'clock, approximately 25 meters that way," he said, pointing. "Pop, pop!" Jackson was already sending rounds in that direction when Lugnut reached his position. "Shit, shit!" Lugnut said. "You hit, man!" Jackson yelled without turning to look. "Fucking brass!" "I got brass down my shirt," Lugnut said, yanking his T-shirt up to get the brass away from his belly. More gunfire sounded behind them and to their right. They were surrounded. Lugnut sprinted back to the north. "Dustin, how many?" Lugnut asked, coming up beside him along the northeast corner of the building. "I don't know, too damn many," Dustin said in between sending rounds downrange. 2 black-clad figures moved between buildings about 100 feet to their north. "There," Lugnut called, pointing to the 2 men. Lugnut and Dustin fired simultaneously. One of the men dropped while the other scrambled for cover. "On me!" Lugnut yelled. He and Dustin sprinted across the alley and between the adjacent buildings. They stopped only long enough to roll the first man over and ensure that he was out of the fight. Lugnut picked up the man's rifle and patted his pockets for extra ammo, stuffing 2 magazines into his left cargo pocket before continuing around the side of the building. Lugnut found the second man huddled behind a vehicle in the parking lot. His hemostatic Z-folded gauze was on the ground next to him. He was getting ready to apply the dressing to his bleeding arm. By the time he saw Lugnut and Dustin, it was too late. As the black-clad guy reached down with his good arm to retrieve his rifle, Dustin put 1 round into the man's forehead. They pushed farther north toward the gunfire. 3 more black-clad shooters were being pinned down by return fire from the rest of Lugnut's team back at the truck. Lugnut dropped behind a black SUV and motioned for Dustin to do the same. Lugnut motioned toward the shooters. 3 shooters at our 12 o'clock, Lugnut said. Dustin moved to the opposite side of the street behind a vehicle. Lugnut leaned around the SUV and took careful aim. He and Dustin flipped their selector switches to burst and fired several 3-round bursts until all 3 men were down. After checking to make sure the 3 men were out of commission and relieving them of their ammo, Lugnut and Dustin listened for more rounds. They crouched by the shooter's mirap, waiting for more gunfire. The sounds echoed between the buildings, but it appeared to be coming from the direction of the truck and the rest of his team. "Let's get back to the truck," Lugnut said. Dustin followed Lugnut back to where they had parked and where he'd last seen his team. He was relieved when they rounded the building and saw that the truck was still parked where they'd left it. As they got closer, Lugnut saw Maria walking toward them with Jackson's arm draped around her neck. Jackson was a foot taller and weighed at least 100 pounds more than her, but Maria was practically dragging him along. "Where are you hit?" Lugnut yelled as he ran toward them. "His ankle. He caught a ricochet," Maria said as she lowered him to the ground. "Where's the rest of the team?" Lugnut said. Roger and Rank pushed farther south across the parking lot. "Harding and Ames are holding a position at the southwest corner of this building," Maria said, pointing. I didn't want to leave the truck unguarded, Jackson said, pulling his rifle back around to the front and checking his magazine. Maria checked hers as well, swapping it out for a fresh one and stuffing the used one into her dump pouch. Pop, pop, pop. Destin, stay with Jackson in the truck, Maria said, as she took off between the buildings toward the sound of the rifle fire. Lugnut followed her back to Ames and Harding's position. With his back against the brick building, Lugnut listened intently to determine the direction of the gunfire. Ames, where's it coming from? Lugnut called out. Everywhere. How many? Maria yelled over the sound of her return fire. A dozen at least, Harding replied, handing Ames a fresh magazine. Maria moved forward behind a white Dodge pickup. She crouched beside the right front tire and leaned forward. Rounds hit the hood and windshield, forcing her to scramble back. At a lull in enemy fire, Maria fired 2 rounds into the air from behind the truck, then popped up and sent multiple rounds toward the bad guys. When she dropped back down, she yelled to Lugnut, "I'm out." Lugnut ran to her position as the shooters fired round after round. He dropped to one knee, retrieved 2 magazines from his ammo pouch, and gave them to Maria. Maria ejected her empty mag and inserted a fresh one with a slap. As they waited behind the Dodge, Lugnut grabbed his radio. "Rank? Roger, this is Lugnut. Over." He waited for a reply. None came. He waited a full minute before repeating the transmission. He waited again. An engine roared to life in the distance. A second later, rounds began raining down on them from their left. Bullets were hitting the building where Ames and Harding had concealed themselves, shattering the windows. "I'm out," Ames called. "I'm out too," Harding said as he withdrew a pistol from his holster. "Shit," Lugnut cursed. He squeezed an ammo pouch on his vest. He was down to 2 mags for the M4. He reached around and pulled 2 9mm magazines from a back pocket. "Shit," he said again. Louder this time. Rounds were peppering the Dodge almost continuously. "We have to pull back," Lugnut said, slapping Maria on the shoulder. "Where are Rank and Roger?" Maria asked. "I can't raise them, but we need to get back to the truck. Ames and Harding are out of ammo. I'm just about out too. We have to get that truck out of here. Our group needs those supplies." "I'm not going to let these assholes take it from us," Lugnut said. He grabbed Maria by the vest and gave her a tug. "Maria, we have to go. There's just too many of them and we're low on ammo." Maria sent 2 rounds into the air again as she and Lugnut left the cover of the Dodge to sprint back to Ames and Harding. Lugnut called over the radio. "Roger, Rank. We're pulling back to our first rally point, over." As he came around the side of the building, he called to the others. "Ames, Harding, we're falling back. Get to the truck. I'll cover you, Maria." Lugnut pushed Ames and pointed toward their truck full of medical supplies. "You guys get back to the truck," Lugnut said to the 2 wide-eyed men. Maria and Lugnut laid down suppressive fire while Ames and Harding took off in a dead run for the truck, bullets hitting the tarmac all around them. "I got you, Maria," Lugnut said, gesturing with his head for her to run for the truck. Maria took off. A few seconds later, Lugnut exhausted his magazine and slapped another one home before sprinting toward the truck and diving into the bed on top of the supplies. Bullets whizzed by and hammered the side of the truck. "Go! Go, go!" Lugnut yelled. The truck lurched forward, hopped a curb, and sped down the alley, tossing Lugnut and the supplies into the air. More rounds struck the truck as it sped out of the industrial park. A sharp right turn onto Goodfellow was followed by an even sharper turn onto the off-ramp of I-70. Dustin stomped on the gas, and the truck sped west, away from the shooters and away from Roger and Rank. Lugnut looked over the top of the supply boxes. "Anyone hit?" Lugnut yelled. "Just me," Jackson yelled back. "Where's Ames?" Lugnut yelled. "Ames is riding shotgun," Jackson said, motioning with his head toward the front of the truck. Lugnut could barely make out what Jackson said, due to the gauze packages waving back and forth from between his teeth. Jackson was trying to rip open dressings to apply to his ankle. "I cannot believe we just left them," Maria yelled through clenched teeth. Lugnut knew exactly how she felt. It went against everything they believed. Never leave a man behind wasn't just some saying in the Corps. Every Marine counted on that when they went into battle. Rank was his best friend. Hell, he was closer to Lugnut than a brother. But he knew without a shadow of doubt that Rank would have done the same thing given the circumstances. Besides, they weren't leaving, only falling back. They would wait for Roger and Rank at the church unless they were already there waiting for them. Once the truck and supplies were a safe distance away from the shooters, Lugnut planned to go back to find them if they hadn't beaten them there. He patted his pocket again. No more M4 mags and only 2 9mm mags left. He'd fought more men with less and was still here to talk about it. He wasn't, however, willing to risk losing the supplies. Dustin maneuvered the truck around stalled cars along the off-ramp that led to the church. He drove the vehicle around to the back and pulled in beside a bus, concealing the truck from view. Lugnut hopped out and met Dustin at the driver's door. "We're going to wait here until dark. If Roger and Rank aren't back by then, I want you all to get these supplies back to the cabin." "You going back for them?" Dustin asked, sliding out of the driver's seat. "Yep," Lugnut said. "So am I," Maria said as she walked up behind him. "No, you need to make sure that this truck makes it home." You know that's what Rank would want. We all knew the risks. We took them because children will die if they don't receive that medicine, and soon—" Maria hung her head and took a deep breath. "I'll bring them home, I swear, Maria. You know as well as I do that you need me. Rank would not allow you to go back for anyone by yourself," Maria said, her steely eyes crushing his foolish, heroic words. Lugnut paused, looking back at her and realizing she was right. It was foolish and went against all his Marine training to go alone. "All right, let's consolidate ammo and you and I will go back together." Chapter 12. Jennings Station Church, St. Louis, Missouri event, plus 25 days. The sun dropped behind the horizon, and Roger and Rank still had not made it to the rally point. Lugnut dropped the magazine in his M4, checked to make sure it was full, then slapped it back in. He tightened the straps on his rucksack and took a long drink of water from a canteen. "Okay, Dustin, it's time for you guys to hit the road. Get these supplies safely back to the cabin," Lugnut said, slinging his rifle. "Head back the way we came. Don't stop for anything," Lugnut said, as Dustin climbed back into the driver's seat and shut the door. Lugnut slapped the hood of the truck twice as Dustin put the vehicle in gear. He watched it back out and disappear around the side of the church. "Let's do this thing," Lugnut said as he and Maria mounted the bicycles they'd brought and headed toward the industrial park where they'd left Rank and Roger. When they reached the interstate, Lugnut moved to the cleared middle lane. Maria was 20 feet behind him and to his left. He felt more fatigued than he'd ever remembered being. He was older than the last time he'd humped that far. He was happy Jean had suggested bringing the bicycles. Lugnut reached into his right cargo pocket and pulled out a baggie of beef jerky. He bit off a mouthful and slowed to hand the bag to Maria, who took some and gave the bag back. He hoped the protein would give them the boost they needed to make it the rest of the way back to the industrial park. He felt like he was dragging his tail by the time he and Maria coasted down the off-ramp at Goodfellow Boulevard. They stopped along the tree line and listened for the sound of engines or gunfire. Hearing nothing, they proceeded down the ramp and crossed over the street. They stopped to listen again. Lugnut raised his night vision scope and scanned the area south along Goodfellow. The scope picked up no movement. They pedaled south through the industrial park, weaved back through the maze of burned-out buildings, and returned to where he'd last seen Rank and Roger. He clicked his mic twice and waited for a reply. After a full minute, he keyed his mic and said, "Roger? Rank? This is Lugnut. Over." No reply. He pushed farther across the parking lot in the direction Maria had said they'd gone. He stopped in an area with an enormous number of spent rounds on the ground beside a pool of blood and gauze pads. He stood over it for a moment. It couldn't be theirs, he told himself. He looked back at Maria as she approached, staring at the pool of blood. Maria slowly looked up at Lugnut. She took a deep breath and let it out. "Let's go find them," she said. Lugnut and Maria searched the parking lots before starting a search of the buildings. Lugnut began in the DCAA building where they'd found the medical supplies. He searched each office before descending the stairs and searching the basement. They weren't there. Maria took the building across from the DCAA by morning light. Lugnut and Maria had searched over 30 buildings. There was no sign of Rank or Roger. They'd just vanished or they'd been captured. Lugnut pushed that thought from his mind and crossed Natural Bridge Avenue. Most of the buildings were nothing but rubble. He and Maria walked past what had been a Wendy's restaurant, but now was just ashes and debris. Maria crouched behind an abandoned city bus and retrieved a pair of binoculars from her pack. As she scanned the road ahead, Lugnut dropped behind a sedan and pulled out his canteen after quenching his thirst. He keyed his mic. "Roger, Rank, this is Lugnut, over." He heard only silence. They'd searched all night and found nothing to indicate what might have happened to Rank and Roger. St. Louis and St. Louis County had been a densely populated place prior to the EMP, covering over 500 square miles. It was a daunting task, but he wasn't about to give up. He'd find the bastards who had attacked them and make them pay. He'd kill every one of them to find his team, no matter how long it took. He wouldn't go back without his friends. Lugnut pulled the baggie of beef jerky from his cargo pocket again and popped a piece into his mouth. He was tired. He needed energy. He was tucking the bag back into his pocket when an unusual sound caught his attention. He stopped and listened. It was unmistakable, the sound of a vehicle engine echoing off buildings. The black-clad team was still patrolling, no doubt still looking for his team, and the truck of supplies. He wondered why they hadn't chased their deuce when they had unasked the AO earlier. He ran across the street, and dropped down beside an SUV parked along the curb. It was up on blocks with its wheels missing. Lugnut moved back to a mid-sized sedan and waited. He motioned for Maria to stay down. The vehicle passed by, and Lugnut moved off the curb, and between the sedan and SUV, he looked around the back bumper in time to see the black Mimrap make a left turn about 2 blocks down. Lugnut stood and ran as fast as his feet would carry him to the street they'd turned down. Maria followed. The sound of their boots hitting the pavement seemed extraordinarily loud in the stillness of the post-EMP city. Lugnut threw himself against the side of a stalled school bus just in time to see the MRAP make a right turn. It took all his energy reserves to run the next distance to that turn. He questioned whether he would be able to continue following them, but he felt that they had to have set up headquarters nearby with the frequency of their patrols in this area. He thought he'd lost them until he heard the engine accelerate down an alley 1 block down. He sprinted to the alley and concealed himself behind a large green trash dumpster. Maria dropped down beside him. The vehicle slowed to a stop at the end of the alley. When the back passenger door opened, Lugnut scurried to the other side of the dumpster to get a better view. The man was taking a piss. Another man stood just outside the driver's door smoking a cigarette. Lugnut seized the opportunity. The man taking a piss had his back to him. He sprinted across the alley and down the outside of the fence along the alley that separated it from a nearby business. At the end of the fence was another dumpster. Lugnut squeezed himself between the fence and trash container. The man's head was down. He was zipping his pants. Lugnut slowly removed his tactical knife from its sheath and held it at his side. He looked to Maria and nodded toward the driver before he leaped out and grabbed the passenger from behind, sliding the knife across the man's throat and slowly lowering him to the ground. He didn't wait to watch the man bleed out. From the corner of his eye, Lugnut could see Maria step from the front of the MRAP, her pistol drawn and directed at the driver's head. After removing his pistol from its holster, he stepped out from the back of the MRAP. "Hands in the air," Lugnut said. The driver looked from Maria to Lugnut, then back to Maria. His mouth fell open. He tried to say something, but Maria struck him across the face with the grip of her pistol. He doubled over, holding his face as blood gushed from the wound over his eye. "What?" the man started to say before Maria pressed her Glock against the man's bleeding temple. "Shut the fuck up, asshole! You speak only when spoken to." "Got it," Maria said through clenched teeth. The man gasped. His eyes grew wide. Lugnut could have sworn he saw steam rising from her ears. He hoped that being angry didn't make her reckless. "Where is your headquarters?" Lugnut asked. The man attempted to turn his head to look at Lugnut. "Don't move, dipshit," Lugnut said. "Your headquarters, where you took 2 of my friends yesterday evening." The man shook his head. "I don't know anything about your friends, mister." The man's voice wavered. Lugnut unholstered his 1911 and struck the man in the forehead with the barrel. The man's head bounced back, striking the vehicle. "I told you, I don't know anything about your friends. I swear. I just do patrols. They don't tell me shit." Lugnut nodded, holstering his 1911. "That may or may not be true, but you do know where your headquarters is located. Where is your boss?" The man's eyes grew wide. He obviously knew Lugnut and Maria meant business and weren't going to fall for his claims of ignorance. "There are 50 men in that building and dozens more outside. You'll never get close to it, even if I took you there myself." "That's a great idea you drive," Lugnut said. "What? No. I didn't mean." Lugnut spun and pressed his knife hard enough against the man's throat to draw blood. "I said drive." The man didn't hesitate this time. He turned and took a step toward the MRAP. "Wait, Maria, you got him?" Lugnut asked. "Yep," she replied. Lugnut ran around the front of the vehicle, reached for the door handle, and climbed into the passenger seat. "Get in," Lugnut said through the open driver's side window. Maria held the man at gunpoint as he pulled himself up into the driver's seat. Lugnut heard the back hatch open and close. "I'm in," she called from the back. "Drive," Lugnut said, pressing the tip of his knife to the man's throat. The man reached down, put the vehicle in drive, and slowly accelerated into the street. He made a right at the next street and drove 2 blocks, then made another right turn. He stopped in the middle of the street. "Are you sure you want me to just drive up in there?" the man asked, without taking his eyes off the road. "I want you to stop 1 block away, but where I can see the building." It's there, that long, white, three-story warehouse on the left. You won't get near there, though. I'm telling you, that place is well guarded." "Where are my friends being held?" Lugnut asked, staring down the street at the building. "Second floor," the man said, just before Lugnut slid his knife across the man's throat. Lugnut opened the passenger door and slid out. Maria opened the back hatch and ran around to the passenger side of the IMRAP there, Lugnut said, pointing to a nearby building. Maria followed him down the sidewalk to the side of the building. From there, they made their way around to the back and down a back alley between two buildings. Lugnut scanned the roofs for shooters and lookouts. He and Maria moved from dumpsters to parked vehicles, staying concealed until reaching the end of the alley and coming out across from the building the man said was their headquarters, and where they would find Rank and Roger or die trying, dropping to a knee behind a box truck. Lugnut glassed the building. He counted 4 men in the parking lot on his side of the building. He scanned its length. One single door was guarded by 2 more black-clad men, each with a rifle. Lugnut and Maria waited. 10 minutes passed as Lugnut surveilled the building and watched the guards. 2 of the guards parted from the rest and took off north around the building. One of the men walked over and was in a conversation with the 2 guards by the door. Lugnut motioned to Maria to watch the 2 guards, then he sprinted across the street, dropping to a knee beside an SUV parked at the curb closest to the building. When he was sure the lone guard had not seen or heard him, he jumped up and weaved through cars to make his way to within 10 feet of the guard. Without hesitation, Lugnut sprang on the man, slid his left hand around and grabbed the man's mouth while simultaneously pulling his knife across the man's throat. Lugnut dragged the man's lifeless body behind a vehicle. He crept to the back of the car and peered around to where the other 3 guards were still in conversation, unaware of their comrade's fate. He and Maria moved from car to car until they were within 15 feet of the guards. Lugnut dropped to a knee, pulled his pistol up, steadied his weapon with his left hand and sighted. He inhaled and let it out slowly. As he did, he squeezed the trigger twice. 1 man dropped, Maria fired twice, and the second man dropped. The third man was attempting to bring his rifle up as Lugnut squeezed off 2 more rounds, striking the man in the forehead. The suppressors on their pistols had done a good enough job muffling the shots. He doubted anyone inside would have heard them. Without hesitation, he sprinted across the parking lot and reached for the door handle. Lugnut glanced down at the 3 men crumpled at his feet. They were dressed in black from head to toe. They wore no badge or logos, nothing to tell him who they were or why they were there. Maria had her back pressed against the wall on the other side of the door. He nodded to her as he slowly turned the knob and eased the door open. Leading with his pistol, Lugnut scanned the area beyond the slight opening. Another black-clad guard was moving quickly in his direction. He shoved the door open and brought the pistol up. He squeezed off 2 rounds and the man dropped. The sound in the corridor was a little louder than he would have liked. Lugnut moved to his right and down a small hall. Maria moved inside and shut the door quietly behind her. They took turns opening doors and clearing rooms. They found no one. The rooms were empty. At the end of the hall was the stairwell to the 2nd floor. Lugnut dropped his magazine into his left hand and shoved it into his front pocket. With his left hand, Lugnut reached down to his belt and grabbed a full magazine, slid it into his pistol's magwell until he felt it lock into place, and checked to be sure a round was in the chamber. With a fully loaded weapon, Lugnut motioned for Maria to follow. He scanned the stairwell and listened for the sound of movement or voices. Hearing none, he proceeded up the steps, walking lightly and trying not to make too much noise. Maria followed him. At the top of the stairs was a door. He reached down and pulled on the handle. The door opened toward him. He moved to the other side and pushed it the rest of the way, open with his back, while he scanned from left to right with his pistol. Another guard sat in a hard-backed chair at the end of the short hall, reading a paperback book. The man looked up. Surprise, then recognition showed on his face. But it was too late. Lugnut squeezed the trigger twice, and the man slumped forward with his head resting in his lap. Stepping into the hall, Lugnut pressed his back against the wall and walked toward the first room on his left. Maria waited in the doorway of the stairwell, watching for anyone approaching from below. Lugnut reached for the doorknob and slowly turned the handle. He quickly shoved the door open, bursting into the room with his pistol ready to confront the enemy. He found no enemies in this room, only his friend. His best friend, Rank, was zip-tied to a chair in the middle of the room. His head hung down. Lugnut couldn't see his face, but he knew he'd taken a beating. The blood pooling beneath the chair told that story. Lugnut pulled his knife from its sheath, rushed over and slid the tip of the blade under the plastic zip tie around Rank's right arm. Lugnut grabbed Rank's hand and felt his pulse. It was weak, but he was alive. Lugnut let out the breath he'd been holding and let Rank's hand fall to his lap. He reached up with his left hand and pushed Rank's head back. His head bobbed around and came to rest on the back of the chair. His eyes were black and swollen shut. His lips were split. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. "Rank, it's me, buddy. I'm going to get you out of here." Rank didn't open his eyes. "Rank, I need you to wake up. I don't want to have to carry your ass down those stairs." Nothing. Rank didn't even stir. Lugnut continued cutting the zip ties until Rank's feet and hands were free. He needed to clear the rest of the rooms on this floor and find Roger. He hoped that he was in better shape than Rank. He knew they couldn't carry both of them down the stairs and out of the building. "I'll be right back. I have to clear the other rooms," Lugnut said as he wiped blood from Rank's lips. He slowly opened the door and scanned the hall. It was still clear, but for how long? "Are they in there?" Maria whispered, her voice breaking. He's unconscious but alive." Maria took a step toward the room. "Wait, Maria, we have to clear this floor and find Roger. Maintain your position and watch for anyone coming up the stairs," Lugnut said, trying to make his voice sound calmer than he felt. Maria nodded and returned to the stairwell as Lugnut slid along the wall to the next door. He turned the knob and burst into the room. It was empty. He repeated the action twice more on the next two rooms on that side of the hall before crossing over and clearing the last room at the end. He was just about to turn and close the door when something caught his eye. There on the floor, behind a metal office desk, was the body of a man. The pool of blood around his head told Lugnut that the man was gone. He rolled him over. Roger had been beaten so badly that he was almost unrecognizable, but Lugnut recognized his clothes and the tattoo of an eagle's talon on his right bicep. He needed to get his best friend to safety. Carrying Roger's lifeless body would no doubt slow them down, but he wouldn't leave him here with the enemy. Not if he could help it anyway. Lugnut crouched and grabbed hold of Roger's arms. He stood, pulling Roger's body up with him. He bent over at the waist and allowed Roger's body to fall across his back. He hoisted him over his shoulders and returned to the room where he'd left Rank. "Roger?" Maria asked. "He's gone," Lugnut said, his voice flat and emotionless. He had to keep it together. They had a long way to go to get Rank the medical treatment he needed. Maria grabbed Rank's left arm and pulled him to a standing position. His head slumped forward. She slid her arm around Rank's waist and steadied the man. With Roger over Lugnut's back in a fireman's carry, they headed for the stairs. Maria held a pistol in her right hand and her left arm around Rank. It was a challenge to open doors. Maria braced Rank against the wall with her right hip and her leg between his. She pulled on the knob with her left hand. It was a dangerous move. She scanned the hall. It was empty except for the dead guard. She tried one last time to wake Rank before exiting the room. Rank moaned as she lifted him and began to drag him through the door. "Rank, it's me, Maria. I'm getting you out. I need you to wake up. Can you do that for me?" Rank stirred as Maria continued to drag him toward the stairs. "Come on, you can do it. I need you to walk, Rank, again." Maria leaned Rank against the wall by the stairs. Rank's head bobbed back and forth. His eyes were swollen shut. He could not open them. He moaned when Maria leaned against him to hold him up against the wall. "Slow and steady, Maria," Lugnut said as she carried Rank's weight, dragging him toward the stairs. Lugnut moved into the open space and scanned his pistol to the right and left. "Clear," Lugnut whispered, stepping back to allow Maria to go first. Maria put her arm around Rank's waist and proceeded down the stairs. Lugnut followed, his heavy footsteps reverberating in the stairwell. Lugnut continued down the stairs behind Maria and Rank. Maria peered through the doorway. "Clear! We are going for the exit door. Do not stop until we get back to the MRAP," Lugnut said. "Copy that," Maria said, grabbing Rank up with her left arm again. He moaned. "Quiet, Rank. We'll be out of here soon," she said as she wiped blood from his lips. "Ready?" Lugnut asked, bending slightly to get a better grasp on Roger's arms and legs. His back and neck hurt already. His arms stung. "Just make it to the MRAP," he told himself as he stepped into the corridor and headed toward the exit. He didn't hesitate at the door. He burst through it and ran as fast as he could. He couldn't look back to check if Maria had made it out with Rank for fear of losing his balance and tripping. He was afraid that if he lost his grip on Roger's body and fell, he wouldn't be able to pick him up again. He could feel his strength running out. He could tell how much the effects of not eating a proper diet and getting enough rest had had on his body in the weeks since the world had gone to shit. "At least you've had food," he chastised himself. He knew that the majority of people had way less to eat than he had. He was one of the lucky ones. Still, his energy levels had suffered from eating less. He slowed to a fast walk and Maria caught up to him. "How's he doing?" Lugnut asked. He's waking more, he's moaning a lot. Those bastards, I want to come back and kill every fucking one of them. I want to beat them to bloody pulps, just like they did Rank and, she paused. Her voice hitched as she continued. And Roger, Lugnut let out a sigh of relief when they rounded the side of the building and the MRAP came into view. The bodies still lay where they'd left them. Maria picked up the pace and reached the back of the vehicle before Lugnut. She leaned Rank against the side and allowed him to slide slowly to the ground. Maria pulled open the hatch and climbed inside just as Lugnut approached the vehicle, allowing him to set Roger's body down inside the doors. Maria grabbed Roger's arms and dragged him forward into the vehicle's passenger compartment. Lugnut grabbed Rank by the arms, lifted him, and placed him inside the MRAP. Maria immediately began pulling her med kit from her waist pouch. No, wait. We need to get the hell out of here, Lugnut said, removing his pack and tossing it into the back beside Rank. She stared at him for a few seconds before returning the kit to her waist pouch, unclipping her pack and letting it drop to the floor before hopping down from the vehicle. She ran around to the passenger door and climbed in as Lugnut pulled himself into the driver's side. He started the engine and pulled down the alley. He slowly turned right and drove west for 4 blocks, constantly checking his side mirrors for the rest of the guards. Who the hell are these people? Military? Maria asked, breaking the silence. I don't think so. They don't seem all that well trained. Who then? My guess, people like that bunch who chased us halfway across Illinois. Really? You think they're DHS? Maria asked, turning to face him. Lugnut shrugged. They seem to be interested in FEMA's secret stashes. They beat us to the one in Maryland Heights. They must be still looking for the one at the DCAA. So, maybe they just have a general area where they believe the stash is located. Like they're going off someone's hazy memory, Maria said, following Lugnut's theory. But why? I thought they'd seized the ports in Illinois and pushed farmers off their land. Why are they here risking their lives in the city for a few medical supplies? I don't know, but that is the first thing I'm going to ask those 2 FEMA guys when we get back to the cabin. Chapter 13. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri. Event plus 26 days. A knock on the bedroom door woke Maddie from her sleep. She groaned. I couldn't have been asleep 4 hours already, with so many of their group on a mission to St. Louis to find those medical supplies. Maddie, Zach, Jason, and Harmony were taking turns on 4-hour watch rotations. Members of Larry's group were guarding the farm, but Maddie wanted people she knew watching the cabin. Maddie, wake up. We have a visitor. Krista called through the door. Maddie threw her feet over the side of the bunk and stood. After grabbing her boots and sliding her feet inside, she grabbed her rifle. As she entered the living room, her heart dropped when she saw Jacob's cousin Russ standing by the door with a panicked expression. Come quick. Someone's attacking our farm. There's at least 24 shooters. They have Jacob and his dad pinned down in their house. Russ blurted out. Maddie ran back to her room and grabbed her pack. She wished Rank, Lugnut, Roger, and Maria were back, but they weren't, so it was up to her to go and help Jacob and his group. Maddie keyed her radio as she ran down the back steps. Zach, this is Maddie. There's an attack at Jacob's, over. Maddie, this is Zach. I'm on my way to you, over. No, stay there. You have to guard the cabin, over. Maddie radioed back. Maddie, this is Larry. What is going on, over? I'm heading your way now. I'll explain when I get there, over. Maddie ran all the way to the farm and bounded up the stairs. Larry opened the door before she had a chance to knock. He stepped out onto the porch and shut the door behind him. They were officially still in quarantine, so it was against protocol for her to be there. He stepped back and put distance between them. Jacob's cousin just came to alert us that their farm is under attack. Jacob and his father are pinned down in their house. Russ said there were at least 12 shooters, Maddie said before taking a breath. Let me get my gear. I'll meet you in the barn, Larry said as he opened the door. Maddie ran back down the steps and around to the barn. She had pulled down 4 saddles and was putting the bridle on Blue Jeans when Larry, his younger brother Levi, along with his nephews Richie and John, and their cousin Aaron entered the barn. Larry was still buttoning the suspenders on his overalls as he walked toward Maddie. We need to take the Humvee with the 5 decal, Larry said. Levi was a big guy. He too wore bib overalls like his brother. Maddie wasn't sure she wanted him riding on the poor horses anyway. She hesitated, not sure what to say. Aaron must have thought her hesitation was about taking the 50 cal. I was in the National Guard. I know how to shoot the 50 cal, Aaron said as he stepped from behind Levi. Fine, let's go. We need to hurry, Maddie said, pushing Blue Jean's stall door closed. They would make it to Jacob's at least 15 minutes faster, but the Humvee only held 4 plus the gunner. I'll take the motorcycle, Richie said, looking to where Zach had parked it next to the truck. Fine, let's just go, Maddie said. Larry pulled the Humvee to a stop about half a mile from Jacob's farm. Maddie could hear gunfire in the distance as they approached Jacob's on foot. There, Levi said, by the barn. Maddie pulled her rifle to her shoulder and looked through the scope. She spotted a man beside the barn dressed in black. She crept up behind him.
Put your hands in the air, Maddie said.
The man froze but did not put his hands in the air. Drop the rifle. Drop it now, I said. Put your hands in the air. The man still did not comply. Maddie put the muzzle of her rifle against the back of the man's head. I'm going to give you one last chance. You put that rifle down and put your hands in the air, or I'm going to splatter your brains all over this barn. The rifle dropped and the man's hands shot up. Maddie took the butt of her gun and hit the man in the back of the head. He crumpled to the ground. She moved around the side of the barn where more gunfire could be heard. Then she headed for the house. At the corner, Maddie leaned forward and peered around the front of the house. A figure dressed in a black hoodie and camo pants stood by the front steps. She didn't waste time asking him to drop his weapon. She fired and he went down. Gunfire came from her right. Maddie heard a bullet whiz by her head. She quickly dove to the side of the porch, turned, and fired 2 rounds into a man who fell to the ground holding his chest. Larry's nephew Richie dropped down beside her. How many do you see? Maddie asked. I saw 5. I took 2 out there on the other side of the house, Richie said as he loaded a fresh magazine into his rifle. They're spread out along the other houses, Maddie said. Okay, we're going to the northeast corner. Stay down, Richie said, pointing in that direction. Maddie stood and followed Richie. At the back of the house, Maddie saw a body crumpled on the ground. She ran to the body and turned it over. She gasped. It was Jacob's father. A figure ran between 2 trailer houses. Maddie went after him, dodging bullets as she ran. Richie fired 2 rounds at the man, and he went down. 5 minutes later, 7 shooters lay on the ground. After confirming all 7 were dead, Maddie made her way back to Jacob's father's body. Jacob was standing over him. His grandmother had her head on his father's back and her arms around him, crying inconsolably. We got them, Maddie said to Jacob. Anyone else hurt? I don't know. We need to go from house to house, Jacob said. Frightened women and children filled the first house. Maddie, Jacob, and Richie moved on to the second house. A woman lay half in and half out of the back door. Is she one of your group? Maddie asked. Yes, Jacob said as he stared at her lifeless body. The third house appeared vacant. Richie stood guard outside the door as Maddie and Jacob went from room to room, clearing each one along a short, dark hallway. The door to the room at the end of the hall was locked. Jacob knocked. Valerie, are you in there? Jacob called. They heard nothing. Valerie, are you all right? Jacob asked. No one answered. It's me, Jacob. It's okay. You can come out now, Jacob said. I think you should break in, Maddie said. Jacob just stared back at her. I think you should break the door down, Maddie tried again. Jacob pushed hard with his shoulder against the door and it popped open. A 30-something woman and a small boy were huddled in a corner of the room. On the other side of the room, a man held a pistol to a little girl's head. I'll shoot her, I swear I'll shoot her, the man said. No, you won't. You shoot her, and I drop you. Now drop your weapon, Jacob said. If I were you, I'd do what he said. If you hurt that girl, you're not getting out of here alive, Maddie said. The man pushed the girl forward and raised the pistol. Jacob fired twice, and the man crumpled on top of the bed. The girl flew into Jacob's arms. A mother and a small boy rushed out of a closet on the other side of the room, and the 5 of them embraced. Is there anybody else in the house? Jacob asked. No, just us and him, the girl said, looking down at the man. I need to take them next door before we clear the next house, Jacob said as he led the woman and her children out of the home. Maddie waited outside as Jacob escorted them into the previous home. A moment later, he emerged wiping tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. Let's go, Jacob said. Maddie followed him around the back of a small mobile home. He knocked, and an older man opened the door. Is everyone all right here? Jacob asked. Mom and I are, but my son took off after one of them and hasn't returned yet, the elderly man said. Lock your doors, we'll go find him, Jacob said as he shut the door and turned to leave. I hope he wasn't one of the men Come on, let's go clear this last house and then we'll go find him, Jacob said, interrupting her. The last house was vacant. Richie followed them in this time, and together they checked every room and every closet of the tiny mobile home, but none of its occupants were there. Where can they be? Maddie asked. I don't know. They should be here. 2 teenage girls and a 10-year-old boy live here alone with their mother. Oh, God, Maddie said. Jacob hurried back behind the barn where Larry, Levi, and John had piled all the bodies of the shooters. Jacob rolled each one over, looking for the elderly man's missing son or the missing family from the last trailer. "Do you recognize any of them?" Maddie asked. "Yeah, they're from Houston, but they're not part of our group," Jacob said. The group spent the next 2 hours searching the woods around Jacob's compound for the missing people. They found the woman and her son hiding in one of the barns, but the 2 teen girls were gone. "Seth went after them," the little boy said. "Seth went after your sisters?" Jacob asked. "Yeah, the girls snuck out to meet their boyfriends. Seth went to bring them home," the boy said. "Do you know their boyfriends' names or where they live?" Jacob asked, bending down to the boy's level. "It's that Farley boy," the boy's mother said. "I told them that family is nothing but trouble, but they wouldn't listen." "Are they related to Judge Farley?" Maddie asked. "Yep, but they're nothing like their great-granddaddy. That mother of theirs has been involved with most of the trouble in the community for years. She dated Edward Guffey's son, you know?" "No, I didn't know," Jacob said as he stood and turned to go. "What are you going to do?" Maddie asked. "I'm going to go pay Sissy Farley a visit," Jacob said. "Those are her men on the ground there. You can't go to Houston. You need to wait until Lugnut and the guys get back. There just aren't enough of us to secure all 3 of our homes and go to Houston for a possible showdown," Maddie said, following Jacob. "I have to go get those girls," Jacob said without stopping. "Just wait a little longer. It won't do those girls any good if you get yourself killed." "I have to try," Jacob said. "What did Sissy Farley want anyway?" Maddie asked. "Food. The people who chose to stay in town are starving. If she can't provide them with food, she risks losing the only control she has. If they don't find food, it won't matter that her great-granddaddy once ruled the county. Just give it a couple more hours. Lugnut and the others should be back any time now. Please, Jacob, I can't go with you. I have to stay here and protect my friends and family." Jacob stopped and turned to face her. "I know I wouldn't ask you to go. I'm going by the Grayson farm to see if I can get some of them to go with me." "Do you even know how many people Sissy Farley has? Shooters, I mean." "She has 7 fewer today," Jacob said as he turned into the machine shed. Maddie stood with her hands on her hips as Jacob backed a 4-wheeler out and sped down the driveway. She took a few steps forward and watched the headlights move north down the highway toward the Graysons' place. 16 residents from Houston had moved into the vacant farm. She hadn't been there since their raid on the convicts. She imagined they must have been pretty busy patching all the bullet holes in the windows, doors, and siding. When Maddie returned to the farm, she saw Jean tinkering around in the machine shed and began heading in his direction when she heard a truck coming down the highway. At first, she thought it was more of Sissy Farley's group coming to attack them next. She pulled her rifle to her shoulder to scope the truck, and relief washed over her when she saw it was her group returning from St. Louis. The vehicle's headlights prevented her from seeing into the cab. For a moment, she worried that she was wrong. Maddie looked back to the tree line to see if she could make a dash for it and conceal herself, but it was too late. They would have already seen her. Dustin pulled the truck to a stop 15 feet from where she stood. His ear-to-ear grin told her that their trip had been successful. "How'd it go? Get any shopping done in the city?" Maddie asked, slinging her rifle. "Oh, yeah. We hit the mother lode. Your mom and stepdad are going to feel like it's Christmas." "Awesome," Maddie said. "I'll let you get that medicine to Larry's." "I'm anxious for a certain little redhead to get better," Maddie said, stepping away from the truck. Jackson nudged Dustin. "Tell her." Dustin said something, but Maddie couldn't make it out over the noise of the engine. "Tell me what?" Maddie asked. The look on his face when he turned back to her caused her stomach to drop. "Who?" she asked, her voice quiet and flat. "Roger and Rank are missing. Lugnut and Maria stayed behind to look for them," Jackson said from the passenger seat. "What? How? Missing? What do you mean, missing?" "We came under attack after we finished loading the medical supplies. When the gunfire died, Rank and Roger were nowhere to be found. We waited for them until dark at the first rally point. When they didn't show, Lugnut told us to get the supplies back here," Dustin said. Maddie squeezed her eyes shut, willing reality to change. Jacob was off confronting Sissy Farley and could be involved in a shootout, and now her friends were missing in St. Louis. It was too much to process. She wanted to scream or run or beat something. "Get the medicine to my mom. I'll meet you at the cabin, and we can load my gear and go help Lugnut and Maria find them," Maddie said, turning on her heel to hike back to the cabin. "Okay, we'll be there as quickly as we can," Dustin said. Maddie ran across the dark field, down into the dry creek bed and through the woods toward the cabin. When she emerged from the woods, she keyed her radio. "Jason, this is Maddie. The team is back. They have the medical supplies. They'll meet you and Mom at the farm." "Over." Maddie said into her radio. "Roger that. Getting your mom and heading there now?" "Over, Zach." "This is Maddie! Over, Maddie! This is Zach! Over, meet me at the cabin! Over!" Maddie said as she sprinted across the field. "On my way over," she heard Zach respond. "What are you doing?" Zach asked as he threw open the door to the basement and bounded down the stairs. "Harmony said you were going to St. Louis. I thought the team brought back the medical supplies." "They did, but not all of them came home. Roger and Rank are missing. Lugnut and Maria went to find them. We have to go help them. Hurry, get your gear and let's go," she said as she shoved MREs into her pack. Maddie grabbed the ammo can for the 50 cal this time. They'd be taking the Humvee and all the firepower they had. Dustin and Jackson were short on ammo for the saws before the trip. She hoped they had found some on their way. To her surprise, Zach didn't argue. He ran back up the stairs and reappeared a moment later with his larger rucksack. He grabbed empty magazines and started filling them with rounds. "We can do that on the trip there. Just bring the ammo cans and all the extra magazines. We might need them," Maddie said, grabbing a box of 9mm magazines. "I can go with you," Harmony said as she entered the basement and handed Maddie a full water bladder for her pack. "Someone has to guard the cabin. We have that group from Houston out causing trouble. Jacob went to deal with them, but who knows how many more are out this way looking for trouble," Maddie said, stuffing the water bladder into a ruck, threading the tube through a loop and clipping it to the front. Maddie turned and headed for the kitchen with Zach and Harmony in tow. Krista entered the kitchen from the hallway, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Her rifle was slung over her back. All of them had begun carrying their rifles at all times except when sleeping. They had learned the hard way that the precious seconds it could take to reach for their weapons could mean life or death for them or those in their group. Most of the time, Maddie forgot that Krista was only 12, but as she stood in the doorway in her pajamas, Maddie realized how much responsibility they'd put on her. It couldn't be helped. They needed everyone to be able to shoot a weapon and defend their home. Krista was fearless. It grieved Maddie's heart that Krista had to be that way. She should be playing video games and fussing with her hair, not defending her home from those willing to kill and take what her group had. Maddie smiled, then let it fade. "Mom and Jason are at the farm. Ryan is on duty at the road. It will just be you two guarding the cabin. One of you take the barn loft and the other take the south post at the edge of the woods. I doubt anyone will come at you from the trail. Larry's people would see them first," Maddie said, hoisting the heavy rucksack over her shoulder and sliding her arms through the holes. "We'll take care of things here, don't worry," Harmony said, walking toward Zach. She leaned down and gave him a peck on the cheek as he knelt to lace his boots. "I know you will. Be careful. Don't take chances. Nothing in here is worth your lives," Maddie said, placing a gentle hand on Harmony's shoulder. Maddie looked back as she exited the back door. Zach was whispering something in Harmony's ear that made her grin from ear to ear. She thought about how she and Jacob had parted. No kind, loving words passed between them before he set off on his dangerous mission. Now she was off to St. Louis. They may never get a chance to know how they would have been together. As she looked over at Zach and Harmony, Maddie was filled with regret that she had let another day go by without telling Jacob how she really felt about him. "He'll be fine. I'll be fine. We'll have a chance yet," Maddie told herself as she descended the back steps. The sun was peeking over the horizon when Jackson climbed into the turret to man the Humvee's 50 cal, and Dustin slid into the driver's seat. The two FEMA guys had offered to go, but the Humvee only held 5 and Maddie didn't know them or their skill level with a weapon. Larry's nephew Aaron volunteered to go. Larry wasn't happy about it, and neither was his brother, but Aaron was an adult and ultimately old enough to make up his own mind. Maddie was glad to have him. He'd seen combat. He'd fought with the rest of the guard units defending the port in Peoria, Illinois. She looked back over her shoulder as Aaron pitched his bag in and slid into the back seat. Unlike most of the men of their group, Aaron was clean-shaven. His sandy blonde hair was close-cropped, and his tactical clothes looked clean and neat. She wondered how he found the time to maintain his grooming amid the thousands of chores required to survive. Everything was more difficult these days. Most saved what energy they had for the necessary tasks. Maddie felt her own hair, pulled into its tight bun on the back of her head. It revealed that she hadn't washed it in over a week, 1 whole week. In her old life, she would have at least sprayed it down with dry shampoo. Her thoughts drifted to her bedroom in Clarkson Valley, and the vanity filled with expensive beauty products from Sephora and stores in the nearby Galleria. She missed hanging out with her friends at the mall. She even missed having her eyebrows threaded. She ran a finger over her brow. She'd avoided really looking into the mirror these days. What a bushy mess her brows had become. Maybe she'd ask around and see if any of the ladies nearby had an extra pair of tweezers she could. Shit! Jackson yelled over the sound of the engine. They'd made it only 5 miles before encountering trouble. Just inside a tight curve, a group of people were standing in the middle of the road with weapons raised, pointing directly at Jacob and the group from the Grayson farm. Maddie stomped her foot on the floorboard as if she could make the vehicle stop from the passenger seat. As the Humvee slowed, Maddie's right hand dropped to the door handle while her left grabbed her rifle. A woman in her early 30s stood 50 feet in front of Jacob, her long raven hair flowing over her right shoulder. Her arms were crossed and her head was cocked to one side. She appeared to be the leader of the bunch. She looked up in shock at seeing the .50 cal aimed at her. Jackson fired and the group scattered like cockroaches. Maddie jumped out of the Humvee and ran toward Jacob. He and his group just stood in the road watching the aggressors flee. Maddie's mind couldn't process why they weren't pursuing them. Dustin, Aaron, and Zach didn't wait around to find out. They headed into the woods in pursuit of the apparent leader. "Who are they?" Maddie asked as she approached Jacob. Before Jacob could answer, a man in his late 50s said, That was Sissy Farley and her merry band of misfits. Why are they?" "They are just hungry and desperate," Jacob said. He didn't look angry. He looked sad. He actually pitied Sissy and her misfits, but why? Maddie knew Sissy was Judge Farley's great-granddaughter, but that didn't excuse her behavior. They'd extended the offer to come live at the Grayson and Henson farms to all the remaining residents of Houston. But Sissy Farley and her group had chosen to be takers instead. They wanted something for nothing. She'd received no sympathy from Maddie and no mercy if she harmed anyone in Maddie's group. So, what? Because they're hungry and desperate. They get to raid other people's supplies and kill people, Maddie asked. "She killed your father." "She said they didn't have anything to do with that. And you believe her?" Maddie scoffed. Maddie looked at the others in the group. "All of you believe her? Why?" Some looked away. Others looked at the ground. "What, would someone please tell me why she gets the benefit of the doubt?" Maddie asked. "Jacob, you said those men who attacked your place were her men. Sissy says that a bunch of men from Houston joined up with some gang of criminals from the prison, some of the same ones that the warden released early on. They've been hitting farms from Licking to Houston. They've pretty much run everyone off or killed them. The men who hit Jacob's place were single guys with no family left. Nothing to lose," said a man wearing a black Carhartt jacket and red Cardinals baseball cap. "I went to school with Sissy. She's a mess, but she ain't no killer. They came out when they heard about the raid on Jacob's place," another woman said. "She brought us home as soon as she heard," a teen girl wearing leggings and a long sweater said. "They were with her son in town. They snuck out before all that went down," Jacob said, his voice flat and face expressionless. Maddie keyed her radio. "Aaron, Dustin, Zach, this is Maddie. Don't shoot. They are friendlies. I repeat, do not fire on them. Over." One by one, Maddie's group acknowledged her transmission. Maddie put a hand on Jacob's shoulder. Without a word, he turned and headed back toward an old rusty GMC pickup parked on the shoulder of the road. The others with him followed, leaving Maddie standing alone in the middle of the road. Aaron, Dustin, and Zach walked up as the GMC made a U-turn about 20 feet behind the Humvee. Maddie wanted to follow them. She wanted to help Jacob bury his father and the others from his group. She wanted to console him. She knew how it felt to lose a father. "Let's go, Maddie," Zach called from the Humvee. Jacob was surrounded by family and friends. Rank and Roger were surrounded by strangers and enemies. As she pulled the vehicle's door shut, she looked back in the direction Jacob had gone. Maddie fought back the tears. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She wished she'd told him. Maddie knew every time they parted could be the last time she'd see him. "You okay?" Dustin asked as he put the vehicle into gear. She nodded, even though she wasn't okay. She felt an overwhelming sadness. She wondered if any of them would ever be okay. She was weary of fighting, of just surviving. Maddie stared off as they drove toward Highway 32. By the time they reached Highway 63, anger had replaced sadness. She wanted someone to blame for this mess. She wanted to know who had stolen her life and wrecked her dreams. She wanted to find them and kill every last one of them. Maddie gripped her rifle close to her chest and closed her eyes. She clenched her jaw so tight that her teeth ached by the time they pulled onto Interstate 44 and headed east toward St. Louis. They were driving into the sun. Maddie shielded her eyes with her hand. When her arm grew tired, she closed her eyes and leaned her head back on the seat. Maddie noticed water seeping in from a crack at the bottom of her door. Maddie could feel the Humvee floating sideways with the current as water washed cars and debris down the city street. Black clouds twirled around the tops of the skyscrapers. A sudden jolt caused her eyes to pop open. She had been dreaming. "Hurry, Maddie, get out!" Dazed, Maddie looked around. Zach was yelling, "What?" A hand yanked on her right arm and she grabbed for her knife. "Get down!" Zach yelled a second before bullets hit the Humvee. Maddie dropped and slid from the vehicle, grabbing her rifle as she did. "What happened?" she asked. "Someone's firing at us from the overpass." Zach yelled over the sound of the 50 cal firing back at their attackers. 30 seconds later, all was quiet again. Maddie wiggled out from under Zach, crawled over to the Humvee, and leaned against the tire. She was dusting herself off when she heard Jackson on the radio. "Dustin, this is Jackson. See anyone? Over. 2 down. I don't see anyone else. I'm heading back. Over." A moment later, Dustin appeared carrying several rifles slung over his back. He was stuffing magazines into the pockets of his tactical pants. He popped the hatch, placed the weapons inside, closed the hatch, and jumped back into the driver's seat as the others piled back into the vehicle. As they continued toward St. Louis, Maddie stared at the overpass as they drove toward it. How many more overpasses between them and St. Louis would they have to drive under? Maddie leaned her head back on the seat. The dream she'd had before the ambush began replaying in her mind. It had felt so real. She imagined that without the aid of the Army Corps of Engineers to control dams upstream, St. Louis could experience flooding like that sometime in the future. That was just another reason to flee the city. She hadn't been born yet when the flood of 1993 happened, but she'd heard about it. They'd talked about it in school. She'd seen pictures where the water had reached as high as the roadway on a bridge over the Mississippi River. The Humvee hit a pothole, causing her head to smack against the window. "You okay?" Dustin asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Maddie said, looking ahead for more potholes. This section of the interstate was in bad shape. There was an abandoned army truck on the side of the road, and Maddie wondered why they'd left it there. "We should get some parts off of that or come back for it," Dustin said as if reading her mind. "Yeah, we can add it to our collection of gas-guzzling vehicles we don't have fuel for." Maddie hadn't meant to sound so snippy. It was just her frustration with the whole situation. They were so short on supplies, and winter was coming fast. Instead of preparing, they were busy fighting to survive plagues and attackers. She feared the day they ran out of bullets and Band-Aids. Her dad's preps wouldn't last forever. Hell, they wouldn't last the winter. "What we need is to find a large quantity of oil so that Gene Guy can make more biodiesel," Maddie said. "I bet there's a tanker full sitting along the interstate here," Zach said, pointing to all the semis parked along the shoulder. Some had their trailer doors wide open, the contents long raided, leaving only empty boxes and trash on the ground around them. She seriously doubted that even a single morsel of food or usable supplies remained inside any of them. But vegetable oil? Zach was right. There had to be an abandoned tractor-trailer with usable oil of some kind still inside its tank. When they got back, she'd make sure they brought that to Gene's attention. Also, they should make a run and find the guy with all the parts he'd need to start a biodiesel refinery. Not only would the fuel help their group, but it would be invaluable as a trade item. Maddie turned her head to the right and stared out the window. They were approaching Sullivan, Missouri. The restaurants and strip mall windows visible from the highway were all smashed. The sign for Cracker Barrel made her stomach rumble. She closed her eyes and could almost smell their biscuits and gravy. Her mouth watered from the memory. "I have a vehicle heading right at us." "It's an MRAP," Dustin said. Maddie turned and stared through the windshield. There was only one clear lane, and they were on a collision course. The abandoned trucks and cars on the shoulders made getting off the interstate next to impossible. "It's slowing down," Jackson yelled from the turret. "Get on the radio and see if you can talk with them before we get blown to bits." Dustin had slowed, and both vehicles came to a stop about 300 yards away from each other. Maddie's shoulders tensed. Her heart was drumming in her chest. "Get ready to light 'em up, Jackson," Maddie yelled. "Maddie, their .50 cal will tear us up, but ours won't even make a scratch." "That's an MRAP," Dustin said, grabbing the mic to the vehicle's radio. "For Pete's sake, don't shoot at that thing, and don't point your weapons at it or make any sudden moves." Jackson yelled from the turret, spinning the barrel of his .50 away from the MRAP and throwing his arms up in the air, gesturing their surrender. "What the hell are we going to do?" Maddie screamed, panic setting in. "We're fucked," Dustin said, staring in disbelief at the hulking vehicle. He keyed his mic. "MRAP, this is Hummer," Dustin stammered. We mean you no harmer? I mean we surrender. Nice guns, Jackson," Maddie heard over her radio. "Maria," Maddie yelled, straightening up in her seat, Lugnut waved from the MRAP's turret as Maria hopped out of the driver's door waving. Relief washed over Maddie. She got out and walked toward them as she watched for the back doors to open. Maria turned and opened the left rear door. She reached in and helped Rank to his feet. Maddie gasped at the sight of him. It was a relief to see him alive, but she was shaken by his condition. His face, his handsome romance novel face, was battered and bruised. He couldn't even stand without assistance. Maddie ran to him, followed by Zach. She took his face in her hands and kissed his forehead. "Rank, I'm so glad to see you," she cried. "I look like shit," Rank mumbled through his swollen, split lips. Bloody saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were swollen shut. She wrapped her arms around him and whispered, "You look amazing to me. Let's get off the interstate. We're sitting ducks out here," Lugnut said. As Maddie released Rank, she realized Roger hadn't gotten out of the car. "Roger?" Maddie asked softly. Her head seemed to already know the answer, but her heart wouldn't let her believe it. Lugnut shook his head. Maddie leaned down and peered into the back seat. She gasped and stepped back. Stumbling over Rank's feet, she fell on her butt. "What the hell did those animals do to him?" she cried, as Maria offered her a hand up. "It looks like they wanted information about that FEMA cache," Maria said, her voice low and dripping with anger. "Who?" Maddie asked as she brushed gravel and sand from her backside. "We kind of left there in a hurry, so we didn't get introduced. They were some government types, I think. They drove MIRAPs and had military-grade weapons. But let's talk about all that when we get them home," Lugnut said as he climbed back into the turret. Maddie and Maria helped Rank back into the vehicle. Maddie buckled the seatbelt around him as Maria climbed into the driver's seat. She tried not to look at Roger's lifeless body, but couldn't avoid it. "I'll see you back at the cabin," Maddie said, kissing Rank on the cheek. He nodded as she closed the heavy door and backed away. Zach took her arm. "Let's go, Maddie," Zach said as he led her back to the Humvee. It took a couple of tries turning the Humvee around, but eventually Dustin got the Humvee pointed west, and they were on their way back to Texas County. The drive seemed to take forever. She was never so relieved as when they pulled back onto Highway 32 and passed the burned-out prison. Maddie sighed. She'd thought that life would be easier when they didn't have the prison to worry about, but she'd been wrong. Maddie wondered if fighting and death were ever going to stop for her group. Wasn't the fight to provide food and shelter in the apocalypse enough? She was so tired. Not just physically, but emotionally. She was tired of losing people she cared about. Maddie wanted to curl up in her bed and wake up when the nightmare was over, but somehow she knew that it was never going to be over. The only thing to do was to adjust to this new reality. She barely knew who she was anymore. The circle of people she trusted was growing smaller every day. She wanted to wall her heart off and not feel anything anymore. But could she? No, she didn't think she could. Chapter 14. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri event plus 26 days. Once again, Maddie stood over a freshly dug grave. This had become an all-too-familiar scene. Maddie held her mother's hand as Maria reminisced about time spent training with Roger back at the compound in Arizona. Beth wiped a tear from her cheek. Maddie stared down at her mother's hand. Jason put his arm around his wife's shoulders and gave her a light squeeze. Maddie felt a tug on her left sleeve and looked down at Emma. Her bright red curls were pulled back into a ponytail with a yellow ribbon, a gift from Harmony. The rash on her hands and face was fading. Beth had assured Maddie that by the time Emma finished her course of antibiotics, the rash should be completely gone. The medical supplies Roger had died to get would do more than save their group from whatever plague Larry's group had picked up at the shelter. They'd brought back enough to save the lives of many more in their little community. Jason, Beth, and Ella had big plans of opening a medical clinic in Evening Shade. Maddie and Ryan had discussed setting up a trading post in the parking lot of the former general store. The clinic would bring people from neighboring communities seeking medical treatment. It would be the perfect place for people to trade for much-needed goods and services. Maria took a seat in a lawn chair beside Rank. His eyes were still swollen, and he still couldn't see, but he'd insisted on being there to pay his respects to Roger. Of course, Jason and Beth had protested. He did have 6 broken ribs, a fractured forearm, 3 broken fingers, and a concussion. He was also frustrated by memory loss. He couldn't remember anything after the team was surrounded by the black-clad thugs in St. Louis. He had no memory of the beating he'd received at the hands of the attackers who'd killed Roger Maddie. Looked at Gerald Ames and Reginald Harding, the FEMA guys as Lugnut referred to them. He was sure they knew more than they were saying about the black-clad group patrolling the streets of St. Louis and about other secret FEMA supply caches. Ames and Harding had accepted their invitation to join the group for now. They were assisting Jason, Beth, and Ella with setting up the clinic and Ryan with the trading post. Maddie hoped that the FEMA guys' contributions outweighed their risk to the group. They'd fled Illinois for a reason. She just hoped they didn't bring that trouble down on her people. "Can I go help Harmony and Miss Ella with lunch?" Emma asked. "Sure. But this time, could you leave a few of the cherries in the fruit cocktail?" Maddie whispered in Emma's ear. Emma smiled sheepishly and nodded before turning and running off to the house. Beth placed black licorice candy on top of Roger's grave and stepped back. Roger had been the only person in the group who'd liked the candy, a fact he had been thrilled with at the time. Maddie turned and looked back toward the two-story white farmhouse that had once been Ron's family home. Ron was gone, as was Austin, Dawn, and so many others. Maddie was learning that every day was truly a gift. She could no longer just assume the ones she loved and cared for would be around tomorrow, and she wanted to make sure she didn't take people for granted any longer. A single leaf from the large oak tree overhanging the gravesite twirled slowly toward the earth. A chill ran through Maddie. Soon autumn would give way to the cold, dreary, gray days of winter. Maddie shivered, more from the thought of how many people would be lost than from an actual chill. Following the graveside service, the group gathered for their midday meal, the only meal the group shared together, and their biggest meal of the day, at least until more wild game could be brought in. The weather was still mild enough that everyone sat on the front porch that ran the width of the farmhouse. They balanced plates on their knees as they ate ham from a hog Ron had butchered just before he died, and potatoes he had planted but never had the chance to harvest. He would have been so pleased that all his hard work and planning was serving so many. It didn't feel as awkward now to see Larry and his group living in Ron's house. She'd even started referring to it as Larry and Ella's when she spoke of it. Maddie sipped her mint tea and watched Emma play with Larry's grandchildren in the freshly fallen leaves. A few more cold nights and most of the trees would be bare except for the black oaks that stubbornly held onto its brown leaves all winter. She dreaded the dark days of winter, especially without electricity. Maddie pulled up the sleeves on her sweater and peered down at her pale forearm. She missed tanning beds. Chapter 15. The Farm, Texas County, Missouri, Thanksgiving Day. Maddie rested her head on the back of the old cane-back chair and listened to the sound of children's laughter. Jack stirred in her lap, then nudged her hand with his wet nose. Emma and the other children were playing football with Jackson, Dustin, Aaron, and John as she watched them play. She realized that she had more to be thankful for this Thanksgiving Day than any she'd ever known. They'd gone a whole month without burying anyone from their group. Although Jacob had buried his grandmother after she'd grieved herself to death following the murder of Jacob's father. They had also attended the burials of neighbors and friends, but the medicine and medical supplies brought back from St. Louis had saved numerous lives over the last month. It had extended the lives of countless people in the community who would have died from injury and sickness. They didn't have things like heart meds or insulin, however. Unfortunately, people who relied on such medicines had succumbed to their diseases early on. Maddie watched as Ella swung a small tow-headed boy around in a circle. Ella seemed to never let anything get her down. "Again, Grandma, do it again," the boy squealed. The other children lined up for their turn, but Ella didn't have the strength to swing them all. Larry stepped in and took over. The big man, who once had to have weighed in at close to 250 pounds, was swallowed up by bib overalls. Maddie worried about everyone's health. The FEMA guys, Ames and Harding, had somehow convinced the commander on the military base to loan the clinic a microscope and centrifuge. Ryan had set up a solar power system to power the equipment. With it, Jason was able to run blood tests, which greatly aided his ability to diagnose. Ella had become quite an expert lab technician in recent weeks. Folks had taken to calling her Celine from the Underworld movie. Ella said she didn't mind. Celine may have been a vampire, but she was hot. "They have so much energy," Ella said, as she pushed her hair back from her face and slowly lowered herself onto the porch steps. Lately, though, Beth, Jason, and Ella mostly treated injuries in food or waterborne diseases. As folks became hungrier and more desperate, they ate whatever they could find, often leading to food poisoning from eating rotten or contaminated food. They were seeing more cases of cryptosporidiosis and giardiasis from untreated drinking water. Many of the residential wells proved too deep to draw water from by hand, forcing people to find water where they could. This far into the apocalypse, everyone still alive should have already known that drinking water had to be treated either with 8 drops of chlorine bleach per gallon, iodine tablets or crystals, or boiling it for 20 minutes to kill viruses, parasites, and bacteria. Parasites and bacteria from wild game and fish were another rising danger. Trichinosis, E. coli, Salmonella, Toxoplasmosis, and brucellosis from undercooked food had increased as well. An outbreak of trichinosis was treated by the clinic after a local resident killed a bear and graciously shared his kill with his neighbors. Jason and Zach went door to door to check on everyone he'd shared it with, and it seemed that the ones who were sick preferred their bear meat cooked a little on the rare side. The ones who ate it in soups and stews were fine, leading Jason to theorize that cooking the meat to at least medium rare killed the parasite. Maddie hoped the turkey was cooked well enough. She didn't feel like getting salmonella on Thanksgiving. Maddie could understand hunger causing people to be impatient when cooking their meat. Hunger sometimes overcame common sense, and there were a lot of hungry people out there these days. There had been skirmishes between their group and a few bands of hungry travelers, but they were few and far between now. Since the temperature had dropped the week before, they hadn't had to fire a single bullet at a human being. After a long spell of poor hunting, Larry, Zach, and a few others had brought in some much-needed game meat, including a couple of turkeys. The L-tryptophan in the turkey had kicked in, and Maddie's eyelids felt heavy. It felt good to have a full stomach for a change. A few weeks back, the group had voted to share their food rations with some of the neighbors who were unable to hunt for themselves. Maddie was down to 1 meal per day. She gave her extra portions to Emma and the other children, and she was feeling it. She wasn't necessarily hungry. She just felt tired, bone-tired. The fatigue wasn't something her dad had prepared her for that, and sore muscles. The stress of surviving, lack of sleep, poor diet, and the fact that every single thing they did took so much physical effort had really taken a toll on her body and her emotions. She just felt beat, and she could see it in the other faces in her group, especially Rank. He hadn't been the same since their trip to St. Louis. He wouldn't talk to anyone about it. He still claimed he couldn't remember. But the screams in the middle of the night told Maddie that some part of him did. He had repeatedly called Roger's name. It broke Maddie's heart. "Just one more time, Grandpa." Larry's granddaughter whined, "Maybe later, Dee." Grandpa's tired. They were all tired. They'd been extremely busy getting ready for winter. Rank had joined Larry and some others, bringing in any travel trailers they could hitch up and pull with the horses. Maddie didn't envy the people who'd chosen to live in them this winter. She didn't see how they were going to heat them, wood stove or not. Jacob had spoken to the Amish guy about building more permanent houses over at the farm, but he'd convinced him that they needed every inch of cleared land for growing crops. So building there had been put on hold. Jean had mentioned a guy near Spring Creek who used to build log cabins. Lugnut and Ryan had made the trip to talk to the old guy and had invited him to enjoy Thanksgiving with the group. He showed up riding a mule and wearing a medieval fencing sword and a cavalier hat with a long feather in it. His blue Carhartt jacket had Bo the Loghouse nut embroidered over one pocket, a Log Home Builders Association patch over the other, and the words, "Tap here, say hello" embroidered on the back of the right shoulder after dinner. The guys took Bo on a walk across the road to the old mill site where the tall pines they were thinking about using for the cabins were located. Upon seeing the majestic 3-foot diameter trees, Bo began flexing at the knees and flapping his arms in excitement. With raised eyebrows, the guys started asking questions about Bo's building methods, but the old guy was very guarded about the details, saying only that he didn't notch the logs. Few intelligent folks think log cabins should be saddle-notched like in the olden days, and those who do are fools and communists, Bo said. "Well, how do you build a log cabin without notching the logs?" Lugnut asked. "Rebar," Bo replied. "Lots and lots of rebar, afraid to ask how rebar would solve the problem of holding the logs together. For fear they would evoke more unexpected behavior, if the odd old codger considered the question a challenge, the guys just looked back and forth at each other, nodding. "I see," said Lugnut. "Hey, you saw my cabin already. If you don't believe me, let's go take a look at Plum Level's place up near Dixon. He hasn't done any mudding yet, so you'll get the picture by seeing his logs. Gotta go up there anyway to get the rebar I found." Bo said, "Okay," Lugnut replied. Bo continued providing his nuggets of cabin-building logic on the walk back to the farm. They took a different route back to show him the cabin many of them lived in. "This here kit cabin is nothing like what I'm talking about. Look at that roof. Ain't near enough overhang and them milled and notched. Lincoln logs are never gonna last. Looky there, rot. That's rot. Ain't no way to fix that," Bo said, pointing at a corner and along the bottom piece of lumber. The group agreed that it was rot all right that Bo had spotted. "The method I use is sound. I took this course back in '81 and stayed in a 4-story, 10-bedroom log chateau out in Washington State that a guy and his 12-year-old daughter erected in under 2 weeks," Bo continued. "A cabin built with this method tumbled down Mount St. Helens. When it exploded, it tumbled through the woods, through the slag, and down a river for 3 miles. The owner found it intact, airlifted it to a new location, and finished it out again. When it was time to go, Bo mounted up on Sassy, his mule, and waved his hat in the air, which appeared to signal Sassy that it was time to slowly turn and trot back down the driveway toward Spring Creek. The guys' opinions were a mixed bag. Some thought Bo was off his rocker. They were less and less convinced as the evening wore on, but others thought his method had promise because of the speed at which the cabins could be constructed, and the fact that Bo was living in a cabin he said was built using the method he described. Well, we do have to make a trip to Dixon, so let's take a look at the Plum Level place, Lugnut said. Maddie was already a believer. She saw something special about the old guy and was determined to have one of his cabins for her, Emma and Cooper. She was feeling very claustrophobic living with so many people. Heads up, Dustin called right before the football crashed into the table, sending glasses of tea crashing to the floor. Maddie was going to get up and help Lugnut and Ryan clean up the glass, but Harmony and Krista beat her to it. She just didn't have the energy. Anyway, she was running on empty. She needed to rest up. They had a big day planned in the morning. Jean had been busy constructing biodiesel processors in anticipation of finding an abandoned tanker of vegetable oil. Bo, coincidentally, had said he'd seen a tanker of canola oil at the I-44 Dixon exit truck stop. That would mean they'd have biodiesel to run the tractors and plant crops. If they could all just somehow make it through this first winter, Maddie thought they stood a chance. Maddie looked up at the midday sky. Low gray clouds were moving in. She was just going to close her eyes for a moment. A hand on her forearm startled her awake. She looked up, and Jacob's big brown eyes stared down at her. "Sorry to wake you. Your mom said I should," Jacob said. "Why? What's wrong? Did something happen? Was your place attacked again?" Maddie asked in quick succession as she stood. She reached for the rifle, leaning against the side of her chair. "No, nothing's wrong. I just got back from the Amish farm. John Henry is back. He made it up through Arkansas. I came to tell you guys what he told me about the conditions in the states he traveled through. Lugnut and the rest of them are waiting for us at the cabin." Maddie looked around the front porch. Everyone had gone about their day and left her there sleeping. "Oh, okay, let me tell Emma where I'm going." "She went fishing at the creek with Larry and his grandkids," Jacob said, reaching out to help Maddie down the porch steps. Maddie didn't like Emma going down there. They'd had an issue with travelers camping out along the creek a few times. She pushed the fear away and took Jacob's hand, even though she didn't need help. They held hands as they walked back toward the cabin. The sentry recognized them and said hello as they walked past their guard posts along the trail instead of mindlessly challenging those they recognized, like they had before. They'd proven themselves in the raid on Jacob's farm. They knew their stuff. She felt secure having them watch over the place. At the cabin once again, Maddie's group huddled around the old farm table. The kitchen was warm and still smelled of fresh-baked bread. Harmony had outdone herself with the rolls. A heap of them were on a plate in the middle of the table. Maddie eyed them. She reached out and took one, wrapped it in her handkerchief, and placed it in her lap. She was still full from their midday meal, but if she waited too long, the rolls would disappear. Her knee bumped Jacob's as Rank slid in beside her. She was sandwiched between them, her first crush and her well. She wasn't sure what Jacob was to her yet. "Beth said your Amish friend brought news from down south," Lugnut said, stuffing his mouth full of a delicious roll. "I still can't believe he made it across such a distance," Jacob said. He reached out and took a roll for himself, took a bite, and washed it down with mint tea. Maddie watched his Adam's apple bob up and down as he swallowed. She stared at his chiseled features. She found herself wondering what their children would look like, and then Jacob turned to look in her direction. They locked eyes, and for a moment Maddie could see herself giving in and allowing a relationship to bloom between them. Her heart raced. Her palms were sweaty. She looked away. Maddie looked down at Rank's broken fingers. She recalled how grieved she'd been when Jackson and Dustin had returned without Rank and Roger. She'd been desperate to find them. How relieved she'd been to see Rank, alive, only to have her relief replaced with grief at the sight of Roger's battered and lifeless body. The world was so dangerous. At any moment, Jacob could be ripped from her. They'd already had so many close calls, just a month before. His place had been raided and his father killed. He could be next. Could she bear that? Could she afford to open her heart to him and risk getting it shattered into a million pieces? Her family was counting on her. Emma needed her. Was she strong enough to love and lose like that? Where was he in Texas? Maria asked. Maddie glanced up at her. She too was staring at Rank's hands. Maria and Rank had grown apart since they'd returned from St. Louis. Rank had pretty much pushed everyone away since then. Maria had been flirting with Jackson and Dustin, trying to get Rank to notice her again, Maddie thought. He was down near Beaumont, Texas. He said things went bad quickly. It was difficult to travel due to whole towns being blocked off and guarded by armed citizens. They weren't letting anyone through their towns. The roads were dangerous with bands of thieves willing to kill for a bottle of water, Jacob said, taking a sip of his tea. He said it was like the old Western movies on late-night TV. He was beaten up by robbers and all his gear taken. An elderly woman found him in the ditch and brought him home. He stayed with her until he was well. By that time, the Civil War had broken out between warring factions of the government. Some members of the military claimed to be under martial law and following orders of an army general. Others questioned the legitimacy of those orders. The fighting for control of territory and resources left many residents fleeing their homes, causing mass migrations east into Louisiana and north into Arkansas. Could that be the same general you guys had a run-in with, Ames? Lugnut asked. Must be. He's been planning this type of scenario for over a decade, Ames said. Is it possible that he's right? Could he have received orders from the president? Maddie asked. No, I don't think so. Martial law was never part of the plan. The president thought it was un-American. Dempsey tried to sell him on the idea back when they were in the planning stages of the continuity of government plan for nationwide emergencies, Ames said. His jaw tightened and his eyes narrowed. Besides, it doesn't matter if he did receive orders for martial law. As Americans, we cannot allow it, Maddie agreed. No matter if they were lawful orders, they were unconstitutional and wrong. There was nothing the strong arm of the government could do to put the country back together at this point, not unless they brought the electricity back, and even then they never did anything well. What is keeping Dempsey and his merry men from taking over Missouri? Jacob asked. The governor and his troops. He was successful at convincing the general in charge of the troops on Fort Leonard Wood and Whiteman Air Base to defy Dempsey's order and remain in Missouri to safeguard the state and its resources for the citizens. A battalion-sized element was sent to secure the port in St. Louis. Another was sent to escort FEMA and Red Cross supplies as they moved throughout the state. At least that was what was occurring when Harding and I were at the Capitol, Ames said. That's who ambushed us in St. Louis, wasn't it? Maria said, giving Ames a hard stare. Her dark brown eyes bore into the man, and her tone was accusatory. I told you before, Maria. I don't know for sure. It could be. They could have found out about the secret caches, but not known the exact locations. Very few people knew the locations. That info wasn't for general consumption to be used in response and recovery efforts. Those supplies were for a worst-case scenario. One where government officials weren't able to make it to designated shelters, Ames said, returning Maria's gaze. Unless someone stops him, he will continue to be a threat. I don't like that we are sandwiched in between his two civil wars. How long before that mess spills over? We have already had to deal with refugees flooding into the state because of this guy, Maddie said. Why have the ham operators not heard anything about this? Zach asked. He'd been unusually quiet through the whole conversation. Maddie stared at him. Her mom had finally gotten a pair of scissors to his hair, so he was looking more his age now. But he had matured in leaps and bounds since the lights went out. That ham operator friend of the Presleys said he thought some foreign government was jamming the signals. He hadn't received a transmission from anywhere south of the state in weeks, Ryan said. Ryan stood and walked over to the sink. He leaned against the counter and stared out the window. Maddie waited for him to say something. She could tell he was mulling it over, trying to weigh the threat. She hoped he had a solution. Ames, I think you and Harding should make a trip back up to the Capitol and see what you can find out from the governor. If we are going to be dragged into a war, we need to know about it, Ryan said, turning and leaning his back against the counter. You really think we will have to go to war? War with the military? Maddie asked. Not with the military, with Dempsey's puppets, Ames said. Still, Maddie said. I don't think it will come to that. We don't have anything they want, Maria said. They need people and territory. Their survival is about land and labor. They need to grow food. To do that, they need people to till the land and harvest the crops. They need to control both those things to stay in power, Ames said. That's why people were fleeing Illinois when Larry and his group escaped. They were taking control of the farms and putting people in labor camps for their own good, Maddie said. Exactly, Ames said grimly. How do we fight them? Maddie asked. We barely have enough bullets to hunt game and feed ourselves. That is a question for your governor and military commanders, I think, Ames said. Maddie didn't trust the governor either. He'd put all the state's resources into refugee camps and securing supplies in the ports. No one in their area had benefited from any of that. She didn't think they could rely on the government to protect them. As far as she could tell, they were on their own. They did have one advantage over Dempsey's men, should it come to that. They knew the land. Guerrilla warfare might be their only hope to drive off well-armed forces. Ames and Harding's trip to the state capital put their plan to get the oil from the tankers on the interstate for Jean's biodiesel on hold. Lugnut thought it was more important to gather intel than supplies. Maddie had disagreed, but she was overruled. They'll wish they'd listened when they're out there plowing behind a horse next spring. Chapter 16. The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, December 12, 7:33 a.m. Every day since Thanksgiving, Emma had announced, by means of a countdown, that she was one day closer to turning 11 years old. Emma's smile brightened the whole room as she entered the kitchen on day 0. "Today's my birthday," she said, plopping down at the table. "Happy birthday, Em. How'd you sleep?" Harmony asked, handing her a stack of pancakes with a smiley face drawn on them with syrup. "Good," Emma said, placing her plate on the table next to Zach, who was licking the last bits of syrup from his fingers. Maddie looked around the table. It had been weeks since they'd all sat down to breakfast together, but today was a special occasion. Emma had specifically requested a pancake breakfast with her new family on her birthday. She considered Larry, Ella, and their group to be her family as well, and she planned a special lunch with all of them. "You don't look any older," Ryan said. Emma leaned forward and looked down the long table. "Yes, I do," Maddie said so. "She even let me have the lipstick she got at the trade fair last week," Emma said. "Really?" Ryan leaned in and narrowed his eyes, pretending to study her face. "You're right, you do look older. Now that I'm 11, Larry said I could have his Ruger LCP. He's going to give it to me for my birthday today." Harmony had made Emma a bright yellow apron with tiny blue and white flowers sewn together from old dish towels. Lugnut had given her a leather sheath for her knife that he'd picked up at the trade fair, and Emma received her most extravagant gift from Maria, a nearly empty bottle of expensive perfume that Maria had found on one of their trips. Emma had been brought to tears when she unwrapped it and saw the bottle. "It was one of my mom's favorites," Emma cried. It was her first birthday without her parents. She didn't speak of them often. It seemed none of them spoke of the ones they'd lost much anymore. Surviving took so much effort that everyone avoided anything that might bring them down. "I gotta run, Em. Jacob and I have to get the horses hitched to the trailer and the firewood loaded," Maddie said as she grabbed her plate and headed to the sink. "Those pancakes were amazing, Harmony. Thanks for doing this for Emma." Harmony nodded and took the plate. "I missed cooking," she said. "We missed your cooking, too," Maria said, handing her plate to Harmony as well. Harmony had been helping Beth and Jason at their clinic in Evening Shade instead of cooking and manning the kitchen around the clock. Fred was doing most of the cooking these days. Maddie had grown fond of Fred's oatmeal, and seeing him wearing his sailor hat every morning always had Maddie imagining what a life piloting a tugboat up and down the river would have been like. Everyone's duties had changed a bit since autumn. Those who were able were tasked with gathering firewood, hunting and fishing, getting water, and securing not only the farm and cabin, but operating checkpoints on the roads leading into their community. Maddie and Jacob had been tasked to take a load of firewood, along with 5 gallons of Jean's biodiesel and 10 jars of Fred's moonshine, to the bi-monthly trade fair in the parking lot of Beth and Jason's clinic in Evening Shade. The sad part was that Fred's moonshine was more valuable and more sought after than the biodiesel. But Maddie didn't blame folks for wanting a momentary respite from the stress and grief of trying to survive. She wasn't sure what the suicide rate had been during the Great Depression, but it was quite high in the apocalypse. What surprised her was the number of mothers who'd chosen that route. Just the day before, a teenage boy carried the lifeless body of his mother into the clinic, begging Jason and Beth to save her. His mother had left a note saying there wasn't enough food for her and her children, and she thought they stood a better chance to survive with one less mouth to feed. Beth had said the woman was just skin and bones and wasn't eating much anyway. She likely would have died soon if she hadn't taken her own life. Sad stories like that were what led Beth and Jason to open his soup kitchen right there at the clinic location. The first time Maddie had seen the long line of children standing outside the clinic waiting with their bowls in their hands, it had sickened her. They looked just like the commercials she'd seen on television of starving children in Africa, except these were American children. Parents stood on the periphery watching as their children stepped closer to their only meal of the day. Beth was trying to come up with a way to do more to serve the parents as well, but everyone was hungry. Spare food was a thing of the past. Even if you had enough to eat today, whatever you had left over was saved for the next day because you knew there was a day coming when you would run out completely. Maddie recalled when leftovers went into the trash. Those days were long gone. Leftovers went into a pot for the next meal, unless you didn't have any leftovers, which was the case with her group lately. Maddie heard a knock on the door, and Jacob poked his head in. "Where's that birthday girl?" Jacob called out. "Right here," Emma said, rising to her feet. Jacob stood in the doorway with his hands behind his back. "I bet you can't guess what I have in my hands. I know it's a new hat or gloves," Emma said as she approached him. "Nope, it's a party dress," Jacob said, grinning from ear to ear as he produced the dress. Emma snatched the dress and squealed with delight as she rushed off down the hall to try it on. "That's cool," Maddie said. "The Henson's attic is filled with them," Jacob said. "Hey, Em, we're going to head into town now. I'll see it on you when I get back, okay?" Maddie yelled down the hall. "We better go. I want to beat rush hour traffic." Maddie giggled. The road into evening shade on trade fair days looked similar to rush hour. Whole families came in horse-drawn wagons. Some even hitched automobiles to horses. Others walked and pushed carts filled with goods to trade. Everyone came searching for something to help them survive. Maddie hoped that someday they would all get past the day-to-day survival. She had high hopes for spring gardens and summer harvests. Ames and Harding's recent trip to the capital had yielded very little new information. Maddie had hoped they'd return with news that the government was working to get the lights back on, or that their allies had sent aid to help rebuild the nation. But the news had been that there was very little government left functioning in Jefferson City, and those who were still engaging in the people's business didn't really know all that much about what was going on with their neighbors to the north or south. The military was still protecting the borders, and there were still enough of them to act as a deterrent. There had been a group discussion about how to prepare for the possibility of going against Dempsey and his group of well-armed, well-fed soldiers, but in the end, they had the immediate concern of surviving the winter to deal with. They planned a run to acquire vegetable oil and parts for Jean's biodiesel plant. This was high on Maddie's priority list, and she needed to convince the others to make it so on theirs. Jacob had been holding clinics at the trade fair teaching his newly acquired but not yet tested farming skills that he learned from his Amish friends. Surprisingly, it was very well attended. Even older farmers said they were learning new ways to do things without tractors and chemicals. Maddie sat on a stool behind her makeshift table, made from an old door laid on top of two sawhorses, watching as Jacob demonstrated how a scythe worked to harvest hay. It looked very labor-intensive to Maddie and dangerous. The curved steel blade looked medieval. A young boy around 6 or 7 years old broke free from his mother's grasp and ran toward a booth containing honey, syrup, and jams. Not many people could afford to trade for such luxuries. Bullets and moonshine were at the top of most lists. "Jeremiah, you get back here," his mother yelled. The boy ignored his mother and ran around the table. "I'm so sorry. I sometimes forget that he's still just a little boy." "They like their sweets," the mother said as she walked around the table to retrieve her son. "Not a problem," the middle-aged woman behind the table said. She reached into an open jar of honey, pulled out a 2-inch piece of honeycomb, and handed it to the little boy. His mother wiped tears from her cheeks as they walked off toward the clinic. On their way back, Maddie saw the boy hand his mother a small piece of his prize. "No, no. She gave that to you, Jeremiah. You eat it," the young mother said, pushing the treat away. "But, Mommy, you haven't eaten anything since we got here. I'm fine. Let's go see if we can find your dad," she said, pulling the boy along. Shouting and tables crashing diverted Maddie's attention from the child and his mother. She looked up and saw 2 men fighting over the last jar of Fred's moonshine. One man released his grip on the jar to draw back his fist. Lugnut grabbed the man from behind, spun him around, and sat him on the ground. "We'll have none of that. There are women and children here, for God's sake," Lugnut said. Lugnut took the jar from the other man and held it above his head, towering over the man. The death stare that the man was giving Lugnut concerned Maddie. She watched the man's hands to make sure he didn't have a weapon. "I already told you fools I'll only take bullets for a trade. No bullets, no shine. So both of you move on," Lugnut said. They did as they were told, but the first man looked back over his shoulder. He looked pissed. That would likely not be the last they heard from him, Maddie thought. Zach walked up beside her, startling her. "Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to sneak up on you like that. I have someone I thought you'd like to meet." A man in his mid-30s stepped forward, his petite wife at his side. It was their tiny baby wrapped in a leopard print baby carrier that caught Maddie's attention. The child's bright red curls reminded her of Emma. Maddie could see similar curls poking out from under the woman's head wrap. The man and woman looked filthy, like a lot of the weary travelers Maddie had seen stream through town lately. People were migrating west and south trying to escape the cold of winter. The man extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Eric Wynne, and this is my wife, Amy." Maddie looked down at the man's hand but gave him a fist bump and a smile instead of shaking it. "It's nice to meet you both. Where are you from?" Maddie asked, taking a step back from the couple. "The Chicago area. Originally, we've spent the last couple of months at a work camp south of Springfield, Illinois," Eric said. Maddie looked up at the tall man. "That is a long way from here. How did you get here?" Maddie asked. "We followed everyone traveling the road from the shelter in Kirksville, Missouri. When they closed that shelter, we all left to go to the one near Columbia. But they weren't taking any more people. We've been on the road since." "How long has that been?" Zach asked. "About 2 weeks," Eric said, looking to Amy for confirmation. "Yeah, about that, I'd say," Amy said as she stroked her daughter's hair. "That is a long time to be on the road. What brings you down this way?" Maddie asked. "He heard that friends of theirs had found shelter down here," Zach said. "Oh, yeah? What's your friend's name?" "Larry and Ella Conley," Eric said. Zach and Maddie turned to each other, then back to the couple. "How do you know Larry and Ella?" Maddie asked. "We used to be a part of their group, back before all this. They were teaching us about preparedness. We were supposed to join his group if something happened," Eric said, looking down at Amy. "But we never hooked up with him." He put a hand on his daughter's head. Honey arrived the day of the EMP. The reunion between Larry, Ella, and the new couple was brief. Everyone was just so busy that time for socializing was nearly non-existent. Larry and Ella temporarily made room for their old friends at the farm, but they were already overcrowded. Housing was still a major problem at both the farm and the cabin, with the number of recent deaths and others leaving to find family or food elsewhere. There were numerous empty houses in the area. But Maddie's group couldn't secure more than the farm and cabin. It was just too dangerous for anyone to live apart from a group. Roadblocks had been set up at the major junctions into the community, but there were still dozens of back roads into the area. Before the lights went out, people were mild-mannered and kept to themselves. Now, out of desperation to feed their families, the same people were stealing from their neighbors and aggressively taking whatever food they could find. It seemed that those still alive this far into the apocalypse had already formed groups to survive. Those who hadn't been prey for the large bands of roving marauders, that was, so far, Maddie's group hadn't had any run-ins with marauders on their place, but they'd seen the effects in Licking in Houston. Large bands of scavengers had swooped down on those cities, took what they could, and burned the rest. It had sickened Maddie to see the old courthouse in ruins. Chapter 17. The Langston Cabin Evening Shade, Missouri, December 20th, approximately 11 a.m. Emma rounded the corner coming from the bathroom. On her hip was Eric and Amy's daughter, Honey. Maddie did a double take. The two girls could pass for sisters. Emma had a small brush in her left hand. "I'm babysitting for Miss Amy. She and Mr. Eric are going house hunting today. I offered to watch Honey for them. That's okay, right?" "That was very nice of you. She sure is a cutie," Maddie said as she poured herself a cup of tea. The sugar was gone, traded away for survival items, and the honey, too. All their jars of jam had been next. They had saved one bottle of syrup for special occasions like birthdays and Christmas morning. Emma had made herself an advent calendar out of a cardboard box. She'd been talking more about her parents since her birthday. These special days had brought up a lot of memories for Emma, and her sleep had become fitful with nightmares of her parents' last moments. Once or twice, Emma had said that when she grew up, she was going to go find the boys who killed her parents. She'd smiled when Maddie told her that those boys were all likely dead already. Maddie stood with her hand on the door handle and watched as Emma gently brushed the baby's curly red hair. Did Larry say where they were going to house hunt?" Maddie asked. "Yeah, they were going somewhere south of Houston. There aren't any travel trailers left around here. They took some guys with them to search for supplies, too." "I'm surprised they let Amy go," Maddie said without thinking. She didn't want to tell Emma how dangerous it was out there, especially for women. "She insisted," Emma said. "They're looking for seeds for the gardens next year. Amy went to school for that and knows about seeds, so Larry gave in and let her go with them. Oh, I can see where she'd be very helpful then," Maddie said as she opened the door and stepped out. "Maddie? Yeah, Em?" Maddie asked as she put one foot back inside. "Do you think we could keep the baby with us if they don't come back?" A lump formed in Maddie's throat. She swallowed hard and fought back the tears before answering. That Emma would even be thinking about them not coming back concerned Maddie deeply. Emma was more aware of the realities they faced than Maddie knew. Sure, she could stay with us, I'm sure Mom wouldn't mind. I'll see you at dinner," Maddie said as she closed the door. Maddie found her mother Harmony and Krista in the greenhouse. She was surprised at the number of plants that were still growing inside. She passed trays of leaf lettuce and found them scooping palm-sized fish from the large tanks. "Those don't look large enough to eat yet," Maddie said, looking into the small plastic tote containing the fish. "They are the breeders. We're taking them in for the winter." Despite the lack of food, her mother had insisted that they not eat the 12 fish from the breeding tank. Wise, there were very few fish being pulled from the rivers, creeks, and ponds around them now. The residents of the shanty towns sat by the river day and night, only to pull enough fish out for a few people. Lugnut and Rank had run a group off that had set up tents too close to the cabin. Another group built a tiny log structure on the river behind the farm. They too were encouraged to move on. It wasn't that their group was heartless to the people's plight. They just knew all too well what desperate people were capable of, and having them that close meant that everyone would be sleeping with one eye open. "The lettuce is looking good. Will it still grow without the fish?" Maddie asked. Maddie still knew very little about her mother's aquaponics setup. All she knew was that the plants were fertilized by the poop-filled fish water that flowed past their roots. "We have enough fertilized water to see these through to harvest. It will be too cold for most of these soon. It has been a challenge keeping the greenhouse above 40 degrees already," Beth said, picking up a small toad and balancing it on her hip. "So, no more salad?" Maddie asked. "Not until March, maybe," Harmony said, grabbing another toad and holding it against her chest. Her yellow ribbon dropped into the toad and the fish struck at it. Maddie wondered if they'd have enough fish food to keep them alive all winter. Maddie followed Beth, Harmony, and Krista out of the greenhouse. She pulled the collar of her jacket up around her neck as they walked up the path to the back door. The chill in the air sent a shiver up her spine. "It looks like it might snow," Beth said. "We don't normally get snow this early," Maddie replied. She couldn't recall the last time they'd had a white Christmas in Missouri. Emma and the kids would love it if it did. "But I'm not looking forward to it at all," Harmony said. "I wish we still had sugar. I love making snow ice cream. My grandma and I—" Krista choked back tears. They'd all been shedding more tears lately, remembering the people and things they'd lost since the lights went out. Maddie had attended 3 funerals that week. Each had died not from violence, but from sickness, starvation, and suicide. There had been an increase in people taking their own lives during the previous month, which was even more of an increase than right after the lights went out, and they'd discovered they weren't coming back on anytime soon. They'd been talking about taking a population census in the county just to get a picture of who was left. Members of the group had started making scavenger runs through the deceased people's property for anything that would help the living. Maddie had rejected the idea at first, but as Lugnut had said, the dead didn't need those things anymore. Their group had found blankets, clothing, and seeds that would save lives come spring. They found gardening tools, canning jars, work gloves and boots, lumber, hammers, and nails. Most importantly, for their immediate needs were the wood stoves that could be put inside the cabins and keep people warm through the winter, along with hand saws, axes, mauls, and wedges for chopping and making firewood. All those things would help the living survive a harsh, cold winter without electricity, but they rarely found food or ammunition. They did find some things that would help the refugees, though. Up and down the Big Piney River, shanty towns had sprung up. Shacks, tents, and anything that could be made into shelters lined the banks, creeks, and rivers. Refugees wanted to stay close to the water. Jason said it reminded him of photos he had seen in books about the Great Depression, where towns had sprung up around rivers and creeks with people seeking shelter by natural resources. Through scavenging nearby houses, Maddie's group had found pots and pans, clothes, and tools that the refugees could use, all things they'd left behind when they fled their homes to find food in the days immediately after the EMP. Some had returned to find they no longer had homes. Either someone was occupying them and refused to leave, or the home had been burned to the ground. "How are you going to keep them warm in the basement?" "It's like a refrigerator down there," Maddie asked as she held the door open for the others. Ryan hooked up the solar panels from the greenhouse down there. "We'll run aquarium heaters, water filters, and a light for them." Ron had his brood tank set up in his basement. "They should do fine as long as the solar panels and batteries work." "I wish there was room for them in the living room. You know, like a tropical fish tank," Krista said. "The temperature fluctuates too much with the wood heat. They will do better with the steady temperature of the basement," Beth said. Maddie thought about the families down by the river trying to survive a harsh winter in a tent. Fishing in the river was never very good. Now, with dozens of families competing for the same resources, Maddie didn't think there would be enough to go around. Soon, deer and turkey populations would be hunted out as well, with everyone now forced to rely on them for their meat supply. Zach was still trying to keep the elderly and single mothers and their children fed from his hunts, but many days would go by without a single kill. Zach was getting so thin, even thinner than Maddie. She suspected that he was giving his rations to some of their neighbors. She knew for a fact that Jason and Beth were. She'd been there in the clinic when they gave cans and bags of food to mothers and fathers of sick children. Maddie knew her father would never have allowed the sharing of their resources the way it was occurring, but not because he was uncaring. It was just the opposite. He knew they could not help others at the expense of themselves. Maddie wasn't sure how she felt about it. She just hoped they could all find enough food to make it through the winter. She had high hopes that spring's bounty would sustain them through a hot and dry summer until the fall harvest. Chapter 18. The Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. December 25th, approximately 4 p.m. Maddie had been surprised when snow began to fall on Christmas Eve. Emma and the other children had been thrilled. Any other time, Maddie would have been too, but snow would make life harder for everyone. It also heralded the beginning of the muddy season, the freeze and thaw cycles that would leave ruts in the road and trails they relied on to travel to and from Evening Shade and other communities for trade. It would also hinder their search for food and spring planting supplies. Christmas dinner would not be as grand as Thanksgiving had been. Their group's hunting party hadn't been able to find any game, let alone a turkey. They could have had ham if they wanted to butcher their last breeding pair of hogs. All of Ron's livestock had been eaten, stolen, or traded, except for the breeding pairs of pigs, goats, 2 cows, and a bull that Beth had insisted they hold on to and closely guard 24/7. They had Christmas as a group at Larry and Ella's place. Maddie thought Ron would have loved to have his home filled with friends and family. "I'm sorry that there isn't more," Beth said as she pushed cubes of pork into the bean pot. The meat was from one of the last canned hams, but at least it was something. Harmony picked up a large wooden ladle and stirred the cubes into the bean soup. "At least we'll have some meat in there for seasoning today." "We are blessed to have it, Beth," Ella said as she walked by, her hands filled with presents wrapped in newspaper. Ryan and Zach had brought in a large pine tree and set it in the corner of the farmhouse, and Krista and Harmony had helped the little ones make paper ornaments to decorate it. The kids seemed happy, and that made the adults happy too. Lugnut played Santa Claus. He'd found some hard candy on their last scavenging missions, and Ella and Larry's daughter, Allison, had made stockings for the children. They filled the stockings with handmade toy cars shaped from wood from the kindling box, dolls crafted from scrap pieces of worn-out dish towels stuffed with duck feathers, and a tic-tac-toe game made from a broken wooden crate and smooth stones for the X's and O's. They exchanged gifts of handmade or found items. Most gifts had practical uses. Some, however, were frivolous things found at nearby homes like perfume and lipstick or golf clubs for Jason. After dinner, they sat around the fireplace and talked about their memories of pre-apocalypse Christmas. They shied away from discussing the future. They rarely spoke of it except for planning meetings. Everyone lived day to day, with food stores dwindling and watching their neighbors pack up and leave, hoping to find food somewhere else. It was hard to think about a future without hunger. Maddie wasn't sure she would ever know a day without that gnawing hunger in the pit of her stomach. Maddie sat in a chair against the far wall watching Emma play with the sweet little red-headed honey who lay on a blanket on the floor beneath the tree. Ella said something, and Beth replied. Maddie couldn't hear their words over the laughter of the children. She stared at her mom. It was the first time she'd really looked at her in the last few weeks. She looked tired and thin. Dark circles ringed her eyes, and her cheeks were drawn in. Beth had been apologizing a lot lately and avoiding group mealtimes. As their food rations dwindled, Maddie knew her mother was feeling guilty that she'd shared so much with the community. Maddie didn't regret it now. With the population in the county so low, she valued every life that much more. Her group was pushing back on that 90% figure that the EMP Commission report had predicted would die from this event. "Can I get you another cup of tea?" Jacob asked, reaching for the cup she held between her knees. Maddie looked up, half dazed from her deep thoughts. His brown eyes looked as weary as her mother's. He looked so much older than his 21 years. They all looked much older. "Sure," she said, handing him the cup. The sofa had been pushed back against the long wall to make room for the children to play. Larry and Ella were flanked by their daughters, Lindsay and Allison. Zach and Lugnut sat on the floor near the sofa, watching the children. Zach looked up, and a broad grin spread across his face. Maddie returned his smile, then looked to his right where Ryan sat in a chair that had been brought in from the kitchen. His leg was mostly healed now, although he still walked with a slight limp. Maddie looked around the room, stood, and walked into the kitchen. "Have you seen Rank?" Maddie asked Harmony and Jason, who were washing dishes. Maddie glanced down at the stack on the counter. "I'm glad my name wasn't drawn for dish duty." "He's on guard duty in the pasture," Harmony replied, pointing a soapy finger at the kitchen window that overlooked the back pasture. "Did he get a bowl of soup?" Maddie asked. "I took him one earlier," Jacob said, handing Maddie her cup of tea. Maddie had tried several times over the last few weeks to talk to Rank. He would say he was fine and that he had stuff to do. Even Lugnut couldn't get through to him. Maddie hadn't known a time when those two hadn't been thick as thieves. Everyone was concerned about him. "I think I'll take him a warm cup of tea. It's pretty cold out. I bet he could use something warm in him," Maddie said. Harmony dug out a thermos from under the sink and filled it with mint tea. The mint had been plentiful last summer, and Maddie was glad they'd hung so much of it to dry, especially since they had no sweetener now. Maddie pulled on her heavy Carhartt coat, slid a hand-knit wool hat over her head, and pulled the wool gloves from the coat pocket. She placed the thermos under her arm and slid her hands in the gloves as she walked down the path and past the barn. "It's just me, Rank," Maddie called from the gate. "Roger that," Maddie heard Rank reply in the dark. They'd set up a guard post with a ground-blind tent made for deer hunting in the middle of the pasture near a stand of cedar trees and a pile of brush. It not only provided some concealment at night, but helped block the wind and snow, too. "I brought you a thermos of warm tea," Maddie said, ducking down and stepping into the camouflaged tent. "Thanks," Rank said as he took it from her. He pulled a jar from his pack and unscrewed the lid. Maddie could hear liquid being poured and smell the distinct odor of Fred's moonshine. Rank continued to stare off into the snowy night. Maddie stood there, half hunched over in the short tent, wondering if he was going to speak to her this time. "The kids are really enjoying their gifts." Maddie started. Rank said nothing. Don't start, Maddie. I don't want to talk about it," Rank interrupted her. Maddie blinked back her surprise at his harsh tone and thought for a moment before continuing. "It wasn't your fault." "No one blames you, Rank. We all." "I blame me," Rank blurted out. "I effing blame me, Maddie. I got Roger killed me. I messed up and he came to rescue me. I ran right into that trap and led him into it too. I was too cocky and it got Roger killed. That's on me." Maddie was quiet, unsure of what to say. Her mom would know. Even Jason, who'd become like the group's shrink of late, would know. But she was at a loss. She knew all too well about Survivor's guilt. She still felt responsible for Ron's death. She still struggled with wondering if she was making choices that could get people killed. She had nothing that would ease his guilt. "We still need you. We're all still here for you. We have to be here for each other. I know it's hard to live with. I wasn't there. I don't know if you'd done something differently, that the outcome would have changed. But I know that Roger would not want you to wallow in this. You know what he would say?" Maddie waited for his reply, even though she doubted he'd say it. "Suck it up and drive on," she said. He huffed. She couldn't see his expression in the dark, but knew the look he'd be giving her. "I miss you, Rank. I miss your laughter and friendly banter. Life is so tough these days. It's hard to find any joy in it, but you've always been one of the ones to lift my spirits. I wish there was something I could say to lift yours." Rank said nothing. They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the cold wind howl through the trees. Finally, Maddie stood, turned toward the door of the tent, and unzipped it. "Emma would really enjoy hearing you sing tonight. She's never heard your rendition of Dashing Through the Snow. Will you think about it, please?" When he didn't answer, Maddie stepped outside and closed the tent door. The snow was now ankle-deep, and she was glad she'd worn her warm boots. She met Jacob on the path between the barn and the house. He shined a tiny flashlight onto the path, illuminating the white crystalline powder. Maddie slipped on the snow as she stepped around him. "How is he?" Jacob asked, reaching down and taking Maddie's hand. "The same," he said. "He blames himself for Roger," Maddie said. "He told you that?" "Yeah. He wouldn't talk about it any further, though." "At least that's something. That's a good start, don't you think?" Jacob asked. Buster ran over, his face buried in the snow, sniffing the ground. Maddie caught a white flash from the corner of her eye and turned. Cooper had taken off from the barn at a full run, barking up a storm. A second later, his fierce barking trailed off down the driveway. Maddie and Jacob followed them. Their tracks led down the drive and across Slabtown Road. "Richie, did the dogs go this way?" Maddie asked as she crossed the road. "They were chasing a coyote," Richie said. "Okay, great," Maddie said as she turned back toward the house. "Merry Christmas, Maddie and Jacob," Richie called. "Merry Christmas, Richie," Maddie and Jacob both said, as they trudged back up the snowy drive. Maddie thought about all the families left in the valley and in evening shade. How many would say they'd had a Merry Christmas this year? If they'd known last year what would happen to the country, would they have forsaken expensive electronic purchases and family vacations to Mexico to stock up on food and survival gear? Would it have even made a difference? Her father had stocked up, and look at their situation. Would they even make it through their first winter? If they did, would they last another year? At the steps to the front porch, Jacob reached down and once more took Maddie's hand in his. He held it to his chest. His oversized, bulky coat hid his dwindling frame. It was too dark to see his face clearly, but his voice was shaky as he spoke. "Maddie, I don't want to be alone tonight," Jacob said. She didn't know what to say to that. "I don't have much family left, just an aunt and a couple of cousins. They're talking of going south when the weather breaks. They don't want to struggle through a harsh Missouri winter. They're still considering that even with the danger of a civil war down south," Maddie asked. "Yes, several others from my group and the ones over at the Grayson farm are also talking about it." "And you?" Maddie asked, afraid to hear the answer. I'd like to stay here. I would like to join your group and live here with you," Jacob said, his tone low and soft. Maddie said nothing. She wasn't ready for this conversation. She didn't want to be pressed into anything. Her heart raced. "I don't want you to give me an answer tonight. I want you to think about something. I want you to think about—" Jacob paused and gently squeezed her hand. "I want you to consider doing more than surviving. I'd like you to think about living and a life with me." Jacob took her in his arms before she could say anything. She relaxed into his embrace and allowed herself to experience the moment. She felt his warm breath on her cold neck. He kissed her cheek, then reached down and clasped her chin in the palm of his hand. He tilted her head up and gently kissed her lips. Maddie returned his kiss. She wanted to give in to him. She wanted to fling open the doors of her heart and allow him in to stay. But fear gripped her. Could she bear to lose him the way her mother had lost her father? Beth had been completely devastated. She'd spent months unable to get out of bed, having given in to grief. Could Maddie survive that? "I am completely and desperately in love with you, Madison Grace Langston. I want to spend whatever time we have on this earth with you," Jacob whispered in her ear. "I love you too," Maddie whispered as a shotgun blast pierced the night. Maddie jumped, then hit the ground. She scrambled to bring her rifle around to the front. The door to the house flew open and people rushed out and down the steps. "Which direction?" Lugnut called as he descended the steps with his rifle to his cheek. After 2 hours of searching, the source of the blast was found. Buster and Cooper had led a pack of coyotes directly into one of Ryan's perimeter defense blast zones. It was disgusting, but the dogs enjoyed a Christmas coyote dinner. Chapter 19, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, February 14th, approximately 2:30 p.m. As Jackson and Maria walked by, Maddie noticed Rank glancing up from the log he was splitting. Maddie's heart broke for him. He'd let Maria slip through his fingers. Maddie had tried to talk to her about their relationship and convince Maria to give Rank more time to pull his head out of his ass. But she'd said life was too short these days. Unlike Maddie, Maria was all for grabbing happiness wherever it could be found. Maddie wasn't opposed to happiness. She just chose to move a little more cautiously than Maria. She and Jacob had been spending more time together, alone, since Christmas. Harmony had hinted at a double wedding in the spring, leaving Maddie to believe that Jacob intended to propose that, and the hushed conversations between her mother and Jacob. Jacob had moved into a motorhome over at Larry's, and they'd gotten to know each other more in the last few months. But she still had her reservations. Marriage was a big step. It had been a big thing before the world collapsed. Now, well, who knew what tomorrow would bring? She hated all the uncertainty. Zach and Harmony stepped out from the side of the barn. Zach had his bow over his shoulder and carried 2 squirrels in his right hand. The sight of the game made Maddie's stomach growl. It had been days since she'd eaten meat. Beans and rice with rice and beans were all they had lately. She would kill for some of Harmony's homemade bread. The Ezekiel grains her dad had stored that she thought would last at least a year had lasted only a few months, feeding starving children in the area. Beth, Jason, and Ella only opened the clinic 2 days a week now. The soup kitchen had ended just after Christmas when it became evident that their group couldn't afford to give away any more of their food stores. "Look, Maddie, we're going to have squirrel stew for our Valentine's Day dinner tonight," Harmony said with excitement filling her voice. She didn't wait for Maddie to reply before she launched into an excited monologue about the spices she was going to use. Her voice trailed off as Maddie continued around the barn and down the trail toward the farm. The trail was as muddy and slippery as Maddie knew it would be this time of year. As difficult as walking in the snow was, She preferred it over the mud. "Hey, Maddie," Richie called down from his guard post. "Hey, how's it going?" "Not bad. I'm glad it warmed up." "Sitting up here in those sub-freezing temperatures last week was brutal," Richie said. "I like the warmer temps. But this mud," Maddie said, lifting her boot. "Yeah, that's the bad part. Larry got the truck stuck this morning and hitched the horses up to pull it out of the mud." "Was he going on a run again?" Maddie asked, shielding her eyes against the glare of the sun through the bare trees. "Ella wanted to go check on a pregnant lady. She's supposed to be due any day." "I see. I'll see you at dinner," Maddie said, trying to pull her boot from the thick, sticky mud. Maddie could no longer see the house from Slabtown Road. She'd lost count of the number of travel trailers and motorhomes that had been pulled onto the front lawn to house their group. Jacob's was at the end of the last row on the right. He shared it with Dustin, who had grown tired of listening to Maria and Jackson. Mugsby lifted his head off the porch swing long enough to acknowledge her presence. He looked exhausted from being chased night and day by Larry's grandchildren. Cooper and Buster were nowhere to be found. Maddie found Ella in the barn. Her mom and Krista stood over a newborn calf. Krista was wiping her eyes with her sleeve. "I couldn't save it," Ella said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Beth said nothing, but her face revealed the anguish she too felt. "Oh, damn," Maddie said. None of them knew enough about cattle to know how to prevent things like this, but the loss was devastating. Cows were nearly extinct in their part of the world. Maddie had hoped for a female cow to grow their herd. They also needed the milk. "How's Betsy?" Maddie asked, turning toward the adjacent stall. The black and white cow munched on hay, seemingly oblivious to the plight of her species. "She seems fine, but so did Eleanor right up until she gave birth," Ella said, wiping her slimy hands on a towel. "She seems fine now. She's over there eating like her baby didn't just die," Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder at the cow. "Should we?" Beth said, pointing to the calf. "I'm sure there are parts we can use. I'll check with Larry," Ella said, stepping back and leaning against the stall door. "You can save the fourth stomach to make rennet," Krista said. "Rennet?" Maddie asked. "Is that like tripe?" "No, rennet is something used to make cheese. It helps the milk to curdle," Ella said. "Ew, why would you want your milk to curdle?" "It does that on its own when it's left out," Maddie said, wrinkling her nose. "Rennet is used to make it curdle faster. While it's still sweet, it makes for better tasting cheese. I like cheese, but knowing that it has cow's stomach in it kind of ruins it for me." "Sorry," Maddie said. Larry and Zach processed the calf for all its useful parts. None of them was comfortable eating the calf, not knowing why it had died, but the dogs didn't seem to have the same qualms. A huge gut bucket was placed in the spring house to keep critters from getting it, and to keep it semi-fresh on the warmer days. Lord only knew what Larry planned to do with it. Jacob had requested the bones and blood to make fertilizer. All of her new knowledge of what was being put on and in her food made Maddie want to stick to a fish-only diet. At least she knew what went into making fish, she hoped. While Ella, Beth, and Krista cleaned up from the calving, Maddie went looking for Fred. She had a plan. She just needed his expertise to help her pull it off. She found him stooped over the spigot on a copper pot. He was filling glass jars with a clear liquid. He dipped his finger in the liquid, then placed his finger in his mouth and smacked his lips. "Hey, Fred," Maddie said, causing him to jump. "Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you." "Oh, that's okay. I just don't hear as good as I used to. What brings you all the way out here?" Fred put the jar into a crate filled with straw. "I came to pick your brain," Maddie said. "You did ya?" "Well, there ain't much left up there," Fred said, jabbing a crooked finger into his temple. Fred gestured to a crate sitting on its end, and Maddie took a seat. "I wanted to ask you about boats." "Boats?" "I know about boats. What do you want to know?" "Well, as you can see, we live on the river. I want to know how we can use the river for travel. I know we could make a raft and go downstream, but how would we get supplies back upstream against the current?" Maddie asked. "That's easy. Steam. It's what they used before gasoline and diesel engines. I'll bet you Ole Jean could rig up a steam engine for a boat," Fred said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. She was speaking his language. "Would you mind speaking to him about that? I would like to have something set up this spring to extend our trading and scavenging range, maybe even eventually go up and down the Mississippi River." "I think that is doable, but I thought there was a war going on down south," Fred said. "It can't last forever. I want to be prepared to start rebuilding this spring. We will quickly exhaust the resources around us if we can't travel longer distances to find the things we need to grow and thrive." "Big plan," Fred said. "Rebuilding a nation requires big plans. We have to start with our community," Maddie said as she stood. Fred shrugged and returned to his moonshine still. Maddie looked down at the empty bags on the ground. It truly grieved her to see sugar used for liquor instead of her coffee and tea, but she understood. Liquor bought bullets, and bullets saved their group from marauders. She understood, but didn't like it one bit. Jacob caught up with Maddie on the trail back to the cabin. She saw him leaning against a tree, waiting for her. Her stomach tightened. "You finished making your bone meal already?" Maddie asked as she passed him without stopping. "It's drying," Jacob said, catching up to her. "I want to see if you would join me for dinner tonight." "You and Dustin, you mean?" "No, Dustin has guard duty," Jacob said, stopping and taking her hand. Maddie turned to face him. For some reason, she wanted to laugh. She had a habit of laughing when she was nervous. She hated feeling this way. "Please," Jacob said. "You're cooking?" Maddie said, turning and continuing down the trail. "I caught a trout." Maddie stopped and turned. "Where?" She was curious, because Paddy Creek wasn't known for trout. "Spring Creek? What? When did you go there?" Maddie asked. She hadn't heard that anyone was going that way. She'd wanted to go over that way to talk to Jean's friend Bo, the log home builder. "My friend John's dad took me. There were several families camped along the creek, but we were still able to find a quiet spot to do some fly fishing. The water was brutally cold." "Yeah, that spring-fed creek was cold when my dad took us there one day in July. Even on a 100-degree day, the water was too cold to swim in. My teeth chattered before I could get out," Maddie said, hugging herself from the memory. "Well, will you join me tonight?" Maddie looked at her feet. Her boots were covered in mud. It had even splattered up her pants legs. She picked at her fingernails. They were caked with dirt. She could use a bath, but the effort it took to haul and heat the water just wasn't worth it. No one had the energy for that. She'd have to settle for a bowl of water and a sponge again. "I like trout. So that's a yes? Dinner tonight? Just the two of us?" Jacob asked, his brown eyes sparkling in the sunlight. "Emma likes trout." Maddie laughed. "Ugh, Maddie, you're killing me here. Do I have to beg?" Jacob said, dropping to one knee. Her heart skipped a beat. She thought he was going to produce a ring any second. Her thoughts raced. She wasn't ready. "Can we have a nice Valentine's Day dinner? Just the two of us, please?" Jacob begged. "Okay, if that's the only way I can get a trout dinner, so be it," Maddie said as she turned her back on him and headed toward the cabin. "See you at 6, Jacob called after her. Maddie threw up a hand and waved over her shoulder. She debated with herself the whole way to the cabin. He could just want to spend alone time with her. It didn't mean he was going to propose marriage. She was reading too much into it. Besides, she could put him off until late spring or summer. "I just need more time." Maddie reached up and knocked on the tiny trailer's door. She heard a crash, some cursing, then the door opened. Jacob stood in the doorway with a bouquet of fake roses in one hand. "Sorry they aren't real," he said, extending them to Maddie. Maddie put on a polite smile, took the roses, and climbed the steps. The small table was set with 2 plates, 2 wine glasses, and silverware. In the center of the table were candles. Candlelight danced off the walls of the kitchen space. The trout smelled heavenly and made Maddie's mouth water at the thought of it. "Have a seat," Jacob said, as he dished the pan-seared trout onto her plate. Her portion was noticeably larger than his, but she didn't dare say anything. She appreciated the gesture. They talked about the weather and about their hopes for spring. The two of them went through a whole list of foods they missed before Maddie brought up the prospect of using the rivers as a mode of travel to conduct trade with other communities. Jacob agreed that it was a good idea. Once the rumors of war had died down, Jacob reached his hand across the table and placed it on top of Maddie's. Her heart beat hard against her chest. Her mouth felt dry, and she tried to swallow. She took a long sip of her water. The hint of mint was refreshing, but she still felt like she had a lump in her throat, and then he did it. He dropped down on one knee. In his right hand he held a ring, an enormous diamond ring. She didn't know they even made them that large. Her mouth dropped open. "Maddie, you know that I love you. I believe that you love me too. I know that the apocalypse is filled with uncertainty, but the one thing I'm certain of is that I don't want to wait another day to make you my wife." Maddie said nothing. Her thoughts raced through all the things she would say to convince him they should wait and take longer to get to know one another, but at the moment her mind went blank. All those things seemed so insignificant. "Madison Grace Langston, will you marry me and make me the happiest man alive?" Jacob said, his perfect white teeth gleaming in the candlelight. "I?" Maddie said, the words getting stuck in her throat. Tears began to spill over her eyelids and stream down her cheeks. She couldn't control them. They locked eyes. It was as if he was peering deep into her soul. His eyes were filled with love. He gently and slowly placed the ring on her finger. She looked down at it and was overwhelmed with what it symbolized, the promise of a tomorrow together. He put his arms around her and pulled her into an embrace. "Yes," she whispered in his ear. Maddie half expected their kiss to be interrupted by some calamity, but she heard no shotgun blast, no gunfire in the distance, and Maria didn't even bang on the door, interrupting them. They were alone and engaged to be married. Maddie couldn't help fiddling with the ring on her finger and holding it up to watch it dazzle in the candlelight. Maddie wanted to ask where he'd gotten it, but in the end she didn't want to know if it belonged to some dead woman found during one of their supply runs. She preferred to think of it as a family heirloom, though she doubted Jacob's family could afford such a large stone. It was totally impractical for the apocalypse. She wouldn't be able to wear it out anywhere, not for fear of being robbed or anything like that, but because she might get it snagged on things. They held hands at the dining table and stared into each other's eyes. It felt good, natural, right. For the first time since she'd met Jacob, she wasn't afraid to let him into her heart. Maddie looked around the tiny trailer. She tried to imagine Emma playing on the floor with Cooper, but the trailer was just too small. She just couldn't see them staying there. She didn't know how Eric, Amy, and their baby girl managed in their small trailer. Her mind began to spin with plans for a cabin to call their own and a child of her own. She shuddered at the thought. She definitely wasn't ready for that. She glanced down at her stomach. No freaking way. Chapter 20. The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri, March 6th, approximately 9:30 a.m. It had rained every day for a week straight. The mud was awful. Maddie had taken to walking through the woods rather than taking the muddy trail. She had to be careful, though. Ryan's perimeter defenses were well hidden. She recalled what had happened to the coyotes. The dogs chased into one of them and shuddered. They'd had to keep a better eye on the dogs after that incident. The creek they crossed to get to the guard posts along the highway was swollen with water and impassable. Lugnut said the water had overflowed the bank of the creek to the east of the cabin overnight. If it didn't stop raining soon, they'd have water in the clearing around the cabin. Larry had enlisted every available member of their group to fill sandbags. All they had were old feed bags and dirt, but they were trying to make it work. The river that ran on the north side of the farm was nearing the top of its banks as well, and Larry was concerned it would flood into the field. The ground had recently thawed enough to begin thinking about plowing the field. Jean had scrounged enough used vegetable oil from restaurants in Rolla to run the tractor so they wouldn't be using the horses to plow this year. Maddie didn't know what to expect from their first garden. She imagined the soil needed time to absorb the nutrients they were adding to it. They were still weeks away from the last frost, if she recalled right. Beth had started seedlings in the greenhouse in January, and they'd been eating fresh lettuce from there already. "Has anyone seen Jacob?" Maddie asked as she stepped inside the barn and shook the rain from her jacket. "He took an early guard duty along the highway," Zach said as he grabbed a bundle of burlap bags from a bin in the back of the barn. "I thought Lugnut had that shift," Maddie said, sliding her arms back into her rain jacket. "He and Ryan took Ames and Harding over to the military base," Zach said as he passed her. "Why?" Maddie asked. "One of the squatters over on the Piney said he'd come from there and heard they'd received word there was trouble brewing at our border with Arkansas. They were rounding up a militia to head down there, but not many had taken them up on the offer. I'm surprised there are any of the military still around to fight. I thought they would have all left to find their families by now." Lugnut said it was mostly single soldiers without families. "They've picked up some civilians without families, too. People with nowhere else to go." "Makes sense," Maddie said, pulling the hood up on her jacket. "How high is the water today?" It reached the edge of the field, Zach said, before he disappeared around the side of the barn. Maddie thought about the news that the war had reached Arkansas. That was way too close for comfort. The resistance had lasted through the winter, which she found impressive. She drew in a deep breath and slowly let it out. She'd been successful at pushing all thoughts of war from her mind all winter, hoping it would resolve itself by spring. News that it had only worsened deeply concerned her. She knew her group didn't have the strength or resources to resist the dictator to the north. Emma ran past Maddie and up the walk to the back door of the farmhouse. "What's the hurry?" Maddie asked. "Mr. Larry said to tell Miss Ella that he and some others were going to have to make a run to town. They're going to need enough food for an overnight stay," Emma said as she disappeared inside. Maddie walked toward the backfield where the group was placing the sandbags. They would have simply used the tractor to push earth from the fields to the edge of the river if the edge of the field hadn't been so wooded. They had to sandbag in the woods along the bank because it was higher ground than where the farmhouse, barn, and outbuildings were located. She met Larry, Zach, Aaron, and others walking back toward the house. Hey, Larry, what's up? Emma said you were going into town, Maddie asked. Yeah, we've got to find more sandbags or feed sacks to build the levee higher. That water is coming up fast, Larry said. Where were you planning to go looking for them? Maddie asked, turning and walking with them back to the house. The store in evening shade, if not there, then Plato. I think we got the last of the feed sacks from over that way already. That's what we used for the creek by the cabin. I wish the feed stores in Licking hadn't been burned out. Larry puffed his cheeks and blew out a burst of air in frustration. I hate to have to go all the way to Houston. I'm not sure we have that kind of time. There's nothing left in Houston either. Jacob and some others cleaned those feed stores out a couple of weeks ago. We used some of the feed sacks as sandbags, Maddie thought for a moment. There is a landscaping business over by Fairview. They might have bags of mulch, fertilizer, or soil. Those bags would work, wouldn't they? Maddie asked. That place was next on our list to visit for spring garden supplies. Larry stopped walking as the others continued to the barn. That will have to do. Heck, we won't have to fill the ones with mulch and soil already in them. Can you draw me a map? Larry asked. Better yet, I'll go with you. I'm not on guard duty today, Maddie said, a broad grin spreading across her face. She'd been itching to get out of there. It had been over a week since she'd left the cabin. That'll do, Larry said as he pulled his knit cap down over his ears and turned toward the barn. Let me get some more gear and I'll meet you back at the barn, Maddie said, walking toward the driveway. Can you grab an extra box of ammo in case we run into trouble? Larry said. Sure thing, Maddie called over her shoulder. She wasn't sure how much ammo would be left in their basement because she was sure Lugnut would have taken an arsenal with him on his trip to Fort Leonard Wood. That place had become like the Wild West lately. The former civilian post commander had disappeared, and there had been a spat between the two rival mayors. The mayor of Waynesville had been forced to flee. The St. Robert mayor was running a mob gangster-type operation. Some said the mayor even had the blessing of the governor, who was a close friend of his. As Maddie passed Richie at the first guard post along the trail, she stopped and called up to him. Hey, Richie, would you mind calling Jacob on the radio and letting him know that I'm going on a run to Fairview with Larry and his team? Maddie asked. Sure thing, Richie said. I'm heading to the cabin to get supplies for the trip. Then back to the barn to meet Larry, Maddie said, sidestepping around a puddle in the trail. It had started sprinkling again. Maddie pulled the hood up on her jacket and stepped off the trail onto the wet leaves. They were slippery, but at least she wouldn't get her boots stuck in the mud. She was right. There was very little ammunition left. She grabbed one box of 9mm and one box of .23. That was all there was. They'd been searching everywhere for more and trading for any they could find. But ammo was just really hard to find lately, even having Shine to trade. She hoped they wouldn't run into any trouble because they sure couldn't afford to get into a gun battle. She pulled her tactical knife from its sheath and inspected the blade. Jean had sharpened it and put a nice edge on it. Lugnut had promised her a visit to Dave Henderson's for a special sheath for her hatchet, but that hadn't happened yet. She shoved the 2 boxes of ammo into her pack and secured the hatchet on the molly webbing before climbing the basement stairs. When she opened the door, Rank stood in the doorway. Where are you going? He asked, with Larry. We're heading over to that landscaping business off of Highway 38 near Fairview to find something that he can use for sandbags. The river is rising fast in that north field, Maddie said, pushing past him and heading toward the back door. Wait up, I'll go with you, Rank said, disappearing into the guy's bunk room before Maddie could say anything. Maddie shrugged and headed toward the pantry. She found what she expected to see, empty shelves. She placed her pack on the bench and rummaged around until she found the small bag of rice she'd stashed in the bottom of the front pouch along with a small packet of mustard she'd found under the seat of a vehicle they'd gone through last week. Pleased that she'd at least have something to eat, Maddie smiled and shoved them back into her pack. 6 months ago, she'd never dreamed she'd look forward to eating rice with mustard as its only flavoring. Condiments had become currency at the trade fair, so it was rare to find any these days. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go, Rank said, holding the door open for her. Rank still wasn't very talkative, but he'd been getting more involved in the group's missions lately. Maddie thought he was going stir-crazy just hanging out at the cabin, too. As they passed by Levi's post, Maddie yelled, Levi, will you let Jacob and the other guards know that Rank is coming with us on this trip? Will do, Levi said. Rank had been quiet as usual on the trip to the farm, so when he finally spoke, it startled Maddie. You and Jacob set a date yet? Not really. Well, sort of. He wants a June wedding. He said we'd be finished with planting season by then, and the weather would be nice enough for an outdoor reception, Maddie said. He's probably right, Rank said, his voice flat and expressionless. He wants to do it at the church in evening shade and invite everyone still breathing. He's a romantic, Rank said. Yeah, I guess. Rank stopped before crossing Slabtown Road and turned to face Maddie. You don't seem very excited about getting married. You sure you want to go through with it? Maddie was shocked that he'd ask. He'd barely seemed interested in anything going on with members of their group. She hadn't known that he kept up with the gossip. I'm excited. I just think it's a big fuss for nothing. I mean, who has time for church weddings anymore? There'll probably be, like, 2 people that show up. I think people are eager to celebrate traditions from the past, Rank said as he stepped onto the gravel road. Exactly, a tradition from the past. It seems so frivolous. It's important to keep people's morale up. The military recognized that and worked at it, Rank said. I remember when my dad was stationed at Fort Leonard Wood. He joked about the Army calling unit picnics mandatory fun days. Maddie chuckled. We could use some mandatory fun days, don't you think? Rank asked as they headed up the drive toward the barn. Maddie wasn't sure about mandatory fun days, but a cheeseburger would sure brighten her month. Hell, it would be the highlight of the year. Her mouth salivated at the thought. She tried hard not to think about all the foods she missed. It really screwed with her head. She was amazed at how often she thought about food, especially at night when she had nothing else to distract her and her stomach rumbled from hunger. How she had taken grocery stores and drive-through restaurants for granted. She'd never known hunger before the lights went out. She wondered if she would ever experience feeling full again. Chapter 21, Thompson and Sons Landscaping, Fairview, Missouri, March 6th, approximately 4:30 p.m. The ride down to Fairview, Missouri, took most of the day. The gravel roads were rutted from all the recent rain, and the wagon hitched to the old tractor made for an excruciatingly rough ride. None of them had much cushion on their backsides these days, and the bag filled with straw that Maddie usually sat on for these trips had been confiscated and turned into a sandbag for the levee. Maddie glanced around the wagon. Larry's nephew, Aaron, and friend, Eric Wynn, looked even less cushioned than Maddie. Rank looked near gaunt by the time they reached the landscaping business on Highway 38. Maddie could barely stand because her back was in so much pain. They stopped about a mile from the large metal shop that once housed Thompson and Sons Landscaping. Rank and Aaron slid off the back of the old wooden wagon and disappeared into the woods that stood between them and the shop. Jacob's team had said the place looked deserted, but they hadn't gone up to the house that sat behind the shop. Maddie had learned the hard way that looks could be deceiving. No one mowed their lawns anymore. Who had the energy? The way sound traveled in the apocalypse, the homeowner or occupants could have heard them coming and had hidden before Jacob passed by last time. Rank and Aaron reappeared 30 minutes later. The wide grin on Aaron's face told Maddie that no one was home. It looks like no one has been here for months. All the landscaping stuff is still in the shop and there's more in the garage, Rank said. Bags and bags of stuff, Aaron added. Maddie's mood improved, knowing that her suffering wasn't for nothing. The bags would save the fields from being flooded as the river flowed beyond its banks, and they were sure to find something that her mom could use in the gardens. The day was looking up, and she might even have something soft to ride home on, even better. They loaded bags of mulch, fertilizer, lime, some type of organic soil, humus, and even manure onto the wagon. Maddie was concerned that the wagon would be too heavy for the tractor to pull, but Larry said it wouldn't be a problem. He assured her that it was more than capable of pulling the load right before dropping the bombshell that they all might have to walk back home if it couldn't. Maddie was fuming about the revelation as she opened the door to a storeroom off the garage. She flicked on her flashlight, but nothing happened. The battery was dead. They'd run out of rechargeable batteries with all the radios and scopes they had to power. The solar power system wasn't able to charge everything, but they made batteries a priority, even at the expense of lights and the all-important appliance, the washing machine. Maddie pulled the beeswax candle from her pack and lit it with a match. The dim light from the candle did very little to illuminate the space. Maddie reached out and placed the lit candle on a shelf just inside the door, then flicked on her weapon light. "Aaron," Maddie called back into the garage, "you cleared this closet?" "Yeah," he said before hefting a bag over his shoulder and disappearing around the corner of the house. Maddie stepped farther into the room, scanning from left to right with her rifle. Something bolted from her right and crashed into her, knocking her into the wall. She never saw the person. "Rank! Larry!" Maddie screamed as she righted herself and turned toward the door. "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" Maddie heard Larry yelling. A second later, he appeared in the door to the garage. In his right hand, he held a boy by his jacket. The boy looked to be about 12 or 13. It was hard to say these days. Everyone's face and bodies looked gaunt, which made it difficult to determine age sometimes. "You live here, kid?" Larry asked as he pushed the boy onto a stack of bagged mulch. "Let me go," the boy yelled, springing to his feet. Larry pushed him back down and the boy sprung back up. "Just answer my questions, then I'll let you go. Okay?" Larry asked. The boy's eyes widened when Maddie approached with her rifle raised and pointed at him. "That ain't necessary, Maddie, is it, boy?" Larry asked, his tone low and soothing. "Is it, boy?" Maddie asked, not willing to be as trusting as Larry. "He asked if you live here. Answer him." "No, I don't. The boy said defiantly. "You hiding from someone?" Maddie asked, stepping closer to him with her weapon still raised. The boy looked at the floor. "Are you alone?" Maddie asked. The boy didn't answer her. She stepped closer. "Now, Maddie?" "He's—" Larry began to say before Maddie reached down and jerked the boy to his feet. "I asked you if you were alone. Is there someone out there going to show up in here with guns to come get you?" Maddie asked through gritted teeth. "Yes," the boy blurted. "I thought I'd lost them when I ran through the woods, but I heard their truck last night going back and forth in front of the house. I thought you guys were them. Aren't you with them?" "With who?" Maddie asked sternly. "The Seekers," the boy said, his eyes wide with fear. Maddie shut her eyes tight and lowered her rifle. She ran a hand across her face and let out a puff of air. She couldn't believe their luck. "We have to get going," Rank said as he appeared at the door. "You heard?" Maddie said. "Yeah, that's the group that your mom and Maria had the run-in with. We gotta get out of here now." "We don't have enough ammo to fight a battle with a group like that," Rank said, grabbing several bags of mulch and disappearing around the corner. "Well," Larry said, "what are we going to do with him? Why are the Seekers after you?" Maddie asked. "I broke the rules and got caught, so I ran," the boy said. "Do they chase down anyone who leaves?" "I don't know. They have to gather 144 more people before the gathering," the kid said. 144? "Why that number?" Larry asked. Beth hadn't filled Larry in on all the details about the cult that had taken her and Maria hostage. Maddie imagined it was difficult for her mom to talk about, and it hadn't seemed like an important item to discuss at the time. Larry would have no way of knowing how twisted the group's motives were. "They think that some alien gods are coming to redeem them if they gather enough people to take to their planet or some shit," Maddie said, rolling her eyes. "What's your name, son?" Larry asked. "Ethan," the boy said. "How many do they have now?" Larry asked. "I'm not sure. They keep the girls locked up in one of the buildings. There are at least 20 guards, though. There are about 30 workers. The workers aren't dangerous. Most of them can barely stand. The guards take all the food for themselves. They said we could eat when we get to where we're going," Ethan said. "When was the last time you ate?" Larry asked, his voice filled with compassion. "I don't know. I can't remember." Larry pulled a bag out of his pack and handed it to the boy. The boy took the piece of pemmican and greedily stuffed it into his mouth. The calorie-dense bar of dried deer meat, fat, and black walnuts was likely the first food he'd had in a long time. Maddie was concerned with what the food would do to his stomach. Her mother had cautioned them before about providing starved survivors with rich food. Beth had been giving survivors broth until they could tolerate more substantial food, but Maddie wouldn't take the pemmican from him. Jason and her mom would just have to deal with his stomach issues later. Ethan was frightened as Rank lifted him up onto the pile of bags on the wagon. He kept looking back over his shoulder as they pulled away from the building and down the driveway. Maddie, Aaron, Rank, Eric, and Ethan all piled on top of the bags in the wagon. The load was heavy. Maddie was concerned that the tractor couldn't pull it, but to her surprise, Larry had been right. The tractor didn't seem to have a problem with the load at all. After turning from Highway M to Highway 38 and heading north, the sun was getting low. Larry stopped the tractor and turned in his seat. "We should pull off and set up camp for the night. It'll be too dark soon," Larry said. Maddie turned to look at the setting sun. The last thing she wanted is to spend a cold night on the ground, but they couldn't travel in the dark. The tractor made too much noise, and they wouldn't be able to see if anyone had set up an ambush for them, so they had no choice. Larry pulled the wagon off the road and down a trail. He went about 200 yards before stopping and climbing down. Aaron and Eric walked behind the wagon, each with a bough from a pine tree sweeping the ground and attempting to conceal the tractor and wagon's tracks. It wasn't working. The tractor and wagon were so heavy that they left deep ruts in the soft dirt. Maddie worried that they'd have a difficult time getting the wagon back out the next morning. She could think of nothing worse than having to unload the wagon after getting it stuck in the mud. It was dark by the time everyone had set up tarps and settled in for the night. After struggling for half an hour trying to find dry tinder to light Harmony's mini rocket stove, Maddie had reluctantly used the tinder bundle from her pack to cook the last of her rice. Maddie was licking mustard from her fingers as Rank knelt and poked his head inside her shelter. Maddie looked up with her fingers in her mouth. "Want some?" she asked, holding out the small mustard packet. Rank scrunched his face and shook his head. "Can I?" Rank asked, pointing to the opposite end of Maddie's sleeping mat. "Sure." Rank's head touched the top of Maddie's A-frame tarp shelter. Maddie felt bad eating in front of him. "Want some rice?" "Nah, I ate some pemmican. I know that stuff is a good survival food and has lots of protein and stuff, but I just don't like the taste." "You just aren't hungry enough then," Rank said. "I guess not." "That kid looked pretty hungry," Maddie said, pointing to where he sat with Larry. "About that," Rank said, lowering his voice, "Aaron was supposed to have cleared that storage closet. There were boxes stacked to the ceiling, and the kid is small. It would have been hard to spot him with just the weapon light," Maddie said, surprised that she was the one making excuses for Aaron. "Well, anyway, we need to be a little more cautious. Don't assume," Rank said. Maddie nodded as she squeezed mustard on her rice and shoved the fork into her mouth. Rank made a face. "And you think pemmican is bad?" Maddie shrugged and ate another forkful. "Tell me what you remember your mom, Dawn, and Krista saying about their time at the cult compound." Maddie licked rice from her left index finger and glanced up, trying to recall any useful details. "Mom hasn't really talked about it. Neither did Dawn or Krista. All I know is they have crazy beliefs and gather people as part of their quest to appease some alien gods." "Krista said she'd been kidnapped from her grandmother's farm," Maddie said. "I know that much. Do you recall precisely where their compound is, or how many lived there at the time?" Maddie placed the empty mug back on the rocket stove and poured water in to clean it. She used a bandana to wipe away any rice residue before refilling the mug with water to boil for tea. "The compound was over by Ava. That's all I remember. Mom said they had a large compound with lots of guards at the time, but that was like 6 months ago, and Mom and Dawn killed their leaders, so they may not even be that big now. Or they could have grown. Starving people are easier prey these days," Rank said. "You're concerned they'll track us to the cabin?" Maddie said as she removed the metal cup from the stove and placed it on the flat rock in front of her. She placed dried rose hips and stinging nettle leaves in the cup to steep. "They are just too close for comfort. I think we need to consider dealing with them now so we won't be caught off guard later." "You think it's a matter of when, not if?" Maddie asked, forking the leaves out of the cup and handing it to Rank. "No thanks," he said, waving his hand in front of the cup. "I think it's better to be safe than sorry," Maddie agreed, but they were basically out of ammunition. Any raid on the cult would have to be done with stealth, and it would require reconnaissance, planning, and a lot of ammo. Maddie's gut clenched at the thought of Rank, Lugnut, and Maria taking on the cult. She hoped they could somehow avoid it. She had a really bad feeling about this one. Chapter 22, The Farm Evening Shade, Missouri, March 7th, approximately 1:30 p.m. Beth, Harmony, and Krista helped Ella and her daughter Lindsay load the animals so they could move them from the barn to a temporary shelter that Zach, Richie, and John had hastily thrown together out of logs, rope, and scrap tin. Beth watched as Zach pounded T-posts into the ground in the pouring rain. She was so proud of the young man he'd become. Greg would have been proud too. Beth handed Jason a crate containing the 6 hens and 1 rooster, and after he placed them into their temporary home, she handed him the 3 ducks. She and Ella had worked so hard to keep them alive over the winter. There were many days when she thought they'd end up having to eat them, but she remembered hearing her grandparents say, "You never eat your seed." This was about their future. They had to breed these animals to have a chance at surviving another winter. Jean and Richie pulled the cart containing the goats and released them into their new pen. The cows, pigs, and horses were still back at the barn. They would use the horses to pull the cart with the pigs, but she wasn't sure how they'd get the 2 cows and the obstinate bull up the hill. Ella had halters on the 2 cows by the time Beth and Jason returned to the barn. The water had begun seeping through the walls by the time they got the stubborn pigs shoved into the cart. Ella tied the leads of the cows' halters onto the handle of the cart. She turned back and looked at the bull, who was now standing in half a foot of water. She opened his stall door and stood back. Jean inched the horses forward slowly, making sure that the cows wouldn't pull on the handle too much. Ella and Beth walked beside the cows, encouraging them to move forward with a little taste of corn. To Beth's surprise, when they turned onto Slabtown Road, the bull was slowly following them. With the animals all snug in their new pens, Beth and the others returned to the house to move things in the basement to the top floor. Like the cabin, the farm's basement that had once overflowed with stored food and supplies was now virtually bare. It was filled with things that they'd found on their scavenging trips, like clothes for the children and extra shoes and boots for everyone. Whatever they found was brought back, since there would be no more trips to the mall for new clothes when the old ones wore out, or as the children outgrew them. The group was hard on clothes. That and the frequent washing caused the clothes to wear out faster than usual. Most everyone wore clothes with holes in them. Everyone made sure that they got as much use from their clothes as possible before throwing them into the recycling bin to be made into dishcloths and bathroom tissue replacements. She still hadn't gotten used to life without toilet paper. Moving the stuff from the basement didn't take as much effort as moving all the bedding, dishes, and larger items such as furniture. It took most of the day, and by the time they'd moved everything they could upstairs, the floodwater had reached the back steps. Jean, Fred, Jason, John, and Levi finally got a tractor hitched up to each of the travel trailers and moved them closer to the road. The mobile homes on blocks would have to stay where they were. "Ella, I think we should all go over to the cabin while we can. I think we've done all we can do here," Beth said. Ella stood in the driveway and looked at the house, then turned to the 4 mobile homes in front of it. She nodded, then reached down and took her grandson Caden's hand. "If we'd just had more time and sandbags," Ella said as she turned toward the road. Beth remembered their new cemetery down by the pond, which was now underwater. She pushed the image from her mind, telling herself that they'd buried them deep enough. She thought of Ron and how much he'd loved his farm. She prayed that the house would somehow be spared, but she knew in her heart that it was just wishful thinking. The wind had picked up and the sky darkened. The storms weren't over, which meant that the water would continue to rise. Beth looked back over her shoulder as they crossed the road and stepped onto the trail to the cabin. Beth looked up at the wooden sign they had placed at the trailhead. "Langston Way, read the hand-carved words." Beth took 2 steps onto the trail that was more of a road now and sank up to her ankles in mud. "We really need to lay gravel on this road. If we could widen it and lay gravel, maybe we could drive the truck through here." Amy carried her baby, Honey, in a carrier on her back. Her arms were filled with bedding and clothes. Ella had picked Caden up. His muddy feet dangled at her side. She carried him on one hip while balancing a bag on the other. The pack on her back was loaded down and almost as big as she was. Emma stomped her rain boots into every mud puddle. She just couldn't help herself. Jason took the heavy pillowcase filled with bedding and clothes from Dee, who then joined Emma, emptying the puddles ahead of them. Riley couldn't resist either and joined the girls. "Dee and Riley, you two stay out of those mud puddles," Lindsay scolded. "But Emma is," Riley whined. "Emma has rain boots. You two are wearing the only pairs of sneakers that fit you," his mother said. The children were oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. They risked losing the farm and the 4 mobile homes. It seemed almost certain they would be flooded. Beth looked at the sky. The dark clouds had her concerned about more than just the potential for flooding. She was concerned about Maddie and Larry's group, and then there was Lugnut and Ryan. There were creeks and low water crossings between them and the cabin. The storm the night before had brought a lot of lightning, too. "Maybe Larry and the others will get back with sandbags in time to save the house," Ella said as they walked. "Maybe," Beth said. "Mimi, where are we going to sleep tonight?" Ella's grandson asked. "We're going to have to stay with Miss Beth tonight," Ella said. "Yeah, we are going to have a sleepover," Emma said, her voice cheerier than the occasion called for. "Yay," the little boy said. Emma hung back and let Ella go in front of her. "The little kids can have my bed," Emma said, her tone now more serious. "You know they'll likely be staying longer than one night," Beth said, reaching down and sliding an arm around Emma's shoulders. "I know. I want to make it as comfortable as possible for them," Emma said before skipping off to catch up with Ella. Beth waved up to Richie as she passed the guard post. "If it starts lightning, you come down from that tree and come on into the cabin, okay?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Will you radio Jacob and the others and tell them they should head this way before it gets much worse?" Beth asked. "I will," Richie said. A crack of thunder made Beth jump. She picked up the pace and caught up with Ella and the others, despite the pain in her ankle that had never healed right. It hurt if she walked for more than a few minutes. She kept it wrapped tight when she knew she'd be standing for a long time. When they'd been working at the medical clinic and she'd been on her feet all day, she could barely stand the pain. If only they had an orthopedic surgeon in the group. Beth wondered if any had survived this long. She imagined it was possible, but without a surgery suite and medical equipment, there probably wasn't anything a surgeon could do to repair her ankle. Chapter 23, Highway 38, north of Fairview, Missouri. March 7th, approximately 6 a.m. Maddie poked her head out of her shelter and looked around before climbing out. The sun was coming up, and the sky was filled with bright yellows and reds. Red sky at night, a sailor's delight. "Red sky in morning, sailor, take warning," Maddie recited to herself. "Great. More rain. She dragged herself out of her tarp shelter, stood and stretched. Maddie's back ached from the trip yesterday and the night on the ground. She was feeling old. Soon I'll be an old married lady. Rank and Aaron rose before the others and scouted the area, just to be cautious with the Seekers' cult around. With the noise of the tractor, they needed to be prepared for an ambush if they were heard on the road. Maddie hoped they could make a quick trip home without having to fight anyone. She slid her rifle out and slung the strap over her neck before pulling the rope and taking down her tarp. She was placing her sleeping pad under the strap on the back of her pack as Larry approached. I'm going to push this old tractor as hard and fast as I can today. Just keep your head on a swivel and be prepared to act at the first sign of trouble, Larry said. Maddie nodded. Will you make sure everyone remembers where the rally points are in case we get separated? Larry asked as he flung his pack into the wagon. I will, Maddie said as she threw her pack up and climbed on top of the bags of mulch, soil, and fertilizer. Maddie, keep an eye on the kid, Larry said. Will do, Larry, Maddie said, grabbing her pack between her knees. She wanted to be ready to grab it and go. They didn't have enough ammunition for a gun battle. The best they could do was have a few remain behind to provide covering fire for the others to get away. They would make their way to the various rally points along the route and wait for the rest to join them. But Maddie really hoped that wouldn't be necessary. She was so out of shape, running 2 or 3 miles would be hard enough. Traveling 5 or 10 miles seemed impossible. As the tractor started and everyone else piled onto the wagon, Maddie thought about her old life. The one where she got up every morning to do her 10-mile practice run in preparation for her next 100-mile ultramarathon. The image of running into her boyfriend's arms at the end of her last race, the week before the lights went out, came to mind. She wondered if he was still alive somewhere. Were any of her college friends still alive? Maybe her roommate used her get-home bag and made it out of Kent, Ohio. She would never know. They met up with Rank and Aaron at the first rally point at the junction of Highways 38 and 17. They stopped there and took a break, while Rank and Aaron ran ahead to scout their route to the next rally point near Highway DAA. Maddie slipped away to find a tree and take care of some lady business. She made sure to keep the tractor in sight as she squatted behind a stand of cedar trees. Over the sound of whispered voices, she thought she heard an engine in the distance. Maddie nearly tripped and fell as she tried to pull her pants up and run at the same time. Larry? Maddie called as she crossed the road. I think I hear an engine. Everyone grew quiet and listened for the foreign sound. The noise of an engine was pretty distinct these days. Virtually no one had anything with an engine running. Even those with tractors and four-wheelers in the early days after the EMP had long ago run out of fuel. Jean's biodiesel had become more valuable than gold, but with spring planting coming and needing the fuel for their group's own use, they hadn't traded any for months. We need to catch up with Rank and Aaron, Maddie said, climbing back onto the wagon. Larry put the tractor in gear and drove as fast as the engine would go, heading north on Highway 17. Maddie pulled her rifle up and continually scanned behind them, looking for the cult members to overtake them at any moment. When they caught up with Rank and Aaron about halfway to the rally point, Maddie was relieved. 2 more guns might mean the difference between life and death, or worse, capture. She vowed she would not let that happen. What's up? Rank asked, his hands outstretched at his sides. I heard a vehicle approaching us, Maddie said. We need to get off this road, Rank said, handing his pack up to Maddie. Should we take the next road? The gravel road is likely pretty rough, Maddie said, taking Rank's bag and tossing it to the side. Yeah, let's get out of sight, Rank said. Maddie twisted around and tapped Larry on the back. Take the next road on the right up here. Larry nodded. Rank, and I can hang back at the junction and ambush them, Aaron said, throwing his bag up and climbing into the wagon. Maddie glanced over to the boy. His eyes were wide. He was scared as hell. From what her mom had told her about the cult, Maddie didn't blame him. Larry made a wide right turn onto Miller Road, then a left onto another gravel road heading north. At least we are heading in the right direction. Who knew where the road led, though? Maddie missed her phone's GPS. Not that it worked all that well out there in the boonies, but it was better than driving into the unknown. They could very well end up right in someone's driveway. When they reached a Y in the road, Larry stopped the tractor and killed the engine. Everyone was silent, listening for any engine noise indicating they were being followed. I don't hear anything, Rank said, interrupting the silence. Yeah, me either, Larry said. Which way? He asked, pointing from left to right between the 2 roads. I'd say right, Aaron said, pointing in that direction. No, Maddie said. That leads farther away from Highway 17. Who knows where that ends up? I don't want to end up in someone's driveway with a shotgun pointing at me for trespassing. I agree with Maddie. I think we should see where the road on the left leads us, Rank said. Larry started the tractor and pulled down the gravel road on the left. In a quarter-mile, they reached another Y intersection. Larry stayed left and continued driving. When he reached the third Y in the road, Larry stopped but didn't turn off the engine. You still want to continue taking lefts? Larry asked. Maddie and Rank nodded, and he put the tractor back into gear and proceeded left. At a four-way stop, Larry once again shut off the engine, and everyone listened for an approaching vehicle. While they waited, Maddie grabbed her canteen and took a drink of water. The sun was high at this point, and it was an unusually warm day. She wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, then offered her canteen to the boy. He drank and handed it back to her. I don't hear anything, Rank said. Maybe it was just some farmer trying to put crops in, Aaron said. It didn't sound anything like a tractor. It was more of a low hum, like a truck or car, Maddie said, putting her canteen back in her pack and pulling her rifle close to her chest. How many rounds are in that magazine? Rank asked, pointing to the AR-15. Maddie frowned. 6, she said. Shit, Rank cursed. I wish we could have waited for Lugnut and Ryan to get back from Fort Leonard Wood. 2 more guns and extra magazines might make a difference here, Maddie said. You think? Rank said sarcastically. Larry turned in his seat. Which way now? I'd say to the west, Rank said, pointing to the road on their left. Left it is, Larry said, starting the tractor and pulling onto a blacktop road. The smooth blacktop meant a much less painful ride. Maddie's back was in knots from the washboard bumps of the gravel road and tension of watching and listening for the seekers. A half-mile later, the road made a sharp curve to the left and came out back at Highway 17. It made a big circle, winding up only a few miles from where they'd left the highway. Shit! Rank cursed. Larry pointed over his shoulder. Should I turn around and head back the way we came? No! Turn off the engine and let's listen one more time. We have to be getting close to success in the turn to Highway 32, Rank said. Larry shut off the tractor, and everyone sat quietly for over 15 minutes. Maybe they were heading away from us, not toward us. We haven't heard anything since then, Aaron said. I guess they could have been. We should hear them by now if they were close by, Maddie said. What do you think, Rank? Let's get back onto Highway 17. We'll be able to make much better time. We need to get these bags back to the farm and shore up that levee before the next round of storms sends water into the fields. Larry nodded, started the tractor, and put it in gear. They were just about to pull onto the highway when a truck sped around the curve to their right. Shit, run! I'll cover you, Rank said as the truck screeched to a stop in the middle of the road. Maddie was mesmerized by the truck's taillights as the driver threw the truck into reverse. Rank had already hit the ground and was pulling Maddie down with him. Aaron grabbed the kid while Eric and Richie all scrambled to find cover behind a nearby shed. Gunfire erupted, and Maddie couldn't tell whether it was Rank laying down covering fire or the seekers shooting at them. She just kept running until she too reached the shed. She flung herself behind the wooden structure. Pop, 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 more gunfire. It sounded as if Rank and Aaron were engaged in a full-on gun battle. Maddie stood, she debated within herself. She knew that neither of them had spare ammo. She was just about to run back to help them when the gunfire stopped abruptly. Her heart sank. Did that mean Rank and Aaron were down? Were they injured? Were they dead? A minute later, she received her answer when Aaron and Rank dropped down beside her behind the shed. We need to move, Rank whispered, pointing to the large metal pole barn about 100 yards east of their position. There's no cover between here and there, Maddie said, her eyes wide as she imagined having to outrun bullets. They may have run out of ammo. They went back to their truck. They could be getting spare mags, or they could be going to get the truck to run us down. Let's not sit here and find out, Rank said, pulling Maddie toward the pole barn. Larry had the collar of the boy and was pulling him along. Aaron swooped in and scooped the kid up into his arms and ran toward the barn. He hit the door with his back, and it flung open. Maddie and Rank flew inside and waited for Larry and the others before closing the doors. Rank ran around the large tractor in the middle of the space to the large back door. He gave a hard yank on the handle, and the roll-up door didn't budge. He ran over to a small man-sized door and pushed back a curtain. Maddie ran to join him. What are we going to do? Maddie asked. Rank turned and scanned the barn. Look for something to defend yourself. Pitchfork, axe, anything with a long handle. Maddie turned and looked at the long bench lining one wall. She didn't see anything like that. Here? Larry said, opening a door in the corner and pulling out a shovel and rake. Aaron rushed over and took them. Larry reached back in and produced a rake, handing it to the boy. You have your knife? Rank asked. Maddie nodded. She stood in the middle of the barn next to the big blue tractor with her axe in her left hand, and her tactical knife in her right. She looked to her right. The boy held his rake out in front of him with 2 hands. He looked absolutely terrified, which made Maddie that much more frightened. She'd beat the odds before with the Goff brothers and again with the convicts at the prison. Both times she'd been without weapons. She sheathed her knife, unslung her rifle, and released the magazine. "Rank," she said, handing him the mag, "you're a better shot." Rank took it, dropped his weapons magazine, and slapped Maddie's into his rifle. He stood at the front door with the rifle raised, and they waited. Chapter 24. South of Success, Missouri, March 7th, approximately 2:30 p.m. minutes, felt like hours as they waited in the pole barn listening for any sign of the seekers. Eric had taken a seat by the back door and was staring out the window. Rank still stood in front of the tractor at the front of the barn, holding his rifle. Maddie had overturned a plastic 5-gallon bucket and taken a seat. She sat picking at her fingernails, waiting for something to happen. Larry was drawing on the dirt floor, playing tic-tac-toe with the boy. He was so good with kids, Maddie thought. She tried to imagine her dad as a grandparent. He'd always been loving and affectionate with her. He'd been a little tough on Zach at times, though. She wondered if that was natural for a father-son relationship. Maddie wiped sweat from her brow with her sleeve. No air moved through the metal building. Maddie couldn't recall if March was usually this warm. It seemed they'd gone from winter to summer in one day. Thunder cracked in the distance, making her jump. It must have startled the kid as well. He shot to his feet and was looking for an exit. "It's okay, Ethan. It's just thunder," Larry said, attempting to soothe the boy. Maddie hoped it was just thunder. She wished that it would just blow on by and not dump any more rain on their overly saturated soil. The rivers and creeks already looked higher than she'd ever seen them. She hadn't come down to Texas County during the 1,000-year flood a few years back, but it was looking like Mother Nature was attempting an encore of that performance. She sure hoped not, though. The floodwaters had overtaken the barn and almost reached the cabin that year. Maddie worried about the animals back at the farm. What would they do with them if the fields flooded and approached the barn? If the water got that high there, it was only a matter of time before the barn at the cabin flooded as well. Where else could they move the animals? She pictured the large barns and pasture at the Henson farm. Jacob's family had all left, and he'd moved to Larry's. With everyone gone, had someone else moved in there? If not, that might be an option, but it was a long way to move animals. Would a pig walk on a leash? She giggled at the thought. "What's so funny?" Larry asked. "I was thinking about how funny it would be to walk the pigs on a leash. I was wondering how we could get them moved to the Henson farm if the water overflows the levee." "I sure don't want to find out. Pigs are more stubborn than mules in my experience," Aaron said. "I'm not opposed to having bacon. Just saying," Maddie laughed. "I'm with you," Eric said from his post near the door. Larry looked up from his game of tic-tac-toe. "We can hitch the cattle trailer up to the tractor and move all the animals. Let's hope we get home in time to not have to move them, though," he said. The thought of bacon made Maddie's mouth water and her stomach growl. She'd eaten the last of her rice. She pulled her pack over in front of her and rummaged through all the pockets and pouches. She frowned, zipped it back up, and shoved it to the side. "What's wrong, little bit?" Rank asked. "Oh, nothing." Rank dropped his pack, unzipped a side pocket, produced a square of pemmican, and held it out for Maddie. "No, I can't eat your food. You need that. You need your strength for whatever comes," Maddie said, resigned that she wouldn't have the strength to fight even with the high-calorie bar. Maddie wasn't sure where any of them were going to find the strength and stamina to put in crops by hand, tend them all summer in the heat, and then harvest and store the bounty in the fall. Everyone was running on empty from being malnourished and beaten down by the struggles of surviving day to day. "Take it. I have another," Rank whispered. "But Rank, you," I said. "Take it, Maddie. I don't have the strength to carry you all the way home," Rank said, interrupting her. "Besides, I may need your help. My hands aren't what they used to be in hand-to-hand combat." Maddie stared up at his hands. Her mom and Jason had done their best to reset his broken fingers after the torture he'd endured, while getting the medical supplies, but they'd never been 100% after that. She frequently saw him rubbing them over the cold winter months. Her mom said it was likely a little arthritis setting in. Beth had an issue with that herself, because of her broken ankle. Maddie reached out and took the pemmican, unwrapped it, and slowly nibbled on it. Surprisingly, it tasted better than she'd remembered. She'd avoided it all winter. The last time she'd had any, it had tasted rancid. But this batch that Larry made wasn't half bad. She thought it was a good use of the last of the honey stores. Maybe they gave up on us. "How long are we going to wait?" Maddie asked. Thunder clapped again, closer this time. A storm was approaching. Maddie thought that might send the seekers looking for shelter and give her group a chance to escape. She wasn't looking forward to riding home in the rain. "I'm not itching to head out in a thunderstorm. That lightning we had yesterday was intense," Eric said, turning back to stare out the window in the door. "Those cult members are likely feeling the same way. The storm might give us the perfect opportunity to slip away," Rank said, practically reading Maddie's mind. He did that a lot lately. "Is that a sign of our good tactical training? Was she thinking like them? Maybe all those years she had been absorbing more knowledge than she thought." "I agree," Larry said as he struggled to his feet. "We should be ready to move out when the storm gets closer." He stretched and yawned before slinging his rifle over his shoulder. He was out of ammo, so it was nothing more than an ornament at the moment. He could club someone with it, Maddie thought. She looked down at her own rifle. She wished she had a bayonet. That was what soldiers used in those old Civil War movies after they fired their one-shot weapons. Maddie remembered that a civil war was raging to their south. To their north, insurgents and resistance fighters battled General Dempsey and his men. Would her group be caught in the middle? Why had Missouri been spared the same troubles so far? Is it just a matter of time until we're in a war here? If Dempsey's men did invade Missouri, would they even want the rocky soil of the Ozarks? It wasn't good to grow much other than grass and rocks. Ron's farm was more fertile because it was bottom land. No one she knew in the area farmed corn, soybeans, or grains. Maybe they'd leave Maddie and her group alone. She didn't have the mental bandwidth to think of war. They were in the middle of their own battle with Mother Nature, a battle they were losing at the moment. But maybe, just maybe, Mother Nature would work for them this time. Maddie stood, slung her pack over her back, and grabbed her rifle. Her pack hurt her shoulders and neck. She wasn't looking forward to running with it. She debated ditching some of the items, but she only carried absolute essentials now. After months of living out of her pack, she'd learned she could survive with just a few items. Her canteens weighed the most, since she made sure she always had plenty of clean drinking water. It only took one miserable night of stomach issues from drinking not-so-great water for her to learn that it was worth the effort. Lightning flashed through the barn's only window. 2 seconds later, a thunderous boom told Maddie that it struck something close, very close. A moment later, an engine roared to life. "The tractor," Maddie, Rank, and Larry all said at the same time. The sound was getting closer, not farther away. "Run!" Rank yelled a second before the tractor hit the metal roll-up door. The door buckled in but didn't collapse. "Run, Maddie!" Rank yelled, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her toward the back door. Larry had picked up the boy. Eric had disappeared outside already. Aaron grabbed the boy from Larry and ran for the door. Maddie looked back just as the tractor shoved the door aside. Men rushed in, but they hadn't seen them yet. They were looking around the barn. Rank slowly closed the door before sprinting toward the road. The wind was whipping through the trees, and Maddie was afraid widowmaker branches would fall on her at any moment. She looked up. The sky was green. She kept running. Her legs felt like they were filled with concrete. She wasn't sure how far she could go at that speed. They were only 50 yards from the barn when Maddie looked back to see if they were being followed, which was when she saw the monstrous wall cloud. When they reached the road, she looked back again. A man stood in the barn door. He wasn't looking at them. He was staring up at the huge wedge tornado barreling down on him. "Get down!" Maddie screamed as she pulled on Larry's arm. He landed on top of her, in the ditch. Her ribs hurt, and the weight of his body had knocked the wind out of her. "I can't breathe," Maddie gasped. "Stay down, Maddie," Larry yelled into her ear. She wasn't sure if she would die from the tornado or from Larry crushing her. The noise of the barn being ripped apart was unlike anything Maddie had ever heard. She'd watched videos on YouTube of tornadoes ripping houses off their foundations, but they could have never prepared her for being in the middle of one. It was terrifying, more terrifying than anything she'd faced so far in her short life. She felt completely helpless. It lasted less than a minute. Rank and Aaron both had to help Larry up and out of the ditch. Maddie rolled over on her back and slowly sat up. She could finally breathe. She'd lived. The relief that washed over her was overwhelming, and tears began to flow. She looked up. Everyone was watching the tornado moving off northeast. Maddie somehow got to her feet, steadied herself, and climbed out of the ditch. Maddie looked in the direction where the barn they'd hid in just minutes ago had stood. It was completely gone. Nothing remained. The slab it sat on was clean. A trail of debris told the tale of the direction the tornado had traveled after demolishing the barn and hopefully the cult members who were after them. Maddie turned her head and followed the debris trail, wondering if she would see a horrid sight of mangled bodies in trees somewhere. She saw the large half-mile-wide tornado continuing its trek north across the road ahead of them, and then the fields to their left. She prayed it didn't destroy occupied homes before it lost its strength. She was still staring at the monster as Aaron drove up in the cult member's pickup truck. He wore an ear-to-ear grin. "They left the keys in it for us," he said, hopping out and gesturing for Larry to get into the driver's seat. "Why don't you ride shotgun, Maddie?" Rank said, as he and the others jumped into the truck bed. She didn't protest. She didn't think her body could handle another bumpy ride. They were going home without the bags to shore up the levee, but they were going home alive to deal with whatever they would face when they reached home. Chapter 25, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, March 7th, approximately 2:30 p.m. Emma was in the ladies' bunk room getting the kids settled in when Beth, Ella, and Amy made it to the cabin. Harmony immediately went over and put sticks of wood into the cook stove and filled a kettle with water for tea. "Harmony, I'll get started on some lunch after we get the basement set up for sleeping," Beth said, heading toward the stairs. "I'll grab my things from my bunk and sleep down there. We can let Ella have my bunk," Harmony said. "No, don't go to any bother. Larry and I can sleep downstairs with the others." "I don't want to run anyone out of their bed," Ella said. Ella lay her pack on the floor and unhooked her bedroll before heading toward the stairs herself. Lindsay, Allison, Amy, and the others followed her. 15 minutes later, everyone from the farm had staked their claim to part of the basement floor. Amy's baby, Honey, lay on her back, playing with her feet. "Amy, how did you hear that Larry and Ella were here in Missouri?" Beth asked as she helped spread out bedrolls. "Ham operators at one of the Red Cross shelters in Illinois. Eric and I ran into a group out of Marseille who told us about the DHS raid on Peoria, and that Larry and the group had fled south to Missouri to meet up with Ryan Masters in Texas County." Beth's eyes widened. "They knew about us?" Beth asked, trying not to allow the concern she felt into her voice. "Not specifically about you, just that Ryan was at a compound in Texas County. This specific place wasn't mentioned, but I assumed that Earl Knapp knew you or knew of you," Amy said. Beth thought for a moment. Earl had never been to the cabin. He likely didn't know exactly where it was located. "What happened to Earl when the shelter closed?" Beth asked. Amy looked to the ceiling as she tried to remember. "I think I heard someone say that he and the members of his group were heading to Iowa." Beth thought it unlikely that DHS would come all the way down to Texas County to come after Larry's group. But they might, for those two FEMA guys. It just seemed sketchy to Beth that those two FEMA guys were here. Even though they'd been instrumental in finding the medical supplies that saved Larry and Ella's group from whatever epidemic they'd picked up at one of the shelters and likely saved dozens of lives in the community, she wasn't sure she fully trusted them. She wasn't sure she'd ever fully trust the government again. They'd done nothing to help them through this crisis. Who could say they weren't involved in creating the crisis to begin with? The wide wood shelves that lined two of the basement's walls were now bare, since all the boxes and crates had been removed as they were emptied throughout the winter. The aquariums filled with the fish from the greenhouse took up the wall on the west side, but the tanks were less than 2 feet wide. "At least we have enough floor space for everyone who is here right now. When the others arrive, we'll have to have them stake their claim in the living room," Beth said, grabbing the last 20-pound bag of rice from the shelf and heading to the stairs. "I'll let you guys get settled in while I cook us something to eat." "I'll come help," Ella said, attempting to push herself up off the floor. "No, you rest a bit. Harmony and Krista will help me," Beth said. "All right, but I'll cook the next meal, I insist," Ella said, easing back down on her sleeping mat. "We'll make a new duty roster tomorrow after everyone returns," Beth said. "I'm sorry to," Ella started to say. "No need. We are all in this together. We'll get it all worked out," Beth said, approaching the stairs. She wasn't sure how, but they'd made it this far. When they all put their minds to it, she was sure they'd come up with a way forward. They'd survived worse things. Beth could hear children's laughter coming from the ladies' bunk room as she ascended the stairs. She was glad that the disruption to their routine didn't seem to upset them too much. Beth stared out the window above the sink as she stood in front of the wood cook stove, stirring the one egg she'd found in the henhouse into the pan of cooked rice. Dark clouds blocked the sun and darkened the cabin. Please, no more rain. Beth's mind raced through the consequences of further flooding at the farm. She thought about the crops that needed to be planted in just a few days, and she wondered how long it would take for the floodwaters to recede. Would the field still be fertile and usable after the floodwaters receded? What if the water was toxic? Did it have chemicals in it that would prevent them from raising crops? She just didn't know. Would the farmhouse still be livable? Could they replace the sheetrock and flooring, or would the house be filled with mold? They would certainly have to replace the 4 mobile homes that they were unable to move, but how would they move them? And where would they put them? Could they build a high enough levee so that this didn't occur again? Or was it best to relocate Larry and his family to higher ground? Beth wasn't sure. She knew that there was unoccupied farmland nearby that they could use. Maybe it would be better to relocate Larry's group. Beth hated to give up on Ron's farm, but maybe they should. It was the second time in 5 years that it had flooded. Who knew that a 1,000-year flood could happen twice in 1 decade? Floods didn't care much about the protocol people hoped to force them into. The cabin's table wasn't big enough for everyone to eat together. Amy, Allison, and Lindsay ate with Jean, Fred, and the children. Beth, Jason, Ella, Harmony, and Krista sat in the living room while they ate their rice. "I wish I had some soy sauce," Beth said. "And General Tso's chicken," Harmony said, licking her lips. "And pepperoni pizza from Alex's Pizza Palace in Rolla." Krista said Beth nodded, recalling having eaten there with Ron Todd and his family not long before Greg had died. She closed her eyes. She could almost smell the amazing Greek salad and taste the Kalamata olives. "I'd order a large chicken Alfredo pizza with extra cheese and a side of pepperoncini peppers," Beth said. "I'd order their toasted ravioli and ask for extra meat sauce," Krista said, rolling her eyes back in her head. Ella closed her eyes and tilted her head back. "Hand-tossed pizza from Brienzo's in Peoria. I'd take anything but rice at this point," Jason said, forking the fluffy rice and egg into his mouth. Everyone nodded. "It won't be long until we'll be eating lots of salad greens again. The seedlings are all doing well in the greenhouse. The tilapia should be spawning, and we'll have fish in a few months," Beth said. "I wish that calf would have made it. You said we could eat the steers," Harmony said. Beth's mouth salivated at the thought of steaks and hamburgers. She wished they still had flour to make buns or any type of bread. For that matter, she would have killed for some rolls from Texas Roadhouse right about now. "Well, let's hope the next calf is a cow. We need to grow out the herd." "That's vital to our long-term survival," Beth said. "I know, but at least we'll have eggs soon." "You found that 1 egg today?" Harmony said with excitement in her voice. "We need to try to hatch as many of them as we can this spring. Come summer, we can start eating eggs again." "What about the ducks?" Krista asked hopefully. "Same thing, especially since we only have 3 of them. We should send out a scavenging party looking for stray livestock. I bet there are farms off the beaten path where the owners never returned or died or something," and Harmony said, "That might be too risky," Ella replied. "Besides, they've been looking when they've been out trying to locate supplies for spring planting. They didn't find anything all winter." "I doubt that many farm animals would last without someone being there to feed them," Beth said. Beth thought about what would have happened to Ron's farm if they hadn't taken it over. Someone would have, she thought. But there was the Grayson farm up the road. They'd gone on a cruise and never returned. The convicts had found it and set up their criminal enterprise. Now, residents who had fled the wannabe dictator in Houston, Missouri, lived there. No, it wasn't likely there would be any stray livestock roaming free anywhere. There were just too many hungry people for that to have happened. "Do you think we can increase our livestock enough to feed all of us?" Amy asked from the doorway to the kitchen. "It could take a while and a lot of discipline, but we made it through some of the worst of it, so it's possible," Beth replied. After Jason finished his rice, he headed back to the kitchen. Beth heard dishes being stacked on the counter. She was glad it was Jason's night for dishes. The back door banged open. Richie and Levi rushed in, slamming the door behind them. "What's going on?" Beth yelled, rushing to the kitchen. "It's bad out there," Levi said, shaking water off his jacket and hanging it on a hook in the mudroom. Beth could hear thunder in the distance. She peeled back the curtain over the back door and looked out. The trees were swaying back and forth. "What about the others at our guard posts and down at the roadblocks?" Beth asked. "I didn't get a response when I radioed them. The ones along the road are probably headed to the farm. I bet the guys down at the roadblocks have sought cover close by." "I wouldn't want to try to make it back in this," Richie said, pointing toward the door. Beth grabbed her rain jacket off the hook by the door, pulled the hood up, and pulled the string tight around her head. "Where are you going?" Harmony asked. "I just want to get a look. This kind of weather concerns me." Beth leaned toward her and whispered. Beth pulled open the wooden door, then turned the handle to push the screen door open. The handle flew out of her hand, and the door banged against the side of the house. "You shouldn't go out there," Harmony yelled over the roar of the wind. "I need to get a look." "Beth," Jason yelled, but she was already closing the door behind her. Beth stepped off the stairs and walked to the middle of the lawn between the house and the barn. She looked off to the southwest. Dark clouds hung over the treetops. Lightning danced across the sky, and thunder clapped in the distance echoing ominous threats through the hollows. Beth hated Missouri storms. Growing up in California, where they didn't receive as much rain, she'd always been frightened by thunder and lightning. Fred appeared at her side and stared up at the green sky. "Looks like hail is coming our way," Fred said, pointing to the clouds. A huge wall cloud now filled the sky just above the trees. "I hope not." "It could damage the greenhouse," Beth said, pointing to the large plexiglass structure just south of the barn. She considered running to the greenhouse and moving the flats of seedlings to the barn. They needed those plants, their survival depended on it. She'd turned and was just about to go inside and have everyone help her move them when an immense gust of wind rushed over the trees. Beth heard the roar of a freight train. She turned back to face the greenhouse, filled with panic. The only thing she could think of was her children. "Oh, my God," she gasped, and her hand shot up to her mouth. "Beth, what is it?" Harmony yelled from the steps. "Get everyone into the basement now," Beth yelled, a second before tree branches began to break and fly across the yard. Chapter 26, Boiling Springs Road, Texas County, Missouri, March 7th, approximately 3 p.m. The trip home in the pickup was taking even longer than it had taken getting there with the tractor. Trees were down on the roads. They would backtrack only to find that their alternate route had other obstructions. Once they'd even had to get out and move a freezer from the middle of the road. Twice they'd had to reroute because of swollen creeks and water overflowing the road at low water crossings. When they'd stopped to regroup after spending 30 minutes trying to remove fallen branches, Maddie wasn't even sure where they were. The roads in these parts could wind on for miles. They were at the top of a hill overlooking an expansive pasture below. The storm had damaged a large house and barn. Maddie pulled her rifle to her cheek and peered through her scope. She caught movement near a pile of debris. She stared at it for a moment before realizing what she was seeing. The debris was from a large chicken coop. The run of the coop was intact, and there were chickens scratching the ground inside. "Larry," Maddie called, scanning the other debris for signs of human survivors. "Look down there. There are live chickens in that chicken run." Larry brought his rifle around to peer through his scope. "I'll be damned. There might be someone trapped down there," Larry said, already moving back toward the truck. "Rank, Eric, we need to go down there and see if anyone is trapped." "I'm not sure that's," Rank said. "There are live chickens down there in the coop. There has to be people taking care of them to have survived all this time," Maddie said, cutting him off. "We don't have ammo," Rank said. "If they are down there, they are likely in no shape to fight," Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder at the chaos below. "You guys stay here and finish clearing the road. I'll take Aaron and go check it out," Larry said as he got back behind the wheel and shut the door. "I'm going. If there's no one there, I'm taking those chickens," Maddie said, piling into the passenger side. Rank threw up his hands and returned to dragging branches from the roadway as Larry put the truck in reverse and backed down the hill. He parked the truck at the end of a long gravel drive. The house was nothing more than a pile of sticks in the pasture. The trail of what was once someone's home extended nearly a half-mile across a field. The tornado had then cut a half-mile wide path through the woods for as far as Maddie could see. The trees that lined the driveway had bark stripped from them, and a few were twisted and bent. They exited the vehicle and slowly approached the slab where the house once stood. The home did not have a basement. Like the barn where they'd hidden themselves earlier, the slab was bare. Not a single 2x4 remained. Maddie walked over to a tall pile of rubble. To Maddie, the twisted and snarled mess of lumber and metal roofing looked unlikely to contain any living beings. She looked at the trail of pink insulation. None was big enough to conceal a person, living or dead. Maddie looked up. Part of the roof was in the trees. Larry and Aaron kicked at a few piles before coming to the same conclusion. No one could have survived the force of the tornado. Larry hung his head and walked off toward the chicken coop. To her left, Maddie saw a door to what looked like a refrigerator poking out from the debris. She walked over and pulled on the handle. It was empty, mostly, nothing edible. She was about to follow Larry when she noticed a door, set in concrete, half hidden by debris. It was a shelter. "Larry! Aaron!" Maddie yelled. "I think I have something." Larry and Aaron rushed over, and the three of them stared down at the storm shelter. Aaron pulled his knife from his sheath and stepped back. "Maddie, you open the door? One quick pull, okay?" Aaron said as he assumed an offensive stance with his knife held firm in his right hand and his axe in his left. Larry pulled his knife as well and stepped to the side of the door as Maddie bent over and yanked hard on the handle. No one rushed out. No one was even visible. The space was dark beyond the steps. "If anyone is in there, come out with your hands in the air," Aaron called down into the darkness. No answer. Aaron looked at Larry. Larry shrugged. They waited for a long moment. None of them wanted to descend the steps to find out if anyone was down there. "Let's just shut the door and go," Aaron said. "I don't want to take their chickens if someone is down there alive," Maddie whispered. "I agree," Larry said as he proceeded toward the opening. Aaron stretched out his arm and blocked Larry from going down the steps. "No, I'll go," he said, and he disappeared down the steps. A moment later, he called, "No one's in here, but man, you gotta see this." "You go, I'll stand guard," Larry said, turning and scanning the open field around them. They were out in the open and exposed. As soon as her feet hit the bottom of the shelter, Maddie gasped. "What?" Larry called down into the darkness. "Food!" Maddie yelled, her voice echoing loudly in the confined space. Aaron covered his ears. "Sorry," Maddie said, lowering her voice. "There's a ton of food down here." "There are shelves lined with boxes and containers." "That is fantastic," Larry said. Maddie immediately started handing stuff up to Larry. "I'm going to get the truck. The guys ain't going to believe our luck. They just ain't going to believe it," Aaron said as he bounded up the steps and disappeared. The cellar was filled with jugs of vegetable juice, boxes of powdered milk, jars of peanut butter, boxes and boxes of pillow-shaped shredded wheat cereal, and boxes of cream of wheat and cream of oat bran. Maddie clutched a jar of peanut butter to her chest. It had been months since she'd had a peanut butter sandwich. She so badly wanted to unscrew the lid and dip her fingers into the jar. She needed the carbs and proteins so bad that every cell in her body leapt with joy at the find. She picked up the vegetable juice. She'd never been fond of it before. She hadn't liked the celery taste. Now, however, she felt a draw to it like what an alcoholic must feel toward a drink. By the time Aaron returned with the truck, Maddie had brought up all the jars of peanut butter and set them on the concrete slab where the house once stood. 24 jars, Maddie said, giddy with excitement. "We are going to have some very happy kids back home," Larry said as he stacked boxes of shredded wheat cereal on the slab. "Kids, I'm ecstatic myself," Maddie replied. "Me too," Larry beamed. There would have been nothing that could have prepared Maddie for the psychological effects of prolonged hunger. Food was on her mind constantly, and no matter how she tried to distract herself, the desire for it clawed at her mind as hunger gnawed at her stomach. She had all but forgotten what feeling full felt like. Maddie thought about the millions of people who had likely starved to death by now, some in her own community, though her mom and Jason had done their best to prevent it, to the detriment of their group. She didn't fault them for it, though. She didn't think she would have had the ability to walk away and leave a child to starve either. "Wow, it looks even more impressive sitting here in one big pile," Aaron said as he walked up. "This isn't all of it. There's still lots more down there," Maddie said, pointing to the cellar. Aaron descended the stairs, and they made quick work of bringing it all up and loading it into the back of the pickup, stacking it all to leave room for everyone to ride home. When the cellar was empty, they turned their attention to the chicken coop. In all, they saved 7 hens and 1 funny-looking duck with a fuzzy head. Maddie searched the area for something to contain the birds. After finding nothing useful, Maddie grabbed the feet of a hen and held it upside down in front of Aaron. "What am I going to do with it?" "Hold it," Maddie said, thrusting the bird toward him. "What? No?" Aaron said, backing away. "So you'd rather leave them here for someone else or to just die? Take the damn bird?" Maddie said, leaning in and grabbing a second one with her other hand. Larry rushed over and took the 2 birds from her and carefully shoved them toward Aaron. "Just hold them upside down like this. They won't hurt you." Maddie grabbed 2 more and handed them to Larry. With her hands full holding the last 2, she stood outside the coop trying to figure out how she'd catch and hold on to the fuzzy-headed duck. "Here, give me one of those," Larry said, moving one hen over to his left hand. Maddie crawled around the pen on her hands and knees, clutching a hen to her chest as she chased after the quacking duck. Muddy and sore, Maddie exited the pen with the last chicken and the duck. "Now what?" Aaron asked. "Now we go home," Maddie said, a wide grin crossing her face. Maddie got into the truck, put the duck on the floor, and took a hen from Larry as he climbed into the driver's seat. Aaron struggled to climb onto the tailgate and push himself back into the bed of the truck while holding both upside-down hens straight out in front of him. When they reached the spot where they'd left the others, the road was cleared enough to pass. The look of relief on Aaron's face as he handed off the chickens to Rank and Eric made Maddie laugh. Rank handed one to Ethan and helped him cradle it in his lap before taking the hens from Larry and getting into the back of the truck. Maddie stroked the chicken's head as they drove north toward home. Everyone back there would be so happy to see the new additions to the farm. It would mean 6 more eggs every day. Maddie wasn't sure how long the provisions they'd found in the cellar would feed them, but it would certainly keep them all alive and give them the strength to plant the crops. She was thrilled that she would have something besides beans and rice to eat. Chapter 27. The Langston Cabin Evening Shade, Missouri. March 7th, approximately 2:45 p.m. Beth's feet barely hit the steps before she launched herself inside the cabin. Her mind raced as she grabbed a child from the bench at the table and shoved Lindsay forward toward the basement steps. "Everyone, get to the basement," Beth yelled as hail pelted the metal roof above her. "What's going on?" Jean asked. "Just everyone, get in the basement now. Go!" Beth yelled again, louder this time. "What's happening, Mama?" Riley asked. "I don't know, baby. Let's just go downstairs like Miss Beth says," Lindsay said, looking toward the window. Her face said she might not have understood how serious the situation was. "Hurry, everyone," Beth urged, trying carefully not to incite panic. She could hear the roar like a freight train barreling down on them. She felt panic rise in her throat. She choked back bile as she rushed toward the living room, holding the child next to her chest and protecting its head with her hands. As baseball-sized hail began hitting the doors and windows, children screamed. Everyone was scrambling to get to the basement. There was a bottleneck in the hallway. Beth's eyes met Jason's. He held the child under each arm. Fred was transfixed on the site outside on the front lawn. "The ground is covered in baseball-sized hail," Fred yelled over the noise. Jean moved down the hall and disappeared. Beth reached down, grabbed Jack from the sofa, and shoved him into Krista's arms. "Get downstairs," Beth yelled. Buster was barking and pacing in front of the door. Beth looked around the room. She didn't see Cooper or Mugsby the last she knew. They were already downstairs. She hoped they still were. Jean returned to the living room and was handing blankets out to people as they headed for the steps. Good thinking, Beth thought. It could help with flying debris. The hail continued pelting the windows and roof. It sounded like bombs dropping in a war zone. Beth pushed her way through the throng of people. "Take the kids," Beth yelled at the person on the top step as she shoved the child at them. "My babies! Where are my babies?" one of the mothers cried out. Beth reached back and took the children Jason had one at a time. The people on the stairs handed them down as they descended the stairs themselves. Beth stepped back, turned, and raced toward the bedrooms. She flung open the doors one by one, calling for anyone there to go to the basement. The bedrooms appeared empty, but in the chaos, she didn't want to leave a child hiding under the bed. It was growing darker outside. From the window by the closet, she could see the trees swaying back and forth, some with their tops nearly touching the ground. Beth looked under each bed and in the closets before returning to the basement door. Enormous balls of hail hit the window she'd just been standing near. The glass shattered into the room, spraying tiny pieces all over the bunks and floor. "The radio," Beth called out as she ran toward the kitchen. "No, Beth, there's no time," Jason yelled over the roar of the storm. "But Maddie and we have to go, Beth," Jason pleaded. Jason and Beth were the last to descend the stairs. Jason shut the door just as Beth heard the sound of more glass breaking. "Everyone, get under the stairs," Beth screamed. Beth knew everyone wouldn't fit, but it was the safest place. The basement had no windows, so the only light came from above the fish tanks. In the dim light, Beth had to descend the stairs slower than she wanted. Her flashlight was upstairs with her pack. They usually kept a couple more on the basement shelves. She hoped they were still there. When Beth reached the bottom, the children were being shoved into the storage room under the stairs. She felt around on the shelves and finally located a flashlight. She flicked it on to reveal all the terrified faces. Emma broke free of Ella and ran to Beth. She buried her head in Beth's chest and sobbed. "I'm scared, Miss Beth. I want Maddie," Emma cried. Beth stroked her hair and led her toward the space under the stairs. "You need to get in there, Em. Here, take the flashlight." "Calm the other children, Emma," Beth said, shoving her down just as a loud crash came from upstairs. Jack looked up, oblivious to the danger. Cooper swished his tail in Dee's face. Emma screamed. The other children cried for their mothers. Beth gave Emma a final push and slammed the door shut just as part of the basement ceiling caved in above her. She dove toward the corner and landed on Krista and Harmony, who were huddled in the corner. The noise above them grew louder. Light poked through floor joists. Debris flew around them, hitting her, stinging her face, her arms, her back. Everyone was screaming. Beth grabbed hold of Harmony and Krista and shoved their heads down into their laps. She covered them with her body as best she could. Krista sobbed quietly. Beth's heart ached for her. In many ways, she was still a child herself. She should be in the closet with the other children. But Krista would see it differently. Beth thought of Maddie and Zach out there somewhere. Are they safe? The crashing and wind-whipping debris around were terrifying. There was literally nothing more she could do to keep herself or the others safe. They were at the mercy of the storm. She recalled images she'd seen on TV of giant funnel clouds swallowing up houses and carrying pieces for miles before dropping them along its path of destruction. She remembered the aerial photos of the aftermath of the Joplin tornado. There were so many lives lost that day. Would they be spared the same fate? Panic overtook her. She wanted to scream like the others as flying glass and debris tore at her clothes and ripped into her skin. She just wanted it to end. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," Krista repeated, over and over. "Mommy," Harmony screamed. "Help me, Mama." Someone was screaming, "Oh my God," over and over. "It's going to be okay, girls. It will be okay," Beth said, trying to soothe them. Beth heard someone praying behind her. "Our Father, who art in heaven." A crash and then a rush of lukewarm water told her that the fish tanks had been broken. Another loud bang, and Beth felt something heavy fall on her legs and an elbow press into her back. "Someone's on top of me," she thought. Jason, perhaps. She hadn't seen which direction he'd gone after she dived into the corner of the basement. The storm only lasted a couple of minutes, but it felt like hours as glass and wood splinters ripped at Beth's back and arms. Even though her face had been buried in Harmony's back, the grit in her eyes made it difficult to keep them open. Tears caused by the grit streamed down her cheeks. The air was filled with tiny particles that caught in her throat and made her cough. Insulation? Sheetrock? She needed to flush her eyes, but the medical supplies were on the second floor of the farmhouse. Was it spared? Even if the tornado hadn't hit the house, did the floodwaters reach that high? Her mind raced. She couldn't see well enough to know if the others were injured. She felt Harmony's arm. It was wet. Was it from the rain or the fish tanks, or was it blood? The screaming had stopped, but a few people were softly crying. "Is everyone all right?" Ella called out in the dark. Beth tried to open her eyes. It hurt so bad. She saw a faint light through her tears. Clouds, black clouds. The roof was gone. The floor above them was gone. "Harmony, Krista, are you two okay? Are you hurt?" Beth asked, trying to sit up. She couldn't. She couldn't pull herself out from under whoever was on her legs. "I'm okay, I think," Harmony said. "I have stuff in my eyes. I can't see," Krista whimpered. "Someone is on my legs. I can't roll over," Beth said. She tried to pull her legs free. She cried out as splinters from the wood dug into her legs. Harmony pulled herself out from under Beth and attempted to push the beam to free Beth's legs, but she was unable to budge it. Krista joined her, and the two tried to lift it. The beam didn't move. Beth twisted her head around to the right and tried to locate the others. Jean was helping Ella pull plywood off Lindsay. "Jason!" Beth yelled. Jason didn't answer. Chapter 28. Highway AF, Texas County, Missouri, March 7th. Approximately 4 p.m. as the truck pulled onto Highway AF, Maddie instantly knew something was wrong. The guard post that had been operated day and night for the last several months had been abandoned. Aaron and Eric jumped out of the bed of the truck. Aaron hopped into one of the small sedans to put the vehicle in gear before he and Eric pushed it to the side of the road so the truck could pass. After Larry pulled the pickup through the barricade, they shoved the car back into place and hopped back onto the tailgate. Maddie's second indication that all was not well in their neck of the woods was the rushing water lapping over the top of the bridge that crossed the Big Piney River. She'd never seen the river anywhere near this high. The floodwaters had to have risen 3 feet since they'd left the day before. Maddie looked to Larry, hoping for some encouraging words to calm her fears. She received none. She looked over her shoulder to her companions in the bed of the truck. Their expressions matched the feeling in the pit of her stomach. By the time they pulled onto Slabtown Road, Maddie was near panic. The ditches were full and overflowing the road in many places. When the truck pulled onto the drive at the farm, Maddie's heart sank. She gasped and brought her hand up to cover her mouth. She stared wide-eyed at the sight of the floating mobile home pushed up against Ron's house. The old, white-clad farmhouse now sat in nearly 4 feet of brown floodwater. Maddie shoved her birds into the passenger floorboard and slid out of the truck. Everyone slowly exited the truck, chickens in hand, and stood silent on the gravel drive, the water just inches from their feet. "The levee must have broken," Aaron said flatly. Larry nodded. They were too late. If they hadn't stopped for the night, maybe they could have saved the farm. It was so easy to second-guess your actions after the fact these days. Every decision came with the risk of more disastrous consequences the further they survived in the apocalypse. You never knew if some seemingly small thing could lead to a domino effect of monumental proportions. They had stopped for the night. The river had broken through the partially constructed levee. It looked like the area had received a significant amount of additional rain overnight, too. "Where is everyone?" Aaron asked. "At the cabin, I imagine," Maddie said, turning back to the truck. Maddie slowly opened the vehicle door and grabbed the feet of one of the birds. The birds flapped their wings and feathers flew, causing Maddie to sneeze. She tucked one chicken under her arm before grabbing the second and then the duck. With her feathered friends under her arms, she crossed Slabtown Road. She was too tired to think about the ramifications of losing the farm. She just wanted to get the birds settled into the barn and wash her hands and face. As she walked, she thought about making herself a bowl of shredded wheat to distract her from thoughts of their loss. As Rank and Eric caught up to Maddie, she could hear them discussing going back and moving the travel trailers that were also now in danger of flooding. They'd need to go back and move all the food supplies they'd found. That was when she remembered the horses and other livestock. She imagined they'd been moved to the barn at the cabin. "We should hitch the horses to the truck and pull it to the cabin. That way, we'd only have to move the supplies once," Maddie said. "That would be a great plan, but don't you think the truck would get stuck?" Eric said, pulling his enormous boot out of the mud. Maybe? She didn't know if the horses would be able to pull it out if it did get stuck. She wished they still had the tractor. Maddie heard Larry and Aaron talking about the flooded homes. She could sympathize that they found themselves homeless yet again. Maddie didn't want to think about all Ron's things sitting in nasty river water, so she pushed the image from her mind. She'd stay focused on the task of food right now. When the water receded, she would concern herself with cleanup. Shit, with that many people in the cabin, we'll all have to sleep standing up. She was so focused on not thinking about Ron's farm flooding that she hadn't noticed she'd passed the second guard post without a guard saying anything to them. It wasn't until they'd rounded a curve and saw trees blown over the trail that she began to see more damage. It wasn't unheard of for large trees to topple over in high winds in the forest. But this tree looked different. It looked split and twisted. Maddie tried to go around it, but there were branches as far as she could see. Rank and Aaron stepped ahead of her, turning their backs to the unruly branches to make their way past the obstruction. She bent down and leaned to go under a branch, and her hair caught on it. It pulled at her bun as she tried to twist herself free with the 3 birds in her hands. Larry came up behind her and, after placing one of his birds between his knees, freed her hair from the branches. She was just stepping around the next snarled mess of twisted limbs when she heard Aaron gasp. "Oh my God, he repeated over and over. "What?" Maddie asked, fear now gripping her. She pushed her way through the tree limbs toward the sound of his cries. Branches tore at her shirt and pants, but she just pushed harder. "Maddie, wait." Larry called after her, but she ignored him. "What the hell is it?" she yelled, now frantic to be free of the damn trees blocking her path forward. When she finally broke free of the tangled mass of limbs and spotted Rank and Aaron, she couldn't see what had them standing with their mouths agape. She straightened and took a tentative step forward. She wanted to know. She needed to know, but she was afraid. It's the barn. The trees crashed into the barn. I bet that's it. 2 more steps, and she saw that, indeed, the barn had been hit. When she looked past the barn, she saw that the greenhouse was gone. Totally gone. Like it was never they're gone. She slowly turned toward the cabin and gasped. Her knees buckled, and Maddie crumpled to the ground. She released the birds as she fell, and they scrambled away to freedom. On her hands and knees in the mud, she tried to register what her eyes were seeing. Much of the cabin was gone. The roof was missing, and the west wall had caved in. Maddie's breath came in gasps. She couldn't stop shaking. She tried to catch her breath, but couldn't. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up. Eric was on one side of her, and Larry was on the other. They both grabbed an arm and lifted her to her feet. As soon as they did, she shot off like a rocket toward what had once been her family's cabin. "Mom!" Maddie screamed over and over at the top of her lungs. Rank caught up to Maddie before she reached the cabin. He yanked her back before she could get inside. "Wait, Maddie. It's—" Rank was saying before the sounds of people crying startled them. "Hello, we're down here," a woman's voice called from the rubble. Chapter 29, The Langston Cabin, Evening Shade, Missouri, March 7th, approximately 4:30 p.m. Fred's smiling face was the first to appear from beneath the rubble of what had once been the Langston cabin. How he'd managed to free himself from the twisted lumber and roof metal, Maddie didn't know. "We need help down here," Fred said before disappearing back into the rubble. Rank, Eric, and Aaron all started grabbing hunks of debris and chucking them aside, attempting to make a path to where they'd last seen Fred appear. "Mom!" Maddie yelled. Zach. She just needed to hear their voices. She begged to hear their voices. "Emma," she said, in almost a whisper, as she got closer to the cleared passage. She could hear voices from the basement. Parts of the roof blocked the stairs except for one skinny hole through which Fred must have crawled. "Is everyone all right?" Rank yelled down the hole. "We're trapped. We can't get out." A female voice called back in her panicked state. Maddie couldn't tell if it was Harmony, Krista, or one of Larry's daughters. Maddie pushed Rank aside and yelled down the hole. "Mom? Is my mom okay?" "She's alive," Ella called back. The relief Maddie felt was overwhelming. "Is anyone hurt?" she yelled, afraid to hear the answer. The long hesitation nearly threw Maddie into a panic again. She began tugging at the lumber obstructing the stairs. The metal from the roof cut her hands, but she didn't care. "Help me," Maddie screamed. Hands reached down and began removing the wood from the steps. "Who's hurt, Ella?" Maddie shouted. "There are a few injured. Your mom is trapped under a beam, and Jason, hurry!" Maddie yelled through tears. "I'm okay, baby girl. Mommy's okay." "Don't be afraid," Beth called back. Her voice was weak. It barely sounded like her. "Emma?" Maddie yelled. "I'm okay," Emma said. Maddie frantically yanked on 2x4s and sheet metal that stood between her and her mother. Larry picked Maddie up from behind and moved her out of the way. He began yanking on things and handing them up to Aaron and Eric. Rank was doing the same. Even with everyone working as fast as they could, it still took at least 30 minutes to clear the stairs enough for Rank to wiggle down into the basement. "Rank, how's my mom?" Maddie asked. "She's all right, Maddie." "Larry, I'm going to need a long pry bar and likely a saw," Rank said. "Send Aaron down." "Why Rank? How bad is it?" Maddie asked as Aaron slid into the hole and disappeared into the basement. Rank appeared in the hole at the bottom of the steps. "A beam is across her legs. We need to lift it off, and then she'll be fine." "And Zach? He's not here." He was on guard duty at the checkpoint. A male voice that Maddie couldn't place said Maddie's hand covered her mouth, and she fought back the tears. She couldn't lose it now. She had to keep it together for her mom and the others. The sound of Lugnut's voice sent Maddie into near hysteria. "Is anybody hurt?" Lugnut said as he jumped down the steps and began taking pieces of debris from Aaron. "Mom's legs are pinned," Maddie whimpered. Maria slid in beside Maddie at the top of the steps and put an arm around her shoulders. "We'll get her out. It'll be okay," Maria said. "Zach is out there somewhere. He was at the checkpoint on the highway. When we went through, no one was there. I don't know where he is," Maddie said, trying to rein in her tears and regain her composure. "We'll get your mom out, and then go find Zach. He probably took shelter in a nearby house. I bet he is on his way back here right now," Maria said in a calm and soothing voice that, under other circumstances, Maddie would have found annoying. Once the stairs were cleared, Lugnut and Ryan began assisting people out of the basement. Emma flew up the stairs as Maddie was going down them. She flung herself into Maddie's arms and sobbed into Maddie's chest. "I was so scared, Maddie. I needed you." "I know, Em. I'm sorry I wasn't here," Maddie said, leaning back, pushing stray strands of Emma's unruly curls from her face and kissing her forehead. "I'm here now. Let me look at you." Maddie ran her hands over Emma's legs and arms, feeling for injuries, and found none. "You look okay. Do you hurt anywhere?" "No, I was under the stairs," Emma said, clutching one-eyed Jack to her chest. "Okay, then. Go on up and stand with Miss Amy and the baby," Maddie said, pointing over her shoulder. With Emma safely upstairs, Maddie pushed her way through the people waiting their turn to ascend the steps. Maddie stepped to one side as Cooper, followed by Buster and then Mugsby, bounded up the stairs. When she reached the bottom step, she gasped. From her vantage point, it looked as if half the roof lay on her mom. Maddie sidestepped people and debris and made her way closer. Maddie stopped and stood wide-eyed, staring down at the sight with her hands on top of her head. "Oh, my God," she whispered. Harmony and Krista stood in the corner of the basement, staring down at the same sight. Tears streamed down both their faces. Krista looked pale. Harmony looked up, and their eyes met. Big tears ran down Harmony's cheeks. Maddie's gaze returned to her mother. Beth was prone on the floor, face down. On top of her lay Jason, and on top of the two of them, the huge ridge beam from the roof. "Hi, Mom," Maddie said through her tears. "I'm okay, Maddie. Go see to Emma." "She was really upset," Beth said weakly. "She's good now. She's helping Amy with the baby." "Oh, that's good," Beth replied. "Go see about your brother then, okay?" Maddie moved closer. "Sure, Mom, as soon as we get you out of here." "I'll be fine. Just take care of your brother," Beth said, her voice fading in and out. Maddie put her hand over her mouth to cover her sobs. She didn't want her mom to know she was so upset. Larry appeared with a metal pipe. "This is all I could find," he said, holding up a 4-foot piece of steel pipe. "Everyone get on this side. On my mark, you're going to lift the beam so I can slide this pipe under. Okay, 1, 2, 3, lift," Rank said before sliding the pipe under one end of the beam. Now, Larry, you and Lugnut push down on the pipe as the rest of us try lifting from the middle. Heave! Someone yelled, and the beam moved. Okay, it's working. Now, Maddie and Harmony, you're going to have to get over on this side and pull Jason's legs free, then roll him off Beth. Maddie heard Beth whimper. Maddie climbed over lumber and sheetrock to stand by Harmony, who was at her mother's side. Heave! Rank called, and the beam lifted enough that Maddie and Harmony could free Jason's legs. Once his legs were free, Maddie yanked with all her might, and Jason rolled off Beth. He was lifeless and ashen. Maddie saw no obvious wounds, no blood. Heave! Rank called again. Harmony! Grab Beth's legs! Gently move them to the side away from the beam. When Harmony bent down and touched Beth's legs, Beth cried out in pain. Although Maddie hated seeing her mother in that kind of pain, it was a good sign. She still had sensation in her legs. Mom, you're free, Maddie cried as she knelt next to her mom. Okay, Maddie, move back and let Ella take a look at her, Lugnut said. Maddie hadn't even seen Ella standing there. She looked awful. She had tiny cuts all over her face and arms. Her clothes were torn and barely clinging to her. Her hair looked like it had been teased. You can stay there, Maddie. Just don't move her, Ella said as she knelt beside Beth. Can I hold her hand? Maddie asked. Yes. Just don't move her in any way, Ella said. Beth, I'm going to check your legs. Tell me where it hurts the most after examining Beth from head to toe. Ella gave the okay to move Beth. They placed Beth on a stretcher made from lumber and pieces of roof metal and formed a human chain to gently move her up the stairs. They placed her on the ground beside what once was their cabin. Beth was quiet. Tears streamed down her face. Maddie wasn't sure when her mother had been told about Jason, but it wasn't until she'd seen him for herself that it must have sunk in. Her leg might be broken. Without x-rays, I can't be certain. It's not displaced, so that is a blessing. I'll splint it, though, just in case. I'll need to pluck the glass and wood splinters from her wounds. Other than that, I think she'll be fine, Ella whispered. And everyone else? Maddie asked. Mostly cuts and bruises. Nothing major. Your mom saved us by getting everyone in the basement before it hit. All the little ones were safely tucked away under the stairs. They didn't receive a scratch. Thank God, Maddie said. I need to go look for my brother and Jacob. They were out at the checkpoint, she continued, as she stared down at her mom. Harmony was holding her hand and wiping Beth's tears with her sleeve. Mom, I'm going to go get Zach. I'll be right back, okay? Beth just nodded. It broke Maddie's heart to see her like that again. Beth was too young to have lost two husbands. Maddie was concerned that her mom would once again fall into despair and lose her will to live. Beth needed all her willpower to survive. Maddie was determined not to let that happen. She'd be there for her mother this time. Maddie, Rank, and Lugnut met Zach and Jacob walking along the highway near the Henson farm where they'd sought shelter during the storm. Maddie held Zach as he cried, "Before the world went to hell." Neither of them had been close to Jason. They hadn't wanted a stepfather, especially one so different from their dad, but in the last few months since the lights went out, their view of Jason had changed. Zach had become particularly close to him as the two had shared a mission to save residents of the community. They'd bonded over that mission. Although Maddie had respected Jason as her mother's husband and a valuable member of the group, she hadn't come to think of him as a father figure the way Zach had. Maddie's heart broke for her brother, having now lost two fathers. Maddie glanced over at Jacob, who stood with his arms across his chest and head hung low. The storm had taken their homes, their supplies, and her stepfather, but they still had each other. They'd make it somehow. She was sure of it. They were a tough and resilient group. They'd rebuild. They'd pull together as they always had and rebuild their homes, their lives, and their community. Although they'd lost so much, she felt blessed to have each of them. Chapter 30. The Henson Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, June 24th, approximately 6:30 p.m. A refreshingly cool breeze blew through the window, causing thin white curtains to billow out into the room. Maddie wiped sweat from her brow and fanned her face with a paper fan. The summer sun was still high in the sky in the late June afternoon. She appreciated the longer days, but not the heat. Maddie glanced down from the second-floor window and admired the work that had been accomplished. Harmony and Krista had spent most of the day placing tiny white flowers and tying pieces of white cloth ribbons onto the grapevine archway down by the pond in back of the Henson's house. It was their home now, but it was hard to think of it that way. Zach, Aaron, and John had rolled logs from the woodpile and placed them on their ends for seating. Beth and Ella had made alterations to an old gown that Beth had found in the attic. They'd had to take it in several inches to fit Maddie's tiny frame. Beth placed pink flowers, which Emma had picked along the cornfield, into Maddie's hair. In the 3 months since the storm had devastated their homes and lives, Maddie had grown even closer to her mother and brother. Beth had grieved the loss of Jason, but this time she had not slipped into utter despair. Everyone had moved temporarily to the Henson farm. The house had plenty of space and several adjacent homes and trailer houses for everyone to live. The fields were fertile and, best of all, not located in the floodplain. Their first crop of corn was nearly knee-high already. Crews were being sent out almost daily to scavenge supplies from vacant homes and businesses. Their flock of chickens were producing lots of eggs, and the cows were giving them plenty of fresh milk for cheese and butter. One had even given birth to a heifer during the storm. "Are you ready?" Ryan asked, poking his head into the bedroom. Maddie smiled. He'd shaved, cut his hair, and put on a clean shirt. She couldn't get over how different he appeared. He looked 10 years younger. "I guess so," Maddie said, looking up to her mom. Beth took Maddie's face in her hands. "Your dad would be crying right now, you know. He would be so very proud of the young woman you've become, and so am I." Her mom's tears dripped onto Maddie's bare shoulder. "Thanks, Mom. He'd be proud of all of us, I think," Maddie said, reaching out to include Ryan in the embrace. After the group hug, Beth and Ryan helped Maddie to her feet. She turned and looked at herself in the full-length mirror beside the bed. "It's a beautiful gown, Mom. You and Ella did an amazing job. You look so beautiful in it, Maddie," Beth said. "Jacob's going to love it," Ryan said, offering Maddie his arm. Ryan led her down the stairs, through the living room, out the back door, and down the path to a spot below an old oak tree. In the shade of the tree sat her family. Most of them were strangers to her just months ago, but now she considered each of them family. Harmony and Amy began to sing, "There Goes My Heart Beating." Fred winked at her, Maddie smiled and took a step forward. Jacob turned to face her. It seemed all the fears and doubts she'd had about their relationship melted away in that moment. The look of pure love and adoration in his eyes told her all she needed to know: they belonged together, even if it was only for a year, a week, or even just a moment. Emma walked up the aisle, scattering wild rose petals before joining Beth at the front. Ryan took a step forward, and Maddie followed. Ames, Harding, Aaron, Jackson, and Dustin all sat on the groom's side, representing Jacob's new family. Rank and Lugnut both beamed with pride as Maddie walked by them. She was so glad they were all there to witness her exchange vows with Jacob. At that moment, she was happier than she'd ever thought possible. They honeymooned at Boiling Springs. They stayed in a cabin near the water, well away from the rest of their group, but they could still hear them singing and telling ghost stories around the campfire long after she and Jacob retired for the night. After spending a glorious day floating on the river, escaping the oppressive heat of summer, Maddie was ready to settle down for the night. For a moment, she could imagine that the clock had been turned back, and their world had been restored to what it had been just a year before, as if they were enjoying a few lazy days at a resort on the river. Jacob took Maddie's hands in his. She ran her index finger over the blisters on his palms. "Do they hurt?" Maddie asked. "Not anymore," he replied, kissing her knuckles. Everyone had been working so hard, cutting logs and scraping bark from logs in preparation for rebuilding the cabin. They planned to rebuild it on the bluff overlooking where that old mill once stood. "It's good to take a break. We should do this more often," Jacob said as he stretched out on the bed. "You know, we could travel and plan on staying in other resorts as we go out to find supplies. I've never been to Johnson's Shut-In State Park. We could, but I think it would be more productive to head over toward Table Rock Lake. It is more populated. We're more likely to find what we're looking for there," Jacob said, crossing his arms over his head. "Okay, after Table Rock then," Maddie said, easing down on the bed beside him. "It's a date," Jacob said as he pulled her close. Maddie was sad to have to leave the resort and go back to the day-to-day grind, but they had crops and animals to attend. Larry and Ella had done an amazing job of holding down the fort while they were all away, but they looked relieved to have everyone home. After a long day of work, Maddie sat down in the grass with Emma to grab a bite to eat. She lay back, rested her hand behind her head, and stared up at the bright blue, cloudless sky. She saw something move in the sky and watched it for a long time before realizing that it must have been a satellite still orbiting the planet. That was when she noticed a long white trail that resembled the contrail of an airplane. It couldn't be, could it? Thank you for reading Upheaval, Days of Want series, Book 5. Keep scrolling to continue in mayhem. Book 6 in the Days of Want series. Don't forget to sign up for my preferred readers club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 6, Mayhem, Chapter 1. Highway 63, Phelps County, Missouri, July 9th. "How long do you think he's been dead?" Maddie asked. Maddie Langston had grown so used to death that she didn't even flinch as Lugnut rolled the man over. The dead man's eyes stared up at her. Blood caked his cheek. He'd been lying there for a while. Lugnut placed 2 fingers on the man's neck. At least 12 hours. He removed the man's helmet and slid it onto his own head, pulled the modular-mounted goggle binocular down in front of his eyes, and looked around. "Whoa, what the heck is he doing with that thing?" Larry asked, walking up to him. Ryan and Jacob pushed in to see for themselves. Larry had been the leader of a preparedness group located east of Peoria, Illinois. Maddie's Uncle Ryan had trained with him prior to the lights going out. When they'd fled to Peoria following Ryan's farm being attacked by DHS, Larry had an impressive armory, an array of tactical gear of his own. "I don't know. As far as I know, civilians weren't able to buy these or the FWSI thermal weapon sights," Lugnut said. Maddie waved her hand in front of Lugnut's face. "What are they?" "NVG-3 FWSI, Lugnut said. "In English, please." "High-tech night vision goggle binoculars. A thermal scope with day or night technology with rapid target acquisition." "That sounds super high-tech," Maddie said, reaching up and touching the helmet. "It is, last I knew. These were only available to the military. Even if they were sold to the public, they would have been too expensive for the average civilian to buy. Too bad they're broken," he said, removing the helmet from his head. Maddie's gut clenched. There had been rumors of military-type raids south of Dent County. Was this dead man part of that? What was he doing in Phelps County with that type of sophisticated equipment? Maddie picked up the man's rifle and studied the strange-looking thermal scope mounted to the weapon. "Was he military?" she asked. "Yeah, I'd say he was. Someone could have acquired these since the lights went out, but my bet is he's a skilled operator," Ryan said. Maddie's eyes widened. She had no reason to question Ryan and Lugnut's judgments on the matter. As Marines, they'd seen more than their share of combat in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. If they believed this guy was the real deal, then Maddie was truly concerned. They had adequate security at the farm. The neighbors, the few who had survived this long, had pulled together and installed checkpoints at the junctions into their area. They were, however, very low on ammunition, and they certainly didn't have enough for a protracted gun battle. The sight of this man's weaponry and ample ammunition sent a shiver down Maddie's spine. She handed the dead man's M4 to Lugnut and scanned the field for signs of his companions or attackers. She saw no one else. "What would he be doing out here all by himself?" she asked. "I doubt he was by himself," Ryan said, rolling the man back over onto his stomach. "I don't think he shot himself in the back." Maddie leaned in close and examined the small hole just below the man's plate carrier. From what she could tell, it appeared to be an entrance wound. There was very little blood around it. Maddie rolled him onto his side and looked for the exit. The front of the man's tactical shirt was caked with dried blood. The exit wound must be under his plate carrier. Lugnut unsnapped the man's tactical vest and ran his hand under it. "There's an exit wound just below his right rib cage." Maddie furrowed her brow. "You think he died from internal bleeding, then?" "Must have." Maddie climbed out of the ditch and walked a few paces away, studying the ground. "He obviously couldn't have been out here all alone, and maybe they're still here. There could be more of them in the woods." Highway 63 was well traveled with people coming and going to the trade fair in Rolla. People from all over Phelps County came to buy and sell there. How many of them had ridden past the man that morning and not known it? Maddie likely wouldn't have seen him if Mugsby hadn't decided to follow her. Despite having tied him up prior to leaving, he'd shown up at their camp in the middle of the night. Cooper, Buster, and Mugsby were good for keeping predators away from the farm animals and barking to alert them to any human intruders. But the dogs could be a handful at times. Mugsby circled Maddie, then sat next to her foot. He still reminded her of Ron. Maddie felt a pang of grief and guilt. She glanced at her palms. She could still feel Ron's blood on her hands. Jacob reached down and placed his hand in hers. "You okay?" he whispered. Maddie smiled and nodded. "Should we look for his buddies?" Maddie asked, walking in a circle and scanning the road. "I'm not sure we should go looking for them, not without backup," Ryan said. "You guys stay here, I'll be back," Lugnut said, checking the M4's ammunition. Maddie leaned in close. "You should take Ryan." "It's rough terrain, Maddie." "He's not ready. Are you sure that's it?" Maddie asked. Ryan and Lugnut had a few words about how things should be done back at the farm. Ryan had been in charge while Lugnut and other teams had been away scavenging for food and supplies. There seemed to be some tension still between them, even after everyone had voted on merging with the group from Houston who were living at the Grayson farm. They had all agreed against Lugnut's advice to establish checkpoints in and out of the major roads into the community, and to combine security efforts to protect both groups. Ryan, you want to take a look in that field and around that stand of trees so we can get an idea of a starting point to begin scouting when we return? Lugnut asked. Sure, we could do that, Ryan replied, handing Jacob the reins to his horse. Lugnut marched off across the field with Mugsby on his heels. Maddie handed Ryan her spare ammunition pouch. You guys don't go too far, okay? I don't feel good about hanging out here if his friends come looking for him, or worse yet, whoever did that to him. You probably should have told him that, Ryan said, nodding toward Lugnut. You keep the ammo. I'm good, Ryan said, patting his tactical vest. We won't be long after about 50 feet. Lugnut stopped, bent down, and touched the ground. Mugsby sniffed where Lugnut touched. Lugnut changed course and walked to his right another 20 feet. He stopped twice more before he and the dog disappeared into the brush. Maddie climbed out of the ditch and took hold of her horse's reins. After leading him into the shade of a large oak tree at the edge of the field, she removed her canteen from her saddlebag. As she took a long drink, Blue Jeans smacked her with his tail as he attempted to swat away the flies swarming them. Maddie wiped her brow with the bandana she wore around her neck. She wore it to shade the back of her neck from the harsh rays of the summer sun. It was the best she could do since they'd run out of sunscreen. She took one last drink before returning the canteen to her bag. What do you think all this means, Larry? Maddie asked. After going through all the dead man's pockets, pouches, and saddlebags, Larry placed the man's gear into the back of their horse-drawn wagon and joined Maddie and Jacob in the shade upwind of the ripening dead man. I'm not sure what to make of him. I agree with Lugnut and Ryan. He's not just some average Joe who stumbled upon that high-tech loadout. If he was out here alone, it could be some sort of reconnaissance mission. Harding and Ames might be able to shed some light on whether this guy was with General Dempsey or not, Larry said. Reginald Harding had been the regional director for FEMA in Illinois, and Gerald Ames had been his director of the Response and Recovery Division when they'd found themselves targeted by General Dempsey and the Department of Homeland Security's regional director. They'd both fled to Missouri, eventually finding their way to Fort Leonard Wood. They had been instrumental in locating vital medical supplies after Emma and many of Larry's group had contracted a contagious and deadly disease from one of the refugee shelters that Missouri's governor had established near the Illinois state line. What would Dempsey want down here? It's not like we have abundant resources he'd need, Jacob said. Larry twitched his bushy mustache, then removed a bandana from his front pocket and wiped the back of his neck. Maybe he wants to expand his authority. Maddie stared off in the direction Lugnut and Ryan had headed. She was concerned about what they might find. The last thing the community needed right now was a dictator, forcing his way in and stopping what little progress they'd made toward rebuilding some sort of life. Resources were so scarce that the only thing he'd really gain was power. After all they'd been through to survive, most people around there didn't have the mental or physical strength to resist an authoritarian takeover. Maybe that was why he'd waited this long. Maddie turned back to Larry. The once hulking man was now thin and malnourished. They'd just started eating enough to hopefully put some weight back on to make it through winter. But if they were forced to fight or flee, Maddie wasn't sure any of them would survive. I wouldn't be too worried just yet, kiddo. There could be any number of reasons the dead man was out here. Hell, he could be looking for his family or just doing what we are, trying to survive, Larry said. Somehow Maddie's gut told her she was right to worry. Jacob took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. She knew what he was thinking. It had taken a lot of discussions to get him on board with her coming on this trip. Since their wedding, Jacob had become even more protective of her. But he knew her well enough to know that she'd do whatever she thought was necessary to make sure their friends and family not only survived, but thrived. It wasn't enough just to live. They had to find hope if they stood a chance of rebuilding a life worth living. She'd feel much better after Lugnut and Ryan returned, so she'd know if they had cause to be concerned about Dempsey and his army. In the meantime, she mentally weighed their options if this turned out to be a threat to her group. Was the land worth fighting for? It wasn't anything special. There were hundreds of thousands of acres in south-central Missouri just like it. Some far better, she imagined. Zach's dream of reestablishing their father's homestead and their plans to build more cabins would have to be abandoned if Dempsey got a foothold in the county. From all she'd heard of his modus operandi, he would seize the farm and force everyone into work camps. At least that was what he'd done in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin. Did he have a large enough army now to expand south? If the dead man was one of Dempsey's, she'd have her answer. But how would they be able to find out who he was with? A rustling of leaves startled Maddie, and she spun around, her rifle raised, and pointed in the direction of the noise. "Cinnamon," Lugnut called out. Maddie lowered her rifle and exhaled, "Latte." Lugnut and Ryan emerged from the brush. Lugnut was leading a saddled horse. "Where'd you find her?" Jacob asked, stepping up and taking the mare's reins. Her reins were stuck in a thicket. She scratched her legs up pretty bad in the brambles. Jacob ran his hands over her, checking for injuries. She bobbed her head and pulled back as he examined the scrapes. He walked her in a wide circle. "I think she'll be fine." "You assuming she belongs to him?" Maddie asked, pointing over her shoulder toward the dead man. Lugnut nodded as he lifted his canteen and took a drink before answering. "Makes sense. He was shot. He rode off, eventually fell in that ditch there, and his horse ran off." Lugnut wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and returned the canteen to his rucksack. "I think he traveled pretty far from where he was shot. He was moving pretty slow." "How can you tell that?" Maddie asked. "The blood trail. There's blood on the saddle and stirrups. The drips and smears I found indicate he dismounted a few times, maybe to get his bearings, take a compass reading or something." Larry led the horse over beside his, filled the collapsible water bucket, and placed it on the ground in front of her. She eagerly accepted his offering. Mugsby gave the horse a wide berth as he walked over to Maddie. His fur was full of cockle burrs from his run through the woods. He would not be curling up in her sleeping bag that night. "Any sign of any of his compatriots or anyone tracking him?" Larry asked. "No, that's one of the reasons I think this didn't happen near here. Besides, if there'd been some troop movement in the county, we would have heard about it at the checkpoints in Licking or Vida. Someone would have seen or heard something and reported it," Lugnut said. Between the new sheriff and a Dent County cattle rancher, Clark Nelson, there was a pretty good network for gathering information about things like that in the region. Although Lucas Bryant had appointed himself the new sheriff of Dent County and parts of Phelps County, he'd done a good job bringing law and order back to the region so far. He and Clark Nelson's men had clashed a few times, but Maddie had heard they'd managed to avoid an all-out war. Maddie didn't like the idea of a cattle rancher running his own lawmen around the area. He'd hired people to provide security to keep thieves from stealing his cattle, which was fine. But when they'd started hunting down people and accusing them of being cattle rustlers, Maddie thought that was going a step too far. It had to have happened in the county. He couldn't have traveled much farther than that. "I think I'll get Rank and come back, see if we can find out where that guy came from," Lugnut said. Lugnut and Rank had both served with Maddie's father in the Marines. They were excellent trackers, but Maddie wasn't sure if Rank was up to the task these days. It was hard to say, though. She'd barely seen him in weeks. He spent all his free time at a drinking establishment opened by Clark Nelson to keep his security team occupied on their time off. Rank hadn't confirmed it, but Maddie suspected he'd been moonlighting at the Nelson ranch. She hoped her old crush hadn't been involved in any of Nelson's heavy-handed night raids. Maybe with Lugnut reaching out and including Rank in this mission, they could steer Rank away from that mess. "Are you sure we should abandon going to the trade fair? Can't it wait until we get home?" Maddie asked. "No. If we get rain, we'll likely lose his tracks. I need to get back and round up my team. It'll take a day to get the wagon back to the farm and get ready to come back, and another half day for us to get back here. I can't afford to wait. We could. No, not without security," Lugnut said, cutting her off. "What do you think you'll find?" Maddie asked. Lugnut hesitated before answering. Lugnut threw his pack into the back of the wagon and turned. "I suspect we'll find whoever killed this man." Chapter 2. The Henson Farm, Texas County, Missouri, July 11th. "I'll be on guard at the road," Rank said, pulling the strap of a pair of binoculars over his head. Beth wiped her brow with her apron and pointed to the kitchen counter. "Lugnut left you a box of ammo," he said. "That was all they could spare. I hope they pick up some at the fair this time." Rank picked up the box and stuffed it into a side pouch in his pack. "I have a lead on a guy who used to reload his own ammunition. I thought I'd go check him out and see if he's still around. Maybe I can do a little trading with the guy. That would be a good find. We haven't heard of any reloaders having anything left in months. Most of them have traded their ammo for food by now," she said. "I know it's a long shot. The girls said this guy was like a hermit before the shit hit the fan, and not many people knew about him. She hadn't seen him since Christmas. She was pretty sure he'd still be sitting on a shit ton of ammo and gunpowder, though." "What girl?" Krista asked as she entered the kitchen. Rank turned to face her. "Just a girl?" In true Krista fashion, she wasn't satisfied with his answer. Rank knew she wouldn't be. He hadn't been around many teenagers except for Maddie and Zach prior to the lights going out, but Krista seemed too eager to grow up. She was 13 going on 30. Where did you meet her? She asked. He knew he wasn't getting out of this conversation without an adequate answer. She'd follow him out to the guard post if he didn't nip this in the bud right here. Joe's place, he said, turning toward the door. Although that had stopped Krista's interrogation, Rank knew he hadn't heard the last of the matter from Beth. A lecture would be forthcoming. He was sure of it. He'd heard it before. The ladies in the community had made their distaste for his entertainment choices very clear. He understood their objection to the saloon, and especially the ladies who had chosen to be employed there. Everyone was doing what they needed to do to survive. He'd come to know the ladies at the bar. Many were single moms with kids and no other way to make ends meet. Beth held out a bundle wrapped in a tea towel. Let us know if you head out to find that guy with the reload ammo, Beth said. Rank peeled the corner of the bundle back, raised it to his face, and inhaled the sweet aroma. Thanks, he said, raising the coffee cake into the air. I'm going to wait until Larry and Lug get back from Rolla. I think the guy will respond best to Larry. Fine. I'll send Ames out with lunch and mint tea later, Beth said, turning her back to him. She was pissed. Now he'd have to endure receiving the cold shoulder from all the ladies again. He gently placed the cake inside the top zipper of his pack for easy access and turned toward the door. Thanks. I'm taking Lugnut's shift out at the checkpoint this evening. I'll send 2 sandwiches with Ames then. Thanks, Beth, he said. She didn't respond. As Rank walked past the others working in the field, he tried to blow it off. They were entitled to their opinions, but they weren't entitled to run his life. They may be satisfied with just surviving, but he wasn't. The bar was the one place where it still felt like the old world. Joe had done an amazing job creating a place filled with music and laughter. What the hell was so wrong with that? Hey, Rank, can I get a hand? Rank looked up. Fred was carrying a canvas bag over his shoulder and struggling with another at his side. Sure, Fred, what do you have there? He said, rushing over to carry one of the old man's bags. Sassafras roots, Fred said. Larry's log-cutting team found a couple of sassafras trees when they were dragging logs to the building site. An ear-to-ear grin formed across Rank's face. You're going to make root beer, Fred smiled. For John David's party, is this enough? Rank asked. The last time Fred had made root beer, they'd collected bushels of the roots that had been late last winter. Fred had dried it and made small batches throughout the spring. He hadn't made any lately, though. This would be a real treat. The little ones would be thrilled. This is only the first trip. I need about 4 times this much. There's less sap in the roots this time of year, so it takes more. You should get one of the kids to help you. Rank looked around. Where's Emma? Everyone's busy in the fields today. Jacob wanted them to get a jump on the weeds after that rain earlier in the week. Rank scanned the fields to his left and right. All the pasture from the house to the road had been plowed to grow vegetables. Corn grew on the right and garden veggies on the left. Ella straightened and wiped the sweat from her brow. She looked miserable. Rank was glad to be on guard duty instead of roasting in the sun, hoeing weeds. Where do you want these? Rank asked. Fred pointed to the short shed off the side of the first barn to the right of the driveway. Rank followed him to the back where he'd set up a kettle. This was where Fred usually made moonshine, but the ingredients for that were getting scarce. He had been supplying Joe's place with a good quantity, but rumors were that Clark Nelson had been buying up every bit of corn, sugar, and the like, and paying much more than anyone else could afford. Maybe Lug and Larry will find you a new source, Rank said, pointing to the copper still. Fred frowned. I don't think that will happen. Not with that fella down there buying up everything. He and that bunch of bushwhackers have been hitting people coming and going from the trade fairs in Phelps and Dent counties for months now. Fred pulled the strap of his canvas bag over his head and placed it on the ground next to the large cast-iron kettle. I'm sure they've amassed great stores of goods to trade with by now. Someone should do something about them. We can't move forward as a community with such lawlessness. There's been talk about addressing it, but everyone is so busy tending their crops, preparing to build cabins and fighting off horse thieves and cattle rustlers that nothing's been planned, Rank said. Fred spread his feet apart into a fighting stance and held 2 fists in front of him. Maybe you and I should go have a talk with the old boy. Rank laughed at the old tugboat driver. He reminded Rank of an older Forrest Gump. Maybe, Rank said. Let me know when you're ready to haul more roots back. I'll come and help you carry them. That's not necessary. I'm going to take the wheelbarrow this time, Fred said, dismissively throwing up a wrinkled, weathered hand. Rank turned and headed back toward the driveway. All right, but you know where I'll be if you change your mind. I'm going in to cool off and watch Honey and Grayson for Amy and Lindsay. They're taking food up to the cabin construction crew. I'll make another run at it when it cools off. All right, old man. Take it easy. I got your old man, Fred said. Rank didn't turn to watch the old man grab his junk. He hoped he was as spry and full of life if he ever reached that age. He wasn't very confident that many people would reach Fred's age these days. What had been the average life expectancy in the 1800s, 30 or 40 years old? Rank was pushing 40 already, more reason to enjoy life while he was still this side of the dirt. It was becoming increasingly more difficult to come up with something to trade for a drink or dance at Joe's place. Some guys were trading services at local farms for food, only to trade it all away to Joe. A full stockroom made Joe a target. Rank had moonlighted as security and bouncer for several weeks. He'd had his qualms about tossing out some of the poor bastards who were desperate for a little respite from their dreary existence but had nothing to trade. Rank settled in at the guard post along the road. He'd just pulled out his slice of coffee cake and started to eat when he heard a wagon coming down the road. Rank pulled the binoculars to his eyes and scanned the road. He let out a sigh of relief as Lugnut came into view. What's going on? Rank called to him. Where's Jackson and Dustin? Lugnut said as he rode up. Dustin left with Allison and Lindsay to take food up to the building site. Jackson is on duty at the Slabtown Road checkpoint. Why? What happened? Rank asked, stepping out from behind the sandbags. Lugnut climbed down from his horse. We have a mission, he said, handing Rank the dead man's helmet with night vision goggles. Rank took the helmet and studied it. Whoa, where the hell did you get this? We found a body along Highway 63. He pointed to the wagon where a form was covered with a camo print tarp. We need to track where he came from. Why? Rank wasn't itching to go traipsing through the woods in this heat, especially without at least a can of bug spray, and they were running low on that. Because I want to know what a Special Forces soldier is doing in our county. You sure he's even military? Larry pulled back the tarp to reveal the man dressed in tactical clothing and kitted out in combat gear. Images of black-clad DHS goons and the torture he'd endured flashed through Rank's mind. He cursed under his breath as fresh hate for himself resurfaced again. Shame had kept him from telling everyone they had broken him. He had given up information about his group of friends, his family, who they were and where they lived, had the goons finally come to get them after all these months. He'd always felt they should have gone back to St. Louis and wiped them out. It was dangerous to leave them out there. It had been torture waiting and hoping they didn't show up at the farm, but when weeks and then months passed without any sight of them, Rank had been sure Dempsey and his Department of Homeland Security officers had found the trail of their missing gold and weren't interested in a few survivors in the middle of Missouri. He and Roger didn't know anything about their gold, and the torture they endured didn't produce the results Dempsey was looking for. The image of Roger's battered body sent bile into Rank's throat. He pushed the thoughts away as Larry pulled the wagon into the driveway. While Maddie and Jacob headed off to the stable to feed and water the horses, Rank followed Lugnut and Larry inside to come up with a plan to find out where the dead man came from and who he was with. What are you working on? Maddie asked as she entered the kitchen in what had been the Hensons' house. Rank, Lugnut, and Larry were huddled over a map spread out on the dining table. The Hensons were gone now. Most of the population of Texas County had died in the 9 months since the lights went out. Only a few hardy survivors remained. Rank was grateful most of his group was among them. We're trying to determine where that guy might have come from, Lugnut said. Rank wiped his brow with a scrap from one of Beth's aprons. Long gone were the days of air conditioners or even electric-powered fans, for that matter. Life since the electromagnetic pulse had fried the electric grid, damaged the electronics in automobiles, and knocked out all communication networks had been a moment-to-moment struggle to survive. The boys at the checkpoint thought he might be with that Nelson gang from over in Dent County. Larry said, I don't think so. I just can't see him hiring that guy to go chasing down cattle thieves and running people off their land. Besides, that fellow is too well fed for Nelson's group. He keeps those guys half-starved, Lugnut said. Rank glanced over at Larry. They were half-starved themselves. Larry straightened and arched his back. His bibbed overalls hung loosely over his once hulking frame. He'd lost at least 50 pounds over the winter. They had all shed weight. Anyone still carrying extra weight now was eyed with suspicion. They were the takers and were a danger to everyone. Lugnut stuffed his hands in his pockets. I don't think he's with Nelson either, but the fact that no one has seen anything suspicious is concerning, Lugnut said. That's why I think he's part of some outfit with specialized training. He may be part of Dempsey's forces, Rank said. That would spell trouble for sure, Larry said. I'll ask again. What could Dempsey's men possibly want around here? Maddie asked. I don't know, but we need to find out, Lugnut said. Rank turned his chair around and straddled it, placing his elbows on the back. Maybe they're looking for the same things we are, Larry said. Everyone was looking for food and bullets these days. The only supplies of them left were in the hands of well-guarded groups. If they'd come looking for those things, they would have had a fight on their hands for sure. He hoped that was all it was. Rank poured himself a glass of water from the pitcher on the table and took a long drink. The water was room temperature, which meant it was like bath water, but refreshing nonetheless. He sure missed being able to draw cold, crystal-clear water from the spring by what was once the Langston cabin. That was just one of the reasons Zach was so insistent on rebuilding there. It sounds too risky just for what little food or ammo they'd find around here, Maddie said. There are dozens of things they could be looking for, but food and ammo is my guess, Larry said. Rank didn't like the thought of having to fight an army to protect what little they had. If they lost and had to flee the farm, it would be another long winter without adequate food. Life was so hard already, and impossible when you had to battle the elements too. It could prove disastrous for the children. Who are you planning to take with you? Maddie asked. The usual team, Lugnut said. Maddie closed her eyes. Every member of their group was valuable, but the members of Lugnut's reconnaissance team were vital to their survival. They were the strongest and best fighters. Their chances of fending off a major attack without them were slim. If something happened to them, it would put the survival of the entire group at risk. How long will you be gone? Maddie asked. A couple of days, Lugnut said. Maddie took a deep breath. Rank understood her concerns. It was dangerous everywhere, but they usually only encountered people with clubs or knives these days. Most everyone had exhausted their supplies of bullets and shotgun shells by now. Everyone but Dempsey's army anyway. They seemed to have an endless supply. I'm going to take Harding and Ames with me to the trade fair this time, Maddie said. Rank stared at her wide-eyed. As far as he knew, it had been weeks since they'd been out. Ames and Harding had been busy on some projects with Fred and Jean, but Maddie and those heading to the trade fair would need extra security on the road to Rolla. Usually they only went out in small groups so they would have adequate numbers left behind to defend their home. Most of the group had been busy trying to establish gardens and raise what little livestock they'd found roaming unattended, and the rest were detailed to the cabin-building crews, so finding someone available to go with them wasn't easy. Rank, you'll take Maddie's horse and follow me, Lugnut said. Larry, you want to fill Ames and Harding in while we go see if we can find out where that guy came from? Send Richie down to replace Jackson, will you? Lugnut pulled open the door and turned. Watch yourself out there, Maddie. Nelson may be behind this. His guys could be out looking for that dude. We'll keep our heads on a swivel, Maddie assured him. I want Blue Jeans back uninjured this time. She handed Rank a filled water bladder. Rank scowled. I'll do my best. You know he has a mind of his own. He ran me into the barn, not the other way around. You're supposed to be the one in charge. If you'd paid attention and worked with him like I said, you'd know how to handle him, and he wouldn't have bolted and went through the fence. Rank watched Maddie stomp off. The memory of an 11-year-old Maddie, her long blonde hair in pigtails, and her small pink pack on her back, rushed into his mind. Greg would be so proud of his little girl. How different things would have been for them all if her father hadn't been killed before the shit hit the fan. Greg was a great leader. He had developed a community to work together for just this type of event. They had struggled to pull everyone together in those first few months, but Maddie, Zach, and Beth had been successful at gathering what was left of the community, and they were working together now. Maddie returned with a bundle of flatbread and a water cooler. She gave it to Rank, and he lifted it into the back of the wagon, then turned toward the house. Today had been the first time all week that he'd seen Maddie. He had been spending more and more time at a neighboring farm. She probably thought he was avoiding her, or Maria. They had exchanged harsh words a couple of weeks back, and although he had immediately regretted it, he hadn't reached out to try to repair the relationship. Maddie leaned in close and slid her hand into Rank's. Be careful out there, okay. Rank closed his hand around hers and gave it a little shake. He avoided eye contact with her. Was he holding a grudge, maybe? She had been justified in calling him out on being drunk and belligerent. He knew he had scared Emma and the other kids, but he wasn't about to admit that to her. Rank pointed to her holster. You be careful, keep your head, Maddie sighed. Why does no one believe me that the guy drew first? Do you all think I'm some trigger-happy vigilante? The guy put his hands on the girl. I wasn't going to stand by and let that shit happen. You should be praising me for putting that rabid dog down. Someone has to do something about Nelson's hired henchmen. I know they're your friends and all, but okay, I hear you, Rank said. Just watch your back. I will. I'll see you in a day or two, Maddie said. Rank picked up his pack and slid his arms through the straps. Oh, if you come across any razors, Maddie smiled. You thinking of shaving that rat's nest? Rank shook his head. They're not for me. Maddie knitted her brow. Rank knew she had no intentions on getting anything for girls at the bar. If she found razors at the market, she'd be keeping those for herself and all the other ladies at the farm. He knew that. He just liked giving her a hard time. Rank threw his leg over Blue Jeans' saddle and followed Lugnut down the driveway. As they rode, Lugnut filled him in on the guy they'd found on the highway. What has you so sure the guy is on an official mission? Rank asked, catching up to him. He could be just one guy passing through. One guy passing through with $50,000 worth of military equipment. I've never even seen some of that shit in person, have you? Lugnut asked. He could have stolen it when he went AWOL. They'd be some nice pieces of equipment to have. I wouldn't have left that gear behind if it was me. Lugnut wore a grim expression. He looked even more concerned than during the prison riots. We just need to check it out. I have a feeling it's something bigger. While they waited for Richie to replace Jackson at the checkpoint, Rank and Lugnut went through the rest of the dead man's gear. That's an impressive loadout, I'll give you that. If we have some sort of special ops mission going on near us, I can't think of what their objective here might be, Rank said, handing the binoculars back to Lugnut. We're near a military installation. That could have something to do with it. Maybe they're wanting to re-establish the base. We just won't know until we trace back to where that guy came from and find out who shot him and why, Lugnut said. With Richie on duty at the checkpoint, Lugnut led Jackson and Rank back to the spot where they'd found the body in the ditch along Highway 63. Rank did his own survey of the site before declaring he agreed with Lugnut's assessment that the guy's troubles didn't start there. You followed his trail back toward Fugitive Beach? Rank asked. Lugnut pointed over his shoulder toward the south. Yeah, I found his horse caught up in the thicket over by Stedman's place. Should we head toward Fugitive Beach and start there, or do you need to follow the trail yourself, Rank? Jackson asked. Rank normally had a hard time tolerating Jackson. He came off as a cocky, know-it-all army guy around the rest of the group. But Rank saw that Jackson toned it down around him and Lugnut because it was obvious to all three of them that Jackson was full of shit. It wasn't an Army versus Marine rivalry thing. Jackson just didn't know as much as he thought he did, so he wound up simply following their lead. I trust Lugnut. Let's head to the lake, Rank said. As they passed Fugitive Beach, Rank tried to imagine the man-made lake filled with happy people enjoying a summer swim. It had only been 9 months since the world had gone to shit. Everything was overgrown. It was amazing how fast nature reclaimed abandoned spaces. They traveled south on Highway 72, stopping frequently and checking for signs that the dead man had traveled that way. Deep ruts in the soft shoulder just north of old Highway 72 caught Rank's attention. There, he pointed. Looks promising, Lugnut said as he dismounted his horse. Rank handed Blue Jeans' reins to Jackson and joined Lugnut to examine tracks left by a wagon with a heavy load. Lugnut went north and Rank went south, looking for signs of a struggle or gun battle. Within 50 feet, Rank found what they were looking for. Lug, over here. Lugnut bent over and picked up a rifle casing. I'm thinking these belong to the dead fella. He wasn't alone, Rank said, pointing to a set of boot prints in the dirt. Looks almost like a kid or a woman, Lugnut said. Lugnut knelt and studied a dark spot on a rock. Blood? Rank asked. Looks like it to me, Lugnut said. I'm not seeing a special forces unit here, Lug. I'm still thinking he wasn't here on official business. Rank touched the ground. They were likely loaded down and heading to the trade fair. Look at the ruts in the dirt. Lugnut didn't respond. He continued to push farther south along the road. A moment later, he turned down another dirt road. Looks like they were ambushed by a half-dozen shooters. Where are the rest of the people who were with the dead man? Lugnut asked. You thinking what I'm thinking? Rank asked. Lugnut nodded and headed back toward the horses. Traffickers? Yep, damn slave traders, Rank replied. Let's go have a talk with that sheriff and get him to finally do something about it. We're not ever going to be able to move safely if we don't. Chapter 3, The Henson Farm. Texas County, Missouri, July 11th. You don't need to go, Larry said. Maddie raised an eyebrow and glared at him from across the table. I know I don't need to. I want to go. We need the supplies. 9 months ago, when she and Emma had fought their way out of Chicago, she'd thought that was the hardest thing she would face. She'd been wrong. Since the day of the EMP, she had watched beloved members of her group die. They had lost Ron, Roger, Jason, and many others. Jacob had lost his father, uncle, and grandmother. They had fought their way to the cabin in Texas County, Missouri, only to have to fight the Jewell family, dangerous convicts, and even a whole prison, just to begin their new lives there. In the end, it had been Mother Nature that had run them out of their home. They had lost her stepfather Jason in the tornado that wiped out the cabin. They were just starting to rebuild their lives. She aimed to see that progress continue to do so. They needed to trade for supplies to keep moving forward. Larry half shrugged and turned back to examine the map. We can all go when Lugnut and Rank get back. Maddie wasn't in the mood to debate the issue again. They had already gone over and over it. She understood his concerns. Jacob had expressed the same ones. This would be her first time attending the bi-weekly trade fair located at the Rolla National Airport since the incident with Clark Nelson's former foreman. Certain people were still sensitive about her opening fire in the middle of the crowded market, but it was only one shot, and a well-placed one at that. Besides, he'd drawn first. She was just quicker. She didn't need Lugnut and Rank to babysit her. Maddie heard the back door open and turned. Jacob slid his boots off and set them on the mat just inside the door. That heat is unbearable already. I think I need to get up before daylight and work by headlamp, he said, eyeing the glass of water in Maddie's hand. Here, Maddie said, handing him her drink. I'll get you a cool cloth for your neck. I saw Lugnut and Rank leaving. Are they closer to figuring out where that guy came from? Jacob asked, pointing to the map. Larry shook his head. Not really. They're heading back to the highway where we found him to see what they can find out. They hope to pick up his trail and follow it. Jacob pursed his lips. What's Maddie say about that? I said I thought it was risky, Maddie said, walking back into the room. That's likely, Jacob said. She's planning on heading back out to the trade fair. Larry blurted. Maddie turned to him and raised an eyebrow. It was clear to her now that Larry did indeed have an issue with her going, You are? Jacob asked. Maddie smiled. I'll behave as long as Nelson's hired goons keep their distance. Jacob furrowed his brow. You sure about this? Maddie nodded. Okay, Jacob said. He kissed her on the cheek and turned. I need to take a cooler of water out to your mother's crew. They're going through a lot of water this morning already. Do you think you could have Fred or Harding boil about 10 more gallons? It should be cooled enough to drink by the time they need it this afternoon. You're not coming with us? Maddie asked. Do you need me to? We have to get a jump on the weeds before they take over the whole garden, Jacob said. I'll go if you need me. She knew what he was doing. He could pretend all he wanted. She wasn't going to back down. When he turned to go, Larry reached out and placed a hand on Jacob's shoulder. You should go with her. She'll be fine, Jacob said as he closed the door behind him. Maddie turned to Larry. Would you like to tell me why you have a problem with me? Larry picked at his fingernails as Maddie pulled a chair away from the table, spun it around and straddled it. She placed her arms on the back of the chair, crossed them, and leaned forward. Her head was swimming, whether it was from the sweltering early July heat or the prospect of losing more people to Dempsey's men, she couldn't be sure. They had avoided areas to their northeast after Lugnut had led a team to obtain medicine from St. Louis. Roger had died. Rank had been tortured and would have been killed too if Lugnut and Maria hadn't rescued him. Although he'd recovered physically, he had never been the same. Lately, however, Maddie had seen signs of his old personality, just not as often as she'd like. Although Larry had been with the group for several months now, Maddie realized she didn't really know the man. Not really. And this was the first time they'd had a chance to talk. She'd always felt some kind of disconnect between them. She was glad to have the opportunity now to clear the air. She had her suspicions as to what his issue was with her. She intended to confront him about it. So, Maddie said. They're selling women like cattle at the port of St. Louis, Larry said. What? There's a slave market at the port. They're shipping people up and down the river. Larry's hazel eyes glistened with tears. Maddie couldn't wrap her head around what he was telling her. Yes, there had been rumors of sex traffickers taking women, but a slave market. What the hell would such a thing even look like? Her imagination went to movies she'd seen of the slave markets of the 17 and 1800s, where Africans were shipped in and sold like cattle at auction blocks. Maddie's brow furrowed. She narrowed her gaze. You know this for sure? Actual physical markets? Dean Winston and his boy tracked Dean's daughter to one down at Cape Girardeau. He captured one of the traders and got the locations of 2 more in Missouri, one in Illinois and another in Memphis, Larry said. Maddie lowered her head, took a deep breath, and exhaled loudly. She removed the hair tie and ran her fingers through her long blonde hair before twisting it into a tight bun at the back of her head. How many? How many locally? She asked. 6 plus Dean's daughter. There aren't all that many females left, Dean said. They're paying very high for the younger girls. Sick bastards, Maddie said through gritted teeth. That's why I don't want any of you ladies leaving the farm. It's just too big a risk. I understand that, but we have to get supplies and things. We all know how to handle ourselves, Maddie said. They're well armed. They're trading flesh for weapons and ammo, Larry said. Maddie glared at him. Why am I just now hearing about this? Why have we not had a meeting to discuss it with the group? We wanted to have solid intel about the extent of their operation before we alarmed everyone. Maddie shook her head. She felt her face flush with heat. She grew angrier by the second. Does everyone but me know, to have some evil men prevent her and the other women of her group from leaving the farm for fear of being taken as slaves, infuriated Maddie. Harmony and Maria are planning on going down to Eminence to round up that herd of wild horses, Maddie said. That area is protected by the Cullum family. They've been patrolling looking for these slave traders. Max Cullum was at the Salem Trade Fair a week ago. He said his group brought in a couple of slave traders who had a wagon load of male slaves. They said they were heading to Illinois. They're using the men for the large farm operations in Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Maddie swallowed hard. We have to do something. We can't just sit here on the farm. We need to join with this Cullum group and run those bastards out of Missouri. I think we should have a meeting when Harding, Ames, and I get back from the trade fair and see if we can get everyone on board. In the meantime, I think, no, I'm not cowering here. I'll stick close to you guys. I won't let them stop me from doing what I need to do for our group. Larry took off his boonie hat and ran a hand across his thinning hair. If you just give me. Maddie stood abruptly, and the chair banged against the table. Larry, I'm going. Whoa, am I interrupting something? Bo said, backing back out the door he had just entered. Maddie huffed. No, I guess we're done, Maddie said. What can I do for you, Bo? I was visiting with your cabin building crew. They've got a lot of logs felled and debarked already, but they could use some old axe heads and metal pipes to speed up the process. Brad said you were heading out to the trade fair. Could you keep a lookout for those? We still need borax powder, too, Bo said. I'll keep an eye out for them, Larry said. Bo adjusted his cavalier hat with the long feather hanging out the side like a fishing pole. Great. Has Jean figured out a way we can retrieve that rebar from up near Plum Level's place? Maddie smiled at the man. She had met many eccentric characters since the lights went out, but Bo was the most unusual by far. He seemed to live and breathe log cabin building and appeared to relish helping her group build them. I don't think it's going to be feasible to make a trip that far, since you guys are using the gasifer from Ron's old truck on your telehandler to lift the logs, and we can't spare any of the biodiesel we've saved for the tractors. We really should search for some closer to home, Larry said. We need a shit ton of that stuff. I'm sure there's some around, just not in the quantity we need. Locating enough could take months. I thought you wanted to be in the cabins by winter. I have an idea where I might look after I. Larry looked over his shoulder to Maddie. After we get back, I'll have a better idea about whether we need to plan on making the trip to get the rebar you found. Sounds like a plan. You know where to find me, Bo said, backing out the door. He tipped his hat and gave Maddie a crooked grin. Maddie nodded. See ya, Bo. Maddie scooted back and leaned against a stack of crates. She could smell the pine needles packed around the jars to keep them from breaking. The wagon was still loaded with bottles of Fred's moonshine. Dustin placed a crate filled with fresh eggs into the wagon and hopped in. Since so many people would be off the farm in the next few days, they'd need fewer eggs to feed those staying behind. To make sure we get top dollar for those, we should label them hatching eggs. They're fertile, Maddie said. She shuddered, recalling her latest run-in with their evil rooster. Dustin gave her a quizzical look. Even after months of living on a farm, he still had no clue about how the food he ate was produced. His special skills as a soldier kept him in high demand, securing not only their farm but the community they'd established with surrounding neighbors. Maddie was sure Lugnut hadn't pulled Dustin off some important mission just to escort her wagon to Rolla. Dustin was there to babysit her. Jacob threw his pack up, and Dustin caught it. Whoa, what's in here? He asked as he stuffed it in between the moonshine and crate of eggs. Maddie smiled. She knew he would change his mind and come with them. Nothing, Jacob said as he climbed on board. He pushed aside a crate of beeswax candles and took a seat. That pack will be too heavy if you need to unass the AO, Dustin said as he dangled his legs over the back of the wagon. Harding and Ames are washing up. They'll be out in a few, Jacob said, ignoring Dustin's critique of his rucksack. Maddie had an idea about what was in Jacob's pack. She wasn't sure why he was hiding it, though. The books were his. He could trade them away if he wanted to. No one would care. He had something up his sleeve. She was sure of it. That had been the excuse he'd given her for changing his mind about coming with them. That, along with Larry's continued urging, Ames climbed onto the front with Larry. As Harding hopped into the back of the wagon, as they rode down the driveway, Maddie looked out across the recently planted field. It was their future. The crops were coming along. If their good fortune continued through harvest, they'd be set for winter. They may even have enough to help their neighbors. Maddie leaned her head against Jacob's shoulder and looked up. She loved seeing that bright blue sky. Chapter 4. The Henson Farm, Texas County, Missouri, July 11th. Why can't I come, Harmony? Emma whined. She pushed a mass of red curls from her face as she plopped down on a stool in the corner of the supply room. Deep shelves that once held the Henson family's jars of garden vegetables and canning supplies now lay bare except for the group's tactical gear. With such a shortage these days, everyone shared equipment used for security duty and trips away from the farm. Because, Em, we've discussed this already. It's too dangerous down there. We only have a few weapons and we need to travel quickly. This isn't a camping trip, Harmony said as she stuffed a sleeping bag into her rucksack. But it's not fair. I've never seen wild horses before. You'll see them if we get to bring some home, Zach said. Zach removed his ball cap and ran a hand across his brown, close-cropped hair. Due to the sweltering heat, he'd asked his mother to cut it short, but her definition of short was a high and tight military-style cut. Zach swung his pack over his shoulder and ran his arms through its straps. Maria's head appeared in the doorway. You two ready yet? Just about, Harmony replied. Grabbing a hand-crank flashlight from the shelf, Harmony clipped it to her pack and turned. Emma, you make sure to check on Pablo and Ducky for me, okay? Harmony asked. Emma hung her head and stood. I will, Emma said. Can I go next time? Harmony ran her hand down the length of Emma's hair, pulled it into a ponytail, and wrapped it into a bun. I'm not supposed to tell you, but there's going to be a party at John David's next week, Harmony whispered. Emma danced from foot to foot. Can I go, can I? From what I hear, we're all going, Harmony said. Yippee, Emma said, running toward the door. But, Em, it's a secret. You can't tell the others yet, Harmony called after her. Emma slumped her shoulders. Why? I think it's a surprise party for little David. Oh, I see. I won't tell, Emma said as she began humming and disappeared down the hall. I hope we make it back in time. John David said they were making cherry cobbler, Zach said, strapping his tactical knife to his left thigh. Oh, my God, are you kidding me? I love cherries, Harmony said. I so hope we make it back in time. We better get on the road, then. Aaron and the others are already in the wagon, Zach said, reaching out for Harmony. He pulled her close and placed her hand on his chest. Don't take unnecessary chances out there, okay? There's enough of us going that we'll be able to bring a few of the mares back with us. But the stallion is the one we really need, Harmony said. Zach kissed her on the forehead and backed away. I know, we'll get him. If not today, the next time. But someone else could get him if we don't catch him this trip, Harmony said, frowning. We'll do our best. Just, please, don't do anything risky, Zach said. Everything we do these days carries with it risks. Just pulling out of the driveway could be dangerous, she said. Just lie to me then and tell me you will be careful, Zach said. You'll be right by my side to keep an eye on me, so what choice will I have? Harmony laughed. Harmony had rarely left the farm since they'd arrived. When she did, Zach hovered over her like she was a fragile porcelain doll. At first, she thought it was sweet, but she was starting to resent it. Eric Wynn poked his head into the door. Do you have an extra water bottle? It's a long, dusty ride down to Shannon County. I don't want to stop much if we can manage without it, Eric said. Harmony and Zach had become fast friends with Eric and his wife, Amy. Harmony loved hearing their story about the day their daughter was born and how they'd made it to Larry's farm in Peoria, Illinois. Harmony adored their 9-month-old baby, Honey, and sat with her every chance she got. Of course, she had to compete with Emma for the baby's attention. Harmony handed Eric the water bottle and stepped toward the door. Zach, always the gentleman, held his hand out, gesturing for Harmony to go first. As they walked into the kitchen, she asked, Is Eric still jumpy from being ambushed last week? We all are. If it wasn't for Fred's weak bladder, we would have been robbed and left for dead, Zach said. It was a good thing he had that slingshot with him, Harmony said. With as dangerous as the roads had become, the threat of being attacked was an ever-growing concern. The latest attack happened just past the city limits of Licking. The sheriff had extended their patrols, but they hadn't caught all of those involved yet. Yeah, and he's such a good shot with it, he knocked that one old boy out cold, Zach said, holding the screen door open for Harmony. She stepped onto the back porch and turned. Did you get new arrows for your crossbow? Dave made me half a dozen or so. I'd like to save those for deer, though, Zach said. Since joining them after the flood, Dave Henderson had spent months making tools for the group. He agreed to teach Zach how to make his own arrows this winter when life slowed down a bit. A deer would be nice, Harmony said. Are you two coming sometime today? Aaron called. Aaron had experience with horses. He'd grown up on a farm. Most of Larry's group had farming and animal husbandry backgrounds. Those were some of the most useful skills to have these days. 4 of their best horses were hitched to the wagon. Eric and Larry's nephew John sat up front on the buckboard. Maria sat on a square bale of hay just behind them, her rifle resting on her knees. Zach removed his pack and threw it up to Aaron, then turned to take Harmony's pack. He spotted Emma standing with Larry's granddaughter in the barn door. Her shoulders were slumped and head low. Don't be sad, Em. We'll be back in a few days, Zach said. Everyone is leaving me, Emma said. Not everyone. You'll have Maddie, my mom, Ms. Ella, Amy, and you'll still have the baby to play with, Aaron said as he climbed up into the wagon. Maddie went with Mr. Jean and Larry, Emma said. You look after things here, and we'll see you in a few days, Harmony said, waving goodbye. I'm surprised Jacob agreed to Maddie going after the incident at the last trade fair, Aaron said as he leaned back on his pack and settled in for the ride to Shannon County. Maria tipped her head back. You really think Maddie gave him an option? Nah, Aaron said. I'm just surprised Lugnut didn't say something. Maddie can handle herself, Maria said. I know. Aaron said. She'll be fine, Maria said, cutting him off and turning to Zach. Keep your head on a swivel. Zach nodded. Harmony didn't exactly share Maria's confidence. She wanted to believe Maddie would be fine, but there had been rumors that women had been taken from the fairs by one of the gangs operating in Crawford County to trade for weapons. There was talk that the women were being sent to St. Louis and taken upriver somewhere. Some of the local men had discussed mounting a rescue mission after one of their nieces turned up missing, but without food and weapons, going any distance to rescue them would be futile. She just couldn't think about that happening to any of them. Harmony, Zach, and the others rode in silence for several miles. The only noise was the sound of hooves on pavement. Riding in the back of a horse-drawn wagon was far from comfortable, and the heat bearing down on them was relentless and exhausting. How badly Harmony missed air-conditioned cars. Did you speak to Tim Barrier about where he thought the herd would be right now? Maria asked, nudging Zach with the toe of her boot.